Good Monday morning. I'm David Coleman. 90,000 Canadian jobs are at risk from Trump's newest tariffs. This morning, both Canada and the U.S. blaming each other for the trade talks' demise. Even though there are no formal talks scheduled, we've learned the Canadian negotiators are still in touch with the top U.S. trade official. Donald Trump reviving his 51st state rhetoric, claiming Canada wants the benefits of being an American state. And on tariffs, his team is not budging.
There's always going to be tariffs, and there's going to be that protection for American workers and companies. That's the president's trade policy. That hasn't changed.
Canada's retaliation set to take effect just over 2 weeks from now. Canada's premiers appear united, backing Ottawa's decision to walk away from what Mark Carney called a bad deal.
I'm glad that the Prime Minister listened, and we're going to be united. We're going to win this economic war.
We'll take a look at which provinces will be hit hardest, plus
we'll cut back in terms of our production, which will cut back what we buy from growers.
Many Canadian businesses winding back their business, with one of their biggest markets now effectively out of reach.
If we're shipping.
Donald Trump's top trade negotiator again pointing at Canada for the collapse in trade talks. That collapse means hundreds of Canadian businesses now face a 50% U.S. tariff. That effectively will end their sales south of the border. It also puts at risk tens of thousands of Canadian jobs. This morning, the U.S. Trade Minister representative is shrugging off the economic impact south of the border, pointing out the $28 billion in Canadian goods amounts to a very small amount of U.S. trade.
I know that Canadians use histrionics like trade war and all these kinds of terms. We don't do that. I mean, the United States, again, we're set on our trade policy. The Canadians asked to come and negotiate with us a month ago, so of course, if people ask, we do. So we don't have any issue proceeding with our trade policy as planned. And I think the market understands that. I think the market knows that at the end of the day, this is 5% of imports from Canada. It's 0.06% of our overall consumption in this economy. So there's no possible way it can really affect U.S. well-being.
Jamieson Greer telling CNBC this morning he made it clear that Canada will always face tariffs under any deal. He was the one in talks with the Canadian side right up until negotiations fell apart in the final hour. The Office for Canada-U.S. Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc tells us he remained in touch with Greer. Greer, though, was not asked about whether any new talks would take place. He also didn't give any indication the U.S. is in a rush to return to negotiations. Now, new revelations from Canada's ambassador to the U.S. suggest picking up the pieces could be a challenge. Mark Wiseman telling Bloomberg the American text for the deal surprised the Canadian side at the last minute. He says as the Canadians drilled down, they found their understanding of what had been agreed to was quite different from what was showing up in the documents. He says that's understandable once or twice, but when it happens consistently and every interpretation is the most negative one, that was the point where Canada walked away. Former Conservative leader Erin O'Toole speaking about this.
It fell apart between President Trump announcing there was a deal and the final deadline of midnight Friday night because we were trying to paper the deal and confirm elements that had been discussed in negotiations, but were changing and not trending in the way that it had looked like they were a few days earlier. So I think the president and others in the U.S. announcing there was a finalized deal and parading about it was partially some pressure they were putting on Canadian negotiators to take bad positions.
Now, as you might expect, a very different view from Washington. We heard about Jamieson Greer and the U.S. president blaming Canada for walking away. Kellyanne Shaw was part of the first Trump administration.
I can tell you from the Washington perspective, it was Canada who was raising issues they had not raised at all in the preceding weeks at the very last hours. And then after having said that they had come to an agreement, decided to withdraw, which was a decision I understand was taken at the highest level. So the U.S. believes that it was Canada who walked away, and that it wasn't anything on the U.S. side that precipitated that. So again, this perception that it was about domestic politics in Canada versus substance of the deal, which the United States was offering Canada the most generous terms they had offered any trading partner.
We do expect to hear from the Prime Minister today, and he will surely be asked why things collapsed. Mark Carney promising help for businesses and workers being hit in this country. Rafi Boudjikanian looking at what kind of help might be involved. Rafi.
David, we got a little bit of a teaser about that this hour from Finance Minister François-Philippe Champagne. He was on Radio-Canada speaking to our colleagues on their morning radio show. Champagne said we should expect subsidies in the form of grants as well as loans. He did not talk about a dollar amount in terms of, how much money in total will be in this package. He did say that small businesses definitely need this help. He also insisted that Canada has the capacity to provide it, alluding to the $11 billion that the federal government reduced in the deficit figure since the last budget. Now, Champagne, again, did not get into a whole lot of details, but what he was talking about reminded me of the COVID-19 era help that the federal government provided to businesses then, right? Think of wage subsidies, think of rent subsidies to literally keep the lights on. In some cases, there is definitely a sense of urgency here. Listen to Lisa Raitt. She's also a member of the Canada-U.S. Advisory Committee on Trade Relations, as well as a former Conservative cabinet minister.
He really can't stall on that. Whoever is devising and developing these programs better have them ready to go Monday morning, because I can tell you where I work, clients are already calling and asking, what are we going to do?
Now, one thing I did not get from Champagne is an exact sense of timeline. He did not tell our colleague Patrick Masbourian when the program would be put into place. At some point, he alluded to the next few days, and then he said, well, I'm not sure you'll hear about the specifics in the next few hours.
Rafi, let's talk about the federal Conservatives who've come out and said whatever text was on the table should be released publicly. I think it would be rather extraordinary if that, in fact, did happen.
Look, I've never heard of a draft agreement being released, especially while there is still some level of, I don't know, we can't call them talks because there are no talks, but, you said it yourself that there is still some level of contact between the two sides. I just don't know that anybody would be happy with releasing what was in this agreement, but we are generally in some pretty unprecedented times. It's become a cliche to say, so who knows how the government might act on this request. The Conservatives seem quite adamant that the level of detail that has been released is not enough, so they are asking indeed for the draft of the agreement. Have a listen to their Canada-U.S. relations critic.
It's incumbent on the Prime Minister to build that trust with the public and with the opposition by releasing the full text of what had been negotiated. We're not asking for secret aspects of the deal or negotiation tactics. That's not something that we want to undermine the government or Canada with, but the Canadian public deserves to know exactly what the deal was, so they should release the deal.
The Conservatives are also asking for Parliament to be reconvened early in order to debate all these matters, whether that's the supports to businesses or exactly what went down in this deal that did not come to pass. The NDP say they're okay with the idea of the draft agreement being released. Of course, we do know that the government does not intend to kick in those counter tariffs until a couple of weeks from now, suggesting that they are still sort of trying to provide the Americans some window to talk. That seems to me that it would make it even less likely for them to do something like publish the draft agreement.
Rafi Boudjikanian, thank you. With both sides blaming the other for Canada-U.S. trade talks falling apart, some observers say getting the two sides back to the negotiating table will be very tough.
You saw that steely determination in the Prime Minister on Saturday. Jameson Greer did not give an inch in the back and forth. And so walking this back, even to get to a point where they can resume negotiations is really tough. It's really tough. I do think there are back channel conversations going on. There always are. There are ways to talk without talking officially. I would be surprised if that's not going on, but it's a long way back to this table right now.
There is so much energy and emotion, frankly, for many Canadians around the last 18 months, a feeling that Canada has not been treated fairly, that they fired the first shot. I do wonder, when you zoom out and try to take a bird's eye view, is that helpful to resolving these differences?
No, frankly, and you know, the Prime Minister is in a very difficult spot right now. He needs public support to pursue this. He needs the Premier's on side, and that is no easy task. Something interesting happened last week, David. I'm sure you picked it up as well, that until the announcement we have a deal, and we're just going to extend for 3 days, Canadians were concerned that there would not be a deal. The moment the announcement came that there would be a deal, the mood shifted and the discussion, oh my goodness, is this a good deal? Are we locking ourselves in? So you saw those emotional swings really in the public, certainly, and in commentators.
That is Janice Stein. All right, the premiers are putting up a united front when it comes to the Prime Minister, but how long can something like that hold? Especially because it is 3 provinces, Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia, really taking the brunt of these new tariffs. Marianne, looking at the reaction from those 3 particular provinces.
Yeah, because businesses there, families there, they're going to feel it economically. They're going to see job losses. And so we're hearing from the premiers of BC, Ontario, and Quebec speaking out now in support of what Prime Minister Carney did, walking away from those negotiations over the weekend. And that includes Ontario Premier Doug Ford speaking actually later this afternoon at a news conference at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. But we know he's also been very vocal, not only on social media, but also in speaking to reporters over the weekend.
We can assure those workers we're going to be there for them. We're going to be there to support our steel workers and our auto sectors. We need to support these sectors. We have to make sure that they're viable, not for the short term, but for the long term.
Premier Doug Ford says everything's on the table. Ontario is ready to do its part. BC's Premier David Eby also saying the same, showing support for the Prime Minister and posting this message on social media.
I know many of you are angry. I'm angry too. Many of you may also be anxious or scared about what's ahead and what this will mean for you, your family, and your community. The Prime Minister's been clear. Canada will do whatever it takes to support those who are impacted and protect our country. BC will be there too, and we will stand shoulder to shoulder from coast to coast. We didn't ask for this fight, but we will win it by standing together and standing up for this great country.
Meanwhile, we're also hearing from Quebec's Premier Christine Fréchette saying our identity is not negotiable.
I want to talk about Alberta. The Premier there, Danielle Smith, speaking out, particularly about this idea of retaliation set to take effect 2 weeks tomorrow. She doesn't want to see that happen, is disappointed that the 2 sides couldn't come to some sort of agreement.
Yeah, and she's now calling for both sides to resume negotiations. What that will take, though, of course, is the million-dollar question. And if there's even a timeline for that, we don't know. But this is what she posted on social media in response to these developments over the weekend, saying, I'm deeply disappointed that Canada and the United States have not been able to reach a trade agreement. Alberta has always advocated for a tariff-free relationship and will continue to do so. She says no one benefits from a trade war. It's important to note that only 1% of exports from Saskatchewan and even Alberta will be impacted by this 50% tariff now in effect. But interesting to see how different she is in her stance, given these new developments.
Yeah, quite so. Okay. Marianne, thanks very much. Some of Donald Trump's top officials now speaking out, setting the stage for those difficult talks, if they do in fact happen. Let's turn to Chris Reyes in New York, and hearing a lot of reaction from White House officials and Americans as well this morning on these talks collapsing.
Absolutely. They're starting to trickle in. Good morning, David. So from President Donald Trump, no surprise that he is blaming Canada entirely for the breakdown of negotiations. So on Sunday, he posted on Truth Social, he said, Canada wants the benefit of being a state without being one, many exclamation marks. They've charged our great farmers for many years, massive amounts of tariffs, no more. And then his trade representative, Jameson Greer, was on a U.S. talk show this morning, basically dismissing that this is any big issue for the U.S., even pointing out that it's not moving markets this morning. We know that that's a metric that the Trump administration pays a lot of attention to. And then he gave this insight into what they gave Canada and what Canada walked away from. Again, their side of the story. Have a listen to what he said.
But we sought to accommodate the Canadians by giving them, by cutting tariffs in half. steel, on aluminum, and extensively reducing them on autos and even on things like softwood lumber, accommodating some element of that. Things that are sensitive for the Canadians. They wanted more. I don't know if it was political for them. It certainly doesn't make economic sense, but perhaps for political reasons. They have some by-elections coming up. I don't know, but they came in and they wanted more, and we weren't prepared to do that.
And also, Greer underlining the fact that the Canadian imports affected with these tariffs, David, represent a very small percentage of Canadian imports coming into the U.S. and an even smaller percentage of U.S. consumption. And then from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, even more combative language, basically saying that sometimes it's your very best friends that treat you in the worst way.
One big challenge here, Chris, of course, is when two sides split apart like this, when there is such public animosity, what will it take for negotiations to resume?
Well, exactly. I mean, given the tone that we're hearing from President Trump and his top officials, it's hard to imagine that any kind of negotiations can start on good footing from here on. And in addition to that, you're hearing even a former Trump trade official talking about this reputation that Canadian negotiators have when they come to the table. Have a listen to Kellyanne Shaw on that.
This was an effort to unstick the stalemate and try to get Canada back into the CUSMA or USMCA negotiations to come up with an interim package that would resolve some of the immediate retaliatory issues, give Canada a bit of tariff relief, and then settle in for the USMCA negotiations where there was the possibility of even more tariff relief for Canadian imports.
So the idea, David, here is that these negotiations that would have killed these 50% tariffs would have allowed for a clear path for renegotiating CUSMA. And now with these negotiations breaking down, it's hard to see what path there is for those negotiations to begin. But I think, as you rightly pointed out, why are negotiations needed in the first place when you had this agreement that was in place that's not expiring for another 16 years. But again, a lot of questions at this point, a lot of tensions between the two countries. But considering how many things are happening in the U.S. And all of the things that they're dealing with and other negotiations that they're having with other countries, where Canada sits on the priority list for the Trump administration.
Very good point, Chris, given everything else happening. Thank you very much. All right, from the situation involving politicians here and in the U.S., we're also hearing a lot from you this morning. Brett Ruskin looking at some of your responses. Brett, good morning. What do people think about walking away from the table?
Yeah, good morning, David. Lots of emails coming in today, lots of emails over the weekend from viewers who are watching from home. We heard from Tina, who wrote to us saying that she 100% agrees with Mark Carney's decision to leave the trade talks table and that the rest of the world knows that we are a reliable trading partner and that we're going to be just fine. We heard from other folks who were speaking with CBC News talking about their support for Mark Carney, for the negotiating team to leave the table when they were sensing that this was a bad deal. Here's what a few folks had to say.
Cost of living is extremely out of control, but I still think that in order for us to survive long term, we have to have the right plan in place and make sure we're doing it in a reasonable, managed way, rather than a knee-jerk reaction to whatever Trump is spouting off in the news.
If he continues that way and we knuckle under and give in to him, then they're going to be doing great and we're going to be doing poor.
Yes, we need to make good economic decisions with our trading partners, but if they're not going to deal equitably with us, why should we kowtow to them?
And so obviously the sentiment from most folks CBC News spoke with is that support for the negotiating team having left the table, most people saying that no deal is better than being stuck in a bad deal with the United States. David?
Canada's retaliation, Brett, set to take hold 2 weeks from tomorrow. I wonder what people are telling you they would like to see.
Yeah, so we heard, again, a variety of different emails, different perspectives on this. We heard from Blair, who wrote to us today saying that why not add taxes and increase the cost of electricity when the United States suddenly is freezing and suddenly doesn't have the electricity, then they will come to their senses, says Blair, who wrote in saying that, again, we have resources here, we have electricity, we have oil as well, as Prime Minister Mark Carney had said in his speech over the weekend. And we heard from lots of folks who agreed with that sentiment as well. Here's what they had to say.
The simple thing like putting the liquor back on the shelves, I don't agree with that. I think that, you know, we should play just the same kind of hardball as he's trying to play with us.
The U.S. needs to be put in line a little bit, and that Canada is in a place right now where we're able to do that.
And so to stand up, elbows up, to retaliate instead of capitulate with the ongoing, walking away from the table and really not backing down, essentially, from the U.S. delegation, the U.S. negotiators. David.
Brett Ruskin, thanks very much. No doubt trade will continue to dominate the national conversation today. The Prime Minister will certainly be asked about it when he's in Lévis, Quebec, announcing a new investment. He'll be joined by Quebec's Premier. That's all set to get underway at noon Eastern. Not long after that, Ontario's Premier Doug Ford will be in Hamilton with his key economic ministers responding to the latest tariffs. That's now expected to begin at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. And in just about an hour from now, we'll hear from the Premier of New Brunswick, Susan Holt, responding to tariffs. That's coming up at 11:30 in New Brunswick, 10:30 Eastern. Now, what the collapse of trade talks could mean for your job.
Nationally, about 90,000 jobs might be at risk because of these new tariffs that the U.S. has levied. And a lot of them, about 35,000, are in firms that are not directly exporting to the U.S. And so even individuals who might not realize how important sales to the U.S. are for their company.
We are looking at which industries are set to be affected the most and in which provinces, including truckers. They'll be indirectly affected because, frankly, with a 50% tariff, a lot of sales just won't happen, so those trucks won't be traveling to the U.S. as often. Much more ahead, 90 seconds from now, here on CBC Morning Live. U.S. tariffs are expected to have a ripple effect through the Canadian economy. And we want to look at not just the big picture, but the way it's going to hit certain industries. Mark Carney doing that for us. And it really does boil down. We know the industries that will be hit, just not exactly how hard, right?
Yeah, it depends on a number of factors, how long it goes, how consumers react to having the costs passed on to them, what kinds of costs and how much American companies will pass on to their consumers. There's not a lot of consensus amongst economists as to exactly how bad it will be. the consensus is essentially, though, that it will be bad. We heard this morning from BMO's senior economist Robert Kavcic. He expects about a 0.5% to be carved off of Canadian growth. And we have heard that in the days leading up to this, that it is expected that the GDP will take some sort of hit. But again, we don't know necessarily how much. In terms of the individual industries that are being hurt, the ones that we can sort of hear about and speculate most from province to province, we know Ontario, Quebec, and BC will be the worst affected provinces. In Ontario, it's expected to be the manufacturing sector. In Quebec, it's wood and paper products. Quebec already hurting, obviously, from those steel and aluminum tariffs. And in BC, it's electronics from this set of tariffs that will have the biggest impact. When you look at Alberta, Saskatchewan, Atlantic Canada, they don't really get as much of an impact in these as we've been telling you.
Do you want to look at where, because there is some economic modeling here, about where the job losses will occur?
Yeah, that too is still undecided largely, and it depends again on how people react. But there are some economists doing the work to at least create some estimates and some expectations. And one of them is Trevor Tombe. And he says that if these go through and the impacts are the worst they could possibly be, there will be some significant impacts. He's looking at a loss of about 90,000 jobs in the worst case scenario, direct and indirect industries. And we'll get into what those are in a second. He predicts about a 0.4% jump in the unemployment rate coupled with a slowing economy. Have a listen.
So this set of tariffs alone is not the kind of recession-inducing economic shock that we were thinking about early last year when there was the potential for 25% tariffs on literally everything. That's a much larger shock than what this represents. It's only landing on about 5% of our exports to the United States. The much bigger effect on Canada economically is all of the uncertainty that this creates. Uncertainty makes it really hard to plan large scale investment or hiring decisions.
Uncertainty makes it hard to do business. Tariffs make it hard for companies to afford to bring Canadian materials in. They often have to pass that on to their consumers. The consumers decide not to buy, and it trickles back up to our borders. So some of the direct industries that could face significant impacts in terms of job losses, according to Mr. Tombe: agriculture, electronics, textiles, furniture, and plastics. But then there are the indirect job losses as well. Less than a couple minutes ago, David, I heard you talking about these. Suppliers, transport companies, that's a big one because there won't be as much of a need for drivers to move this stuff. Warehousing, wholesalers also expected to take a hit if these tariffs are prolonged.
Let's talk about the way in which Canada might respond here. 2 weeks tomorrow, though set to be Canada's dollar-for-dollar response. I think there is some appetite among many Canadians to punch back. Yeah. The question is whether it'll be helpful.
Yeah, politically, many see it as a strong move. Obviously, you want to punch back the bully. However, economically, there are a lot of economists who are advising against that because it has the same impact on Canadian consumers that it's having on American consumers, in that basically you're charging Canadian companies who will then pass those costs on to the consumer, make life more unaffordable for us. In fact, again, Robert Kavcic, BMO's senior economist, says that he expects about 25%, if Canada decides to counter tariff, about 25% of those added costs for manufacturers, or for importers, I should say, will be passed on to consumers. So it will make life more unaffordable for Canadians.
All right, Mark, thanks very much.
Thank you.
I don't know, America's kind of devious. That's just what I think.
I think we need to stand up to the President of the United States, and the only way we can do that is through our dollars.
I think both of us are gonna lose this way. We should find another way to solve the problem. Retaliation doesn't make anything.
More Canadian reaction after Mark Carney promised to match the latest U.S. tariffs. We'll tell you what the polls are saying about it. That's coming up a little later this morning here on CBC News Network. Formal negotiations have stopped, but Canada and American trade officials remain in contact. The next pressure point comes 2 weeks tomorrow when Ottawa plans to impose dollar-for-dollar responsive tariffs on $28 billion worth of American goods. The new U.S. tariffs on Canadian products took effect on Saturday. Good morning, I'm David Common. The new 50% American tariffs are drawing reaction on both sides of the border. Political opposition to the new tariffs spreading well beyond Washington. Leaders in Michigan, New York, Minnesota, and other border states warn the measures will drive up costs and disrupt cross-border trade for Americans. And the criticism, not just from Democrats, Republican Senator Susan Collins urging the administration to reconsider, warning families and businesses in her home state of Maine will pay more. Canada's premiers right now backing Ottawa's decision to walk away. Ontario's Doug Ford says Canada needs to fight the new U.S. tariffs dollar for dollar. Alberta's Danielle Smith doesn't see it that way, warns retaliation will raise costs for Canadians. Quebec's Christine Frechette says her province has been hit particularly hard, with the latest tariffs affecting $7.7 billion in goods from that province. The escalation in Donald Trump's trade war with Canada has people on both sides of the border worried about the long-term economic damage.
There's some pressure building in the United States. People are recognizing that there's inflationary pressure because of the tariffs and not welcoming this notion of a trade war. And so hopefully within this week, the threat of countermeasures will bring Americans back to the table and bring some more realism into the discussion.
That's Stephen DeBoer, former Canadian ambassador to the World Trade Organization. He says before the Canadian counter tariffs kick in, Mark Carney is opening the door to a possible return to the negotiating table. We know the Canada-U.S. trade minister is still in contact with Trump's top trade official, but there's no indication at this point that formal talks will resume. In the meantime, there's new polling out that suggests the vast majority of Canadians support the Prime Minister breaking off the trade talks, despite concerns about what this could mean for people's jobs. Once we have a sense of it pricing into the economy, Marianne, it could become a different story. But right now, we are seeing that polling sending a unifying message.
Yeah, you're right, because how we're feeling it now is different from how we could potentially feel it in the near future. But for now, majority of Canadians say they do back Prime Minister Mark Carney in his walking away from negotiations over the weekend, even with the 50% tariffs on Canadian exports now in effect. Let's take a look at the polling here. This is from Angus Reid polling, and it found that 76% of Canadians polled agree with those trade talks being ended. They spoke to nearly 1,500 people across the country from all 343 federal ridings, and there's a margin of error, plus or minus 2%. Meanwhile, we are also getting a sense through this poll about how Canadians are feeling about those potential job losses, David, we're talking about. 1 in 8 Canadian workers are very concerned about losing their job. 1 in 4 are concerned. A lot of anxiety as well. 25% of Canadians saying they're feeling really anxious right now. Here's Shachi Curl from the Angus Reid Institute.
Well, now you've got 3/4 of Canadians who say that the Carney government was right to walk away from trade talks on Friday night. So that is a pretty strong endorsement. And again, it really proves and demonstrates that sense of resolve and strength, and we're not going to be rolled over, wasn't just a theoretical thing that dissolved or dissipated when the crisis hit. Canadians are still very much in that, okay, we can get through this space.
The poll also found that there is much, a strong support towards the Canada's response to match those 50% tariffs dollar for dollar. David, the 62% is the finding according to the Angus Reid polling.
This is a talker, and we know that because my email here on my laptop, my phone, our general email, morninglive@cbc.ca. We're hearing from a lot of people.
Yeah, it's blowing up. There have been emails coming in not only today, but also yesterday, the day before that, ever since these developments came, even before the 50% tariffs came in. There are a lot of opinions from our viewers, so I want to take you through some of them. This one was sent in to us from Bob Lafreniere saying, history shows Canadians are resourceful, proud, and have a strong resolve to survive. He says if cooler heads prevail, hopefully this conflict will be short-lived with minimal damage. We also heard from Dave Bennett, who wrote into us this morning saying, we as Canadians must not be bullied by this administration. He says, my hope is that we shop Canadian, which includes food. We as a country import an astonishing dollar amount of produce from the U.S. Maybe we should look at Mexico for this. And don't buy anything from the United States. Finally, we also heard from Roland Pilbro saying Canadians will retaliate by buying Canadian first. I want to be honest with you. My husband and I have been since the trade war started. We both love the American people. We will not cross the border until Trump is out of business and when we feel safe and comfortable visiting the United States. David, of course, this sentiment is not new, but it seems many are digging in a little bit deeper now, given these 50% tariffs.
Absolutely. All right, Marianne, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Despite that support from Canadians, some observers say Canada's trade team could have been more flexible.
When I look at the various accounts, I could totally imagine that if Canada comes back to the table and said, look, I need you to make some more concessions, that the Americans would say, okay, here's a few more we want you to make. And then you either make them or it unravels.
Coming up, should Canada have special status when it comes to Canada-U.S. trade? We'll hear from a former deputy assistant to the Trump administration for an inside view. Canada, she argues, is to blame. That's just ahead here on CBC Morning Live.
Healthy.
Key question after Trump, too many things at once. A key question is, how do negotiations resume with such animosity? Well, that question was put just moments ago to the federal energy minister. Here is Tim Hodgson.
Look, the Prime Minister's been clear.
Our goal is to maintain the best possible trade deal with the United States. We have the best trade deal in the world right now. We have a trade deal that this president signed in his last term in office. We will continue to work as hard as we can to get to a resolution on that. We understand that this uncertainty creates anxiety for Canadians. We're not going to talk about, and we're not going to negotiate through the media. We didn't negotiate through the media when we worked with Alberta. We didn't negotiate through the media when we worked with Quebec and Newfoundland to get to the largest single investment in Canadian history, and we're not going to do it now. What the Prime Minister did very transparently was say to Canadians, we have some red lines. We have a red line on sovereignty. We will not let another nation tell us which countries we can do trade deals with. We have a red line on the fact that we are a bilingual country and that French is a founding language in this country. That is a red line. And we have a red line around competitiveness of our manufacturing sectors. We will not accept a deal which fundamentally undermines the competitiveness of our manufacturing sectors. But we will negotiate, and I want to assure Canadians, we have a Prime Minister and Minister LeBlanc and Ambassador Wiseman and Trade Ambassador Charette who are singularly focused on making sure we get the best possible deal for Canadians.
Do we have any other reporters in person who would like to ask a question? All right, that concludes our media availability today. Thank you, everybody.
All right, that is the Federal Energy Minister responding to a question about how talks can resume. Well, Donald Trump has just weighed in moments ago, going up on his social media and saying Canada has been ripping off the United States of America for years. You see the long post there. I'm going to pick apart at a few things. Very noteworthy. January 1st, 2027, Trump says tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, auto parts, steel, will be increased to 50%. So he's issuing another tariff threat. If that were actually to go ahead, it would be devastating on those sectors of the Canadian economy and the Canadian economy at large. He is saying build in the U.S. and there are zero tariffs. Canada will be treated like a state no longer. He says that Canada is one of the worst nations in the world to deal with us. They feel entitled. We don't need Canada, they need us. If you can read in the tiny writing at the very bottom there, he says they do 95% of their business with the U.S. That is not true. What is true is 75% of Canada's exports do go to the U.S. It is absolutely true that Canada relies heavily on the U.S. market, but that particular fact in the president's post is not accurate. This is one of the only the second time that he has spoken out since the talks collapsed. The first time was not as, trying to choose my word carefully here, not as enraged perhaps as we are seeing in this one. He is threatening new tariffs, 50% tariffs, January 1st of 2027. Why that date? I can't tell you. And those tariffs, he said, would be on all cars, trucks, both large and small, auto parts and steel. Of course, all of those sectors already have tariffs against them. American tariffs imposed by the Trump administration. None, though, are at the 50% level. Before President Trump went out on social media just moments ago, his top trade negotiator gave no signal that Washington is looking to restart talks. He was speaking to CNBC this morning, Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, saying there's no indication Canada can get a better deal than what was on the table when the talks collapsed.
The reality is, for a long time, we told the Canadians, here are some things where we think we can deliver you the best deal in the world. Well, you'll have preferential access over every other country into the United States, and you will be the most preferred partner. And they said, well, we actually need a better situation than that, and walked away.
The office of the Canada-U.S. Trade Minister, Dominic LeBlanc, telling CBC News he is still in touch with Greer. Greer pointing out there has been no U.S. market reaction. He says a sign of how little Canadian trade being hit with a 50% tariff matters to the American economy. He argues that Canada let politics get in the way. So too has Kellyanne Shaw, a trade advisor in the first Trump administration.
The Canadian negotiating team, they're known for being formidable. They're known for being tough. They're not always known for being the most pragmatic. And I think we saw that play out over the weekend when Canada made the decision to pull out at the 11th hour of a deal that both sides had previously effectively agreed was a good deal for both Canada and the United States. The view on this side of the border, unsurprisingly, is that the decision was driven more by emotion and politics than by the substance of what was actually in the deal.
I'm not going to argue with the notion that there is emotion riddled in this. I think in many ways Canadians feel it under attack and are responding accordingly. But there is also the suggestion out there that the terms in some ways were changed at the last second and were changed by the intervention of Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, that some of the language which had been understood a certain way was suddenly changed by the American side to a degree that was unpalatable by the Canadians. Do you have any sense of what happened at the 11th hour?
Yeah, well, I'm of the firm view there are three sides to every story. There's his side, her side, and the truth somewhere in between. But if you line up the statements coming out of both Ottawa and Washington, both sides are pointing fingers and saying that the other side made last-minute proposals, that they withdrew from agreements that they had previously made. There's a lot happening. But I can tell you from the Washington perspective, it was Canada who was raising issues they had not raised at all in the preceding weeks at the very last hours. And then after having said that they had come to an agreement, decided to withdraw, which was a decision I understand was taken at the highest level. So the U.S. believes that it was Canada who walked away, and that it wasn't anything on the U.S. side that precipitated that. So again, this perception that it was about domestic politics in Canada versus substance of the deal, which the United States was offering Canada the most generous terms they had offered any trading partner.
And yet at the same time, we now have 50% tariffs that are huge, frankly, and they will be destructive on the Canadian economy. But they are so at odds with the tariff levels that exist on nearly every other country. I mean, only China has 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs, and that is to protect the American auto sector. Why did the administration need to go to 50% tariff levels in order to try to send a message or get Canada to the table or use leverage?
So I think a couple of things to keep in mind. First of all, I agree, 50% is a very high tariff, but it is only on $20 billion worth of imports out of a $720 billion trading relationship. And the other thing to keep in mind is that Canada retaliated against the United States last year, and it took the administration a year to tee up these retaliatory measures. So this is the U.S. retaliating for Canada's retaliation. But ultimately, I think what the U.S. goal was to try to get Canada back into the fold. Canada, from a U.S. perspective, has been out in the wilderness for the better part of a year in terms of trade. This was an effort to unstick the stalemate and try to get Canada back into the CUSMA or USMCA negotiations to come up with an interim package that would resolve some of the immediate retaliatory issues, give Canada a bit of tariff relief, and then settle in for the USMCA negotiations where there was the possibility of even more tariff relief for Canadian imports.
Why do there even need to be negotiations now, given that most of the issues at play are actually covered by what we call CUSMA, what you call USMCA? We have an agreement. It's in effect for another 16 years. Why are we even in negotiations?
The negotiations are over the retaliation. It was over Canada's measures with respect to alcohol, dairy, and autos. And those are issues that the administration and the American people believe needed to be resolved as a confidence-building step for the United States and Canada to start those negotiations. But on the other side of the coin, Canada was asking for tariff relief from steel, aluminum, lumber, and automotive, which the administration was willing to give. And so it was also a confidence-building step by the United States to say, look, we will cut our tariffs too. just so we can start with a fresh, clean slate and move forward with these broader negotiations.
Okay.
But that effort was unfolded, and we'll see where we get to. But this is going to be a while. I think we need to buckle up for the next few months.
That is Kellyanne Shaw. Now, we're going to be watching Ontario today. Premier Doug Ford set to speak shortly in Hamilton. Michelle Song is at the Ontario Legislature. And Michelle, we've already heard from the federal energy minister speaking in Ontario just a short time ago, being asked about retaliation.
Yeah, David. So the minister did announce a $19 million federal investment on a facility that would create more clean clean renewable natural gas that would help Canada become this clean energy superpower, is what he says. He says he wants Canada to be more resilient when it comes to clean energy and to bolster its economy through really investing in clean energy in Canada. He spoke about just the need to diversify Ontario's economy during this volatile time.
It demonstrates just how good Canadians are at finding practical solutions to practical challenges. And it helps ensure Canada has the reliable energy needed supply to stay competitive in a changing and volatile world.
So we just heard from Premier Doug Ford. He just did an interview with the Associated Press. We are, again, as you said earlier, hoping to hear from him later this afternoon about his plan about the tariffs. But he did tell the Associated Press that he plans to cut off the U.S. from critical minerals from Ontario. And he says you won't get a grain of sand out of Ontario during this time.
All right, Michelle Song, we'll need to leave it with you there from Queen's Park. Thank you very much. We're going to return to another threat from the U.S. president coming out just a short time ago, minutes ago, in fact. Donald Trump threatening new tariffs. He is blaming Canada for the collapse of trade talks. He goes on to say that Canada's been ripping off the United States of America for years. Their ridiculously high tariffs on our farmers have made life impossible and created a $60 billion deficit between our two countries. I have no idea what he's speaking about there, but I do know what this means. On January 1st, 2027, Donald Trump saying tariffs on all cars, auto parts, and steel will be increased to 50%. Build in the U.S., and there are zero tariffs. Just to reiterate, Donald Trump and his administration have repeatedly said they want to see all U.S. cars bound for U.S. owners to be built in the United States. Right now, about 90% of the cars built in North America, that is Canada, the U.S., and Mexico, are sold and driven in the United States. They would like to see all cars built for the American market to be built in the United States. He is clearly responding, the U.S. president, to what's happening with the trade talks, but sending out another threat. One that's a long way off, I will say, January 1st, 2027, and I can't explain why that date. Certainly, they have been hearing at the White House from the auto assembly companies, the big automakers, about the impact. The industry had been so integrated prior to the second Trump administration that deintegrating it is extremely challenging. When you spend $3 billion building an auto plant, they're trying to realize their investment. But we have seen in this country shifts ended, plants going idle, and product, that is vehicles, being moved into the United States. That the result of the Trump administration's previous tariffs. He's now threatening a 50% tariff on these latest ones. All right, with that, much more coverage coming your way here on CBC News Network. We'll turn things over with a national look at our weather with Chris Murphy.
David. Thank you very much, David. We'll start in BC after that incredible storm overnight Saturday into Sunday morning on the lower mainland. Vancouver saw over a month's worth of rain in just a few hours. Merritt had 24 millimeters. Kamloops, you finally got some rain on Saturday, only a millimeter, and then another couple millimeters on Sunday. But that ended about a 50-day stretch without any rain. But there you go, Vancouver. Typically in August, you get about 36 millimeters of rain. You've had 44 millimeters, and again, the lion's share of that fell in that, 5-hour window there, Saturday evening into Sunday. Warm and dry and sunny on the coast and hot and hazy in the southern interior today. We really don't have any rain in the forecast. In fact, smoke likely going to get pushed out tomorrow to the west coast, but the interior, we're not going to get a whole lot of relief in terms of rain. We do have a low pressure system approaching Vancouver Island Wednesday afternoon. That should spill some rain to the lower mainland on Thursday, but again, not much for the interior. Multiple risks of showers and thunderstorms from the east coast to Ontario to the prairies today, where temperatures are going to be in the mid-20s for most areas, low 20s further north. We do have showers and thunderstorms continuing today and likely resuming, and could be locally severe weather in southern Manitoba. Our critical window looks to be about 6 p.m. to about 10 or 11 p.m., and there could be some large hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and even a tornado or two. And after the torrential downpours over the weekend in parts of Ontario, it's more like scattered rain showers, but it's cooler today, even lake effect showers off Lake Huron, scattered storms across Quebec. And as we take a look at the next few days in Ottawa, you'll be near seasonal values, and across the east coast today, some rain is in the forecast.
Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arthi Pol. We have full coverage on the U.S.-Canada trade war. Late Friday night, talks collapsed when Prime Minister Mark Carney rejected the proposed U.S. terms. We are expecting to hear from him at noon Eastern, and we'll bring that to you as soon as it gets underway. Right now, though, there are no more formal talks scheduled, but we are learning that Canadian negotiators are still in touch with a top U.S. trade official. And a note, we do have team coverage from both sides of the borders. Our reporters are covering all angles, getting reaction at the federal and provincial levels, and also from you about your concerns and about how a trade war will affect your pocketbook
end life. But also some breaking news to bring you. Just moments ago, U.S. President Donald Trump posted some strong language on social media about the trade war between U.S. and Canada. Here is some of what he had to say. He said Canada has been ripping off the United States of America for years. Their ridiculously high tariffs on our farmers and farm products has made life impossible for these great American patriots. He goes on to say, and it has long created a $60 billion deficit between our two countries, not sustainable and not anymore, he says in all capital letters. Okay, I do want to bring in the CBC's Chris Reyes. She was tracking more information there from the U.S. president, and we should note that he had a new tariff threat in this latest message as well, talking about new tariffs to take effect January 1st, 2027, a high rate. I'll let you go into the details of that.
Yeah. That's right, Arthi. Good morning. So if you think that the tensions between the U.S. and Canada couldn't get any more heated, here comes a brand new post on Truth Social from President Trump. And you already read the first part of it, but then let's read very carefully this new tariff threat, or what feels like a new tariff threat. It's always tricky to make sense of President Trump's post, but I want to read it verbatim. So it reads, on January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts, and steel will be increased to 50%. Worth noting, Arthi, that he does not mention CUSMA in that text, nor whether this now includes exports once protected by that deal. So if it does include products that were once protected by CUSMA, this represents a real major escalation, which represents way more questions this morning than we already had from the weekend with the breakdown of these negotiations. And then Trump ends the post in the way that he began it, with even more combative language. He writes, Canada will be treated like a state no longer on trade. And in other ways, also, they are among the worst nations in the world to deal with. They feel entitled, and yet we don't need Canada, they need us. They do 95% of their business with the U.S., and with us, the exact opposite.
And of course, that is interesting, too. And we do need to take note of the statement that he's making there, because it's actually roughly 70% of Canada's total exports that go to the United States. Historically, this figure has sort of hovered between 70 and 75%. But we know that there has been a campaign since the launch of this trade war to diversify Canadian trade as well. So just to look at that specific number. Now, Chris, we're not only hearing from the U.S. president, who this is the second time he's reacted to the breakdown in talks, but we're also hearing from Trump's top negotiator, Jamieson Greer, today. He did an interview and had some interesting comments.
That's right. So, Arthi, he insisted on U.S. networks today that the U.S. gave Canada a good deal, and that U.S. negotiators believe Canada walked away not for economic or for pragmatic reasons. Have a listen to what he said.
But we sought to accommodate the Canadians by giving them, by cutting tariffs in half on steel, on aluminum, and extensively reducing them on autos, and even on things like softwood lumber, accommodating some element of that. Things that are sensitive for the Canadians. They wanted more. I don't know if it was political for them. It certainly doesn't make economic sense, but perhaps for political reasons. They have some by-elections coming up. I don't know, but they came in and they wanted more, and we weren't prepared to do that.
And then Arthi, Greer also pointed out that the breakdown of these negotiations have not moved markets. So that's a metric that we know the Trump administration pays close attention to. And then Greer even underlined that the Canadian goods affected in this deal represent a very small percentage of Canadian imports into the country, and an even smaller percentage of U.S. consumption. So again, with a very dismissive tone there in terms of how much of a priority Canada is, and making sure that this relationship works. We also heard from a former Trump negotiator who says Canadian negotiators have a reputation for being emotional. Here's what Kellyanne Shaw said about that. Okay, and so Kellyanne Shaw is a former trade representative for the Trump administration. We don't have that clip, but she does go on to say that this is going to be a long road ahead. We understand from our control room that that clip is just coming in now, so let's have a listen to what Kellyanne Shaw said.
This was an effort to unstick the stalemate and try to get Canada back into the CUSMA or USMCA negotiations to come up with an interim package that would resolve some of the immediate retaliatory issues, give Canada a bit of tariff relief, and then settle in for the USMCA negotiations where there was the possibility of even more tariff relief for Canadian imports.
And then, Arthi, even more combative language from other top officials over the weekend. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, for example, said that sometimes it's your best friends who treat you in the worst way. I mean, I don't think it's a stretch at this point to say that this is a mess. It's hard to know where negotiations between the U.S. and Canada go at this point.
Okay, Chris, thank you for this. That is the CBC's Chris Reyes reporting for us from New York. Okay, so as we mentioned, the Prime Minister will be speaking in a couple of hours in Quebec, and we're hoping to get more information from him on why the talks broke down. And we're also hoping to learn more about what help will be provided for businesses and workers being hit by those tariffs. Let's bring in the CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian. He's in our nation's capital this morning. So Rafi, the government is promising to help businesses. What might that involve? What are we expecting to hear?
Maybe not a whole official program today, Arthi. I'm not sure that's in the books today, but we are getting a little bit of a teaser from Finance Minister François-Philippe Champagne. He was on the Radio-Canada morning radio show today. He said we should expect a program that delves both into loans as well as grants, and said small businesses really need this help. Now, he did not provide a number in terms of an overall compensation package. He did note that the government has the capacity to provide this assistance, saying that they have reduced $11 billion in the projected deficit, so that money can be used to help out in this scenario. A scenario, he said, that the government has been kind of foreseeing. He said, you know, they did not wake up this morning and decide to come up with a brand new program. They'd been anticipating that talks may not go well after all. Again, he did not get into more detail than that, but if you think back to COVID-19 and the kinds of programs you were seeing then, you might get a sense of what to expect, right? There were wage subsidy programs, rent subsidy programs to literally keep the lights on in some cases. So anything to kind of help businesses keep going. There is certainly a sense of urgency to this. Have a listen to Lisa Raitt. She's a former Conservative cabinet minister as well as a current member of the U.S.-Canada Trade Advisory Committee to the Prime Minister.
He really can't stall on that. Whoever is devising and developing these programs better have them ready to go Monday morning, because I can tell you where I work, clients are already calling and asking, what are we going to do?
Now, again, we did not get a sense of timeline from Champagne. He suggested at one point that it might be the next couple of days we'll get these official details. And then he also said it won't be in the next few hours. That being said, as you noted, the Prime Minister is up shortly, and I'm sure a lot of the questions will be around this.
And of course, there's been a lot of domestic reaction, as you've touched on as well. And the opposition is, in fact, pushing the federal government to share more about what was in the deal that was on the table. What's the likelihood of that happening here?
I would say it's a slim chance the government will do that. We have not seen in the past draft agreements on trade being released to the public for, extra scrutinization. That being said, yes, the Conservatives are saying that what we do know is not enough, right? We heard the Prime Minister talk about the U.S. government trying to exempt heavy-duty trucks from the reduced auto tariffs they were proposing. We heard there might have been an attempt to curtail Canadian cultural protections, but we don't know exactly what all of this means. The Conservatives' U.S.-Canada relations critic says, release the whole agreement. Let's have a listen to why they want.
It's incumbent on the Prime Minister to build that trust with the public and with the opposition by releasing the full text of what had been negotiated. We're not asking for secret aspects of the deal or negotiation tactics. That's not something that we want to undermine the government or Canada with, but the Canadian public deserves to know exactly what the deal was, so they should release the deal.
They got the NDP on side on this. Their leader, Avi Lewis, said that he would agree with the idea of releasing the full text of the agreement. The Conservatives are also asking for Parliament to be reconvened in advance to debate all this stuff, whether that's the programs to help businesses or this idea of finding out more about what was in the draft agreement. Let's have a listen to a trade expert we spoke to about why that may not be in the cards.
The Prime Minister's got to walk a very careful path here. He's got to say enough so that Canadians understand why our delegation walked away from the table, but he's got to say not too much so that he leaves a wide enough pathway for officials to go back to the table.
Now, given that there are no official talks scheduled, you might be surprised to hear that last part about, potential future negotiations. I will note, though, that the counter tariffs that Canada has promised are on the way are not on the way till 2 weeks from now, and that timetable, some are suggesting, is there so that the Americans kind of maybe have a second thought about breaking off talks. Whether that'll happen or not, I guess, we'll have to see.
Lots still moving here. Thank you for that, Rafi. That is the CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian in Ottawa. Okay, so we know that the premiers are also putting up a united front with the Prime Minister, but how long can that hold, especially as 3 provinces, Ontario, Quebec, and BC, take the brunt of these new tariffs that have come into effect? Let's bring in the CBC's Marianne Demain. She's been covering all of this for us over the weekend as that news broke as well. And it's interesting because in terms of the premiers, we just heard from British Columbia's premier as well. He was speaking on U.S. television. He had some interesting comments.
Yeah, he's not holding back when it comes to what he thinks about this 50% tariff. He has said over the weekend that this is a fight Canada has not asked for, but it's a fight that we will win. And just this morning, he was speaking on CNN, sharing his thoughts.
I think other countries are watching Canada's response, and I hope, we'll be following along. At some point, the rest of the world will say enough. In terms of hitting your number one customer with a 50% tariff and expecting that we wouldn't do the same is bizarre. So we will. The Prime Minister has been very clear. Tariff American company goods coming into Canada, and we will ensure that Canadians buy from other places in response to this.
BC, Ontario, and Quebec really bracing for that strong hit as a result of these tariffs. We also heard from the Premier of Quebec, who took to social media with a very quick response to this. This is part of it anyway, translated from French, saying, "Our identity is not negotiable." Now, when we look at the other provinces, we know Alberta and Saskatchewan, only about 1% of their exports to the United States will really feel the pain of these 50% tariffs. But still, we're hearing from the premiers in that area, particularly Scott Moe, the Premier of Saskatchewan. He took to social media saying the Prime Minister made the right decision to not accept an unfair and unreliable deal, and we support the Prime Minister's decision to enact dollar-for-dollar counter tariffs on targeted U.S. products.
And now, of course, when we look at the responses that have come in from all of the premiers, it is of note to see what has been said by Alberta's Premier Danielle Smith. She has taken, along with Scott Moe, to a differing degree, a different approach when it comes to tackling this U.S. trade war. What did we hear from Danielle Smith?
She's expressing disappointment. In fact, she wants Canada and the United States to renew those negotiations. So, of course, that's the big question. Will that even happen? And if so, when? For now, though, this is what she's saying on social media, sharing her thoughts over the weekend. "I am deeply disappointed that Canada and the United States have not been able to reach a trade agreement." She says Alberta has always advocated for a tariff-free relationship and will continue to do so. She says no one benefits from a trade war. Those comments, though, Arthi, despite the fact that the Prime Minister has said that the United States was offering a deal they just couldn't accept and asking for things Canada just would not give.
Okay, thanks for this, Marianne. That's the CBC's Marianne Demain joining us. So, as we've been touching on, a number of specific provinces will be among those hardest hit, including Ontario, when it comes to those new tariffs and when it comes to job losses that could precipitate as a result. Premier Doug Ford will be speaking this afternoon in Hamilton, and the CBC's Michelle Song joins us from the Ontario Legislature in Toronto with more on this. So, Michelle, what's the impact that Ontario is bracing for? And we just heard from the Minister of Energy. Tell us about that.
Yeah, Arthi. So the Minister of Natural Resources announced that the federal government is investing $19 million into a London, Ontario facility that will create more renewable gas energy. And this is about making Canada a clean energy superpower, making it more energy independent. And that is really critical during a time of economic instability. They're really trying to bolster this sector. This comes off the heels of the Churchill Falls Agreement, as we know, between Newfoundland, Labrador, and Quebec. So this is really a key industry that Ontario is really looking into to diversify its economy.
It demonstrates just how good Canadians are at finding practical solutions to practical challenges. And it helps ensure Canada has the reliable energy needed supply to stay competitive in a changing and volatile world.
So, Arthi, we are expecting the Premier to speak later today with the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Economic Development and Trade. So we are going to be watching for that. But he has been talking to media earlier today. He spoke to the Associated Press and he says he'll cut off the U.S. from critical minerals. He says you won't get a grain of sand out of Ontario. And this is pointed towards, of course, President Donald Trump. But he also said on News Talk 1010 today, he said, President Donald Trump can kiss my, and you can imagine what he just said.
And that is specifically in response, that comment that you're referencing there that was aired on News Talk 1010, an interview that he did with a radio station in Ontario, was in regards to the latest information from Donald Trump, a post where he has threatened a brand new suite of tariffs to do with the auto industry that he says would come into effect January 1st, 2027. Okay, so that is some fresh reaction there to that. What else are we hearing also from Ontario business owners?
Right. So as you mentioned, we are expecting an increase to tariffs for the steel and auto industry. Trump has just announced that. Those are the industries that have really been hurting Ontario. Those are key manufacturing industries for this province. And we spoke to a steel fastener distributor in Ontario. She says that her company has really been feeling the pain of these tariffs, these ongoing tariffs. But she says that no deal is still better than a bad deal.
I've seen in the past 6 months, many of my customers are pivoting where I saw most of their orders, most of their sales had gone last year to the U.S. I'm seeing a lot of orders going out west to BC, to Alberta.
So, Arthi, that elbows up approach, buying Canadian, is really going to be a critical strategy for Canada, but also for small and medium businesses here. Unifor, the union representing auto workers across Ontario and other parts of Canada, and it also covers different manufacturing sectors. They say that workers, people who are potentially going to lose their jobs, are really going to need protections in place. They're hoping that the government will introduce programs similar to what we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, hopefully allowing people to protect their livelihood as much as possible. So there is a lot to watch out for here in Ontario, Arthi.
Michelle, thanks for this. That's the CBC's Michelle Song at the Ontario Legislature in Toronto. So let's now take a closer look at the U.S. tariffs and their expected effects on the Canadian economy. Mark Carney is here with more on all of that and the impact specifically on different industries that are really bearing the brunt of all of this too. So let's talk about the economic impact.
Yeah, there's not a lot of consensus at this point, Arthi, amongst economists as to what the precise impact will be. But we do know the consensus is it's going to be bad regardless. And we're just talking about the latest set of tariffs. We're not even talking about the ones that are set to kick in the new year. That's a whole other can of worms that hasn't even been opened yet. But economists are predicting at least a hit to our GDP. In fact, the senior economist at BMO, Robert Kafsick, expects 0.5% to be carved off of Canadian growth. And we'll have more on his thoughts a little bit later on. But in terms of the specific provinces and the specific industries impacted, there are three main ones that we've been telling you about for some time. In Ontario, it's all about manufacturing with these latest tariffs. In Quebec, it's wood and paper products. We know, of course, they're already hurting from previous steel and aluminum tariffs. And then in BC, it's electronics. Provinces like Alberta, Saskatchewan, and the Atlantic provinces are not affected by this. But again, all of this depends on how long this goes for, how American companies react to the extra money they have to pay to import Canadian goods due to these tariffs. Do they pass it on to consumers? And if they do so, how do American consumers react? Once those effects play out, then we'll really know the true impact of things here in Canada.
Okay, so there's the economic cost and also, financial and human cost too. What in terms of job losses is being anticipated?
That's the biggie right there. A lot of economists predict that there will be quite a few jobs shed. We're talking in the tens of thousands. I've seen estimates as high as 87,000, 90,000 is what Trevor Toome, an economist who spoke to CBC News Network yesterday, is predicting. He says that it's not just all direct impact jobs either. There's a lot of trickle-down jobs that you wouldn't necessarily think of right off the bat that could be affected by this as well. Here's what he had to say.
Tariffs hitting some firms directly means fewer sales, but it also means they'll buy less from their own suppliers. And so then there are job losses elsewhere in the economy, indeed elsewhere in the country as a result of these tariffs. Nationally, about 90,000 jobs might be at risk because of these new tariffs that the U.S. has levied. And a lot of them, about 35,000, are in firms that are not directly exporting to the U.S. And so even individuals who might not realize how important sales to the U.S. are for their company.
So 90,000 jobs potentially, worst case scenario. Some of the direct job losses, the industries that would be hit include agriculture, electronics, textiles, furniture, and plastics. But the indirect, the elsewhere jobs, as he called them, suppliers, transport companies, because you don't need as many people driving this material in trucks, warehousing to store it, and wholesalers also could be impacted by this.
Now, of course, when we look at the Canadian response, part of that is these countermeasures that have been announced as well, set to take place in the next few weeks. Let's talk about the impact of those, because of course there's the tariffs on the one hand coming from the U.S. Americans pay those. When we do countermeasures, Canadians pay those.
Yes, and if they come into effect in Canada, it's the exact opposite effect of what we're seeing in the U.S., right? If Canada decides, politically it's a good, strong move, it looks like punching the bully back, but many economists say that you're just hurting your own people, as President Donald Trump is, by putting in Canadian counter tariffs. They just hurt Canadians because those costs get passed on to Canadian consumers. In fact, again, BMO senior economist Robert Kafsick says he expects about 25% of the cost of any Canadian counter tariffs to be passed on by Canadian companies to consumers, which ultimately, if you're buying those products as a consumer, makes your life even more unaffordable than things already are.
Okay, thank you for this. That is the CBC's Mark Carney reporting. Now, stay with us. Coming up, we'll have much more on those tariffs, including an interview with the President and CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. That conversation on how Canada will be affected by this latest round of American levies is straight ahead right here on CBC News Network. There is a live look to both Ottawa and Washington this hour. As we've been reporting, trade talks between Canada and the U.S. collapsed over the weekend, resulting in 50% U.S. tariffs kicking in on $28 billion worth of Canadian exports. The Prime Minister is promising retaliatory measures. They are expected to take effect on September 8th. Meanwhile, Trump is threatening to raise tariffs on vehicles, automotive parts, and steel to 50% starting next year. That message just coming in this morning. We're going to hear again from Canada's Prime Minister today at noon Eastern, and we'll be taking that live when he begins speaking as well. We are keeping a close watch for any reaction coming out of the United States. So as we mentioned, Mark Carney and Minister Dominic LeBlanc briefed the Advisory Committee on Canada-U.S. economic relations on Canada's next steps. So for more on that, we've now reached Candice Lang. She's a member of that committee and also the President and CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much for making time for us today.
Of course. Good to see you, Arthi.
So let's start with that briefing that you had with the Prime Minister, with the minister responsible. How did that conversation go? What more do you understand about why talks broke down?
Yes, well, we had the opportunity to have a bit of discussion on that and then also turn our attention to what next in terms of managing the impacts of the new tariffs. But I think one thing that I came away with that conversation with was, okay, we know now we gave a great good faith attempt at getting to the table to stabilize the relationship, bring the temperature down, have a constructive conversation so we can move on and move through to broader discussions, including the CUSMA review. But Arthi, I think where we find ourselves is where we feared we would be when the U.S. at the beginning of this trade saga came out with their trade policy, which was in fact, we will tariff all countries, unfortunately, including Canada, who we have a robust trade agreement with, and demand things in return for the reduction of said tariffs. So the sentiment really of you'll do what we say versus let's agree to what's acceptable to both parties was definitely a sentiment I came away with, both from the Prime Minister's briefing that day and our discussion at the Advisory Committee.
And now I also wanted to get your reaction, too, from this latest information we're getting from the U.S. president that he posted online that he's threatening more tariffs against Canada. January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts and steel will increase to 50% on that day, specifically naming Canada, of course, in that message. What do you make of this latest threat as things continue to escalate between these two countries and that effect that it's having also on Canadians and businesses here?
Well, on the one hand, in fact, I'm surprised it took 3 days to see that sort of post come out from the administration. I now worry that post, which needs its own fact check process, and we'll see what comes of that. But I worry it will distract from what really is the task today, which is getting ready and preparing for managing the impacts of the new onset of these 338 tariffs. And that, in fact, was our focus right through the weekend, and getting ready for the business supports that will need to be in place to support the smaller and more medium-sized businesses that now no longer have the CUSMA carve-out to rely on and are facing these 50% tariffs.
We know we are expecting to hear, as we've been discussing, from the Prime Minister later on today at about noon Eastern time. So I'm wondering what you're expecting will come from that. It sounds like these were part of the discussions that you had a chance to have with the Canadian government officials over the course of the weekend. What sort of new supports might we see?
Yes, and that is the focus. So we don't expect in the short term to see a pathway back to the table. That will be more probably in the medium term. So our focus right now is on the business supports that need to be put in place most quickly and efficiently as possible. So we talked about that on Saturday at the advisory committee, how the Canadian Chamber of Commerce and all our local chambers of commerce and boards of trade across the country stand ready to help with that effort and have in fact been asked to help with that effort. Part of the trickiness around getting these business supports with these new 338 tariffs is the impacts are much more specific and widely varied than a full-on sectoral tariff. So the ability to localize and get those supports through and to the businesses that need them most quickly has been our focus over the past 2 days. And I expect we'll see the details come out publicly of that. The Prime Minister shared some of those on Saturday, but the details have been the primary focus of the government, and our team met with Minister Jolie yesterday. Minister Jolie was very busy through the weekend meeting with the business community.
Very finally, and I know that we'll get more details on that support shortly, I do want to ask you what you're hearing from your members, from Canadian businesses now facing brand new tariffs when it comes to shipping to the U.S.
Yes, it's interesting. We spent a lot of the weekend digesting everybody's reactions, and a good extent of the Canadian business community is, in fact, in the same place as Canadians. That, looking at what was on the table, suggestions that we might limit our free trade agreements with other countries, that's not great for business. And then this overall sense of, was there reliability and certainty going to come out of a deal like this? Or were we at risk of additional tariffs being slapped on or put out at the whim of who knows what rationale? So I think the business community is prepared at this point to settle in. And our focus, of course, is on those business supports needed to address these impacts that are now facing us for an unknown period of time.
Candice, I want to thank you for this. We appreciate your time today, and of course, we'll wait to learn more details of those supports. That is Candice Lang. She is the President and CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce and a member of the Prime Minister's Advisory Committee on Canada-U.S. Economic Relations. Thanks again. Now, of course, stay with us. We've got lots of coverage all day on the collapse in trade talks and what it means for you. Coming up, we'll get reaction too from Robert Cooperman, a former chief economist for both the World Trade Organization and the U.S. International Trade Commission. That conversation is coming up right here on CBC News Network. Stay with us. Okay, I do want to take you now to Montreal, where, as you can see, Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet is speaking, of course, in response to what we've seen over the course of the past few days, the collapse of trade talks between Canada and the U.S. Let's listen.
In the midst of this trade dispute that is quite perturbing after President Trump's odious behavior and has an impact on the Quebec and Canadian economy, on the basis of going quickly, to act quickly rather, and to not simply announce vague intentions. Let's remind each other that in the hope of setting out favorable negotiating conditions, the Prime Minister of Canada made a series of concessions before the beginning of the trade negotiations, not only agreeing to not impose some quarter tariffs, even eliminating quotas with regards to electric vehicles or emission standards, also having abandoned all form of fiscal and investment contribution of online streamers, Netflix, Disney, Primes of the world, and a series of concessions that were made, and one was the accepting of the American principle of supply management. Unfortunately, all these concessions were not sufficient for the U.S. president, who has threatened 50% tariffs on $28 billion worth of Canadian Quebec goods. Next, this was followed with a hurried negotiation. Dominique Leblanc spent a lot of time in Washington and then came back with what seemed to be the result of the negotiation to present it to the Council of Ministers. During Mr. Greer, I believe, was doing the same thing with Mr. Lutnick and the President. Quebec and the provinces said no. They said no. In Quebec's case, more likely because there was nothing that would reestablish the necessary rules with regards to fiscal participation for culture, and also threats and demands with regards to the French language and in the labeling of products was an issue, because we did not know, and we still don't know, what was being provided or what was being offered for aluminum, and what was happening to processed aluminum, which is, and products that contain aluminum are subject to a 25% tariff. And obviously, forestry, 45% tariffs, and nothing led us to believe that the 10% countervailing duties would be reduced. And so Quebec, for all these reasons, was saying no. And for other reasons, the Canadian provinces were saying no as well. Mr. Leblanc went back to Washington, and it seems that other demands, worse demands, were added at the last minute, making it so that Canada could not accept, given that the provinces were refusing, and things were added at the last minute. And so these tariffs have been imposed, and there we are today. I'd like to say that we have a tendency to hear that Donald Trump saved Quebec, its identity, and saved us from a terrible agreement. And I think it's the opposite. It's the refusal of Quebec and provinces that did make it so that there was no possible agreement. And that's actually a good thing, because it will allow us to reestablish a position of strength. In the meantime, I think that everyone in Quebec also has to lend a hand to the Prime Minister of Canada. His duty is to rebuild a strong position reinforced by provinces, and that will be a consensus between all parties at the House of Commons. I will have a call with the Prime Minister tomorrow morning. I would like to present to you some proposals that we've already made and that we are reiterating, that were already in our 2025 election campaign. We believe at the Bloc that we need to deploy counter tariffs to the extent that these new tariffs are being imposed, but also the previous tariffs that were imposed by the Trump administration, and that would try to minimize the inflationary effect for products where there is a Quebec and Canadian alternative. So yes, we are talking about dollar for dollar tariffs, and we should reserve the entirety of the sums collected for businesses and sectors affected by former and current tariffs imposed by the Trump administration. We have to use this money in order to implement a certain number of programs. A program inspired by CERB during the pandemic. Also, this leads to liquidity problems that non-reimbursable. So revenue that will come from the tariffs will create a revenue that could be offered to the businesses, and it cannot be needing to be reimbursed. Also, we have to find better export markets with new products. We have to support productivity, and we have to support processing on the Canadian and Quebec territory, processing of our own natural resources rather than exporting out the value added. Given the failure of this negotiation, we have to restore the digital services tax of 3% and the 15% contribution to the creation of Quebec and Canadian content that the CRTC had the authority to impose to online streaming services, the Netflix, Primes of the world, Disney's, for example. Re-establish control regulations for greenhouse gases and also quotas for electric vehicles. And also I believe that we should suspend, to be coherent in our approach during this conflict, any procurement contracts, especially in the military sector, especially the suspension of the purchase of F-35s while maintaining military investments, because we do have commitments with regards to alliances other than the United States who maintain investments, especially in Bagotville. And we have to suspend help to the oil and gas sector. Most of the shareholders of the Canadian West of oil and gas companies are Americans. Remind ourselves that 90% of the oil is purchased by Americans. And let's remind ourselves that the oil in the Canadian West is not subject to tariffs by the Trump administration. So we have possible revenues, and we can push back some expenses that are actually funding support to businesses during this trade conflict. This is the month, during the next few months, or at least during the next few months, trade talks will resume. And so here we're talking about state expenditures that would be directed, funded by revenue brought in through counter tariffs. On the basis of these proposals, we have what we need so that Quebec and also Canadian provinces will be able to withdraw while waiting to have healthy and rational trade negotiations with the U.S. administration. There cannot be any delay. We have to immediately act, because what the Quebec economy needs, above all, is to know that something will be quickly deployed for businesses and that they will be able to remain operational in acceptable conditions for their survival. Thank you.
Absolument.
Absolutely. I don't think things happen exactly as we were told. When Quebec was saying that either for forestry, supply management, the art sector, language sector, this is just not happening. And if more was being added, it made no sense to impose these 50% tariffs. Canada doesn't have a choice, has to say, okay, negotiations will be suspended. So this is a provincial initiative, more than a heroic act done by Mark Carney to save the Quebec identity and culture. But to leave the table, yes. Now he's announcing 50% in the automobile sector for 2027. How far should we go with counter tariffs? Well, I think that we have to follow what happens with tariffs and counter tariffs, but I don't think that we can work on tariffs that work in all sectors. We have to target products for which there is an alternative. There's a large amount of products that are imported from the U.S. that exist locally. In the food sector, that's an example. So we have to make sure that the tariffs have the least inflationary impact as is possible. And so we need to preserve our purchasing power, and people who are going to spend money, seasonal workers, retired people, we have to increase their revenue. And so this comes back to consumer behavior and the economy. And with regards to the 50% tariffs on cars, I think that this will be confronted with reality. The automobile industry in the U.S. is intimately integrated with the Ontario automobile sector. So it shouldn't become a pretext to say, oh, well, you know, Canada doesn't exist. Well, I don't think that. I think it's really a temper tantrum. Could you answer in English?
Oh, that's quite a challenge. I believe that this announcement by Mr. Trump that he considers adding 50% tariffs on car industry and cars built in Canada is, I don't know how to translate coup de gueule, but it's mean words intended to intimidate and that do not take into account the fact that U.S. car industry and Ontario car industry are intimately interrelated, and somebody will have to tell him. And I wouldn't want that to become the reason for everything to be oriented toward Ontario, because without automobile car industry in Ontario, there's no Canada. There are 155,000 jobs in the car industry in Canada. There are 192,000 jobs in the oil and gas industry in Canada. And there are 200,000 jobs in the forest and lumberwood industry in Canada. So everything has to be taken into account.
Bonjour, Marc-Antoine Nunez pour TVA Nouvelles.
TVA Nouvelles. Mr. Poilievre is asking that Parliament be reconvened. What do you think? I think that to reconvene Parliament would be an excellent way of putting on the table the proposals that I've just presented. I'm never against recalling Parliament, especially during a crisis that has been provoked here by the American president. So we're not against that. What seems more important, and I hope to learn more about this tomorrow morning, is that the leaders at the House of Commons should be informed of what happened during the negotiations and what are the future intentions of the government. What exactly was found in this agreement that Quebec and provinces, generally speaking, rejected, and what did the U.S. try to add at the last minute so that it become totally unacceptable, and I'm not doubting that at all. You've referred to this a bit. To what extent do you think that the French language was part of the U.S. demands? Do you think this was used to gain for political gain? I've had discussions with two former American ambassadors on this issue of some economic sectors in the U.S. who don't like Bill 96, and they said we will respect the Quebec law. During Hoekstra's time, it's a bit more uncertain with regards to labeling of products, and so they are trying to bend the will of the entire world to what Donald Trump wants. So if they can put a sticker in Italian for a product sold in Italy, they can do the same for Quebec. Canadian Press, I noticed that you asking for immediate measures. Mr. Carney has already announced that he would specify his intentions on September the 8th. Do you think something should be done before? Yes, I think that before September the 8th, he's going to start to announce measures. We had to say, okay, think about this, and I had to say what I had to say more quickly. And one of the more immediate problems is the huge feeling of uncertainty. And there was a lot in the news this morning. A lot of businesses don't know what they're going to be facing. And so we have to be able to tell them, we will have measures. We will have measures to help that will not have to be reimbursed, especially in sectors that will be affected the most, so that business owners will have a feeling of security, and also the workers throughout Quebec and Canada. That is essential, and it can't wait. And the measures that we're putting on the table, we have been suggesting this since 2025. They're funded by what we do, and we seek to provide a sense of safety. And according to the businesses, we should orient the activities differently. We should use a compensation to keep the access to the U.S. market. Well, with regards to the F-35s, to what point is it possible to suspend these investments, given that we do have commitments? Well, you know, when the partner doesn't care at all, doesn't keep their agreements, doesn't keep their word, we don't really have to do what they want us to do. And there are alternatives to the F-35s. And so NATO's not just North America, it's also Europe, and conversations have been had. And we can presume that if there were Gripens, Gripens could be deployed outside the North American continent. Thank you. Good morning. Now, with tariffs and counter-tariffs, and Mr. Trump repeating that he's going to add more tariffs, well, do you think we should respond dollar for dollar? But at some point, don't you fear that escalation with Quebec, that Quebec will lose out if we start responding dollar for dollar? Well, the dollar for dollar response is the quantitative part of the answer. $28 billion worth of Canadian goods that are being tariffed. That doesn't mean that we should tariff the same goods. I was mentioning this earlier. We can tariff products for which there are Canadian alternatives. Products that have domestic alternatives in Quebec and Canada, something we produce ourselves, from the food services sector to sweaters. So these possibilities need to be explored so that we will have the least inflationary effect possible. And this money should be, well, in the past it was not always the case, but it has to be sent to businesses. And we cannot be offering credit to businesses. And then you can ask the
We have
the
been
Chambers
listening
of
into
Commerce
Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet as he was reacting to the collapse in trade talks between Canada and the United States. Blanchet focused mainly on what we've heard were some unfavorable measures for Canadian negotiators, specifically with respect to Quebec, its industry and culture, French language and content with digital services from U.S. companies and bilingual labeling, protections for the dairy supply management system, and also, of course, existing tariff tariffs on steel and aluminum. He did say notably that Quebec must lend a hand to the Prime Minister to continue to support provinces, and that he'll be speaking with Mark Carney tomorrow. I want to bring in the CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian. He was listening in to those remarks. He joins me now. We also heard fresh reaction from Blanchette about that new threat from Donald Trump about new 50% tariffs in the auto sector to take effect in January.
Yeah, he called them mean words by the president, Arthi. He seemed unclear on whether or not they will actually be implemented. And then he said, you know, the auto industry is not the only industry in Canada. He said, of course, this would greatly impact Ontario if it did go through, but he went through jobs numbers of other sectors in the country, touching on oil and gas in Alberta and the forestry sector, which is, of course, a big deal in his province, Quebec, but also in British Columbia, in Ontario as well. I heard him say he has a call with the Prime Minister tomorrow. I imagine that all opposition leaders will be briefed by the PM at some point. We know that Mark Carney said that something to that effect when he was leaving Parliament Hill on Saturday. He told some of our colleagues on his way out that he'll be talking to the opposition leaders either today or Tuesday. I'm not sure if that'll be sort of a group briefing of everyone or if he's doing one-on-one calls with each leader, but I suspect that is in part some of the pressure on him to be transparent with what went down. We heard Blanchet as well say that he is in agreement with the idea of Parliament reconvening earlier, which is something the Conservatives are asking, but he, you know, the emphasis for him is finding out more on exactly what went wrong to scuttle the deal, what were the sort of the no-goes for Canada. And I thought it was interesting, given that we are in a context where there are by-elections in a few days, including in Quebec, where the Bloc Québécois is hoping to be competitive in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I thought it was interesting for Blanchet to say that, you know, this was not a heroic act by Mark Carney to pull back on the deal. It was pressure from the provinces. I mean, it is true that Manitoba's Walt Canoe, for example, was out last week saying, you know, if it were up to him, he would not agree to a deal. This was prior to the deal's cancellation or it not going through in its current form. We heard from Quebec Premier Christine Fréchette slightly more nuanced language, I would say. She was saying, you know, she spoke to the Prime Minister a couple of times. She got some answers to the questions she had, and then she would then be reflecting on what those numbers meant for the province of Quebec. And then notably from Ontario Premier Doug Ford, last week we were getting silence, which perhaps spoke volumes about what was in this deal, because Ford himself was perhaps the most vocal of critics of the American administration in the last few months among provincial and territorial premiers.
Rafi, thank you for this. That is the CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian in Ottawa. And of course, we continue to track provincial reaction to the collapse in trade talks. And I want to take you to Fredericton for that now, where New Brunswick's Premier Susan Holt is speaking and reacting. Let's listen.
New Brunswickers have been clear. They don't want our province to make concessions or compromise who we are or the value of what we produce in the face of a deal that isn't fair or in our best interests. We want the best deal for New Brunswickers, not just any deal, and certainly not a bad deal. You cannot negotiate a fair deal when the other side keeps changing the terms right up until the last minute. And we know that New Brunswickers expect us to stand up for our workers, for our entrepreneurs, for our businesses, and our province at this time. And that means walking away from a bad deal and taking action. New Brunswickers have already shown fierce loyalty to our province and to the incredible products that we produce. And now is the time for us to double down. Every dollar we spend supporting New Brunswick businesses helps keep someone in our province working and helps strengthen our economy. Les Néo-Brunswickois ont été clairs.
New Brunswickers have been clear. They don't want an agreement with compromises or concessions to the U.S. We want the best possible agreement for New Brunswickers, but not just any agreement. It's impossible to negotiate a fair agreement when the other side changes things at the very last minute. New Brunswickers expect for us to defend our entrepreneurs, our businesses, our business owners, and our values and identity. This means that we're withdrawing from a bad agreement. New Brunswickers have already shown great confidence with regards to Canadian and New Brunswick businesses, and more than ever, we have to double down. Each dollar that we spend can support a job, a New Brunswick business, and can contribute to keeping someone in their job in our province and to reinforce our economy. This is more important than ever.
Businesses need certainty, and they need to know the rules of today. Our government is working, New Brunswick is working as part of Team Canada to ensure that we have the strongest economy possible, to ensure that we are building new relationships with partners around the world that want what New Brunswick has to offer: our critical minerals, our incredible food and fish, our potatoes, our blueberries, our apples, our wood products, our defense expertise, our cybersecurity, world leadership. We have what the world wants, and New Brunswick and Canada are out there building the relationships that will see us establish greater independence from the U.S., and we will always protect our country's sovereignty and independence and the threats that we're facing from the U.S. today. On va travailler, et on travaille aujourd'hui pour des nouvelles relations économiques autour du monde. On sait que c'est important de protéger notre souveraineté et notre indépendance. On le fait par vendre ce qu'on a.
We have what the world wants. We have critical minerals. We have agricultural products, potatoes, blueberries, many agricultural products, seafood products. Our independence depends on these. New Brunswick will do a lot of work in order to broaden our economy and to reduce our dependency on the U.S. at a moment where they don't want us to be independent. This is the work that we will continue to do because New Brunswick does have natural resources, energy resources, and much more to offer Canada and the rest of the world.
The world needs natural resources, energy products. We have what Canada wants, and we are ready to provide those to secure our growth and our independence. Thank you.
Et nous allons maintenant procéder aux questions des journalistes. Vous avez le droit de poser votre question dans la langue officielle de votre choix. We will now proceed with questions from the media. You have the right to pose your question in the official language of your choice. We will now start with Adam Harris from Post Media.
Premier, thanks for taking our questions. You said very little in the aftermath of what was last Wednesday's virtual meeting between the premiers and the Prime Minister on what was then a pending trade deal. Was taking off the 10% of Section 232 tariffs for softwood not enough for you to support a deal? Was the framework of a deal ever acceptable to you? Why or why not?
The deal that was described back last Wednesday sounded very interesting and very positive and encouraging for New Brunswickers. So we had given our commitment of support to Prime Minister Carney that should that be the deal on the table, that New Brunswick was willing to be part of Team Canada. We saw what was going to be the best deal in the world become even better with the elimination of tariffs on strategic sectors, the reduction of tariffs, I should say, on strategic sectors, the removal of the 10% tariffs on softwood lumber. So we were supportive of that deal. And unfortunately, the people we were negotiating with weren't consistent in holding up their end of the bargain and introduced things that crossed a line for New Brunswick and for Canada and turned it into a deal that we absolutely could not support.
Thanks. Just a follow-up. Donald Trump just threatened more tariffs on Canada, stating the U.S. doesn't need Canada. On Saturday, Mark Carney noted the U.S. reliance on energy, crude oil, natural gas, electricity. My question is, what should retaliation against the United States include, and what shouldn't it include?
Right now, we're working with the Prime Minister and our federal counterparts to come up with the most strategic and targeted retaliatory tariffs possible, something we've been through before. As Team Canada, we want to see the largest impact on the U.S. with the smallest impact on New Brunswick and on Canada. So picking those things that are going to be irritants to them, picking the things that might get us back to the table to get to that place that we want to be with a renewed CUSMA renegotiation and review happening, and with the reduction of tariffs on the things that matter to Canadians. So I think we want to see something targeted. I think we need to see something that is going to hit them where it hurts and have an impact. And then we are going to need to provide supports on the federal side and on the provincial side to counterbalance the negative impact of those tariffs at home.
Thank you. Jacques Poitras, CBC.
Hi, good morning. I think you said this morning that you were working on more tailored supports for employers and workers affected by these latest tariffs. Can you just give more detail on what that is and what the cost might be on to your budget?
New Brunswick has a tailored system of supports today. Opportunities New Brunswick and their team of representatives, as well as the team at Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labor at Working New Brunswick, really tend to build their programs around the business or the worker that's in front of them. And so we give them the flexibility to offer the tools, whether it's retraining support or income support, whether it's productivity support or the kind of loans that can help the company get through this challenging period. So that flexible model is one that we have long believed in. Our government knows that we're not a one-size-fits-all province, and every business is unique. And so we tailor the supports to that business or to that worker's needs. The volume of funds that are available, we do have funds that we earmarked for things like tariff relief and things like trade support. And so we're going to have to reevaluate those funds in the face of these new 50% tariffs on about $112 million of export that New Brunswick does to the U.S. And make sure that we have the appropriate supports to provide while leveraging the $25 billion fund that the federal government has put in place to also help support through this period of this prolonged trade war.
My follow-up question, just going back to Adam's question on the electricity, you say you want to have something that inflicts the most pain on Americans and not here. The Prime Minister has said that this is going to be painful for Canada to stand firm. So what is your pain threshold for New Brunswick in this? And at what point does a more drastic step become necessary?
And that's a tricky question to answer, Jacques. What is our pain threshold? I mean, we are talking about people's livelihoods. We are talking about people's jobs, businesses they have built from the ground up, from scratch, to now being thriving enterprises of 10 or 50 or 100 people that are going to see serious impacts to their operation and to their employment. And that's painful for individuals, and it's painful for our province to see that kind of negative economic hit. It has a ripple effect because as businesses struggle and as workers struggle, that then diminishes the amount of funds that we have to provide support services and to invest in the kinds of things that New Brunswickers want to see: our healthcare system, our education system, our roads and infrastructure, and more. So there isn't a magical number of once we hit this amount of pain, then things switch. The government is constantly connecting with our economic actors and with New Brunswickers to determine how much of that pain we can relieve, how much our federal partners can relieve, and how we minimize to every extent possible the impact on New Brunswick while using the tools that will spur the U.S. to action and to come back to the table with the kind of fair and equitable deal that New Brunswickers would be proud to sign.
Thank you. Hanomansing, CTV.
Morning, Premier. I'm wondering, in terms of the U.S. tariffs, do you have a number of how much this will cost New Brunswick in terms of jobs or revenue, and also whether the reciprocal tariffs will have an impact on New Brunswick's economy?
Mm-hmm. Right now, our forecast is that the 338 tariffs, the new 50%, impacts $112 million of New Brunswick's exports to the U.S., which is about 0.8% of our total exports to the U.S. We don't yet have a direct correlation to a jobs figure, but we do know that these impacts are going.
We have been listening in there to Susan Holt, of course, the Premier of New Brunswick, and apologies for the technical issues that we were having there with bringing you all of that press conference and her full response. But we did get a good portion of how she is reacting to the collapse in those trade talks between Canada and the U.S. I do want to bring in the CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian, who's essentially my co-host for the hour. He's joining us from Ottawa because we have so much reaction coming in that I want to break down with you. She's talking about walking away from a bad deal, specifically here, doubling down in terms of buying Canadian, and even talking energy too.
Yeah, everyone wants to have their say this morning, Arthi, so I guess we're just going to keep hearing from different folks. Susan Holt coming out and indeed talking about not wanting to sign on to a bad deal. I did find it interesting that she got asked about, well, what was in the deal that you did hear about, right? Like last week when it looked like Canada was about to sign on, because I guess she had not been one of the more vocal premiers about that. And she said that what did appear in the agreement as presented by the Prime Minister to that table of provincial and territorial premiers, well, she was okay with it. She would have been ready to give a nod of approval to that, but that whatever happened since then has convinced her that this would not be a good deal for New Brunswick, for Canada as a whole. She also provided some numbers there toward the end, right before we got to that little glitch. She did talk about how she expected these new Section 338 tariffs, so the ones that came into effect after this talk collapsed, they would have an impact of about $112 million worth of goods on New Brunswick's economy, or 0.8% of exports from the province to the U.S. She said they don't have a number for jobs that would be impacted yet. So there are still some questions she's trying to figure out the answer for. Something else she was not able to answer was when our colleague Jacques Poitras asked her about what is the pain threshold for New Brunswick in terms of, what can they support, right? If we get into a complete escalation scenario of counter-tariff versus counter-tariff, she essentially said she does not have an answer to that question. I'm sure that's something her government must be thinking about, something each government must be thinking about in this country right now, but not ready to take that one on yet.
Okay, Rafi, thanks for this. Your co-hosting duties continue because we are now taking our viewers to Montreal to listen in to the federal finance minister. We'll be joined by Rafi after, but let's again listen to Minister François-Philippe Champagne.
Bonjour, merci d'être là. Vous savez,
hello, and thank you for being here. We've informed you during the developments over the weekend. This morning, I participated on different shows, and people are understanding the message. Enough is enough. At some point, you have to say that enough is enough. People saw that we defended the French language. We defended the protection of Quebec culture. We protected our economic sovereignty, and that is the essence of being masters in our own house, is to say enough is enough, and we're being confronted with a partner who, in a certain sense, is using economic integration that we've had for decades now as a lever rather than having it be a pillar of a win-win partnership. And so it's clear that people have realized that America has changed. And we've done what we needed to do. And so now we need to pivot. We need to pivot to say we're going to be there for workers, for businesses. We will be there for industry. And the Prime Minister was very clear. He gave us clear directives. He said we will provide what we need to provide for as long as it takes. The good news is that we are in a position of strength. Canada has the fiscal capacity to do this. We have the second strongest economic growth of the G7 countries. We have a very good credit rating. And so, as you know, we had already talked about different scenarios that might happen, and we're ready. A lot of people listening to us this morning, SMEs, business owners, workers, people are concerned. Our message is that we will be there for you. We've seen similar periods where there is a trade conflict that has an impact on small and medium-sized businesses, but we will be there to support you. We're going to focus on Plan A. Plan A was always to build one strong Canadian economy, to remove internal trade barriers. This will allow us to increase our GDP. And then we have to see how we can diversify our markets. This week, I will host India's Minister of Finance, the fifth largest economy in the world. And building Canada strong also means to invest in large projects. The greatest news story last week was the Churchill Falls announcement, and that is the second page, James. And so this shows that Canada is doing great things. We're able to invest, we have capacity, we're a strong and sovereign country. And in this situation, we are going to double down with our partners in the provinces. I will have a minister, an FPT, finance ministers meeting that will happen. Also, I will discuss with the presidents of the large banks, and I will meet with other economic actors here in Montreal, with Quebec Inc., to see how they can mobilize. The greatest strength that we have is our purchasing power. Each of us can decide to buy Canadian. I do it when I go to the grocery store. I know that many of you do the same. It's the same thing for our small and medium-sized businesses, municipal and provincial governments. And why not mobilize Quebec Inc. to say we can buy at home? Buying local, buying Canadian, in order to face this commercial threat. This will have an impact on workers, industries, businesses. But I have a lot of confidence because Canada is able to face this situation. We have been prudent. In our last economic statement, we showed a deficit that wasn't as high. We do have fiscal capacity, and we have fiscal rigor, and this will serve us today to face this situation. So I was pleased to meet with stakeholders in different settings, stakeholders in finance, different chambers of commerce, and honestly, I leave with the idea that when we are united, we are unstoppable. We're stronger together, and this was the message today. People are ready to roll up their sleeves, to work with our provincial partners, to work with different industries in the country, and we will be there for workers, families, and industry. And so I will welcome any questions.
Donc en 2027, là, en janvier prochain, ça pourrait toucher l'acier, ça va toucher les Québécois. Mais tout de suite, vous connaissez comme moi le premier ministre ontarien, M. Ford, qui est assez bouillant, devrais-je dire. Lui a dit qu'il faudrait envisager peut-être de couper l'électricité. Vous avez évoqué Churchill Falls il y a à peine une minute. Est-ce que le Québec, vous pensez, devrait, comme l'Ontario, brandir la menace de coupure d'électricité envers nos voisins américains?
Écoutez, s'il y a une chose que j'ai appris, qu'on a tous appris,
one thing that I've learned, and we've all learned, is to go forward step by step and to carefully look at the facts for what they are. People have understood that we are going through a very volatile time. Things are very complicated. A lot of statements are being made. And so We prefer to take things one step at a time. We don't want to escalate. I've never met a Quebecer or a business owner who tells me, oh, we didn't choose this, but they all say, okay, we're going to face it because we're sovereign and we're strong. And when a trade partner is exploiting economic integration, rather than using it as a pillar for a win-win accord, this does send a very clear message throughout the world. So it's not surprising that you see that other countries in the world want to trade with Canada. A very important currency right now is trust. Canada offers stability and is a trusted partner, and so our Asian partners want to deal with Canada. The same thing with our European partners, and that is why the trade diversification agenda set forward by the Prime Minister is very logical today. When I look at India's Minister of Finance, who already wanted to come to Canada and is coming here, it sends a message. Canada has what the world wants. And I'm very confident because we are attracting a lot of talent. We have strong industry here. We're able to build a plane. We're able to build many things. We can build ships, and we have critical minerals. We have an abundance of energy. If you look at Churchill Falls, it's a second James Bay. And this should be amazing for the young people listening. It's a type of renewal for Quebec. Many workers will be hired, and now with the free trade agreement that has been struck with other G7 countries, it's very clear that we're making headway. We don't want escalation, but it's also clear that the message that we're sending out to Canadians is that we're going to support you. We have the fiscal capacity to face the situation, and we will continue to focus on what we can control. That is to build one strong economy at home. I will go ahead step by step. Maybe it's wisdom. It's better not to comment on every single comment that is made from elsewhere, because that can bring us where we don't really want to go. We don't want to impose counter tariffs, but I said, okay, if our American partners are imposing tariffs and I don't respond, well, then it creates an unfair advantage. So the idea is that the best thing that we can do as citizens, as businesses, well, and this is why I want to mobilize Quebec Inc. I was in Montreal today, and so buy locally, we do that. And if we do this, the 28 billion of products subjected to tariffs, we can substitute this with Canadian and Quebec products. So our purchasing power is important. Our consumer decisions are important. So we're going to mobilize our colleagues, our SMEs, as I was saying, with the different ministers in the provinces and territories today. This will be one of the subjects that I am going to raise. The Prime Minister was clear. We will do what we have to do for as long as we have to do it. We're looking at loans and other options. We want to keep liquidities within businesses. We know that small and medium-sized businesses will be affected, especially in Quebec, Ontario, and BC. And history has shown us that the best way to proceed is to make sure that people keep their jobs. So we will have programs to try to create a bridge. One day, these trade relations will stabilize, will be more predictable, and we want things to happen quickly. We want it to be simple, and we need agility or flexibility. So we need rapidity, simplicity, and agility. So if you're a small or medium-sized business, you don't necessarily have the time to fill out forms, to provide all the reports. Of course, we're going to do this in a rigorous fashion and a fiscally responsible fashion, but always recognizing that the programs that we're going to create with the different ministers, that we want to make sure that it will be accessible to small and medium-sized businesses. And that is why I was meeting with economic stakeholders in Quebec. They're going to help us also. And this is going to help people to face the situation. Unity. People are ready to roll up their sleeves. People understand that we stood strong and that people know that masters in our own home, that's what it means. When we say masters in our own home, you say enough is enough. This is not acceptable. And so we go back to Plan A. We'll always be open to discuss with our partners, but we're going to focus on what we can control ourselves. And I'm confident because what I see from my colleague in the business community is that people are saying, okay, we understood the message, it's clear, and we're going to support you. And our Quebec colleagues, the Quebec government colleagues said, yes, we're going to do our part. And I've heard the same message when I spoke with different financial institutions. Everyone is prepared to do their share. And so we will announce measures very, very soon.
Is the government looking at direct support to workers affected by the tariffs and retaliatory measures? And is the government planning for the possibility we'll have to keep any support in place for years until at least the end of the Trump administration?
Well, listen, first of all, let me just say, just as an opening statement, I think what Canadians have seen is that at some stage you have to say enough is enough. You have to say, you know, Canadians have seen that we stood up. We stood up for our languages, we stood up for culture, we stood up for our economic sovereignty. And this is the essence, what we say in French, maître chez nous, that we say our destiny is in our own hands. We're going to be master of our own destiny. The Prime Minister has chartered the course. Canadians understand this is Plan A. Plan A has always been to build a strong Canadian economy, to remove inter-provincial trade barrier, to diversify our economy, and to do big things in this country. You know, this is a country which used to do big things. Just think about Churchill Falls. This is a second James Bay. This is 70 billion. This is 20,000 workers. And I think that what I've seen in the polls and people who stop me, people are proud to be Canadians today. We're a proud nation. We're a strong nation. We're a sovereign nation. And I think it sends a message to the world when you have your a close economic partner who basically wants to use the economic integration as a leverage in a negotiation as opposed to a basis to have a win-win situation. I think it sends a message and it makes people reflect. It's clear that America has changed, but on our side of the border, we'll do what we have to do. We have reminded our colleagues, you know, we buy more from the United States than China, Japan, and the UK combined. We're the largest client of the United States. 2/3 of the states of the United States have Canada as their first export market. So the position when I go in Washington has always been a decision on one end of the border would have an impact on both. To your question more specifically, we've been very clear. It's two things. First, liquidity for businesses, so both in terms of contribution and loans, and at the same time, support for workers, families, workers, because what we've learned is that the most important thing we can do is to maintain people in employment. You know, give them a bridge to better days where we'll have more stability. And there's three things that we have been directing departments to do. It is to be simple, it needs to be fast, and it needs to be agile, because these measures are going to be mainly supporting small and medium-sized businesses, particularly in Quebec and Ontario and British Columbia. And that's the spirit. That's why today I've called a meeting of finance minister, provincial and territorial. And I've also called for a meeting of all the CEOs of the financial institutions in the country, the major ones. And I can tell you the feedback I got from everyone. Everyone is willing to play their role. Everyone understands this is Canada strong. This is our moment to step up, and we'll do it as a nation because everyone understands we're stronger together. And it starts with buying Canadian. You know, this is what I was saying to colleagues. The biggest power we have, each and every one of us watching at home, is our purchasing power. We can choose when we go to the grocery store or to the hardware store to buy Canadian. Same thing with Canadian companies. That's why I was saying to people, if we have 28 billion of tariffs, let's make sure that our response would be to, substitute these imports with Canadian products, and we're certainly going to raise that in our meeting with provincial finance minister this afternoon.
We have been listening into Finance Minister François-Philippe Champagne as he's speaking, about 30 minutes ahead of us hearing from the Prime Minister himself. I want to bring in Rafi Boudjikanian once again, who's been listening in from Ottawa. It was interesting because I think we're getting quite a glimpse of what we expect to hear from the Prime Minister in about a half-hour time at noon Eastern, that Canada has the fiscal capacity to offer the necessary supports. We will be there for Canadians. I heard that multiple times in both official languages. Building one strong Canadian economy. I think that it's fair to say we'll hear a lot of that.
Yeah, we didn't hear a dollar amount in terms of a financial package. I don't know if that's something the finance minister wants to leave to the boss, if the prime minister will get into more detail on that front, but we did hear him say that effectively there will be grants as well as loans for businesses, contributions, I think he said, and loans. He also talked about supports for workers to help them get through these tough times as a bridge to better times, suggesting that perhaps at some point things will improve in terms of the relationship between Canada and the U.S. He was asked about this latest threat from U.S. President Donald Trump to impose a 50% tariff starting in January 2027 on autos and steel. Champagne said he will take things step by step. It's good to just examine events as they occur, wants to look at the facts of everything. Of course, as a reminder, we often have faced increasing amounts of tariffs from the U.S. in this country since Donald Trump came to power. There have also been occasions where the U.S. has threatened more tariffs and not immediately acted on them or not acted on them at all. So that could be why Champagne is saying, let's tap on the brakes, let's be careful here. He did insist, however, that when it comes to these latest Section 338 tariffs, the ones enacted by the states after these talks failed, well, Canada didn't really have any choice but to act. The gloves had to come off in his words.
Rafi, thanks again for this. That's the CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian in Ottawa. Okay, so a reminder for our viewers, Prime Minister Mark Carney is due to address Canada's response next hour. We'll bring that to you live once it gets underway. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump, as we were just discussing, has this morning posted a Truth Social post with a new threat. He says this: on January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small automotive parts and steel will be increased to 50%. His message in that post: build in the U.S. and there are zero tariffs. And then in terms of a response, we know the trade talks broke down over a number of issues, including heavy-duty trucks, and Canada wanted auto tariff relief extended to trucks, a sticking point for U.S. negotiators. The president of the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association, Flavio Volpe, also took to social media today talking about this latest threat, and he says the impact of this decision will be felt by U.S. automakers. He writes, "We've been over this. The importer of record pays the tariffs. A threatened U.S. tariff on Canadian auto parts will be paid by U.S. auto assembly." Adding in his post, without those specific parts, auto assembly throughout the U.S. would halt. U.S. auto assembly will be on the phone to the White House today. That's his prediction. Okay, so for more on all of this, I do want to bring in my next guest. Ralph Goodale is a former Liberal cabinet minister and also a member of the Prime Minister's Advisory Committee on Canada-U.S. economic relations. He's joining us today from Regina. Hello, Mr. Goodale. Nice to have you with us again.
Nice to be back.
You know, we just heard from another member of that advisory committee on Canada-U.S. economic relations for the Prime Minister. You're on that committee as well, as we've noted. What do you make of this latest threat from the U.S. president?
Well, it's all part of a fear campaign, a campaign to try to frighten Canadians, to create panic. But on this side of the border, as you heard at length from Minister Champagne, the reaction here is calm and steady, confident, united. many premiers have been in the media over the last couple of days indicating their sadness about this situation, but their solidarity with Canadians from coast to coast to respond in a confident, coherent, effective fashion. We didn't ask for this. The trade war wasn't our idea, but now that we're into it at the behest of the United States, obviously Canadians will have to defend themselves, and steady as she goes. As the British say, from my time in the UK recently, keep calm and carry on.
You know, I do want to ask you, since you touched there on the number of premiers that we have been hearing from over the course of the past 48 hours, and specifically this morning as well, you know, Ontario's premier has been on radio programs doing interviews, and some of his statements that he's been suggesting here can be, in some terms, very strong, but he's also suggesting here that Canada should leverage its energy, a key commodity that the U.S. needs, that should be something that the Canadian government should be using right now, Team Canada should be using, as well as he said, you know, we'll get Danielle Smith on board talking about Alberta's premier, talking about using oil as well. Are some of those on the table as we discuss countermeasures?
Well, the Prime Minister and others have mentioned the difficulty in that regard, but at this stage of the game, I think we all have to consider that everything is on the table. The point is to deploy your tools and techniques in a smart, focused, strategic way that has the most important impact in the United States with as little as possible blowback in Canada. So the Prime Minister and the premiers and business leaders, labor leaders will be discussing all of this very carefully. But we are in an existential battle here. We have to be smart and measured in the way that we respond. But at the same time, at the beginning of the battle, you don't tie your hands behind your back. Everything needs to be available for consideration.
When you discuss being smart and measured, is there a list already that has been prepared of those countermeasures that the Canadian side could now take in about 2 weeks' time?
Well, the officials, no doubt, have been working at this for quite some time. Knowing how unpredictable and mercurial the U.S. administration can be, it would be just simply prudent to do your homework in advance, to consider all the alternatives and the pros and cons of those alternatives, to make sure that you know exactly what you're doing and operating with a powerful scalpel rather than a blunderbuss. But I'm sure that the homework has been done. But this is a kind of moving event, and circumstances will change. You need to be able to calibrate and moderate as you go along, and there will be ongoing consultation with the provinces and with business and with labor leaders to make sure that we make the most informed decisions. We do not want to do this, but it's absolutely essential that we defend ourselves in the circumstances, as well as supporting Canadian workers and businesses that are affected by the abuse that is being heaped upon us by the United States, and presumably we'll hear about that in the next day or so from the Prime Minister and others. And keeping on at an accelerated pace with the ongoing building and expansion of the Canadian economy and our diversification in relationships around the world, so we are never again as dependent and vulnerable as we have been because of our well-intentioned integration with the United States, which they have now turned into a weapon.
You know, I do want to ask you, because certainly we have seen a lot of the reaction from premiers standing up, Canada strong, standing behind the Prime Minister's response, although also expressing disappointment that a deal could not be worked out, that the two sides were not aligned. We know that the Conservative Party leader is calling for the Prime Minister to reconvene Parliament so that there can be more details about the deal that was walked away from. Now, when we hear the narrative coming from the Canadian side, we hear that there were some changes that came from the U.S. at the last minute that were untenable. And then when I take a look at an interview recently from the U.S. trade representative, in fact, this morning, he says that we were set to finalize a deal, the Canadians and the Americans. And then in the last hours, I think there were things that the Canadians they wanted more. So there's a suggestion there that the Canadian side was asking for more at the last minute without Canadians having the full picture. Do you think that can confuse the issue or dilute where the truth lies?
Well, certainly the Americans will try to confuse the picture in order to justify the unjustifiable. I'm sure the Prime Minister and his ministers and the negotiating team will share as much information and detail as they possibly can without compromising any Canadian strength or any points of value on the Canadian side. We do know from what the Prime Minister has said that the United States was attempting to detract from Canadian culture and Canadian language procedures. That obviously would be a showstopper on the Canadian side, and as well the notion of a limitation on Canada's ability to make its own trade policy decisions and negotiate agreements with other countries. That in itself is an attack on our sovereignty that would make the deal a non-starter. So what's on the table now in the information the Prime Minister has provided, I think is a very compelling case for why Canada had to walk away. And I'm sure the government will want to share as much as they can going forward.
Well, we will look for more of those details. Thank you once again for joining us today, Mr. Goodale. We always appreciate you being on the program.
Thank you.
That is Ralph Goodale. He is a former Liberal cabinet minister and a member of the Prime Minister's Advisory Committee on Canada-U.S. Economic Relations. Okay, as we've mentioned, premiers across this country are vowing to stand firm with the federal government as the fallout continues from Canada's decision to walk away from those trade talks. And today we're hearing fresh reaction from the provinces most affected by those incoming tariffs. The CBC's Darren McCaffrey joins me now, and he's been tracking that reaction from premiers. What have we heard?
Yeah, lots of reaction this morning. Lots of people wanting to have their say, not least of all the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, one of the most vocal critics, it must be said, of Donald Trump. Well, he was pretty quiet last week as those negotiations were ongoing. Certainly not the case this morning. He's due to hold a press conference at around 1:30 this afternoon, but he's been on the air today using quite colourful language in attacking Donald Trump and these tariffs. This is what Doug Ford had to say to News Talk 1010 here in Toronto a little earlier.
Well, he can kiss my ass as far as I'm concerned. We're going to go at him full steam. And we buy 400% more cars than anyone in the world. Maybe I have an idea. We'll get Danielle Smith on board so the cars that they're manufacturing won't be able to fill up because we'll be controlling the oil and the gas going down there. And maybe what we should be doing is charging him triple on their oil, triple on the potash, on the uranium, on our metals.
Doug Ford went on to say that he is arrogant, that Donald Trump is a bully, and he's going to have a rude awakening, and that he wants to throw everything in the kitchen sink at him. Now, it's interesting, he talked about Danielle Smith there, the Premier of Alberta. Of course, Alberta has not been affected by these tariffs nearly as much as Ontario, and around 1% of its exports would be affected going to the United States. And we've got a very different tone from the Premier of Alberta over the weekend. She said that she was deeply disappointed that Canada and the United States have not been able to reach a trade agreement. Alberta has always advocated for a tariff-free relationship and will continue to do so. No one benefits from a trade war, and actually calling for essentially those negotiations to begin again. So it's interesting the fact that Doug Ford Ford is suggesting he wants to work with her in potentially putting further tariffs on the United States. And then we also got a reaction from David Eby, the Premier of British Columbia. He, of course, and his province very affected by these tariffs, but he is standing firm, he would say, with Team Canada and backing Prime Minister Carney's decision not to make that deal late on Friday. He was speaking to CNN a little earlier on today as well.
I think other countries are watching Canada's response, and I hope, we'll be following along. At some point, the rest of the world will say enough. In terms of hitting your number one customer with a 50% tariff and expecting that we wouldn't do the same is bizarre. So we will, the Prime Minister has been very clear, tariff American company goods coming into Canada, and we will ensure that Canadians buy from other places in response to this.
All in all, it does seem largely over the weekend that most premiers are on the same page. But the big question, I suppose, this morning is how far individually all of them are prepared to go in regards to retaliation, particularly what we heard, of course, from Donald Trump, suggesting that new tariffs from the United States could be coming at the start of next year.
You know, in that clip there from the Premier of BC, David Eby, we heard him say, you know, we're encouraging people to buy Canadian, and we've heard similar sentiments from many premiers. Let's talk about that reaction.
Yeah, indeed. I think two interesting things. First of all the premiers are also saying that we need help, and we need help to shore up some of these businesses, and that help can come at a provincial level or indeed from the federal government. And we get a sense of that from, of course, Mark Carney when he speaks. But you're right, the other main message we've heard almost universally is when you go to the supermarket, when you buy a vehicle or indeed any goods, to try and buy Canadian as much as you can. And we actually heard from the premiers of Quebec, New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island all urging their residents to seek out products made in Canada in their home provinces as much as they can. This is what Rob Lance, the Premier of PEI, had to say in a statement yesterday. He said that every dollar spent on an island or a Canadian product supports the worker who made it, the farmer who grew it, the fisher who caught it, the producer who processed it, and goes on to say that the businesses that put it on the shelf, where we spend our hard-earned money matters, those choices add up. So essentially a plea almost from those premiers to Canadians to try and buy Canadian when they can.
Okay, thank you for this, Darren. That's the CBC's Darren McCaffrey. Okay, so a reminder of that breaking news that we are following, of course, on the failed talks between Canada and the U.S. President Donald Trump, he is now threatening to raise tariffs on Canadian products even further. He posted again on social media this morning saying this: on January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small automotive parts and steel will be increased to 50%. Build in the U.S. and there are zero tariffs. So, for more on that and reaction to it, we're joined now by the President and CEO of Global Automakers of Canada, Lucas Malinowski. He is in Ottawa. Lucas, thanks for being with us today.
Happy to be with you.
Okay, now I'm sure you have had a chance to take a look at that new threat from the U.S. President. What does that mean to Canadians? What's your reaction to it?
Well, I'll echo some words that Mr. Goodale shared with you earlier, which is keep calm and carry on. I'm encouraging everyone to not panic yet. This was a last-minute post from the president, and we've seen outbursts like this in the past that haven't necessarily led to any change in tariff and trade policy. So we're waiting to see if that does in fact happen, and then we'll probably go from there, but hopefully it won't.
What specifically would it mean? What is he targeting exactly here, and how does it relate to what we've heard so far about the talks?
Well, again, that's unclear. We don't have the details of this yet. I mean, we know that reducing auto tariffs on both sides of the border was part of the negotiations last week, which didn't come to a conclusion, unfortunately. And now the president is looking at not only increasing those tariffs on auto exports from Canada to the U.S., but also now including parts in those tariffs. And frankly, a move like that would be obviously very concerning for the Canadian auto sector, but also counterproductively devastating for the American auto sector. It would increase the cost of inputs and parts going into U.S.-made vehicles. As we know, parts cross the border between the U.S. and Canada multiple times before they end up in a finished vehicle. We have an integrated supply chain. We have an integrated market. And if the United States did go ahead with this move, it would really undermine U.S. Auto manufacturing and undermine the relationship with their largest customer.
Now, this would be an escalation, of course, just the threat of another suite of tariffs by the U.S. president. But also, of course, we're waiting to learn more details of counter tariffs from the Canadian government. How might that impact the industry as well, which is already under punishing tariffs as it is? How closely is the industry watching that? Details of that.
We're always watching any developments on trade and now these days tariffs between Canada and the U.S. because of how integrated the Canadian and American auto markets are. I will stress that these new 50% tariffs that just came into effect from the U.S. The other day don't directly impact the auto sector. But it does mean that we continue to have a 25% tariff on Canadian cars going into the U.S. and a 25% tariff on American cars going into Canada, and that's substantially impacted the trade in auto and the profitability of both those sectors.
So we're also waiting for some announcements from the Prime Minister as well, set to take place in about 10 minutes from now. I'm wondering, what are you hoping to hear in terms of supports, given the fact that, as you mentioned, those tariffs do still exist in the auto industry?
Yeah, we'll obviously be watching what the Prime Minister announces today and in the coming days in terms of supports to impacted sectors across Canada. And I imagine particularly the businesses that are going to be directly impacted with the new 50% tariffs. And really from the automotive perspective, ideally, I'm hoping to see some sort of pathway to get us back to tariff-free trade between the two countries like we are supposed to have under the CUSMA agreement. But in the interim, what steps could the government potentially take to support auto manufacturing in Canada and continue to keep that sector competitive here?
I do want to ask you, we touched on this briefly, but one of the responses here is the prospect of countermeasures. Do you agree with that? Dollar for dollar counter tariffs on the Canadian side? Is that an approach that the industry is on side with?
Well, at the end of the day, tariffs increase costs, introduce inefficiencies, they make products more expensive for consumers. And I think, in the case of the government considering countermeasures now, I expect that would be in the context of how do we get back to some sort of negotiated agreement with the United States. So I won't opine on the strategy that the government and the Prime Minister want to undertake there. But at the end of the day, the longer we have tariffs on both sides of the border, it's going to increase costs for businesses, and at the end of the day, it's consumers that bear the costs of those tariffs.
Given your role, I'm wondering, how many conversations are you having right now with your U.S. counterparts?
Well, we're in touch regularly and have been for the last 2 years, obviously, during these trade tariffs and disruptions. And there's concerns on the American side of the industry as well. These are significant costs. The North American auto industry has borne about $110 billion of added costs over the last year and a half alone as a result of these trade disruptions and these tariffs. And in the case of U.S. exports to Canada, they're down 22% and $7 billion over the last year. And Canada is the largest market for U.S. made cars, larger than the next 3 export markets combined. So our U.S. colleagues are also looking for a resolution to this situation and getting back to a competitive North American manufacturing and car sales jurisdiction.
Lucas, I'm going to have to leave our conversation here, but surely we'll have another one in the short future. Thanks for this. That is Lucas Malinowski. He is the President and CEO of Global Automakers of Canada. Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you.
Here now is a live look at Ottawa and Washington this hour. U.S. President Donald Trump is ramping up his trade war on Canada. In a social media post a short time ago, Trump says all Canadian-made vehicles, auto parts and steel entering the U.S. will face a 50% tariff starting January 1st of next year. Now, meanwhile, we also want to show you a look at Lévis, Quebec, where Prime Minister Mark Carney is set to make a trade-related announcement in just a few minutes at noon Eastern. We'll take you there live when that gets underway right here on CBC News Network. And a reminder, of course, we do continue to bring you extensive coverage throughout the day here on CBC News Network, and you can also follow along for updates online on our live page. You can take a look at that there with all of the developments on this trade story. Head to CBCNews.ca or on the CBC News app. You are looking live at Lévis, Quebec. Prime Minister Mark Carney is expected to make an announcement there any moment now, and we know we will be carrying that live for you, and he'll be taking questions as well from reporters. Carney will likely be asked what caused trade negotiations with the U.S. to collapse over the weekend. Is there a chance that talks will resume, and what kind of support will the government provide to businesses impacted by these 50% tariffs, which, according to Donald Trump's post on Truth Social today, will also include Canadian automobiles, car parts, and steel starting next year? Hello, welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arthi Pohl. U.S. President Donald Trump posted a new threat, as we mentioned, on social media this morning, writing the following. On January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small automotive parts and steel will be increased to 50%. Build in the U.S. and there are 0 tariffs. So we've been getting lots of fresh political reaction to that Trump post. And while we wait for the Prime Minister to begin speaking, let's bring in the CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian from our nation's capital. Hey, Rafi. So why don't we go through what we've been listening to?
Yeah, Arthi, the strongest reaction maybe came from Ontario Premier Doug Ford, who was on the talk radio station 1010, and perhaps it's not surprising he had the strongest reaction because, 50% targeting the auto sector, that's a big deal for Ontario. Ford said that Trump can kiss his you-know-what, if you will, and that there should be retaliation on this front too. He suggested once again that resources should be cut off to the U.S. The oil and gas sector should step in. He said maybe he can work with Alberta's Danielle Smith on this. We also heard in the last hour from Bloc Québécois opposition leader Yves-François Blanchet, perhaps not as strongly worded as Ford, but here's what he had to say.
It's mean words intended to intimidate and that do not take into account the fact that U.S. car industry and Ontario car industry are intimately interrelated.
This was really the second post by Donald Trump since the talks failed, the second big reaction from him. And the president of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Candice Lang, said it wasn't too surprising for her. She's also on the Canada-U.S. Economic Committee for advising the Prime Minister. I almost said retaliatory committee because at this point we're in this retaliation mode with the U.S. government. Let's have a listen to Candice Lang.
On the one hand, in fact, I'm surprised it took 3 days to see that sort of post come out from the administration. I now worry that post, which needs its own fact-check process, and we'll see what comes of that. But I worry it will distract from what really is the task today, which is getting ready and preparing for managing the impacts of the new onset of these 338 tariffs. And that, in fact, was our focus right through the weekend.
Okay, so of course we're also continuing to monitor the live event where we're expecting the Prime Minister. He's arrived there. That is the scene in Lévis, Quebec as well. And we're expecting an announcement that may include what supports might be put into place for Canadian industries now dealing with this new 50% tariff in some cases, or tariff rates on $28 billion worth of Canadian goods since those talks collapsed. What do we know so far?
Yeah, Finance Minister François-Philippe Champagne gave us a little bit of a preview, Arthi. He was speaking earlier today. He said there will be supports for small and medium businesses, which will be the most impacted by these 50% tariffs from the states, talking about grants as well as loans as possibilities. He said there will be supports for the businesses as well as for workers, and that the Canadian government had been planning for such a scenario, that they did not, wake up this morning and try to figure everything out from scratch. Champagne also said Canadians can do their part in standing up for the Canadian economy. Let's take a listen to him.
This is Canada Strong. This is our moment to step up, and we'll do it as a nation because everyone understands we're stronger together. And it starts with buying Canadian. This is what I was saying to colleagues. The the biggest power we have, each and every one of us watching at home, is our purchasing power. We can choose when we go to the grocery store or to the hardware store to buy Canadian.
What we don't have yet is any notion of whether or not these supports will be targeted towards certain sectors. One presumes it would be the sectors most impacted by the tariffs. We also don't know if there's an overall upper limit to the compensation package and individual limits for each business, for each worker. I suspect we'll get those details in the hours or perhaps days to come. In the meantime, we have heard that U.S.-Canada Trade Relations Minister Dominic LeBlanc is still in touch with negotiators in the U.S. So talks are formally suspended, but contact has not been cut off completely.
Thank you for this, Rafi. That is the CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian in Ottawa. Okay, and we are, of course, keeping our eye on the scene there in Lévis, Quebec, where we're expecting to hear from the Prime Minister. But we also want to take you to the U.S. for some more coverage of what we're hearing from that side. Let's bring in the CBC's Chris Reyes in New York. And it does appear that the rhetoric in both Canada and the U.S. is heating up. Tell us more about what we've heard from the President today.
Yeah. Good morning, Arthi. So we have a new longer post from President Trump that expands on what he already said from the weekend. I want to read to you what he wrote. So Trump wrote, Canada has been ripping off the United States for years, and then he repeated claims he's made before that U.S. farmers are getting ripped off, that the trade imbalances are not sustainable. And then he wrote this. So this is what we can read as a new threat, especially because there's a lot of vagueness around what it includes. So he wrote, on January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts and steel will be increased to 50%. So, Arthi, worth noting there that he doesn't mention CUSMA, nor whether this now includes exports once protected by that deal. If so, this could represent a real major escalation in these tensions between the U.S. and Canada that's already reached fever pitch with the breakdown of these negotiations. And then Trump ends that post with an even more combative line than he gave over the weekend. He said Canada will be treated like a state no longer. And then he adds this, on trade and in other ways, they are among the worst nations in the world to deal with. They feel entitled. And yet we don't need Canada. They need us. They do 95% of their business with the U.S., with us, the exact opposite. And as you pointed out earlier this morning, that figure is disputable given how much the Canada has diversified its trade in recent months as a response to the second Trump administration.
And of course, as we continue to follow this, we're also hearing from Trump's top negotiator, Jamieson Greer, today. He was speaking to U.S. media. What did he have to say about all this?
That's right. So Jamieson Greer insisted that the U.S. gave Canada a good deal, Arthi, and that U.S. negotiators believe Canada walked away for reasons other than economic or the substance of that deal. Have a listen to what he said.
But we sought to accommodate the Canadians by giving them, by cutting tariffs in half on steel, on aluminum, and extensively reducing them on autos and even on things like softwood lumber, accommodating some element of that. Things that are sensitive for the Canadians. They wanted more. I don't know if it was political for them. It certainly doesn't make economic sense, but perhaps for political reasons. They have some by-elections coming up. I don't know, but they came in and they wanted more, and we weren't prepared to do that.
And then to add to sort of some of the dismissive comments that we've heard, not just from Greer, but other officials, Greer pointed out that the breakdown of these negotiations with Canada have not, in fact, moved markets. And we know that's a metric that Trump and the rest of his administration pays close attention to. Greer even underlined that the Canadian goods affected in this deal represents a small percentage of Canadian imports into the country and even an even smaller percentage of U.S. consumption. Now, we also heard from a former Trump negotiator to give us a sense of, what U.S. negotiators were thinking at that negotiating table. And she says that Canadian negotiators have a bit of a reputation. Have a listen to what she said.
This was an effort to unstick the stalemate and try to get Canada back into the CUSMA or USMCA negotiations to come up with an interim package that would resolve some of the immediate retaliatory issues, give Canada a bit of tariff relief, and then settle in for the USMCA negotiations where there was the possibility of even more tariff relief for Canadian imports.
And you heard there Shaw talking about how long of a road it will be now to try to even begin to rethink the CUSMA deal. But the reputation aspect that I was talking about is in that interview. She also said that Canadian negotiators are known for being formidable and thorough, but also not the most pragmatic. And she believes that this decision to walk away from the table was driven by emotions rather than the substance of the deal. Now, we heard even more combative language from other Trump officials over the weekend, Arthi,
and
the U.S.
sorry, Chris, I'm going to have
Transportation
to...
Secretary Sean Duffy.
Sorry, Chris, I have to interrupt you. The Prime Minister is up speaking right now in Lévis, Quebec. That was our Chris Reyes in New York. But again, we want to take you to the Davie Shipyard in Lévis, where you can see Prime Minister Mark Carney speaking right now.
And Premier Fréchette, I'm delighted to see you again so soon, because we are here today against the backdrop of Canada's change, of course, following recent events. For over a year, Canada agreement. We have been pragmatic, patient, and persevering in our efforts to reach an agreement that protects Canadian and Quebec workers and their families, that will strengthen our economy and protects and strengthens our economy, our sovereignty, and respects Canada's French language and culture.
The goal of our trade negotiations with the United States has always been to get the best deal for Canadians, never a deal at any price or on any time frame. The best deal. The
best deal for workers and families in Quebec.
Well, we made progress, and we did make some progress in recent weeks. In the end, that momentum reversed, and we could not accept what the U.S. had offered, nor could we give what they asked. And by standing up for our values and focusing on what we can control, we will build un Québec fort in Canada fort pour tous.
A strong Quebec and a strong Canada for all.
That's not to say there won't be challenges in the road ahead, but we're ready to meet them because we have all we need right here. The workers, the engineers, the ambition, and the right plan for a stronger Quebec and a stronger Canada. Building at home and diversifying our trade abroad, that's not plan B. It's been our plan A from the start. Et la semaine dernière, at St. John's,
last week in St. John's, we launched the largest clean energy project in North American history. Premier Fréchette, I would like to thank you for the leadership you have shown in bringing this project to fruition, and thank you so much.
Un peu de contexte.
This project will generate enough clean electricity to power every vehicle in Canada, enough to keep our economy running on our own terms, on our own conditions for generations to come. That is what it means to be masters of our own destiny, and that is what it means to be masters in our own home.
also fundamental to building a stronger, a more independent, and a more resilient country. Over the last year alone, Canada has signed more than 20 trade and security deals across 5 continents. We completed our most recent trade deal with the United Arab Emirates in a record 47 days. Canada is now the best connected economy in the world. Canadian businesses now enjoy tariff-free access to 1.5 billion consumers. Over the next 6 months, we will double that number through new trade deals with ASEAN and India. This fall, we will begin intense discussions with the European Union, the world's second largest economy, to build a much stronger and deeper economic and security partnership. Now, we can build such unparalleled access because we're trusted, because we're reliable, and because we have what the world wants. But our connections depend on accessible, secure sea routes that carry our world-class products. The St. Lawrence, one of the world's great trade arteries. In 1959, determined to build our own future by connecting the St. Lawrence to the Great Lakes, Canada opened the St. Lawrence Seaway, 7 locks, 300 kilometers, built in just 5 years. Près de 37 millions de tonnes de marchandises.
Nearly 37 million tons of goods pass through the St. Lawrence Seaway every year, whether it's iron ore mined at the Bloom and shipped from Sept-Îles, canola grown on a farm in Saskatchewan and transported by train to the port of Montreal, or the 12 million metric tons of Canadian grain exported last year alone, the highest volume in over 30 years. We are also building for the future. Earlier this year, on this very same river, we launched the largest port expansion project in the history of Eastern Canada, the new Contrecoeur container terminal, which will increase the capacity of the Port of Montreal by 60%. And just 4 months ago, we expanded customs services at the Port of Quebec, at the behest of Mr. Duclos, by designating it as the first port of arrival. The Port of Quebec is thus becoming a strategic hub that will contribute even more to the economic vitality of the city of Quebec and Lévis. Greater capacity, more trade, more Canadian goods shipped throughout the world. Each container passing through this terminal, every ton transported on this river, depends on keeping our waterways open. There is only one type of vessel powerful enough to cut through the frozen waters and keep these waterways open throughout the winter: icebreakers. And Canada will build them. Congratulations.
Today, we're announcing the largest shipbuilding initiative in Quebec's history. The Government of Canada will invest more than $11 billion to build 6 new program icebreakers for the Canadian Coast Guard in partnership with Chantier Davie. We'll move fast. The first steel, Canadian steel. The first steel will be cut next fall. The first ship will be delivered 5 years later. And the first full fleet, will be in service 5 years after that. The new icebreakers will replace the Coast Guard's aging heavy and medium icebreakers. They'll work in Atlantic Canada, the St. Lawrence, and throughout the depth of winter, and in our Arctic throughout the summer. Les brise-glaces que le chantier Davy va construire.
The icebreakers to be built by Davy Shipyard are state-of-the-art vessels. Each is specially designed for Canadian waters. Powerful enough to cut a channel that an oil tanker can follow, yet narrow enough to pass through the locks of the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence Seaway. From the Great Lakes to the St. Lawrence via Atlantic Canada, they will help to ensure the maritime transport of nearly $40 billion worth of goods each year. They will break the ice, escort vessels through frozen waters, and clear the harbors and quays on which our commercial fishermen depend. And in the Arctic, during the navigation season, they will clear the way for ships carrying the supplies, goods, and skilled workers on which northern communities rely. It is thanks to icebreakers that trade can take place 12 months a year in Canada.
Today's announcement continues the shipbuilding tradition in Lévis that stretches back 2 centuries. 2 centuries. Since 1825, Davy has built hundreds of vessels, including 35 warships for Canada and our allies during the Second World War. Today, we're building on that proud legacy, investing in Canadian shipbuilding on a scale not seen in generations.
Each of these 6 vessels will be built right here in Lévis by Canadian workers using Canadian materials.
À lui seul, ce contrat permettra de créer
This contract alone will create and sustain nearly 5,000 jobs during the construction phase alone. It will contribute nearly $650 million to the Canadian economy every year. It will support the welders, electricians, pipe workers, fitters and painters carrying out the project, and the engineers and the designers behind it all. We're talking here about long-term, well-paid careers. And when? Yes, it's important, of course. It's fundamental. And when this shipyard is operating at full capacity, the whole community will benefit from economic spin-offs.
The work of this immense contract doesn't stop at that shipyard gate. More than 1,500 suppliers from across Canada will support the work here at Davy. That means steel workers at Algoma Steel in Sault Ste. Marie, fabricators at Brennan Steel in Brampton, Ontario, steel specialists at Stigerstall in Hamilton, all working together, producing, preparing, and supplying the high-grade marine steel that forms the backbone of these ships. It also means designers and manufacturers at Humboldt Industries in Chester, Nova Scotia, supplying the advanced marine equipment that these vessels carry. Les travailleurs d'Échafaud Plus.
The workers at Échafaud Plus in Laval, who build specialized scaffolding. The aviation specialists at Deck 8 Aviation in Val-des-Monts. Oh, I have a cottage at Val-des-Monts. And it contributes. Yes. I try my best for Val-des-Monts. So the aviation specialists who help to integrate helicopter-based capabilities that increase the range and effectiveness of these vessels at sea. the team at Groupe Almaco. On the other side of the river in Quebec City, who are fitting out the spaces where these crews will live and work. Parts manufactured by Canadians from across the country arrive here at this shipyard, where skilled workers transform them into some of the most high-performing vessels ever built in this country. This work is part of something bigger. Earlier this year, we launched the Canadian Defence Industrial Strategy. We have committed to re-equipping, rebuilding, and reinvesting in the Canadian Armed Forces and the Canadian Coast Guard, and by building here at home.
Today's announcement is an example of our defense industrial strategy in action. When Canada builds our own ships, the benefits are felt across the country by design. And you know, the sovereignty of a country that has the world's largest and longest coastline depends on our strength at sea. The Coast Guard is central to that strength. And when Canadians see that distinctive red hull coming over the horizon, they know that our waters are being watched over. They know help is at hand. They know that the way ahead will be clear. Notre gouvernement réalise des investissements sans précédent.
Our government is making unprecedented investments in the Canadian Coast Guard to extend the service life of the current fleet, deliver new research vessels and helicopters that will bolster year-round operations in the Arctic, as well as a new generation of polar icebreakers, including the Polar Max, which is being built right here at Davie Shipyard. Today, we are making sure that the Coast Guard has everything it needs to answer the call, to ensure the continued flow of trade, to protect our coasts, and to maintain the strength of our economy for decades to come.
To finish, last week, we launched together the largest clean energy investment in North American history. Today, we are launching the largest shipbuilding contract in Quebec's history. No matter the headwinds, the work of building Canada strong goes on uninterrupted. No matter the circumstances, Canadians will take charge of building our future. Aujourd'hui, nous bâtissons de nos propres mains.
Today,
Ici même chez nous,
right here in our own community, we are building with our own hands the ships that will keep open the sea lanes on which trade depends. Today, we are building a strong Lévis, a strong Quebec, and a strong Canada. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. And it's a great pleasure for me to introduce the Premier of Quebec, Christine Fréchette. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for being here. As you know, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm getting more and more used to seeing you on a Monday. I hope that this will continue. Thank you for being here, and I would like to thank the workers because you're making history here today. It's because of your talent, your expertise that we're able to shine internationally, and that's why we're here today. Congratulations, and thank you.
Mes salutations au Premier Ministre Carney. Merci pour votre
Thank you, Prime Minister Carney, for your leadership and your vision, even with the headwinds.
Mes salutations aussi au ministre de l'économie, de l'innovation et de l'énergie,
to the
ministre
minister
également responsable de la stratégie
responsible
maritime
for
et
the
surtout
marine
aujourd'hui
strategy,
le
and
député de
today
Lévis, Bernard
the
Drinville.
MP for Lévis, Bernard Drinville. Thank you to the Federal Minister of Public Works and Supply, Mr. Lightbound. Thank you. And thanks to the Federal Minister of Defense, Mr. McGuinty. And thank you to many colleagues, Jean-François Simard, Karianne Bourassa, Stéphanie Lechance, Vincent Caron, Mario Asselin, Luc Provençal, Isabelle Lecourt. Thank you for being here and thank you for your continued work. Thank you to the Mayor of Quebec and Mr. Blaney. And thank you to the Chief of the Wendat Nation, Mr. Pierre Picard. My thanks to the federal elected and municipal representatives. I see that you're here, and thank you. And thank you, Mrs. Lindsay Kettle, the head of the Davie Shipyard. I see you have a huge fan club here. And also, thanks to James Davies, CEO of the Davie Shipyard. And I would also like to thank my Chief of Cabinet and our Secretary General. They worked very, very hard and have worked for many years also for this contract to be signed. Today is a great day. It's a great day for Davie, but also for Lévis, and a great day for all of Quebec. The Government of Canada is giving a historic contract, $11.3 billion, in order to build 6 icebreakers. 6. These icebreakers will be integrated in the Canadian Coast Guard program. It's a historic industrial program, and it will be built here in Lévis, in Quebec, by Quebec workers. This contract is going to be to the advantage of the entire region. This is also a defense contract. We've talked about this sector a lot for the past year and a half. In Quebec, we have a lot of expertise in the defense sector. I'm thinking of the aerospace industry, transportation equipment, cybersecurity, also AI, quantic, and all of this is transforming the defense sector. We already have talent, expertise here in Quebec, and we can contribute even further because we know the context that we're working in. But when I think about defense, and I think about defense and naval construction, the most important builder of ships in Canada, the Davie. For over 200 years, we've been building expertise in naval construction, solid expertise, solid, credible, and recognized throughout the world. With all the investments in defense, we've had a unique opportunity, and we are seizing this opportunity so that our expertise will be shown and to have very solid, well-paid jobs that will be to the benefit of all of Quebec. We're seizing this opportunity. We know that this announcement is the result of a vision. It's the result of strategic decisions, of work over a very long period of time and many, many years of effort. And I would like to thank the efforts and the long-term work for the MP of Lévis, Minister of the Economy, Bernard Drainville. A lot of people know here, and we know the extent to which you've been committed to this region and how hard you've worked so that the Davie will be what it is today and to be able to obtain this contract. So my sincere congratulations. In 2023, our government awarded $520 million to support the modernization of the Davie shipyard. With the contribution of Davie, close to $850 million were invested in their operations. This was essential modernization so that they could respond to the requirements for the naval construction strategy. We chose to act at the correct time to give Lévis the means to succeed. To give Davie and Quebec means in 2023, our government awarded $110 million to help to acquire a shipyard in Helsinki. Davie was able to obtain world-class expertise while keeping its head office here in Lévis. This expertise allows us today to rival with the best in the world. The best in the world will now try to compete with us. Many people want to revoke government assistance to businesses, but here we see that our investment succeeded. Our government was correct in believing in Lévis and in our naval industry and in our talent, and we were right to dream big. And I'd also like to thank Prime Minister Carney and the Government of Canada for their trust with regards to Davie and the workers and talent here in Quebec. In a very unstable world, we know that Quebec and Canada have to build here. We have to develop our resources, our expertise to reinforce our industrial capacity, and in the current context, we have to count on our own resources and our own skills. We have to count on new partnerships, including with the federal government. We have to look for new alliances, including with Finland. It's fundamental, in fact, to guarantee our economic security. Fundamental to ensure our strategic authority, and that is my vision for Quebec, a strong and proud nation that takes its future into its own hands. These 6 icebreakers will allow to keep commercial waterways open, to support the northern and coastal communities, and to reinforce our presence in the Arctic. It will become increasingly important for Quebec, and we know that. With this announcement, we're not just talking about economic sovereignty, we are building it. Some people might want to impose the rules on us, rules that are not ours. But we know that, and we are not going to give in to threats. We will respond with our industrial know-how, our work, and our determination. We're going to stand strong, and the spin-offs will go well above Lévis. Lévis is working with 1,000 providers in Quebec throughout the Quebec territory. SMEs, subcontractors, businesses in different regions will participate in the supply chain for this huge project. These contracts will create and consolidate 5,000 well-paid jobs over the next few years, and most of them will be here at home. They are good jobs for families, for workers, for regions, but this allows for careers for welders, electricians, mechanics, technicians, engineers, people who will be trained by our colleges, our universities, and who will be hired with this project. We have to create stability. So this creates stability, predictability, and it will allow Lévis and its partners to invest in training, productivity, and innovation. So there is going to be a knock-on effect And that is how we're going to build a stronger industry, a more competitive industry. So today's announcement confirms that Quebec is able, when we believe in our businesses, when we invest at the right time, and if we work with a long-term vision, look at what we can achieve. We can create wealth at home, we can develop our expertise here, and we can build strategic industries. With what's happening throughout the world and with the tariff war that is hitting us, we have to continue to look ahead. And despite everything, we have to continue to move forward. To the entire team at Davie, to your workers, your partners, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, and yes, the employees, and ladies and gentlemen, workers, this is directly for you. You're not just building ships that are crucial for Quebec and Canada. You're not just expanding your know-how, you are writing the naval history of Quebec. Because today, we're not just building 6 icebreakers. Altogether, we are building the future of Quebec. And to end, Quebec is facing enormous headwinds. And we're not going to be intimidated. We're not going to be bullied. We're going to build at home. We're going to build the best ships in the world. We're going to face these headwinds, and altogether, we're going to stand strong because of you. Thank you.
Sur ce, j'aimerais maintenant céder la parole à
Now,
mon collègue Bernard Drinville.
I'll give the floor to Bernard Drinville, my colleague. I think that the presentations have been done. I'd like to thank all the distinguished guests. The Premier often says, or the Prime Minister oftentimes says that Canada has what the world needs. And today, I would like to say that Lévis and Quebec have what Canada needs. There's an industrial base.
Okay, so we have been listening in to the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, as well as, of course, the Premier of Quebec, as they made an announcement there and in Lévis, Quebec, at the Davie shipyard. And on the announcement, first, the government announced more than $11 billion to build 6 new program icebreakers for the Canadian Coast Guard that will be made in Canada with Canadian materials, Canadian steel of note. And of course, we know that this is all happening while the trade dispute between Canada and the U.S. is continuing to escalate. And we know the Prime Minister has highlighted that Canada is a more reliable trading partner around the world. With that in mind, I also want to take you to the United States now, because in Brewer, Maine, the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance is speaking and took a question about the trade war. Let's listen.
Businesses and consumers that are worried about the impacts of those tariffs and how those negotiations are going.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'd say we're very mindful of the fact that Maine is a border state with Canada. There's a lot of cross-border transaction between Maine and Canada. And what we're trying to do here is just make sure that Maine actually gets a fair deal. If you look at the amount of tariffs that have been applied, not just on Maine, but on a lot of our northern states that are doing cross-border trade with Canada, Canada and China have been the 2 worst countries when it comes to trade policy anywhere in the world. What a shame that is. China, you of course expect. They're our biggest economic competitor. I would expect that from China. I would not expect that from Canada. We have to remember, Canada is a state, sorry, Freudian slip. That was actually an accident. Canada is a country that has underinvested in its military that quite literally would get invaded by a foreign country were it not for the umbrella of protection provided by the United States of America. And so how does Canada actually respond to that? by treating the people of Maine fairly? No. They apply ridiculous tariffs and other non-tariff duties on Maine products coming into Canada, and they don't expect Maine or anybody else to fight back. We're sick of that. We are actually going to fight back against unfair trade practices, whether it's coming from China or Canada. Now, and let me just give you a very, very simple and concrete example. If you buy dairy, cheese, butter, milk that comes from Canada into Maine, you probably are buying a product that has 0% tariffs on it, okay? And by the way, if Canada applied 0%, that would be one thing. But you know, if a Maine farmer sends dairy products into Canada, they could be paying as much as a 250% tariff. Now, how is it fair to the farmers of Maine that they pay 250% when the Canadian farmers pay nothing? That unfairness is something that we just have to fix. And here's what happened with the most recent round of negotiations. They're still ongoing, and I want to be respectful of the process. But we know that Canada allows itself to be used as a backdoor for Chinese goods. They treat Chinese goods more fairly than they do the goods that come from the people of Maine. It's insanity. And what we've said to Canada is stop it. Apply a basic principle of fairness to the trade that you're doing between North Dakota and Canada, between Maine and Canada. And what happened at the very end is they came in with a bunch of unreasonable last-minute demands. I frankly thought we had a deal. I think that we should have a deal, but I think that we need to send a message loud and clear to the Prime Minister of Canada. Stop taking advantage of the people of Maine. Stop taking advantage of America. It's over. We expect fairness in our trade policy.
Okay, so if you were curious how this is playing out on the U.S. side, of course, that there is the U.S. Vice President, J.D. Vance, as he is at an event in the state of Maine, and he was responding to a question about how this trade war is impacting the people who live there. He is suggesting here that Canada, which he said he accidentally referred to as a state, we've certainly heard the U.S. president refer to Canada as a state multiple times, but that they've underinvested in their security, and that if the security of this country, Canada, was under threat, that without U.S. protection, it would be a large issue, and that Canada needs the United States for that. Now, as we continue to sort of dissect what we heard from the U.S. Vice President, I do want to point out the reaction that we heard from the governor of Maine to the collapsed trade talks. And of course, those trade talks broke off between Canada and the U.S. on Friday. And she had posted over the weekend, Governor Janet Mills, that the president's latest escalation of his foolish trade war with Canada will create more uncertainty for Maine business, push costs even higher for Maine families, and further strain our bond with our closest trading partner. Maine has had enough of this unending trade whiplash. Instead of picking a fight over hockey sticks, the president should focus on stabilizing a global economy pushed to the brink by his reckless war in Iran. So there again, we're getting sort of two sides of reaction coming out of the state of Maine, the governor, and then the U.S. Vice President who is speaking there right now. All of this as well, we're waiting to hear questions to be responded to by Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney. I'm going to take you now back to Lévis, Quebec, where he just made an announcement at the Davie shipyard there about building icebreakers using Canadian materials, Canadian steel, and more Canadian resources in order to bolster those industries that, of course, have been hardest hit by this U.S. trade war. You can see Premier Christine Fragette of Quebec as well, who was standing there. She also spoke, and of course premiers have been reacting to this trade war, saying that they support Canada's Prime Minister and the approach he's taking. Let's continue to listen in.
Minister McGuinty, Monsieur le Minister Lightbound, Minister Drainville, Monsieur le Maire Blaney, Monsieur le Maire Marchand, Grand Chef Pierre Picard, representatives of the governments of Canada and of Quebec, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. Thank you for joining us here today, particularly at such short notice. Aujourd'hui est un moment de grande fierté
Today
pour
is a
Davy.
moment of great pride
Pour nos équipes,
for the Davy,
pour le Québec,
for our team, for
et pour
Quebec,
la construction
and
navale
for
au Canada.
naval construction in
C'est
Canada.
aussi un moment important pour le Canada.
It's also
14 years ago,
an
when
important
Alex
moment for Canada.
and I acquired Davy, this yard was effectively closed. Today, the Government of Canada is entrusting it with the construction of 6 new program icebreakers for the Canadian Coast Guard. It would be tempting to call this a full circle moment. But a circle brings you back to where you started, and we have moved forward. And today gives us both the opportunity and the responsibility to go further. When we acquired Davy, the yard was often presented as a symbol of an industry in decline. But Quebec's shipbuilding tradition had not disappeared just because the order book had gone. It remained in knowledge and skill and pride of the people across Quebec, and especially in this region, the people of Lévis, of Lausanne. And if it hadn't have been here, I can tell you, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Over the years that followed, we assembled the projects, partnerships, and transactions that rebuilt Davy. I spent much of that time understanding why operating a shipyard in Canada and in the West more broadly had become such a difficult proposition. And we developed ways around those obstacles, built strategies to mitigate the risks, and secured capital to make the strategy work. But strategy and capital do not build ships. The people who returned to help us restart the yard, and those that joined subsequently, learned from them and also brought skills and experience of their own. And they carried the work forward. And together we completed the Seacon Pride, a DP3 subsea construction vessel, an incredible ship, and Canada's largest single export in 2014. I'd hazard it was the last time we actually sold a very large ship abroad. We built 2 highly advanced ferries for Quebec, the first LNG-powered passenger carrying vessels in North America, writing the rules with Lloyd's, the classification society. We delivered the combat support ship Asterix in 3 years, not just a ship, but as a service. And nearly a decade later, Asterix continues to maintain Canada's crucial reprovisioning at sea capability. We sourced and converted 3 sister ships that became Canadian Coast Guard's medium icebreaker fleet. And we completed our first deep refit of a Halifax frigate, HMCS St. John's, most of it during COVID, and the yard did not shut down. The second ship, HMCS Toronto, is just over here. She's just out of the dry dock and preparing to come back to service. And Fredericton is, oh, sorry, Montreal. So many of them. It's just over here. Not perfect. And for the 3rd Halifax-class docking work period. In 2019, Davy qualified to proceed through the process of becoming the 3rd strategic partner under the National Shipbuilding Strategy. And working through COVID, again, we completed that demanding qualification and negotiation process, signing Davy's umbrella agreement in 2023. That agreement gave us an extraordinary program of heavy icebreakers to build, and we were very, very grateful for that opportunity. But we also understood the scale of the challenge. Talk about the dog that caught the milk float. And with the support of the Government of Quebec, we acquired Helsinki Shipyard, the world's most experienced builder of icebreakers, and began leveraging its know-how to help advance Canada's shipbuilding industry and the portfolio of work that we have to carry out. And that expertise is already, as you've heard and know, being applied through the Polar Max, a program that's structured to accelerate the delivery of a much-needed capability for that heavy icebreaker. And we're also modernizing Davy, as you know. And that's not just about the hard assets, the physical tools of shipbuilding. This touches all our systems, processes, every aspect of the way we work. And Lindsay will talk to you a little bit more about that shortly. And we're also recruiting at scale, bringing another generation into the yard to learn new skills and contribute experience of their own. Now, this strategy is deliberate, and it's the work of thousands of employees and suppliers, partners, supporters that have converted a strategy and capital into ships and an initial promise into national capability. The responsibility Canada is placing upon us today is extraordinary, and we are profoundly grateful for that confidence. Prime Minister Carney, thank you and your government for your ambition, your leadership in advancing the national shipbuilding strategy, not always easy, and this program, which is a long-term commitment to Canada's Arctic sovereignty, economic resilience and industrial strength. Thank you, sir. Premier Frechette, at critical moments in Davy's journey, Quebec believed in us and supported our ambition. Thank you. Minister Drainville, Bernard. As Minister responsible for the maritime strategy and the economy, and as the member for Lévis, you believed in our ambition when I first met you 4 years ago to build a globally competitive shipbuilding champion with its deepest roots here in Quebec. Without that support, today would not have happened. Thank you. It's kind of warm. These ships, program icebreakers, are essential to Canada's future. They will maintain access to our waterways, strengthen Canada's presence in the High North, and support the vital work of the women and men of the Canadian Coast Guard. But today's announcement is more than just about 6 ships. It's a proof point in Canada's continuing effort to rebuild its shipbuilding industry. This is strategic industrial policy writ large. It is hard. And we've been at it for 15 years. Not just Davy, and that's the NSS. There are other critical industries, but shipbuilding is our passion. And it matters because a country that cannot build and sustain the ships, as everybody has said here, ultimately weakens its ability to protect its sovereignty, support its economy, and act independently in its own waters and potentially further afield. The success of industrial policy is often framed through the lens of jobs, job numbers, and it matters, but it's just too simple a scoring mechanism, and it understates what's actually going on. Industrial capability is created by putting skills in people's heads, tools in their hands, and a sustained flow of the right kind of work in front of them. Not make work, but in our case, the right ships in the right order. Sustained throughput produces proficiency, proficiency produces capability, capability sustained over time produces capacity. Combine that with the right product expertise and a coherent export policy, and Canada has the opportunity to compete beyond its own shores. Now, none of this is easy, but I think we can do it. The capability exists here, but it is dispersed. Quebec and Ontario together provide deep pools of industrial skill, engineering expertise, suppliers, and adjacent industries. And they are connected by a natural industrial artery, the St. Lawrence. Now, Canada has not yet converted the full strength of the industrial base into internationally competitive cost and schedule performance. We can be candid about that, but this 6th program provides something essential, the continuity. It gives us the opportunity to standardize, to learn, to improve one ship to the next under a fixed price contract. And we had asked for the opportunity to continue to prove that Davy can do everything that we've said, and this contract is that continuity. And we take the responsibility of it seriously, because it comes with responsibility. That is the bargain. It's pretty straightforward. Sufficient freedom to organize for delivery, matched by clear accountability for cost and schedule and performance. It's up to every one of us, especially everybody in the Davy team, to remember that. We're at the test, guys, and we're going to perform. That job, our job, is to turn that continuity into steadily improving productivity and lasting Canadian capacity. That capacity will allow us to go abroad and sell ships internationally. That's why this contract can become a bridge for rebuilding an industry to that competition. And it's critical we do that. The program Icebreakers give us the opportunity to demonstrate how we believe that can be done. And our approach is not standard, and it's demanding, and it needs to be because the task is hard. It depends on a disciplined application of critical path. But that's what you get with Davy. I want to just say on behalf of everybody whose work has brought us to this point, our direct workforce, blue collar, white collar, our partners, and thousands of people in our supply chain, I say this: thank you. Prime Minister Carney, Premier Fischert, Minister McGuinty, Minister Lightbound, Minister Drainville, thank you, and thank your teams for making this possible. Deputy Minister Reza, Commissioner Brosseau, Deputy Commissioner White, and your respective teams, thank you for the work, rigor, and commitment that have brought us here. We have spoken about and worked over years to develop alternative approaches to rebuilding Canada's shipbuilding industry. This contract gives us the opportunity and the responsibility to prove that it can be done differently at scale. And I'd like to now introduce Lindsay Cattell, President of Davy, who is leading the team to deliver on this at scale. Thank you.
Bonjour.
Hello.
Come on.
All right. We have been listening into Prime Minister Mark Carney as he made an announcement and took questions in Lévis, Quebec at Davy Shipyard. The government announced more than $11 billion to build six new icebreakers for the Canadian Coast Guard that will be made in Canada with Canadian materials and Canadian steel. We also heard from the Premier of Quebec as well as some shipyard building leaders. The CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian has been listening in. Rafi, tell us more about what we heard from the Prime Minister.
Andrew, I feel like this was kind of a repackaging of a previous announcement because we got some new details, right? That the first ship will be ready in 2032, the full fleet in 2037. The $11 billion was a new figure we got today. And it was all sort of cast as, a response to everything going on, the falling through of the trade deal with the United States and the necessity for Canadians to support themselves more, hence the references to the various steel production capabilities in Hamilton and elsewhere. However, the Canadian government first announced an intention to build 6 new icebreakers to replace its aging fleet in 2019 under Justin Trudeau. And so, we heard the Prime Minister talk about building things with speed. I mean, we will not have had these new icebreakers until 18 years after the Canadian government's first announcement about their intention to build them. It takes time to build gigantic ships, but he did not really mention that how long this process has already been taking in the first place. He did nod to the trade deal falling through in his prepared remarks. He didn't really get into the this latest threat from the U.S. president about 50% tariffs coming on more sectors of the economy, auto and steel, starting in January 2027. I suspect journalists will ask the Prime Minister for his take on that.
I should mention, I just misspoke off the top. I'm dealing with some computer chaos here. Just for our viewers, there have not been questions to the Prime Minister. We will obviously go back as soon as those questions begin for him and probably the Premier. But let's talk a little bit about the reaction from other quarters that we've seen so far, Rafi.
Yeah, there has been a lot. Notably, Ontario Premier Doug Ford was on the radio station 1010, and he had some strong words for Donald Trump. He said the president can kiss his you-know-what, and then he suggested that there should be retaliation in the form of cutting off oil and gas to the U.S. That's, of course, a kind of threat Ford has made before. He wouldn't be able to act on that alone. He would need the consent of the Federation, and notably of Alberta Premier Danielle Smith, who in the past has been reticent to go there. He said that maybe he can get her on board this time around. We have not heard from her yet. We also heard from Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet on this. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
Rafi, let's listen to the questions from reporters.
Réponse de samedi. Je voudrais savoir, est-ce que cette réplique, est-ce que vous l'anticipiez? Est-ce qu'elle vous fait peur?
Does it make you afraid? Do you fear that your response led to uncontrollable escalation? Thank you for your question. I'm going to repeat my answer in English afterwards, if it's agreeable to you. So this is not a surprise. It's another initiative from the President and the Americans. Secondly, this response is quite revelatory because during these negotiations, we have seen that the Americans want to destroy our large industries, including the automobile industry, the steel and aluminum industries, with negotiating terms that are unfair. And that is one of the main reasons why we said no and walked away. It was a bad deal. All right? So that's the first point. Second point, it's surprising in this context, that is, this idea of tearing up a North American industry, the automobile partnership that is the most efficient, that is in fact the best partnership in the automobile sector in the world, in the history of the world. This partnership has existed now for 60 years. And so what is the message sent out to the workers? To the workers in Michigan, Ohio, in Kentucky, in Alabama. These workers depend, absolutely, they depend on Canada. Their largest consumer. We buy more American cards than the EU, than Korea, than many other countries. So I will take note. I will take note of the date of this initiative, January the 1st. There's a better way to do this, but there's an agreement to be struck, but it will be struck between two sovereign countries. A fair agreement, an efficient agreement, an agreement that can look at today's announcement, an agreement that can put workers at the forefront, workers and families in the United States as well.
For us, that the U.S. would take some form of reprisal to our response to their unjustified tariff, which was on top of other unjustified tariffs. That's not a surprise. But what message does that send to the workers in Michigan and Ohio and Kentucky and Alabama, who rely on Canadian demand? We're their largest customer for automobiles, more than the European Union, Japan, Korea, many others combined. And the United Kingdom, I'm going to throw them in as well. This is the most successful automotive partnership in history. It's existed for all my life, for 60 years. And the President is doing what we not just suspected, but we had confirmed through the terms that they were offering. Instead of a quick change to the terms in the automobile industry, they were putting on the table terms that gradually would have that impact, and we wouldn't accept that. So it's very revealing that this is where they go. Now, our focus, as the focus is today, and I would just encourage policymakers around the world to take the lesson of what we see today. The importance of l'audace, ambition, cooperation, putting workers, families first, investing in technology. We will put all of those lessons to work, as we have been, for our auto industry, for the industries that supply our auto industry. Look, final point, and I'll hand back for your follow-up. There is a mutually beneficial deal possible here, but it has to be one that respects Canada's sovereignty, that respects our independence, that uses our complementary strengths to build something better, not tear apart for short-term gain. That's the offer.
Question suivie, follow-up. Toujours M. Carney et ensuite Mme Fréchette.
Pourriez-vous recommencer?
J'ai juste seulement dit encore vous, M. Carney.
Yes, for you, Mr. Carney, once again.
On a vu Doug Ford ce matin qui
Doug, this morning we saw Doug Ford saying that he wants to cut the electricity to the U.S. and also to close access to critical minerals. Is this something that you're thinking about? I'd like to hear Mrs. Fréchette talk about that. Is Quebec thinking about that? There's a huge difference between Canadians and Americans, where the administration, not the Americans, and also the Canadian government and the Quebec government. We have positive objectives. We are putting the emphasis on building Quebec and Canada, a Canada strong. So this is a positive agenda. We're seeking reliable partners throughout the world, and we're finding them. We're finding them throughout the world, except in the United States. Except in the United States and Russia. Okay, the United States and Russia. Second point, we do have options. We have several options. Sometimes the United States president says, we don't need anything that Canada has. That's not true. We are energy providers. We provide critical minerals. We provide key products in the supply chain, in the automobile supply chain, and in other sectors as well. But we're going to remain calm. We're going to remain positive. We will cooperate in order to build careers and jobs here in Quebec and throughout Canada. And yes, if it's necessary to do other things, we will see. But we are beginning with positive initiatives, such as this one today. Thank you. Next question.
Oui, effectivement, je pense que l'annonce d'aujourd'hui prend un sens nouveau.
Takes on a new dimension given the context that we are working in. And so it's a new paradigm. And first of all, we need to look at our own talents, our own resources, while developing new alliances. And I can tell you that with regards to reprisals, we'll look at what is possible as measures. I was talking about the symbolic scope of these measures. I think that we should target the measures, but I'm not excluding anything as a measure, but up until now, I have not thought about those that you are speaking to. But nothing is off the table. We're entering a new phase. Prime Minister Carney, hello. On Saturday, you were very clear. Quebec culture was being threatened. Jameson Greer, not that long ago, said it's a funny fact. I'd like to know, is it Netflix? Or is it really that they don't want to have to label things in French or provide instructions in French? First of all, that is a fact, but it's not a funny fact. For the Americans, questions around the French language or the Quebec culture, the Francophone culture, the Canadian culture, these are irritants. But here in Quebec, here in Canada, these are rights. These are fundamental rights. It's not an irritant. There's a huge amount of agreement. So we see that the perspective in Canada and in the U.S. is quite different. And yes, in the last hours of negotiation, you talked about Netflix. Well, that is a question of discoverability. Discoverability on streaming platforms. And this evening, yes, if you're, let's say you're looking for Francophone programs, Quebec programs, and you're trying to do a search, is it easy? Is it not easy? Well, now it's quite easy because of laws we have in Quebec. For the Americans, it's an irritant, but for us, it's a law. So, labeling, yes, this also was part of the of what the Americans say to be an irritant, but the Canadians say no. So, the joke isn't funny. It's not funny. This is not a funny fact for Canadians. It's a right. Throughout the country, and I'd like to hear you, Mrs. Fréchette, throughout the country, there are two positions, dollar for dollar, retaliation, and there's what Mrs. Fréchette is talking about, more targeted retaliation. When you talk about potash, uranium, electricity, could these be used in order to be less painful? If you're talking about price increases, for example, with the tariffs coming from the U.S., what's going to happen for the consumer? Well, here's another fact. The U.S. economy is a lot bigger than the Canadian economy for now. So we're going to reduce the gap between the two. Secondly, because of that, it would be very difficult to always have a dollar-for-dollar response. Of course, we have to be targeted. At this moment in time, we have a lot that remains to be done in this context. And as Madame Premier was just saying, nothing is off the table.
Effectivement, je pense que il ne faut rien exclure, il faut y aller d'une manière nichée.
So we have to be very targeted. We have to avoid increased damage to our businesses, and that is why I asked businesses that I met with association leaders to identify measures to be considered and measures to avoid as well, because we've gone through a first wave of tariffs, and we know that counter tariffs have had negative impacts on some businesses. So there are lessons to be learned. That is what we're going to do. We're going to cooperate with the federal government to identify where we can best target our response. Pierre-Alexandre Bolduc, Radio-Canada. First question from Mr. Carney. Mr. Carney, are you going to target Republican states in order to hurt the Trump administration as we approach the midterms? Thank you for your question. No. Our objective is to protect businesses and workers in Canada. We have prepared a list of counter tariffs. There's a meeting underway right now of finance ministers. It's an FPT meeting of finance ministers, and they will discuss this list and options. The idea is to protect our businesses and our workers. I think that the impact on the ground, including today's new threat, this threat on jobs, yes, jobs here in Canada, we're going to work to protect Canadian workers, but also it's a threat for workers in Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, Alabama. That's a choice, but it's not the best choice, in my opinion. Second question is for you, Mr. Carney, and also Premier Fréchette. We're at 4 days from the dropping the writ. I see you with Mr. Carney. Is he becoming your best friend for the election campaign that's upcoming? And Mr. Carney, would you like for Mrs. Fréchette to win the Quebec election? Okay. When Madame Premier became the Premier, I believe she said, let's get to work. And I like hearing that. Let's get to work. We have to work cooperatively. The federal government, Quebec, other Canadian provinces, and other countries. We have to work cooperatively. And when you work together cooperatively, you can accomplish things. Mr. Drainville and I? Yes. The Contrecoeur port, for example, the St. John's Churchill Falls announcement, today's announcement, that is cooperation at work. Yes, and it's for people here in Davie, for all the families living in Lévis, in Quebec, throughout Quebec and throughout Canada. My job is to work with the premiers and with the unions, with businesses. So that is my choice, and it's the only choice to make. And I'm happy that Mrs. Fréchette has the same attitude with regards to working together cooperatively in order to create well-paying jobs and a brighter future for people. As Premier, I work with those who want Quebec to go forward. I did it last week with Premier Wakeham and with Prime Minister Carney today. But during with these two important agreements, it is the culmination of many, many years of work. Negotiations that concluded with the Davie is the fruit of many, many years of work. So I wanted to get to work. You've seen that at a very fast pace, with a good momentum. I want to show Quebecers that we are very active and that we're connected to their priorities. I think Quebecers can see that. And for me, where we're able to have important partnerships that will generate spin-offs for Quebec, I'm going to be there. I was there last week. I've been there since April. We've signed 5 agreements last June with the federal government. All of these are partnerships that will benefit Quebec, and that's what I'm working on. One last question.
Eric Andrew, Globe and Mail. This is for Prime Minister Carney. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy told Fox News on Sunday that Canada will come back to the negotiating table because the tariffs are so devastating and that we depend on the U.S. for our security. How do you respond to that?
When the Americans go to the negotiation table first with the right attitude towards our industries and a true partnership, of course we'll come to the negotiating table. Let's be clear. There is an existing arrangement between our countries and Mexico that works. It can be improved. There's ways to improve it, and we will work to improve it in ways that are to the benefit of Canadians, but also to the benefit of Americans and the people of Mexico. But an attitude at the negotiation table that Canada is a subsidiary of the United States. The Canadian industry is going to be disadvantaged relative to American industry. That we're going to set up terms so that over time, Canadian industry is going to face constant headwinds. That's not something we're going to accept. And that's before you get to constraints on our ability to do what the rest of the world wants, which is to sign trade deals with Canada. And that's before the very fundamental issues on culture. Thank you.
Follow-up?
Are you going to switch your... Yeah, go ahead.
I'm taking over with some cooperation here. Justin Ling, the Toronto Star. Prime Minister Carney, the Davie Shipyard is the linchpin of the ice pact between Canada, Finland, and the United States. It will be the savoir-faire of this shipyard that will help the U.S. recapitalize its own Coast Guard with icebreakers. Does the most recent round of tariffs put that into question, especially considering that the tariffs are on steel and aluminum necessary to make these icebreakers?
Well, first off, thank God that Davie, and it's not thank God, it's through good work of Minister Lightbaum, Minister Drainville, and the leadership here at Davie, that the steel for these ships is Canadian. They'll come from Algoma. It'll come from Brennan. It'll come from Sigersal. So that's a core advantage. And it's a reminder to us of the strategic advantage of producing what we need. Nothing about what's happened over the last week affects this program. In fact, what it does is reinforce it. And I thank you for your question, because it's a reminder of one of the many, many, many things that the United States needs from Canada. This expertise, the United States has a handful, and I'm being generous, of icebreakers. We have 20. Yeah, one. Yeah, I was being generous. Okay, I didn't want, yeah. I rounded up. They have a habit of doing that there. And we have 20. We're building the best in class across all classes with the expertise here. And I'll just finish with this, if I can reinforce the very astute observations of Mr. Davies. This process, both delivering this contract, as enormous as it is, and how it reinforces the competitive advantages of Davie in engineering, in production, in supply chain management, and how it's going to set it up for even more contracts internationally. This is first class, best in class. This is the launch pad. As important as today's announcement is, it's what's to come is even more important. And there's a world in which America is part of that. That's a sensible world. It's a world after the fever breaks, right? And Canada will be a partner in that, but on terms that work for Canadians and work for these workers here. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. This puts an end to our press conference. C'est ce qui met fin à notre conférence de presse. Merci.
You've been listening to Prime Minister Mark Carney, as well as the Premier of Quebec, Christine Frechette, and other ministers speaking at the Davie Shipyard in Lévis, Quebec, talking about a new program to build icebreakers. We'll get to that, but there were lots of questions to the Prime Minister and to the Premier about the trade war that has been inflicted on this country by Donald Trump, the escalation of that war that we've been learning about today. And the Prime Minister said the Americans, want to destroy our large industries, steel and aluminum and auto industries. That's why we, the Canadian team, walked away. He asked what the message is to Michiganders, people living in certain states that rely on Canada for trade, whose jobs rely on Canadian trade. He also talked about saying that we're seeking reliable partners throughout the world, and we are finding them everywhere except in the United States and Russia. He went on to talk, we heard from both the Premier and the Prime Minister, saying there is a list of countermeasures that are going to be presented to the Premiers today. The Premier and the Prime Minister saying nothing is off the table. The CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian has been listening. He joins me live from Ottawa. And he talked about this idea, too, of sovereignty and independence and saying, Canada, we won't go back to the table with the American attitude as it is now. Canada is not a subsidiary of the United States. Rafi, what did you hear?
Yeah, it's funny, Andrew, because when he was talking about how, the the American attitude at the negotiating table was that it wanted to destroy Canadian industry, it was an answer to a question about Donald Trump's latest threats, ones that came after these talks broke off, right? This social media post that mentions more tariffs, 50% tariffs on auto and steel starting in January 2027. Carney's answer was sort of suggesting that, if those threats were not made at the negotiating table, at the very least, some of the language that made Canada walk away was suggesting that further attacks, if you will, on those sectors were coming. You'll recall on Saturday he said that though the Americans had agreed to reduce auto sector tariffs, they were trying to exempt heavy-duty trucks from it. So maybe he was tying these latest threats to those areas. I also found it interesting that Carney was asked in French if he wanted to elaborate on what the threats to culture were. And this is because Jameson Greer has come out and said that there were no threats to the French language in Canada, and he had called that a funny fact that Carney had alluded to on Saturday. Carney's response was that there were threats to discoverability, on streaming platforms. He kind of sidestepped the part of the question that was about whether or not there were threats specifically to labeling requirements in French. He did not really address that. I also found it notable. He was asked, are you basically endorsing Quebec Premier Christine Fréchette in the coming Quebec election? And he didn't say yes, but he said that he liked her attitude about wanting to work hard and getting things done, and that's why he was there at that shipyard.
Also, they were both asked about what Doug Ford had to say. We're going to get to that in a second because we expect to hear from the Premier of Ontario. But as you mentioned earlier, Rafi, he's making waves because on private radio he said, "Kiss my," and you can imagine the final word of that. So some pretty fighting words by Doug Ford towards Donald Trump. Also, we certainly heard Mark Carney critical of the American president. I mean, saying that we are finding reliable partners around the world everywhere except the United States and Russia.
Yeah, it's not every day you get that comparison, right? The U.S. and Russia lumped together in one sentence like that, but Carney went there. He'd also said that the U.S. was trying to limit who Canada can partner with. When he spoke to journalists on Saturday, he said that was one of the other issues when it had come to the 11th hour negotiations. We still haven't heard whom he meant by that. I will say the finance minister, François-Philippe Champagne, was asked about that remark earlier this morning. He was on Radio-Canada. He was asked, which countries were you talking about, or which countries was the Prime Minister talking about? And Champagne suggested that was more of a general complaint from the States, not focused in particular on any of the countries that Canada has been trying to build partnerships with in the last year and change. Think of China or India or further ties with the European Union. As for Ford's comments, Carney didn't really weigh in on whether or not he would go that far, right? Doug Ford is suggesting that oil and gas should be cut off to the States. That's something that so far the federal government has not been willing to go there, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but both the Premier and the Prime Minister said everything is on the table. And it was interesting to hear, we got a little bit of, illumination into what could be on the list, saying they're not really targeting Republican states per se, but they're being strategic. They're going to present a list to the premiers and maybe receive a list from the premiers in terms of what could be targeted. Rafi, we'll be back to you soon, I'm sure, but thank you. That is the CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian live in Ottawa. We are soon going to turn south of the border to speak to Katie Nicholson. She's standing by. But first, we want to show you this shot, and that is where we are expecting to hear from the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, who had those comments earlier and suggesting that everything is on the table and suggesting that Canada should use energy potentially in its response to these U.S. Tariffs, and had those words for Donald Trump, which we will play you at some point soon. Turning now to south of the border, where our Katie Nicholson is standing by. So let's talk, Katie, about the new escalation from Donald Trump and what specifically he said earlier today.
Yeah, and you know, Andrew, this is a little different. It's a ratcheting up from his rather muted for him Sunday post. You might remember that yesterday the U.S. president had posted that Canada wanted the benefits of being a state without being one. It was a very short statement yesterday. There was no name calling or anything like that that you sometimes see in posts where he's angry. So this morning, a bit of an escalation here. He posted this on Truth Social. Canada has been ripping off the United States of America for years. The ridiculously high tariffs on our farmers and farm products has made life impossible for these great American patriots and has long created a $60 billion deficit between our two countries. Not sustainable and not anymore. And this is where he announces on January 1st of 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts and steel will be increased to 50%. Build in the U.S. and there are zero tariffs. Canada will be treated like a state no longer on trade and in other ways. Also, they are among the worst nations in the world to deal with. They feel entitled, and yet we don't need Canada. They need us. They do 95% of their business with us, which is the exact opposite. And of course, he signs off there. It isn't clear what it is that the U.S. president means by this 50% number, since that was already on the table. That's part of these new tariffs that have already been brought in. Is this an additional amount? We have reached out to the White House for clarity on that. We also heard from Treasury Secretary. Oh, I should also mention that 95% number is not correct. It looks to be closer to about 74%. Now, for Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he spoke this hour, and he was asked about whether or not the U.S. president intends for Canada to again to become the 51st state. Of course, this is something we've heard time and again in his rhetoric. This was Scott Bessent's response to that question.
I think he would like Canada to come to the table and negotiate in good faith. They were offered quite a good deal last week. They chose to reject it. Unfortunately, Prime Minister Carney rose to power on an anti-American, anti-Trump platform. I believe he was more than 20 points behind, and he seems to have gone back to his old playbook. And I think one has to ask oneself, is he trying to benefit himself, the Liberal Party, or the Canadian people? Because they were offered a very good job.
So not entirely sure there what it was that Secretary Bessent was referring to in terms of 20 behind. Would point out that Angus Reid did come out with some polling yesterday that found 69% are in favor of Carney showing strength in refusing this deal. And of course, that Canadians by a 5-to-1 ratio support essentially Canada walking away from these talks at this moment.
We should also point out, Katie, that Bessent can present a characterization of the mood in Canada and what happened, but that there would be some that would say that anger at Trump or anger at the United States came from the United States calling the Prime Minister, then Trudeau, governor, 51st state rhetoric, threatening to annex the country through economic coercion, that a lot of the reaction and the anger has come from those actions, as well as the tariffs by the United States.
Absolutely. And I think of Senator Peter Welch in Vermont, who last month told a hearing that tourism is down 40% in Vermont. And he drew a direct parallel between that kind of rhetoric and the trade war as to why it is Canadians are opting out of visiting Vermont right now.
It's not all happening in a vacuum. Trump's vice president was making remarks in Maine last hour and may have made a Freudian slip, or was it? Let's hear.
Or was it calculated? Yeah, tough to know, really, with J.D. Vance. Yeah, he was there, the vice president, talking about an American renaissance in manufacturing, sort of pushing forward here into the midterms, trying to sort of rally the Republican vote. And as he did, and again, Maine is such a key state here, Andrew, because there is so much cross-border trade. Just think in terms of lobster, forestry. So it's seafood, it's forestry, it's sort of agriculture. And so there are very tight ties between Maine and Canada. And so he was asked about these this latest tariff escalation. Here is a little bit of J.D. Vance's answer as to why he believes it's necessary.
I would not expect that from Canada. We have to remember, Canada is a state. Sorry, Freudian slip. That was actually an accident. Canada is a country that has underinvested in its military that quite literally would get invaded by a foreign country were it not for the umbrella of protection provided by the United States of America. And so how does Canada actually respond to that? By treating the people of Maine fairly? No. They apply ridiculous tariffs and other non-tariff duties on Maine products coming into Canada, and they don't expect Maine or anybody else to fight back. We're sick of that.
So that Freudian slip likely to land with a dull thud in Canada. Vance also spoke about something that the Americans have complained about repeatedly, and something we heard during stakeholder hearings on CUSMA in the fall. He said that Canada, Vance says, allows itself to be used as a backdoor for Chinese goods. And he also said, repeating a little bit of what we have heard from other American officials, it's Canada that made a bunch of unreasonable last-minute demands, and that he thinks that the U.S. needs to send a message loud and clear to the Prime Minister, essentially saying stop taking advantage of the people of Maine. He localized it there. Stop taking advantage of America, essentially, and saying at one point it's over, this sort of notion that Canada is taking advantage of the United States. But I should mention, stateside, Trump is being undercut in this editorial. It's in the Wall Street Journal today, of course. Rupert Murdoch paper. This is Rupert Murdoch, somebody who often Trump does listen to. He does have his ear. And so the editorial board actually quite critical. Was critical initially of Trump's tariffs, and today with this editorial, the dumbest trade war revisited. So really delving into a lot of the issues here, purported grievances that derailed negotiations, the editorial says could have been dealt with had there been CUSMA renegotiation. It called some of the justifications for Trump's tariffs contrived, and noted that Trump's complaint about a trade deficit with Canada, it's ironic, the editorial said, pointing to the fact that it's due to heavy crude oil imports, which of course help U.S. refineries. And as many Canadian negotiators and advisors have noticed, including Aaron O'Toole this morning on Front Burner, you take that out of the sort of the equation there, and you actually have a sort of a trade. You no longer have that trade deficit, right? You have a surplus. So the U.S. choosing to sort of look at this in a very interesting way, and the Wall Street Journal has sort of torn apart in this editorial today.
And then also some criticism in Maine, where the vice president was, from the Republican Senator Collins about this tariff war with Canada, basically saying it makes no sense and it hurts workers in Maine. Katie, thank you. Katie Nicholson in Washington, D.C. Now, Ontario is among the provinces hit hardest by the U.S. tariffs when it comes to potential job losses. And the province's premier did not hold back when speaking on a local Toronto radio station this morning. Premier Doug Ford will be speaking in a few minutes in Hamilton, and you can see that on the right of your screen. But we'll bring that to you live when it begins. Ahead of that, the CBC's Michelle Song joins us from the Ontario Legislature in Toronto. So, Michelle, tell us about what Ford told radio listeners earlier today.
Yeah, Andrew. So again, as you said, the premier is set to speak any moment now, but he has been speaking a lot already today. He spoke to News Talk 1010, a radio show here in Toronto, and the premier directly responded to the Trump's threats of increasing auto and steel tariffs by 50% as of January 1st, and he had some choice words for the president.
Well, he can kiss my ass as far as I'm concerned. We're going to go at him full steam. And we buy 400% more cars than anyone in the world. Maybe I have an idea. We'll get Danielle Smith on board so the cars that they're manufacturing won't be able to fill up because we'll be controlling the oil and the gas going down there. And maybe what we should be doing is charging him triple on the oil, triple on the potash, on the uranium, on our metals.
So Andrew, he went on to say that he will be throwing everything at the president. He also spoke to the Associated Press today, and he also mentioned, again, cutting off critical minerals to the U.S., and he said you won't get a grain of sand out of Ontario. So this is a little bit of a peek into what he might be saying moments from now. But his Minister of Natural Resources was also announcing something separately earlier this morning, and when he was asked about trade negotiations, he was a bit more restrained than the Premier.
We're not going to negotiate through the media. We didn't negotiate through the media when we worked with Alberta. We didn't negotiate through the media when we worked with Quebec and Newfoundland to get to the largest single investment in Canadian history, and we're not going to do it now.
Yep. Excuse me, that was the federal Minister of Natural Resources. But the minister also went on to say that the federal government will be now investing $19 million into a facility in London, Ontario, that will produce more renewable gas. And this is really part of Canada's strategy to build up sectors like clean energy to create a stronger, more resilient economy.
And Michelle, what are we hearing from Ontario business owners?
Well, steel and auto is really at the heart of manufacturing in Ontario, and they are the sectors that have been really hit hard by these ongoing trade disputes in the province. We spoke to a steel fastener distributor, and she says no deal is better than a bad deal, but as a business owner herself, she is really hurting from all these economic tensions.
I've seen in the past 6 months, many of my customers are pivoting where I saw most of their orders, most of their sales had gone last year to the U.S. I'm seeing a lot of orders going out west to BC, to Alberta.
So that elbows up approach, Andrew, is really going to be critical for small and medium businesses, especially here in Ontario, but for all businesses across Canada. Unifor, the union that represents auto industry workers and other manufacturing sectors in the province and across Canada, had spoken out yesterday, and they said that they are hoping to see programs that will help protect working people, help their livelihoods, maybe programs that we have seen during the COVID-19 pandemic. But really, the Prime Minister spoke earlier today, and he spoke about just helping create that resiliency, diversifying trade for Canada. And we're going to have to wait and see what the Premier says moments from now, but we are still watching for any more announcements that would help working people in Ontario.
Michelle, thank you. That is the CBC's Michelle Song, live at the Ontario Legislature in Toronto. Let's go back to Quebec, where we connect with Raphael Melançon. He's a political commentator contributing to the Montreal Gazette, among other media, and Raphael, first. Nice to see you. That shipbuilding initiative we learned about last hour from the Prime Minister. Tell us about, was that an economic announcement, or do you think a political announcement?
Well, certainly every announcement by the Prime Minister is a political announcement, of course, Andrew. And I think this one, particularly in the context we are at the moment, it's certainly more political than economic, because yes, he of course announced $11 billion in investments with Chantier Lévis in Lévis on the south shore of Quebec City for the construction of 6 new icebreakers. That's major, of course, and that's important also for our defense strategy. That's important for trade, because we need icebreakers to make sure that the St. Lawrence River remains open to ships that are transiting on that very important transportation means. But I would say most of all, it was he was answering questions, about the negotiations that have stalled with the U.S. He was trying to send a message to reassure Canadians regarding the path that we are taking as a country to reinforce our economy, to develop new partnerships across the world. So, of course, the message, most of all, was political, in my point of view.
Develop new partnerships, going even as far as I was saying this earlier, just to say that Canada has found reliable partners around the world, except in the United States and Russia. I want to play something the Prime Minister said in his remarks in Lévis and then ask you about it. Let's listen.
We launched together the largest clean energy investment in North American history. Today, we are launching the largest shipbuilding contract in Quebec's history. No matter the headwinds, the work of building Canada strong goes on uninterrupted. No matter the circumstances, Canadians will take charge of building our future.
So we didn't hear the White House or trade war, but that is the context for this announcement, and we certainly did. The media, of course, were asking him lots of questions about the current trade war, and basically saying that what the United States is trying to do, their attitude is to make Canada subservient, a subsidiary of the United States.
And he even mentioned that they want to destroy our certain industries in Canada. So he went, I mean, with the choice of words from Mark Carney today, he went really far into the rhetoric saying we're under attack, basically. So it's basically, we're seeing Mark Carney transforming into a leader that's leading a country that's really at war here. And the rhetoric, the words we hear from coming out of his mouth are words that you would normally hear from someone who's at war, literally at war against another country. So it's nothing that's going to appease, of course, the situation with the Trump administration. But at the same time, it's also words that are strategically chosen, I would say, to mobilize Canadians at the moment, to make sure that Canadians support his plan moving forward. For instance, with those new partnerships around the world, he mentioned today his intention to strengthen the partnership also with the European Union. He mentioned his government's intention in the fall to negotiate a new strategic, economic and security partnership with the European Union. So that is also, I think, a major piece that we will hear more about in the upcoming months.
Yeah, just one question left for you. I just want to also mention it was interesting, I think, when he talked about how the Americans view the French language and culture as irritants. He said they are not irritants, they are fundamental rights. This is all happening as there is about to be a Quebec election call, an expected Quebec election call. The Prime Minister was asked if he supports Christine Fréchette, who is the Coalition Avenir Québec premier right now, who will likely call that election. What do you make of this moment? And we know that the Parti Québécois, a sovereigntist party, has been ahead in the polls, but it seems pretty tight. What does this moment, this escalation of the trade war by Donald Trump, what does this potentially do to that conversation? You know, these announcements, the Airbus announcement, the Churchill Falls announcement, all in the last few months. What do you think?
Well, I think the situation, I mean, the whole landscape in Quebec has changed over the past three days since the negotiations have been stopped in Washington, D.C. It's going to have a major impact on the dynamics of the campaign that's about to start in just a few days here in the province. I mean, had Mark Carney signed a deal that made major concessions with the U.S. regarding, for instance, supply management for the dairy industry, which is a major industry here in this province, right away, you would have heard the Parti Québécois leader, Paul Saint-Pierre-Plamondon, say that Ottawa sacrificed Quebec's interests to save the Ontario auto industry, for instance. You would have heard the Parti Québécois talk a lot about how a sovereign Quebec would have been better served if they were able to sign their own deals. This is all arguments that they cannot use anymore, having no deal at all. And I think that in the end, seeing Ottawa protecting the French language is having a major impact in the minds of a lot of Quebecers, because they see now that contrarily to what the PQ says, well, Ottawa, the federal government, does have an interest in protecting bilingualism in Canada and protecting the French language, and has also a certain sensitivity towards Quebec culture. So to me, it's a good thing. It's going to take arguments away from the PQ in this campaign. And most of all, I would say for Christine Fréchette, it's also an opportunity for her as premier to elevate her profile at the moment and to show her leadership, her statesman or stateswomanship, and to embody the role that she wants to continue holding following this election on October 5th here in the province.
Raphael, thank you. Political commentator Raphael Melançon in Montreal. For a deeper look at the Prime Minister's comments in the trade dispute, trade war, let's call it what it is, with the United States, let's bring in CBC senior business correspondent Peter Armstrong. Peter.
I mean, it's an interesting day, isn't it? There's a lot of moving parts, and it's important to sort of zoom out. The announcement in the Davie Shipyard, I think, is a really interesting example of how Canada can sort of. Are we going to take Doug Ford? I know we're watching for that to come. I'll take my cues from you.
Don't worry.
If you need to go, just say so.
Sure.
The thing about the Davie Shipyard is that here's an example of taking Canadian steel made up in Sault Ste. Marie, sending it down to Brampton to get turned into more refined parts, and using a company in Hamilton to build on that. All of those.
All Canadian steel.
All Canadian steel. You look through the list, Algoma Steel in Sault Ste. Marie, fabricators of Bannon Steel in Brampton, steel specialists in Hamilton, manufacturers in Chester, Nova Scotia, Échauffe Plus in Laval. So companies that will provide all of that are losing work to the United States, gaining work here. Now, you're just chipping away at the losses, but you're chipping away. You're giving these companies a fighting chance to survive the day. And, for all the rhetoric out there, the Canadian economy has been incredibly resilient.
Peter, thank you. We're going to go now to Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario. Let's listen.
Protect your jobs and paychecks and stand up for Canada. The Prime Minister has my full support in this decision to walk away from a bad deal that would have hurt Canadian workers and undermined Canadian sovereignty. And he has my full support to hit back tariff for tariff, dollar for dollar. But let's be clear, this will not be easy. To stand up for Canada, to stand up against President Trump, we have to withstand the economic pain that will come with this fight. I promise you our government will be there, doing whatever we can to keep costs down, cut taxes, support workers and families, and protect Ontario jobs. But we need all levels of government working with us to lower cost and get through this fight. That includes municipal leaders like Mayor Horvath, who I am so glad to welcome her here today. And Mayor, we just handed over a $572 million check, and I know it's going to go into infrastructure to build more affordable homes like we're here in this neighborhood. And it means the federal government also needs to step up with major support and regulatory change. In response to these tariffs, the federal government needs to work with us to take urgent action to strengthen the competitiveness of key Ontario industries. We need to eliminate federal greenhouse gas emissions standards for Canadian-made vehicles and exempt tariff-impacted sectors from federal emissions performance standards, which together add hundreds of millions of dollars in compliance costs for Canadian businesses. Tariff rate quotas on steel imports need to be dropped to zero on countries that do not have free trade agreements with Canada, and to 12% on countries that do have a free trade agreement. And of course, the federal government needs to invest significantly to support our auto, steel, and manufacturing industries, redirect revenues from our counter tariffs on the U.S. to tariff-impacted workers and businesses, and cut taxes to increase Canada's competitiveness and attract new investment. If President Trump escalates, Canada needs to be ready to do the same. Everything needs to be on the table. We need to use Canada's many points of leverage to create maximum impact, targeting deep red states and making sure that America's economy feels the pain. And make no mistake, Americans are already feeling the pain, because President Trump's tariffs are nothing more than a tax on the American people, raising the cost of everything from homes to food and making life more uncertain for the tens of millions of Americans who depend on trade with Canada to bring home their paycheck. Canada did not start this fight, but we're prepared to win it. Team Canada needs to stand united, stand up to this attack on our economy, use our leverage to protect our workers, and make clear to President Trump that Canada is not for sale. As I've always said, We can't control President Trump, but we can control the choices we make here in Ontario. And from day one, our choices have been to build the most competitive, resilient, and self-reliant economy in the G7. Since April of last year, we've announced nearly $30 billion in relief and support for Ontario workers and businesses impacted by tariffs. We're diversifying our trade away from the United States, reshoring critical supply chains, and supporting workers who've been impacted by tariffs. We've also stepped up to support small businesses with a $1.1 billion tax cut that is saving more than 375,000 small businesses up to $5,000 every year. And we're helping those businesses grow by breaking down internal trade barriers so Ontario businesses can sell to more Canadians and build a more united national economy. One of the key measures our government launched to protect workers and businesses affected by U.S. tariffs is our $1 billion Protect Ontario financing program. This program provides Ontario-based businesses hit by higher tariff rates with loans for things like payroll and utilities to keep workers on the job and keep businesses open. Today, I'm announcing that Ontario will immediately expand the program to businesses hit by President Trump's latest tariffs, including those producing electrical and mechanical equipment, plastic and paper products, packaging, furniture, beverages, including alcohol, and many more. So we can provide support where it's needed most and protect workers and businesses. Canada and Ontario have what the world wants, and we have what the United States needs. Despite the challenges we're facing, our economy is leading North America when it comes to job creation. In fact, over the last 4 months, our economy added nearly 120,000 new full-time jobs, while last month, the U.S. actually lost jobs. We have the resources, the expertise, and the world-class workers that are building the most resilient, self-reliant, and competitive economy anywhere in the world. Everything we need to protect Ontario's right here at home. So we aren't going to roll over. We're going to stand up for our country. We're going to do whatever it takes to protect every family, business, and worker in this province. I want to thank you, and may God bless the people of Ontario. Thank you so much.
We will now take questions from the media. Media present can line up and ask their question through the microphone. As a friendly reminder, the format is one question and one follow-up. Please state your name and your outlet before your question. First question.
Good afternoon, Premier Mark McAllister from City News.
Hi, Mark.
You had called on the federal government to do quite a bit in that speech. At the same time, you have the opportunity to do something as a province. You've mentioned cutting off electricity, for example, in the past. There's the opportunity to cut off critical minerals. You've mentioned those things. What can we expect specifically from the province? And have you spoken with the Prime Minister about those things?
Well, Mark, I'll answer the first question. I was speaking to him as I was pulling up, and that's why I was a little delayed. I spoke to the Prime Minister a few minutes ago. We're all part of Team Canada, and we're going to have further discussions. We're putting teams together across Canada to make sure we're all on the same page. As for the electricity, everything's on the table. Critical minerals, everything's on the table. But I can't do this alone, folks. I need every premier playing on Team Canada. And I'm confident that every single premier will be part of Team Canada.
You also you've announced the expansion of one of the measures that you had already implemented to help businesses and individuals. I'm just curious, among those different programs that you had already implemented, what kind of effectiveness you've had to this point? Because there doesn't seem to be a whole lot coming back in terms of information to us in terms of how effective things have been over the last year or so.
Well, thanks for that question, Mark. You know, I think it's been very effective. Ontario led North America in job creation last month with 52,000 jobs. And that's during uncertain times. Even when we have certain times, those are record numbers. Over the last 4 months, we've created another 120,000 jobs, attracting investment from all over the world, well over $230 billion. And I want to give a shout out to Minister Vic Fideli that travels around the world. He sends me a message every single day, 365 days a year, about companies investing billions, hundreds of millions, tens of millions, and even millions, even the small businesses. So we have to create the climate and the conditions to attract new investment here, which we have over the last 8 years. And an additional 1 million people are working today than they were in 2018. We are leaders when it comes to nuclear, small modular reactors. We're leading the G7, large-scale nuclear that we're building, which everyone needs, including our neighbors south of the border, want our energy. Folks, remember, we power 1.5 million homes and businesses. What I find ironic about this is we're actually giving electricity to companies to make products to compete against us. That needs to stop. And we're going to address that. As this escalates, everything will be on the table. Our critical minerals, we have more than anyone in the entire world. And matter of fact, my Minister Greg Rickford is making an announcement up in Narrowland First Nations to move the road forward to the Ring of Fire, to get those critical minerals out of the ground. But every single person in this province, in this country, has to play a role. When you go out shopping, look for Made Ontario, Made in Canada, or Made somewhere else in the world. Do your very best. And I know it's easy to say, but do your very best to look at the labels. And I know it's not always possible, but the people, the consumers, play a massive role. Let's put pressure on the Walmarts. Let's put pressure on the Loblaws, the Sobeys, the Metros. I'm naming the big retailers to buy Ontario products from Ontario. That's my recommendation, and I'm confident that everyone will follow suit. And that goes for the 444 municipalities. Make sure your procurement buys Ontario goods. And that goes for other companies too. No matter if it's the meters that they measure electricity. I'm calling out Electra. Make sure it's not American, make sure it's Ontario or Canadian, because I keep hearing rumors that we're going to spend hundreds of millions down in the U.S. That cannot happen. And that's just one company out of many. But we need a Team Canada approach.
Hi, Premier Rob Ferguson, Toronto Star.
Hi, Rob.
Hi there. Just wondering, since you've talked to the Prime Minister shortly before getting here, what did you talk about the 25% electricity surtax, bringing that back? Did you talk about bringing the Reagan ad, and bringing it back? And if so, what did he say?
Well, I did talk about playing a Team Canada approach, making sure that no matter if it's our electricity that we ship down there, but many other provinces' electricity, and other areas that we can really put pain on the U.S., no matter if it's the oil or if it's potash or if it's uranium, any of those. I am going to have a call with Danielle Smith at the end of the day here, or 4 o'clock roughly, have a discussion and get her opinion on what we need to do to protect Canadian workers. So it has to be a Team Canada approach. Everyone has to be singing off the same song sheet, and there can't be any detractors, because I know that every single Canadian wants to protect our sovereignty, wants to protect jobs in their communities. So we're going to work collectively together.
Okay, so it sounds like you're not going to freelance any of these moves. You're going to do it in conjunction and with perhaps with the approval of the feds.
But it is on the table, and he agreed.
Okay.
I said that electricity surcharge is going to be on the table. I'll hold off on the ads for now. I don't want to escalate it anymore, but we need to fight back.
Okay, I was just wondering, you sound a little more subdued than you did this morning on the radio when you said Donald Trump could kiss your ass. Did the Prime Minister tell you to ask you to tone it down a bit?
No, he didn't. I'm not going to comment, but he wasn't against that. And I have a lot of real estate on my ass, so he has a lot of room to kiss my ass. So
Well done.
I just do. I'm a big dude. What can I say?
Premier Sean Jefford, CBC News. I know you haven't had an opportunity to see this, but we were just looking at a very fresh post here from President Trump on Truth Social, taking aim at you personally, taking shots at you, suggesting you should fall in line, and that you are a flunky of the Prime Minister. Do you want to respond to these shots? What would you say to the President?
No, I don't respond to a dictator like President Trump, a bully like President Trump. As I said before, he's the type of guy in school that would take your lunch money one day, take your toque off your head the next day, and then steal your running shoes. But I'm not going to take any advice off a guy that's the king of bankruptcies. And he's actually tariffing his own people, taxing his own people. And I'm going to make sure I communicate through the U.S. media. I'm going to be reaching out to every single governor, every single senator, and every single congressperson. And when it comes to the midterms, I have a message to the Americans. Don't vote in a person that's going to kill your jobs. He ran on creating more jobs. Last time I checked, jobs went down in the U.S. and Ontario created more jobs. He ran on reducing the cost of living. Last time I checked, food's more expensive down there. Homes are more expensive. And the reason homes are more expensive because he has a tariff on our lumber, which 33% of all homes that are built in the U.S. use Canadian lumber. So I'm not going to take lessons off President Trump. He's the last guy that I would take any lessons off. And it's about Team Canada. We'll see how this goes, but he wants to put pain on Canadians. We'll leverage every bit of pain we possibly can on Americans. And you know what I feel bad for? I've always said I love the American people. I still stand by that statement because there's a lot of people in the U.S. that are calling me saying, way to go, keep going. You know, your own people, President Trump, don't even like you. And they're going to speak loud and clear when it comes to the midterms. And if I was allowed to, I'd be down there door knocking.
Premier, you mentioned a number of times today that tariffs are a tax on Americans. If that principle stands, and I'm sure it does here in Canada as well, you know, how do you impose retaliatory tariffs without impacting Canadian spending here?
That's good point. It is going to hurt. That's the cost of war. We have two choices, folks. We either roll over and he dismantles Canada and he says 51st state. We'll never be the 51st state. We'll do whatever it takes to protect our sovereignty. We're proud Canadians. And I'll tell you one thing, you know, we'll wait it out for 2 years. We'll wait it out for 2 years, even if he lasts 2 years, but we'll wait it out. And hopefully they'll come to their senses when they see the pain he's putting on the American people. And we have to focus on the red states. And folks, I know up here, red is liberal, blue is conservative, it's opposite down there, just to explain to the people. The red states are Republican, blue are Democrat, but the red states, we're going to hit hard.
Hi, Premier. Siobhan Morris, CTV News.
Hi, Siobhan.
I just wanted to sort of figure out your thinking about how you thread this needle with the president taking very specific aim at you in deeply personal ways.
Good.
Well, also, why is that good?
Well, good. He can, you know something, I've been in this game a lot longer than he has. I got skin on me like an alligator. And you think an insult from him hurts me? Well, bring it on, buddy. I'm ready. Bring it on. You know something? I've dealt with guys like you my whole life. And guess what? You all become losers because you're a loser.
Are you worried when you hit back that way that you are making Ontarians and Canadians vulnerable because he is such an unpredictable figure?
We have two choices, Siobhan. We either roll back and let him take over our country, watch the steel sector bleed out, watch the auto sector bleed out, the auto part manufacturers bleed out, all the manufacturers bleed out. That's his game. But we aren't going to play his game. We're not playing his game. Folks, we're an economic powerhouse. Make no mistake about it. He says he doesn't need Canada. I'd love to see, he wants to take our auto sector. I'd love to see him run cars without any oil. I'd love to see, you know, him try to grow vegetables and fruit and everything without the potash. I'd like to see when we have our critical minerals. Matter of fact, high-grade nickel, that 65% comes from Ontario for their military, for their manufacturing. But that's not my message to the American people. My message to the American people, let's create Fortress North America. Let's make the pie larger. Let's create more opportunities and more jobs. We buy more autos, 400% more autos than anyone in the entire country, in the world. So now the choice is, do we keep buying American vehicles? And that's very personal to people. So, you know, where we can, let's try to buy Canadian. But they'll have multiple auto plants closed down if that's the case. He says he wants to attack the auto part manufacturers. Like, maybe he just doesn't understand how parts go back and forth 8 times. It would actually shut down your auto plants in the U.S. But we need to hear from the American people. We need to hear from the governors and the senators, which we have heard from northern governors, that this will hurt them. It's not going to help them. And I've heard from Republican and Democrats, this is not good.
And you mentioned that everything remains on the table if things were to get worse. What would worse look like? Do you have a line in mind already?
Well, if it gets really, really bad, I say everything's on the table. I cannot speak for other premiers. But a couple premiers have a lot of power to protect Canada, massive power. And I can't speak for them, but we need everyone to be on Team Canada and throw everything in the kitchen sink at them, no matter if it's electricity, if it's fuel, again, if it's potash or uranium. We need to have everything on the table, but we need a buy-in from coast to coast to coast. And we'll work together with the other premiers. I know the Prime Minister will, but we could put massive pain on the U.S. President Trump underestimates us, and that's the biggest mistake, underestimating your opponent.
Hi, Premier. Jeff Gray, Globe and Mail. I just wanted to go back into the events of the last few days. You mentioned on Saturday that you did not like the deal from the start. But can you clarify just when, was it Friday that you told the Prime Minister, no, I'm going to leave the booze ban in place?
Well, right from Wednesday, I said it wasn't a good deal, but I'm always willing to be on Team Canada. And as the week went on, I spoke to the CEOs from the auto sector, auto part manufacturers, the CEO. And I want to give a shout out to Ron Bedard, a true leader. He's the chair of all the steel manufacturers. He is a champion for Canada. He was up till midnight the other night, but I've never believed in this deal from day one. And I'm so glad that the Prime Minister, and I know there was other situations that happened, that he took our advice. Not just my advice when he talked to CEOs, be it Ron Bedard or auto manufacturers. He made the right call. You know, you have a little pain for long-term gain. And yeah, there's going to be a little bit of pain, but we're going to be there. The federal government's going to be there. The provincial government is going to be there to support companies, diversify our trade, lower cost of taxation and regulation, and make ourselves more competitive. I'm confident when my Minister Vic Fedeli goes around the world and talks to companies, they look at Ontario as a safe haven, pro-business, cutting red tape, creating more opportunities for their companies to grow and thrive and prosper. And that's why we're fortunate enough to see 120,000 people employed, full-time jobs in the last 4 months.
But Premier, was it advice, or did you say, I'm not lifting the booze ban, so this deal is going to be is not going to happen? And did you make those things we talked about the other day, and you mentioned today, the environmental, tailpipe issue, yes, and the industrial carbon tax? Did you make those preconditions for accepting any sort of deal?
The day and the night, I did tell him I can't support it. I can't go to DeFasco and look a steel worker in the eyes, knowing that if we took this deal, he wouldn't have a job in a couple of years. I couldn't go to the auto part manufacturers and the auto companies and looking up the auto workers in the eyes and say, you aren't going to have a job in a couple of years. The total opposite. They're going to have jobs for long-term in the steel industry. They're going to have long-term jobs in the auto sector. So I have to go with my conscience. I have to go with what I believe in protecting people.
Matt Christie, the Hamilton Spectator.
Hi, Matt.
Hi. In light of the threatened new 50% tariff on steel, what measures is your government contemplating to protect steel workers in Hamilton and the Ontario steel industry?
Well, we'll be there for anything they need. We're going to protect them through financial support, and we're going to be there for them to make sure that they're going to be competitive. But they're going to feel the pain too, because who is the #1 customer for steel in the U.S.? Canada is. Ontario is. So they're going to feel the pain in the steel sector as well down there. But we're going to protect them.
The NDP is calling on you to immediately recall the legislature to pass emergency relief for Ontario workers. Do you plan to recall the legislature?
No, I find that real ironic to start doing gutter politics in this time, that they want us to call the legislature back, that they actually voted against every single thing we've done for the last year to protect Ontario. Every recommendation they gave, they voted against. So I find it pretty hypocritical. We have a job to protect Ontario, protect communities, and protect companies. That's what I'm focused on. Folks, I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm going at 6 in the morning. I don't stop till midnight, after midnight. And the death of me is going to be my cell phone. I get 1,000 messages a day. So my message to the people out there, I apologize if I can't get back to you right away. I do my very best. I return as many calls as possible. I love people that send me ideas. And I have certain groups. that call you up and say you're a bad guy. Fine. Isn't that great democracy? You can actually call a premier up and tell him he's a bad guy or whatever. Then I have the second group that says, I love you, keep going and keep moving. And that's the #1 comment that I get when I'm out there talking to thousands of people. No matter if it's going into a store or going into events, everyone says, you're doing a great job, keep going and don't stop. That's the single #1 message. And then I have people that send me ideas, which I love. And then there's frequent flyers that want to call you every day or every second day. Those frequent flyers, just hang in there, and I appreciate everyone's calls. But yeah, it's overloaded. I think I'm behind 11,540 as of today. They're coming in every single minute. So just bear with me, folks. I'll get back to you as soon as I possibly can.
Hi, Premier. Fatma Sayed with the Narwhal. In your letter to the Prime Minister, you wrote that you'd like Ontario's considering exempting tariff-impacted sectors from emissions performance standards.
Yes.
Today, you've asked for the elimination of some of them. At the same time, you've often said that companies come to Ontario because of our clean manufacturing pitch. So how do you reconcile those two positions?
Very
and
simple.
Are you now willing to weaken climate rules that were part of that pitch?
No, it's very simple. We have the cleanest grid in the entire world, folks. 90%. I'm going to pass this over to Sam Oosterhoff that takes care of the energy file, but 90%. We were at 94, and then we had to refurbish a couple of the plants, be it Pickering. It dropped down to 90, but our goal is to continue leading the world in clean energy with nuclear energy and other forms of energy. That will bring us up to close to 100%. So that's not a problem. What we have to do is create the climate for companies that come here knowing that they aren't going to have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars. I'll give you one example. Dofasco, in 4 years, they'll be paying $500 million. Do you know what happens? They're up. Talk to Mr. Mattel, the owner of the largest steel company in the world. He'll get up, see you later, and go down south. That they don't have it. But I'm all for making sure we have a clean environment. We're spending tens of billions of dollars to make that happen. We're going to continue investing in nuclear energy that has zero emissions, clean, green, reliable, cost-effective energy. That's why everyone, you see the whole shift in the world, especially in the U.S., are going to nuclear. We have the best in the world. Sam, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Premier. The Premier is absolutely right. We are committed to defending workers, defending industries and jobs, but we should make no apologies about having one of the cleanest grids in the world. And we have a clear plan laid out in the Integrated Energy Plan, Energy for Generations, that Minister Lecce and the Premier announced last year, that gets us to 99% emission-free power by 2050 as we build out small modular reactors. You saw our recent procurements, the long-term procurements where we secure more renewables, more battery storage. In the meantime, we do go through a dip in the late 2020s and into the early 2030s as we build out all of this industry, as we build out our new nuclear, as we build out a massive expansion that supports 180,000 good jobs. Be under no illusions. Those are jobs that are supported by Canadian content, Ontario content. We're going to double down on building out a clean, reliable source of power that we have in our nuclear sector, that we have in our renewable sector. But Minister Fedeli can tell you, our plan to get to 99% emissions free by 2050 doesn't mean that we have to force businesses like ArcelorMittal Dofasco, like other producers. I'm going to be in Sarnia tomorrow with Minister Lecce, folks who are producing fertilizer in Sarnia, for example, to force them to pay billions and billions of dollars. It's really a premium on the cost of doing business if that's maintained, when we know how important it is to not only get to that net zero or that 99% plus zero emissions grid that we have, a plan to achieve. We don't need to tax workers, tax industry, and ultimately put more cost on the backs of those industries in the meantime. We can do it both.
Okay, now I'm going to ask Minister Vic Fedeli to come up and talk about what people say to you when you're overseas about Ontario.
Thank you very much. When I look at Minister Oosterhoff, it reminds me of the session that we had in Europe with a company called Youngbunds-Lauer. And thank you, Sam. And the importance of coming to Ontario for that clean energy, for the talent, the raw talent that we have, the skilled talent that we have, the 90,000 STEM grads that we produce every year. This is why these companies come. Sitting in front of a room in Switzerland with Roche, 150 managers from around the world assembled, listening to a pitch from Ontario, that we are a safe jurisdiction, we're reliable, we're dependable, and unlike the United States, we are predictable. And that's why we were able to land their latest large multi-hundred multi-hundred employee business here. These are the kinds of companies that we continue to bring. Last year we landed $35 billion here in Ontario from 750 companies who alone hired 64,000 people. And for the companies here in Ontario, the same message goes for them. We always have this clean energy, talent, land, servicing, protection. The Protect Ontario Fund last year, the Ontario Together Trade Fund, $150 million protected 89 companies who then invested $1 billion of their own money here in Ontario, as the Premier said, in very uncertain times. 89 companies, 89 Ontario companies pivoted and began onshoring. Things they were having made in the States, they're now making themselves. That's going to be our success.
Cans.
Doing it.
Cans.
Tin cans. Premier was on us on day one. Why don't we make cans in Ontario? We went to France, met with a company called Massili. They're manufacturing their plant here in Ontario, in Brantford, right now. Sandvik, a company in
Sweden.
I wanted to say Finland, but it's Sweden. I'm getting them confused today, I can tell you. Company in Sweden, $85 million investing in a plant in Sudbury, Ontario. These are the kind of successes that we keep having, whether it's in South Korea or Japan or in Germany. These are the kinds of successes because Ontario, because Premier Ford, because our team has created the conditions for these businesses to be set up for success.
Thank you. Sorry. No, that's all right. That's good.
With all due respect, I appreciate the clean energy argument and the pitch that all the ministers just made, but this is about climate rules for industry. Your government has given hundreds of millions of public money to companies like Dofasco to help them decarbonize. And right now, we are in tough times, and the first thing you're calling for is an exemption or an elimination of the same standards that would incentivize companies like Dofasco to move towards cleaner production rules and fewer emissions. So how do you explain that to taxpayer money, taxpayers who have footed the bill for that green industrial strategy?
I think we just explained that, but what we're focusing on is making sure that we survive. This is about survival right now. And we're going to do both. It's not either and, or, it's and. We're going to lead the world in clean energy, and we're going to make it competitive for companies to come here and invest. It's as simple as that. But again, I appreciate your compliment on being the leader in the world on clean energy. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Premier Steve Cornwell here from the Trillium. Just on what the opposition is saying around recalling the legislature, they're saying that they want to work with you on a plan and kind of contribute to what the government can do to respond to this situation if it gets really bad. I guess my question is, what would be the harm in kind of calling the legislature back in the midst of this kind of 5-month break?
You know something, I've been in this game a long time. They want to play gutter politics. They voted against every single item that we did for the last year to protect Ontario. I am swamped right now. It's an 18-hour-a-day job with myself and my ministers. If they have suggestions, call me up. Everyone else calls me up. And by the way, I left one group out, the people that need help. I help people every single day on multitude issues. But call me up, give me suggestions. But make sure when we go back in the legislature, because we will be going back in our time frame, that they actually support things that we put forward, no-brainers. But they vote against absolutely everything. They want to play politics. I want to play, let's create jobs. Let's give people stability. Let's make sure that we have a stable environment and certainty. That's what I want to do, and that's exactly what we're doing. But we're going full steam.
In terms of all options being on the table here, one of the larger contracts that the province has signed procurement-wise this past few months was with Staples, which is owned by a U.S. equity firm. It's in the neighborhood of north of $60 million to supply Ontario schools with through the teachers kind of supply portal. Is that a contract that at this stage you would consider reconsidering based on how this trade spat is working out with the U.S.?
Not at all, because they employ thousands and thousands of people. It's like saying, don't buy a Ford car or General Motors car. They're American. No, I disagree. If you employ people here in Ontario, you're giving them a paycheck that can go back into the economy. And all the supplies, we'll do everything we can to buy Ontario. It's in the legislation. And we're going to continue doing that. So it's like saying, don't shop at Walmart. No, shop at Walmart. They employ hundreds of thousands of people. So I don't buy that argument whatsoever. Matter of fact, I want more companies from the U.S. to come up, set up shop here. I want companies from around the world to set up shop here. That's what I want. So any American company down there, come up and set up shop and create jobs. And what a great jurisdiction to set up shop in Ontario, the engine of Canada.
Hey, good afternoon, Premier Mann Hamidou, the Canadian Press. You just said 10 minutes ago that electricity going to the United States should stop. Can you expand on that? And is this a long-term goal for you or a short-term goal?
I think we start off with a surcharge. If it escalates, we have to use every tool in our toolbox. We aren't the only one that sends the electricity down to the U.S. New Brunswick does, Quebec does, BC does, Manitoba does, just to name a few. So we need to get together, all together, and decide if we're going to put surcharges on the electricity. How can we let them take really inexpensive electricity to make goods to compete and take jobs from Canadians? You can't square that circle. So we'll use every tool in our toolbox. Then we'll see if President Trump says, do I need Canada? Watch how he does cartwheels and he shouts and screams when we put the surcharge on. Matter of fact, I can't wait. I cannot wait. Let's be clear, I don't like the guy. Simple.
On that note, do you see a pathway to resolution of this current trade war? And
I hope so.
Is it realistic to see that happening soon?
I hope so, because I bet if I took a poll down in the U.S., that poll would say, we don't want to attack our best customer, our largest customer, our closest friend, our closest ally, that has fought shoulder to shoulder in wars against us, always supported us. And I believe that he'd get hammered on that poll. Matter of fact, we should do a poll down in the U.S., I think, just to send it out there. But, I don't believe the American people feel the same way, at least the ones I talk to, and I talk to thousands, feel the same way. So let's see what happens in the midterms.
This will be the last reporter.
Hi, Adam Atkinson, CHCH News. I just want to get your reaction to Trump's latest Truth Social post. Came down about 20 minutes ago. I wish I could do his voice, but I can't, so I'll just do it normal. Lots of bluster from Doug Ford, who is better known as the less charismatic, intelligent, and overall unimpressive brother of the late, great Rob Ford. So you guys aren't going to be best friends. Let's get your reaction to that.
Well, I can go back and forth with Trump. You know, I'm just not gonna take the bait. This guy's a loser. He's going to be a loser, and simple as that. We're going to fight with everything we have. And you know something? I have more courage, more brains in my baby toe than he has in his whole body. So there you go.
That concludes our media questions today.
Well, folks, thank you so much. I want to thank everyone here. I want to thank the builders. I want to thank Mars Homes. I want to thank the mayor. She's a champion. You know, she's leading the whole province now. Did you know that, guys? 444 municipalities. She is cut down to 0 DCs. And congratulations, Mayor. Thank you. She's going to cut red tape like we are. We're still going to create more jobs than anywhere in North America. We're going to make sure we're prosperous, even with Donald Trump, the tyrant, coming after us. But isn't this great? He's going in 2 years, and he might even be going sooner if the Dems get their act together and win the midterms. So everyone down there, independents, Republicans and Democrat, kick this bully out of office. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
You have been listening to the Premier of Ontario taking aim at the President of the United States, and the attack has come from Donald Trump to Doug Ford personally as well today, as the escalation in this trade war between the U.S. and Canada continues, ramps up to some very personal attacks today. Let's read you, in case you missed it, on the side of your screen. We heard the Premier, though, refer to the Donald Trump as a loser, saying that he has more brains in his baby toe than in his whole body. He repeated his comments earlier, saying to the president to kiss his ass. We heard Donald Trump post specifically about Doug Ford, saying lots of bluster from Doug Ford, who is the Premier of the Canadian province of Ontario, but who is better known as the less charismatic, intelligent, and overall unimpressive brother of the late, great Rob Ford. America has been carrying Canada for decades, but no longer. The USA will always be far bigger, richer, and stronger than Canada. Without the United States, Canada couldn't survive. It's where they get all of their money, and because of their current bad leadership, primarily Governor Carney, referring to the Prime Minister Mark Carney as governor, which is something that the U.S. president used to do with Justin Trudeau, so clearly showing disrespect to the Prime Minister, and his flunky Ford. They will not be allowed to keep taking advantage of the United States. They're key to survival. Remember, much of the electricity, oil, and gas that Canada gets is transported through the USA. Someone should get these clowns to fall in line, or the consequences for Canada will be far worse. Canada's unemployment rate is now at 10% and rapidly rising. Their businesses are fleeing for the United States, and it's all because of their failed policies and inept leadership. Of course, there's lots of misinformation and disinformation in this post from the U.S. president, but I'm just reading what he wrote. The days of ripping off our farmers and our businesses are over. Thank you for your attention. We heard, Donald J. Trump. We heard the Premier of Ontario saying that he fully supports the Prime Minister walking away, that everything needs to be on the table, including critical minerals and cutting off electricity or putting a surcharge of electricity, but that Doug Ford saying he can't be the only one to do that the premiers have to get together, and there needs to be a Team Canada approach, but encouraging Americans to vote this bully, this tyrant, this loser out of office. The CBC's Michelle Song has been listening in. Michelle, I mean, we know, and he said, I'll be honest with you, I don't like the guy. Really? I think we got that, Doug Ford. I mean, this is a real ratcheting up of the rhetoric between the President of the United States and the Premier of the country's largest province.
Yeah, Andrew. So the Premier has had strong words for the president all day. But today he announced what he's trying to focus on, which is to make sure that Ontarians are protected throughout these tariffs, these ongoing tariffs. Ford announced immediately broadening eligibility for their Protect Ontario financing program. That is an existing $1 billion program for Ontario businesses to receive payments or loans for things like payroll and utilities that they may have struggled paying for given the tariffs. The program is also part of a broader $30 billion tariff relief and support plan. The Premier said he started off the announcement saying that his focus is really to cut taxes, lower costs, and help Ontario families. Ford says he also is supporting the Prime Minister in his plans for retaliatory tariffs, dollar for dollar retaliatory tariffs. And he says we are all on Team Canada. So he called on all the premiers to play on Team Canada, specifically referencing a number of premiers that have a lot of power, a lot of leverage against the U.S. And when we talk about leverage, he says everything is on the table, specifically mentioning critical minerals, energy. He says an electricity surcharge is on the table, and he spoke to the Prime Minister about that. But again, in response to Donald Trump's post about the Premier, as you said, as you just read out moments ago, the Prime Minister, the Premier says that he's not afraid of Trump, that he doesn't want to go back and forth with him. He called the president a loser. He said, bring it on. And he says that we really need to be targeting red states in these trade disputes. So really, there's going to be a lot for us to watch out for, Andrew, and we'll see what the Premier does in the days coming.
Michelle, thank you. That is the CBC's Michelle Song in Toronto. A reminder, we heard from the Ontario Premier, and he had some choice words for the U.S. President, and says he believes Canada should consider hitting back even harder than the reciprocal tariffs that start on September the 8th. We will bring you more coverage of that. But I think we're going to this Rafi Boudjikanian. Is that where we're going next? I'm not sure, folks, where we're going. Yeah, let's go to Rafi. Rafi Boudjikanian is in Ottawa. Rafi, I'm still kind of just reeling a little bit from what we heard there, the back and forth between the President of the United States and the Premier of Ontario. I mean, this is really quite something. I know that your focus is on Mark Carney, but this is really quite something. And it was interesting just to tie in Mark Carney to this because the Premier was asked if Doug Ford was told by the Prime Minister to kind of back off on some of his comments. I said it before, so I guess I'll say it. The kiss my ass comment that he said on radio, he said no. He said, I guess, sort of jokingly, crudely, I've got a lot of real estate there. So he said, he doubled down, I think is fair to say, and that the Prime Minister didn't tell him to back off on those comments, but to hear, first of all, Donald Trump pointing specifically at Doug Ford, calling him uncharismatic, unimpressive, referring to Carney as a governor, threatening consequences as well, and then to hear the Premier of Ontario refer to the U.S. President as a loser, as him having more brains in one toe than Trump has in his whole body. And this is where we are.
It's quite something. I think he said brains and courage, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. Look, I don't know that Mark Carney and Doug Ford specifically discussed whether or not Doug Ford's colorful language was too far. I don't know if Doug Ford asked him about that or if Carney commented on that to him. I suppose it's likely that Carney chose just not to bring that up at all during this conversation they had. Carney's language was far less colorful when he addressed the media earlier today. He did, of course, speak about the latest ongoings with the U.S. administration administration, the talk that has now broken off in terms of trying to get an agreement done. Carney was not asked about this latest sortie by Donald Trump, the one that was largely focused on Doug Ford and called Carney a governor, because that had not been published yet at the time. He was instead asked about this idea of Trump enacting further tariffs, these 50% tariffs on auto and steel starting in January 2027, because the U.S. president has been on a bit of a tear today, posting twice about Canada so far. The day is still young. Carney did say that, he's considering all sorts of retaliation. He didn't rule anything out. However, in his response, he tied those 50% tariffs, that idea, to why the deal itself fell apart. Let's have a listen to what he had to say about the collapsing talks on the weekend.
An attitude at the negotiation table that Canada is a subsidiary of the United States. The Canadian industry is going to be disadvantaged relative to American industry, that we're going to set up terms so that over time Canadian industry is going to face constant headwinds. That's not something we're going to accept. And that's before you get to constraints on our ability to do what the rest of the world wants, which is to sign trade deals with Canada. And that's before the very fundamental issues on culture.
Let's pause on that word culture for a second, Andrew, because, this has caused a bit more of a kerfuffle now between the U.S. and Canada. Nothing as colorful as the behind of Ontario's premier. But this weekend, Carney talked about how the U.S. was trying to make it so that they would no longer be required to post in bilingual capacity on products sold in Canada, right? English and French. And he alluded to the U.S. not being happy with cultural protections for Canada's communications or cultural industries. Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, shot back and said that he is not targeting the French language. Carney was asked about that today, and he didn't really get into details in his answer about whether or not labeling requirements were being targeted. He only focused on the discoverability aspect of streaming platforms, that is to say, how easy or difficult it could be to find French programs on U.S. streaming giants like Netflix or others like Disney+. Carney did say, though, that he is looking forward to an environment where a deal is possible again. Let's take a listen to that bit of his news conference.
There is a mutually beneficial deal possible here, but it has to be one that respects Canada's sovereignty, that respects our independence, that uses our complementary strengths to build something better, not tear apart for short-term gain.
As for where this idea of retaliation goes to, how far it might go, lots of questions still on that front. Doug Ford said he's talking to Danielle Smith later today, and that's probably about his idea that he wants to cut off oil and gas to the U.S. I'm not sure Alberta's premier may be on board with that. She's frequently voiced objections to those kinds of ideas in the past, but it does kind of feel like a brand new world right now.
It sure does. Rafi, thank you. CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian, live in Ottawa. Turning now to south of the border, where our Katie Nicholson is standing by. Katie, Donald Trump has posted a couple of stinging online posts today. In one, he makes a new tariff threat. In the other, he takes direct aim at Mark Carney and Doug Ford. Tell us about what we heard.
Yeah, and indeed, the U.S. president is speaking currently in the Rose Garden, so we are monitoring that as well for you. So let's just talk about this 50% threat for January of 2027. Whether this is a new 50% tariff on autos and steel is not clear because that was the number that was already on the table with that rollover on Saturday, the wee hours of Saturday morning, I guess the striking of midnight on Friday night. So we have reached out to the White House to ask for some clarity as to what it is he necessarily means about that. That was a morning post on Truth Social. Then he posted something else this afternoon, really taking aim at Ontario Premier Doug Ford and re-invoking one of his slights for the Prime Minister of Canada. Of course, we know he used to call Prime Minister Trudeau Governor Trudeau. He invoked that again, this time from Mark Carney. I'll read you a little bit of his post. This is what he says. Lots of bluster from Doug Ford, who's the Premier of the Canadian province of Ontario, but who's better known as the less charismatic, intelligent, and overall unimpressive brother of the late, great Rob Ford. America's been carrying Canada for decades, but no longer. The USA will always be a far bigger, richer, and stronger than Canada. Without the United States, Canada couldn't survive. It's where we get all their money, and because of their current bad leadership, primarily Governor Carney, there's the burn, and his flunky Ford, they will not be allowed to keep taking advantage of the United States. He goes on to sort of note that much of the electricity, oil, and gas that Canada gets is transported through the U.S. So sort of hinting there at other potential retaliatory measures there. So this is sort of where sort of the latest sort of post has landed. I would note this is a ratcheting up, right? So on Sunday, there was a pretty tepid for Trump response, very, very short, wasn't a lot of this name calling, and it has gotten progressively, I guess, more inflamed in tone.
Yeah, I mean, it's important that what the reference could be there is that a lot of Western Canadian oil does go through some American states, Minnesota and Wisconsin, I think, are the two states. And then it comes back through Canada, maybe Michigan as well. I'm not 100% sure.
And a lot of electricity, flows back and forth across the border a couple of times. Part of that has to do with the breakers and the way that it's all set up. But and I would say maybe one of the reasons, we're seeing this sort of united front from Trump and other administration officials who are speaking out today. They are getting criticism even from other conservatives, right? So the Wall Street Journal today, the editorial calling this the dumbest trade war revisited. Of course, that is a callback to an earlier trade war editorial that they had written at the beginning of Trump's tariff wars, which really called out the sort of, as my colleague David Cochran likes to call it, the circular firing squad nature of tariffs.
All right, Katie, thank you. Very busy day. The CBC's Katie Nicholson live in Washington. So as we've been hearing, Ontario Premier Doug Ford has been very vocal in his criticism of U.S. President Donald Trump and in his support of a unified Canadian response to Trump's aggressive trade tactics. Ford maintained that message track during an event in Hamilton, Ontario, a short time ago.
We're putting teams together across Canada to make sure we're all on the same page. As for the electricity, everything's on the table. Critical minerals, everything's on the table. But I can't do this alone, folks. I need every premier playing on Team Canada. And I'm confident that every single premier will be part of Team Canada.
For more analysis, let's bring in Christopher Cochran. He's an associate professor of political science at the University of Toronto. Chris, you were listening to Premier Doug Ford. You've heard what Donald Trump has to say about Doug Ford. I mean, this feels like a bad movie or something. I don't know. What stood out to you?
Oh, lots. And I mean, it's hard to know where to begin. Yeah. Certainly, I think as a premier of a province, reassuring workers and reassuring families that the governments will support them as they encounter headwinds from the U.S. tariff action is vital. I think some of the personal insults across the border, I can't imagine a scenario where those turn out to be helpful, even if I can imagine it resonating with the way a lot of people are feeling, especially people in industries most affected who are feeling most vulnerable. I still can't imagine that advancing Canada's objectives of trying to build jobs, build factories, and sort of secure the current state of our economy from the U.S. tariff action. And the language as well. It's interesting. I do find it interesting. One of the things I think about the election of Donald Trump is it's changed the vocabulary and the way people speak in politics. It's changed what people consider acceptable. And you really see signs of that extending out beyond Trump himself. Yeah. So this back and forth between the two of them, I really don't see how that helps Canada in any way, even if I think it might bolster to some degree Ford's image. He's an authentic person. He's seen as somebody who wears his heart on his sleeve. That image certainly it bolsters, but I don't think it helps Canada's trade relationship with the United States.
All right, Chris, though it is the story certainly of this hour, it's been a little while since we heard what Doug Ford had to say. So let's just have a listen to what he had to say about Donald Trump a few minutes ago.
Well, good. He can, you know something, I've been in this game a lot longer than he has. I got skin on me like an alligator. And you think an insult from him hurts me? Well, bring it on, buddy. I'm ready. Bring it on. You know something? I've dealt with guys like you my whole life. And guess what? You all become losers because you're a loser.
So there we are. I mean, that is extraordinary to hear, you know, this back and forth between Donald Trump and Doug Ford. But it is a trade war that was started by the United States. We should point that out. And some of these tariffs are going to really hurt a lot of people in this country. So there is anger. What does this moment tell you about the path forward? I mean, I can't even imagine what could happen an hour from now.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I've heard the word emotion described as an eruptive, an eruption that interferes with your long-term planning. And emotions are normal and they're good to have. And I think, you know, you'd want a premier who's upset and angry about the consequences of these kinds of measures. But that doesn't mean it has to dictate everything you do. It certainly shouldn't. It shouldn't have you broadcasting your strategies, targeting red states, talking about U.S. politics. Really, none of those things should be, in my view, in a press conference that obviously the Americans can read and respond to. And the reality is that in a trade war, there are two actors involved. There are two states involved here. The United States has a lot of levers that it can bring to bear. Canada does too, but so does the U.S. If the goal here is to get out of the trade war, to protect jobs, to ensure that Canadian premiers are all on the same page, I'm not sure it's helpful to have a premier singing from his own songbook, however understandable it might be. And so I think the energy he brings, the passion he has is very clear. I think it's genuine. But at the same time, I think there's strategy, there's deliberation, there's prudence, there's consensus building and coalition building. All of those things should happen behind the scenes, and the actions of the Canadian government need to be very deliberate. Rash, impulsive, emotional actions probably aren't going to be good for Canada in the long term against a partner, in this case, an adversary potentially in a trade conflict, the United States, that has an awful lot of tools at its disposal that can bring to bear.
And I think the U.S. president may have threatened, I mean, Donald Trump has threatened a surcharge on on electricity going to the United States. It seems like in this post that Donald Trump is threatening to cut the oil flow that happens to go through the oil that Canada uses, that happens to go from Western Canada through some American states back into Ontario and fueling a lot of homes and businesses in the rest of Canada. I mean, this is serious stuff.
Yeah, and Ronald Reagan's been out of U.S. politics for an awful long time, and this is not the Reagan Republican Party that I think a lot of people nostalgically look back and hope for, especially when it comes to trade, whether it becomes immigration. It's a different political movement. And I think Prime Minister Carney was exactly right when he said the United States has the right to change. It's a sovereign nation. It can change its orientation. And I think what Canadians, it seems to me, are slowly accepting, some quicker than others, and I think Carney is right as well, that we were maybe the first to recognize it, is that the world has changed. And what was the greatest asset for the country, the close relationship with the United States for 30 years, almost feels like a debt now because it's reduced our ability to withstand pressure. We're now very vulnerable to U.S. trade actions. And even if we're going to try to decouple that vulnerability, and this isn't about the next 2 years, Trump's been elected twice, there will be people that come after him. There's an unpredictability here. That's going to take a lot of effort. It's going to have to be done very deliberately. And this is really going to be the challenge. How do we, in a sense, pay back a debt that's accumulated over 30 years of economic integration?
Christopher Cochran from the University of Toronto, thank you very much. We'll be back with
My pleasure.
more.
Thanks for having me, Andrew.
Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. A new week and a new reality. Once unimaginable, a trade war with the United States is now firmly in place. And today, there is an escalation in tensions between Donald Trump and Ontario Premier Doug Ford. In the last hour, while Doug Ford was speaking at an event in Hamilton, Ontario, Trump posted this on social media, on Truth Social. Lots of bluster from Doug Ford, who is the Premier of the Canadian province of Ontario, but who is better known as the less charismatic, intelligent, and overall unimpressive brother of the late, great Rob Ford. America has been carrying Canada for decades, but no longer. It's where they get all of their money. And because of their current bad leadership, primarily Governor Carney and his flunky, Ford, they will not be allowed to keep taking advantage of the United States. And it's all because of their failed policies and inept leadership. The days of ripping off our farmers and other businesses are over. The CBC's Katie Nicholson joins me live from Washington. Katie, Trump is taking direct aim at Mark Carney and Doug Ford. Tell us about the back and forth that's been unfolding, because it's been quite an extraordinary day. The personal attacks between Doug Ford and Donald Trump is something else, but also Governor Carney. Now that's been brought back.
That's the Rubicon, right? That's the respect Rubicon. So you may recall that was a term that Donald Trump, the U.S. president, used in describing former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And so he has invoked that same burn now, sort of demoting him to a governor. So what does that tell us about the relationship and maybe the lack of respect currently between the Trump administration and Canada right now? And then, of course, you have Ontario Premier Doug Ford, who has been quite pugilistic in his words today, at one point telling private radio that the U.S. president could kiss his, I don't need to fill that in for you. And we got more of that flavor from Doug Ford this afternoon. He periodically referred to the U.S. president as a loser. He talked of himself, Premier Ford, as having alligator skin, and said, kind of come at me. He called the U.S. president a schoolyard bully. And he also suggested that Democrats and independents should how they should vote in the upcoming midterms. He suggested that the U.S. president might not even last his full 2 years should the House and the Senate go to the Democrats. So some, again, fighting words coming from the Ontario Premier after this sort of slew of increasingly escalatory posts from the U.S. president, including one this morning in which he appeared to float a new 50% tariff on autos and steel starting in January of 2027, but that 50% number is already in play. So we did reach out to the White House for clarity as to what it is the U.S. president means by that, as well as to the U.S. trade representative. So far, we've not heard back on that, but certainly does not augur well for getting both sides back to the table, these types of escalatory remarks. And we've also heard from members of the Trump administration today, equally pugilistic, including a moment where the Vice President, J.D. Vance, speaking in Maine, appeared to make a Freudian slip, or was it, in which he sort of referred to Canada as a state and not a country. He quickly corrected himself, but he let that moment hang there and have that laugh. So, Andrew, that's sort of where things lie. And there is pressure, I want to point out, from conservative circles. So the Rupert Murdoch Wall Street Journal, something that has been notable is that not a lot of American outlets have necessarily been picking up on the finer points of the trade war, but here it is, as we've seen over the last couple of days as this has escalated on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. But also, you see the editorial sort of invoking the dumbest trade war revisited. This is a callback to an earlier editorial in which they were quite critical of Trump's early tariff wars as a bit of a self-own, as something that was, in essence, also harming America Americans. It makes many of the same points about this escalating trade war with Canada and calls out some of the Trump administration's own claims about a trade deficit, and points to the fact that America buys so much oil and petroleum products from Canada, and it actually helps American oil production, that sort of thing, and sort of blows a hole in some of the Trump administration's arguments for this escalating trade war.
Yeah, it's about 4 or 5 million barrels of oil that goes to the United States from Canada. And Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, said they wouldn't want to lose that. They need that. I mean, it's not something, it's not a gift. It's something that they need. But it was interesting to see the U.S. president also threaten the flow of Canadian oil that happens to go through the U.S. We'll see how all
and
this,
electricity.
And electricity from Canada to the U.S. Yeah, it's all sort of very interconnected. Katie, thank you. CBC's Katie Nicholson live in Washington. The CBC's Michelle Song is also on the growing rift between Doug Ford and Trump following what the Premier has been saying today. She joins us live from the provincial legislature. So, Michelle, let's start with Ontario Premier Doug Ford. What did he have to say?
Right, Andrew. So Ford doubled down in his response against Donald Trump in his announcement today. He says everything is on the table. He is weighing all options in this trade dispute. He mentioned withholding critical minerals, energy, possibly an energy surcharge against certain U.S. states. He says he wants to target red states in particular. So these are Republican states. And in Hamilton, he also announced a plan to broaden an existing financing program for Ontario businesses that are particularly hit by tariffs. He says that this program will be expanded immediately, and more people will be eligible to apply to it. The Premier says that he is also considering cutting back on taxes, lowering costs. He's trying to focus on making it more affordable for Ontarians as we are being hit with these tariffs. But he says he wants all provinces to really come together and take a Team Canada approach. He called on certain provinces to come to the table and to be unified in a united front. But when he was speaking to media earlier today, before he hit the podium, he had some choice words for the president after the president threatened to increase steel and auto tariffs by 50% as of January 1st. He responded directly to those threats.
Well, he can kiss my ass as far as I'm concerned. We're going to go at him full steam. And we buy 400% more cars than anyone in the world. Maybe I have an idea. We'll get Danielle Smith on board so the cars that they're manufacturing won't be able to fill up because we'll be controlling the oil and the gas going down there. And maybe what we should be doing is charging him triple on their oil, triple on the potash, on the uranium, on our metals.
And the U.S. president had a few choice words for Doug Ford. What was Ford's response?
Right, Andrew, I do want to say, though, that that clip is from News Talk 1010, a local radio show here in Ontario. But Ford did say that he does not want to go back and forth with the president. He called the president a loser, and he said, bring it on. So anything that he says is coming his way, he's going to take from the president. So he is going to respond strongly to whatever comes his way.
Good. Something, I've been in this game a lot longer than he has. I got skin on me like an alligator. And you think an insult from him hurts me? Well, bring it on, buddy. I'm ready. Bring it on. You know something? I've dealt with guys like you my whole life. And guess what? Y'all become losers because you're a loser.
So, Andrew, the Premier and the Prime Minister say that they're taking on a Build Canada Stronger approach, creating a more resilient economy, a more diverse economy, getting diverse trade partners from all across the world. And Ford has also said that he is trying to create an environment that attracts more investments to Ontario, particularly in the nuclear energy sectors and clean energy sector. He says he also wants to put pressure on big box stores like Walmart, Loblaws, to carry more Canadian products, to buy Canadian, and encourage that for Canadians across the country.
Michelle, thank you. That is the CBC's Michelle Song at the Ontario Legislature in Toronto. The Prime Minister is looking for a course correction from the U.S. before any trade talks resume. Mark Carney says Canada is well equipped to withstand the pressure of U.S. tariffs. Carney says the government is ready with supports, and he says Canada will only return to the negotiating table when the U.S. shows, in his words, the right attitude.
An attitude at the negotiation table that Canada is a subsidiary of the United States, that Canadian industry is going to be disadvantaged relative to American industry, that we're going to set up terms so that over time Canadian industry is going to face constant headwinds. That's not something we're going to accept. And that's before you get to constraints on our ability to do what the rest of the world wants, which is to sign trade deals with Canada. And that's before the very fundamental issues on culture.
The increasingly personal jabs between the U.S. and Canadian leaders is adding a new edge to the trade war. The CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian has more on how this could impact ongoing negotiations.
This has caused a bit more of a kerfuffle now between the U.S. and Canada. Nothing as colorful as the behind of Ontario's premier. But this weekend, Carney talked about how the U.S. was trying to make it so that they would no longer be required to post in bilingual capacity on products sold in Canada, right? English and French. And he alluded to the U.S. not being happy with cultural protections for Canada's communications or cultural industries. Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, shot back and said that he is not targeting the French language. Carney was asked about that today, and he didn't really get into details in his answer about whether or not labeling requirements were being targeted. He only focused on the discoverability aspect of streaming platforms, that is to say, how easy or difficult it could be to find French programs on U.S. streaming giants like Netflix or others like Disney+. Carney did say, though, that he is looking forward to an environment where a deal is possible again. Let's take a listen to that bit of his news conference.
There is a mutually beneficial deal possible here, but it has to be one that respects Canada's sovereignty, that respects our independence, that uses our complementary strengths to build something better, not tear apart for short-term gain.
As for where this idea of retaliation goes to, how far it might go, lots of questions still on that front. Doug Ford said he's talking to Danielle Smith later today, and that's probably about his idea that he wants to cut off oil and gas to the U.S. I'm not sure Alberta's premier may be on board with that. She's frequently voiced objections to those kinds of ideas in the past, but it does kind of feel like a brand new world right now.
The CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian in Ottawa. Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre is in Windsor, Ontario today. The border city is expecting to be hit hard by these new Trump tariffs. Poilievre is calling on the government to ease the fallout by reducing taxes at the pump and eliminating Canada's industrial carbon tax.
Now the failure to get the promised good trade deal and the rising tariffs on our industry make many of you anxious about your future. We know that there are specialized tariffs that are targeting the molding business. You're now paying tariff not just on the steel, but anything that includes the steel. And even the steel that you remove from your products that don't even go across the border are now tariffed. All of the tariffs are worse today than they were a year and a half ago. And with these many failures, many of our working people are paying the price. But I'm here to say that we as Conservatives are going to continue to fight for you. Fight for an affordable cost of living, fight for your jobs, and to fight for our economy. I'll go through those issues very quickly. Number one, we need to lower the cost of living by lowering the cost of government. Right now, we're pushing the government to take all taxes off gas until Canada Day of next year. That'll save you 25 cents a liter, $20 a fill up, and $1,000 by next summer. It would also make it more affordable to ship parts in and final product out of your facility. It would allow our small businesses to compete. It would allow truckers to bring groceries more affordably to our grocery stores. We also need to get rid of the industrial carbon tax, which is driving up the cost of Canadian-made steel. We should not put, Trump's tariffs are bad enough. Carney's carbon tax makes it even worse. We have to get rid of all carbon taxes on all goods if we want to be able to compete and keep our jobs.
Poilievre has also called on Prime Minister Mark Carney to reconvene Parliament to share details regarding the rejected U.S. trade proposal. For a deeper look at the trade dispute with the United States, here's CBC senior business correspondent Peter Armstrong.
It's an interesting day, isn't it? There's a lot of moving parts, and it's important to sort of zoom out. The announcement in the Davie Shipyard, I think, is a really interesting example, taking Canadian steel made up in Sault Ste. Marie, sending it down to Brampton to get turned into more refined parts, and using a company in Hamilton to build on that. Like all of those.
All Canadian steel.
All Canadian steel. All, like, you look through the list, Algoma Steel in Sault Ste. Marie, fabricators of Bannon Steel in Brampton, steel specialists in Hamilton, manufacturers in Chester, Nova Scotia, Échauffe Plus in Laval. So companies that will provide all of that are losing work to the United States, gaining work here. Now, you're just chipping away at the losses, but you're chipping away. You're giving these companies a fighting chance to survive the day. And, you know, for all the rhetoric out there, the Canadian economy has been incredibly resilient.
CBC senior business correspondent Peter Armstrong. For more on all of this, let's bring in Stephen Marsh in Toronto. He's a Canadian author and political commentator and the host of the Gloves Off podcast. That seems even more fitting today, given the back and forth between Donald Trump and Doug Ford. His latest opinion piece in the New York Times argues Canada's decision to walk away from a trade deal is about much more than economics. Stephen, nice to see you. Wow, what a day. Pugilistic, I think, is the way Katie Nicholson described, the back and forth between Doug Ford and Donald Trump. We'll get into that in a second. But in your New York Times piece, you write that Mark Carney didn't simply reject a trade deal. He rejected a new kind of American pressure. What do you think Canada was really saying no to?
Well, I don't think this was a trade deal properly understood. That is to say, it wasn't just a merely economic arrangement. It involved massive concessions on our capacity to make decisions for ourselves as a trading partner. And it also involved the French language, which, is the third rail of Canadian politics, one of the most essential aspects of our politics. So it really was less about trade with an ally and more about vassalization of a subordinate. And for him, there was no deal to make. He just simply had to say, no, we're not going to be your property. That's really what it amounted to.
So we heard Ontario Premier Doug Ford speaking to reporters just a short time ago. This is in response to Donald Trump taking aim at Doug Ford. I just want to play a part of what he had to say.
Well, good. Something, I've been in this game a lot longer than he has. I got skin on me like an alligator. And you think an insult from him hurts me? Well, bring it on, buddy. I'm ready. Bring it on. You know something? I've dealt with guys like you my whole life. And guess what? You all become losers because you're a loser.
Stephen, what do you think of that? Also calling him a tyrant? What do you make of this rhetoric?
I think he called him a dictator, didn't he? I think, Doug Ford knows his politics. He knows that the people of Ontario are completely one-sided about this issue. He knows that it has the added advantage of being right. He's actually right to say all this stuff, right? So I think this rhetorical stuff is pretty irrelevant. The stuff that's come from Trump himself has been pretty irrelevant. The larger question, of course, is how do we get out of this bind? How many years have you and I been talking about this, Andrew, about the trade war that was about to be coming? 4 or 5? We need to get out of the way of America as quickly as possible. And I think enormous steps are being made to do that. This rhetoric that is kind of neither here nor there as far as I'm concerned.
You don't think it's neither here nor there? You don't think it potentially damages any attempt to kind of come up with a deal? Or is it really about Donald Trump trying to, in Mark Carney's word, turn Canada into a subsidiary of the United States?
There is no deal. Like, it is not an economic arrangement that they are seeking. It is not a complementary basis that they are seeking. They are seeking control over political decisions, control over culture, control over very basic aspects of a country. So, you know, and also I would point out that the trade punishment that they put on us, these enormous tariffs, have come at this moment of real extreme weakness for them. It's going to be very hard for them to up the ante one more time. At the same time as, you know, the American people, like, how much do the American people want to suffer to hurt Canada? I mean, I think the answer is probably zero, right? So I think this rhetoric that's coming from both sides is from an arrangement that was, you know, impossible to begin with, and that they've just simply talked themselves into. Or rather, I don't want to make it sound complimentary. Like, obviously, Doug Ford had no choice in this. This is just something that Donald Trump and his little minions have talked themselves into.
Why? Why is Donald Trump? I mean, I'm asking.
Why is Donald Trump
head.
crazy, buddy? I mean, I mean, if I knew, I wouldn't be talking to you, man. I'd be on some elaborate circuit being feted by. But I will say that, you know, I talk to a lot of people who've asked this question. I'm really convinced that not even the people who really know him, like the Maggie Habermans of the world, know anything. I think there's nothing there, and I think that we need to operate from that premise. Like, don't try to figure out the mechanism of what's going on in Donald Trump's brain. Just react to what comes to you, because that's all there is.
You also make a distinction that I think is interesting in the piece that you wrote. Americans respect the ability to project power, while Canadians respect the ability to endure. Tell me more about what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, what I was trying to get at is the immense miscalculation of these American negotiators, because they thought that we would not have any appetite for pain. If you live in Montreal in February, you know what pain is. You know what it is to endure, right? And this, you know, the Finns have a concept called sisu, of like, which is the respect for the ability to simply withstand the elements. And I think we have a lot of that in us. And I think the idea, I mean, I felt, like I said in the piece, but I think a lot of Canadians felt, I woke up with this strange feeling like, thank goodness we're about to take a beating. Right? Because we are going to take a beating, but it's so much better than the alternative. It's so much better than giving away who we are, which is what they wanted us to do. So yeah, I think Canadian toughness, I think it is a national trait. I think it is how we define virtue in cases, and I think it is something that we are going to have to draw on.
We also heard the Prime Minister say, I mean, you know, we focus on Doug Ford because I guess that's been happening lately, but the Prime Minister spoke earlier and Doug Ford's language was, you know, a little colorful about kissing his behind and all of that. But the Prime Minister said, you know, Canada has been looking for reliable partners around the world and has found them everywhere except the United States and Russia. I mean, what an extraordinary statement to make.
Look, I mean, I don't think it's extraordinary. But, you know, I did this season of Gloves Off, the second season, which is like how much damage it's done. We're winning. We're doing better. Like, our resilience is actually quite pronounced. Like, I think it would really startle people to know how well we're doing in the face of these threats. And I think, you know, Doug Ford, like, he can say those things. You know, I think he has eyes on being the next conservative prime minister. And language like this is what will get him there, right? Because this is what the Canadian people want. There's no question that it is.
You know what, Stephen? It's always good to talk to you. These are strange times, but thank you. I'm sure we'll talk again. That was the host of Gloves Off podcast, Stephen Marsh.
Always a pleasure.
Our top story this hour, the escalating trade war between the U.S. and Canada. We heard from the Prime Minister on the issue earlier today, and premiers across this country are vowing to stand firm with the federal government. The CBC's Darren McCaffrey has the latest reaction and joins me in studio. Busy day once again, Darren. What are we hearing from the premiers?
Yeah, busy day indeed, and we're unsurprisingly getting a lot of reaction from the premiers. They want to have their say as well. I think it's also fair to say most of them have been a lot less colourful, at least publicly, than Doug Ford has been. If we look elsewhere, let's say in British Columbia, for example, the reaction there has also been pretty strong. Again, the reaction, I think, from different premiers depends on their exposure to lots of these tariffs, and that differs between different provinces. But BC, British Columbia, is quite exposed to those tariffs. We know some 15% of their exports to the United States, particularly when it comes to lumber and electronics, could be affected by these tariffs. And so maybe it's not a surprise that the Premier there is essentially making the point that he thinks what Mark Carney did on Friday was the right decision, ultimately not to go for this deal. Let's have a listen.
I think other countries are watching Canada's response, and we hope, I hope, we'll be following along. At some point, the rest of the world will say enough. In terms of hitting your number one customer with a 50% tariff and expecting that we wouldn't do the same is bizarre. So we will. The Prime Minister has been very clear. Tariff American company goods coming into Canada, and we will ensure that Canadians buy from other places in response to this.
There's David Eby speaking on CNN a little earlier. And I think what was notable over the weekend is that there was this broad consensus amongst at least most of the premiers supporting Mark Carney's decision. Have a look at what Scott Moe had to say, something similar, saying the Prime Minister made the right decision to not accept an unfair and unreliable deal, and we support the Prime Minister's decision to enact dollar-for-dollar counter-tariffs on targeted US products. I suppose maybe the one exception to a degree was Daniel Smith in Alberta, and again, you have to remember, of course, they're in a very different circumstance. You know, they do sell quite a lot to the United States, and they're not going to be affected by these tariffs. But she took to social media saying that she was deeply disappointed that Canada and the United States had not been able to reach that trade agreement. Alberta has always advocated for a tariff-free relationship and will continue to do so. No one benefits from a trade war, and went on to say she wants to see these negotiations start again. I think what was interesting listening to Doug Ford earlier, he was suggesting he wants to work with Premier Smith to try and see if they can team up together, potentially cause more harm, effectively greater tariffs on the United States. Whether Premier Smith wants to go down that route is a whole other question indeed.
Yeah, it is. And the Ontario Premier said he was having a conversation with Daniel Smith this afternoon. He has said energy should be, everything should be on the table.
I don't know if she agrees or not.
Yeah, she's sort of suggested she doesn't, but we'll see. There's a renewed plea now to buy Canadian as the trade war escalates. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, indeed. Two other messages I think we've really heard loud and clear from most of the premiers is, A, on this idea of help. They want to either provide lots of help to the industries affected in their province, and they're asking the federal government to do that. And I suspect we got a sense of some of that today from Mark Carney in Quebec. But also this idea of trying to, again, convince Canadians to do what you can see on screen, which is to go into the supermarket when you buy a good, to try and make sure that it is Canadian made. And that was very much the message from Susan Holt, the Premier of New Brunswick, a little earlier on today.
It means walking away from a bad deal and taking action. New Brunswickers have already shown fierce loyalty to our province and to the incredible products that we produce. And now is the time for us to double down. Every dollar we spend supporting New Brunswick businesses helps keep someone in our province working and helps strengthen our economy.
Rob Lance summed it up, the Premier of PEI, saying where we spend our hard-earned money matters, those choices add up. And I think that's the message they wanted to get across, that if you can buy Canadian, do buy Canadian.
Darren, thank you. CBC's Darren McCaffrey.
an attitude at the negotiation table that Canada is a subsidiary of the United States, that Canadian industry is going to be disadvantaged relative to American industry, that we're going to set up terms so that over time Canadian industry is going to face constant headwinds. That's not something we're going to accept.
Prime Minister Mark Carney responding to the collapse of U.S. trade talks while speaking in Quebec earlier. 50% U.S. tariffs on about $28 billion worth of Canadian goods came into effect over the weekend. Carney is planning to hit back with retaliatory tariffs starting on September 8th. And today, U.S. President Trump responded with further threats, saying tariffs on Canadian automobiles, car parts, and steel will increase to 50% on January 1st. So let's dig into this further. CBC's Catherine Cullen is the host of The House on CBC Radio. She joins us live from Ottawa. Catherine, I mean, this day has been unbelievable. It has devolved quickly. The U.S. president posting on social media, taking direct aim at the Premier of Ontario and also referring to the Prime Minister as governor. What should we make of where we are?
Well, I think one thing we need to do is just zoom out only a tiny bit and think about how far we've come in less than a week, right? It was last Wednesday, I believe, that the U.S. president was suggesting that, in fact, there already was a deal. Canadian negotiators going in and out of meetings with the U.S. trade representative, where the Canadian team was prepared, by all accounts, to take on a certain amount of U.S. tariffs and working towards a deal that would, in some ways, I think, potentially further enmesh Canada with the United States. The deal falls apart. We now know from the comments we're hearing from Premier sort of post facto that Ontario's Doug Ford, for instance, says he wasn't ready to support that deal. But certainly things did come apart. And I think particularly over the course of today, Andrew, it is so stunning, right? You seem a little bit speechless. I know I felt that way as well, right? You look at the new threat of 50% tariffs or up to 50% tariffs on autos from Donald Trump, but also this post that he put up in the last few hours where he talks about Doug Ford as the less charismatic, intelligent, and overall unimpressive brother of the late, great Rob Ford. So invoking the Premier's late brother. The USA will always be far bigger, richer, and stronger than Canada. Without the United States, Canada couldn't survive. There's that Governor Carney reference. And right in the middle there, someone should get these clowns to fall in line or the consequences for Canada will be far worse, all caps, exclamation mark. Add to that Doug Ford's comments about his posterior, which I certainly didn't have on my bingo card today, the amount of real estate that was available there. And even what the Prime Minister was saying earlier about the relationship with Russia and the United States and Canada, like saying we're looking for reliable trading partners. We found them almost everywhere except the U.S. and Russia. China is not on that list. Canada is developing a closer relationship with China, but Russia is and the United States is. I think it's just worth taking a minute to see how far things are falling. And also this challenge of this is still an incredibly important economic relationship for Canada. This kind of finger pointing and name calling is ultimately not beneficial. I know Doug Ford was saying we still want Fortress North America, about a man that he called a loser 2 minutes beforehand. We're in really tricky territory.
A loser, a tyrant, and he doubled down on his, where Donald Trump can plant his lips. In terms of
his intelligence, you name it.
His intelligence, that he has more intelligence in his baby toe than Trump has in his whole body. Wow. In terms of retaliating to these latest tariffs, what are Canadian leaders saying about the plan today? And I know that the Ontario Premier and the Alberta Premier are expecting to have some talks that I believe Mark Carney and Christine Frechette says everything should be on the table. So does Doug Ford. But where are we on that?
Well, and this is part of it's such a multifaceted challenge because on the one hand, the basic belief underpinning all of this is that tariffs are bad for the economy. Retaliatory tariffs are going to hurt Canadians. They are going to hurt Canadian businesses. So is there a more surgical way for Canada to go about this? Remember, it's not just retaliation on this latest round of 50% tariffs. This is supposed to include those sectoral tariffs as well. The Prime Minister said that there were conversations underway at the time he was speaking involving the federal finance minister, provincial and territorial finance finance ministers to talk about what could be on the list. But over and above that, there are the questions that Doug Ford is raising about energy surcharges. He clearly is interested in some of the provinces that might be a bit more reticent using their power when it comes to oil, which I think that gets really messy, particularly with the Alberta referendum coming up, maybe potash. So we'll see how far some of the premiers are willing to go, and also what the ultimate decision is about where this conversation should go, because I don't know that a race to the hottest possible temperature is necessarily going to benefit Canada, but there's also clearly a calculation here amongst political leaders that there needs to be an effort to show a bit of a stiff spine.
Yeah, and according to the Angus Reid poll, 3 in 4 Canadians support Carney's decision to walk away from the table, but it sure doesn't feel like there's anyone going anywhere near a table anytime soon with this sort of ramped up rhetoric. But is there a road to a resolution?
I mean, I think there's two schools of thought about this. One is that this September 8th retaliatory deadline is actually a sort of means of creating a bit of pressure, and that it's a way, some people have said, hopes that maybe the two sides could get back to the tables before then on the part of Canada. But again, look not just at what has happened today in the most explosive parts of this, the language from the Premier and the losers, the bullies, the invoking the late brother, the intelligence, all of that. More fundamentally, what Mark Carney has said here is this is a country that is making attacks on our sovereignty. We do not find the deals that they sign to be reliable. And just the lack of goodwill, I think, makes all of this incredibly complicated. Like, if you rewind to that deal from Wednesday, it's clear now that some of the premiers were not willing to back it. So what is it that they would ultimately be trying to agree to that the Canadian government would now say they could stomach, given that we know that the opinions of some of the most populous provinces are that it just wasn't a good deal?
Catherine, so much to watch for, and it is not even 4 o'clock. All right, the CBC's Catherine Cullen live in Ottawa, and you can bet there will be lots of Smart Trade talk on the House. Catch that on CBC Radio on Saturday at 9 a.m. Catherine, thank you.
Are
From the start of hostilities many months ago and again today, Ontario Premier Doug Ford has been quite vocal in his criticism of U.S. President Donald Trump and in his support of a unified Canadian response to Trump's aggressive trade tactics. Ford maintained that message track during an event in Hamilton a short time ago.
We're putting teams together across Canada to make sure we're all on the same page. As for the electricity, everything's on the table. Critical minerals, everything's on the table. But I can't do this alone, folks. I need every premier playing on Team Canada. And I'm confident that every single premier will be part of Team Canada.
So what would that mean for the future of Canada's auto sector? Let's bring in Greg Mordew. He is an associate professor at McMaster University. Greg, thank you for being there.
Hello.
So the levy on car parts and automobiles is currently 25%, but Trump is now threatening to increase it to 50% on January 1st. What's your reaction to this announcement?
Well, on assembled vehicles was unsustainable. So, honestly, I didn't think 15% minus U.S. content, which took it to 7 or 8%. Depending upon the vehicle, as of last Friday night at about 11 p.m., I didn't think that was sustainable long term. So frankly, 50%, regardless of whether it applies to across the border or carves out U.S. content, is absolutely unsustainable, and it accelerates the decline that the industry has been experiencing in Canada for 25 years.
I mean, we heard the Prime Minister basically say the Americans want to destroy the, manufacturing sector in this country, was it specifically the auto sector? I mean, is that what it appears to be?
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, a lot can happen between now and January 1, and I know that you've been having conversations about that all day long, and so we'll see where this ultimately goes. But a couple of things will happen. I mean, you have to carve the assembly industry into the Detroit 3 and the Honda and Toyota, which have the lion's share of production in Canada. The Detroit 3 have moved a lot of production out of Canada already. They're down to about 400,000 vehicles a year, and they also have idle capacity in the U.S. that allows them to move within a few months production from Canada to that idle capacity in the U.S. Not easy, but it's possible. For Toyota and Honda, it's a lot more difficult. They have about 900,000 units of production in Canada between the two of them, and they don't have idle capacity in the U.S. They've mused about it and made some movement towards that, but an assembly plant takes 3 or 4 years to do a site selection, purchase the land, build the factory, hire the people, train the people, and ramp up. So 3 or 4 years is a long time, and at a 50% tariff rate, even if it's 50% minus U.S. content, those companies are looking, Honda and Toyota specifically, are looking at approximately $10 billion a year in added costs if the tariff rate is 25% or effectively 25%, including the U.S. content. They can't take $10 billion and absorb that. They won't do it. Honda's not profitable globally right now, so they can't look at theirs and say, yeah, we can take a $3 or $4 billion hit. And Toyota can't take a $6 billion hit. They're very profitable. They make $15 billion a year, but they're not going to take half of their profits globally and say, yeah, we like building cars in Canada. We're going to make that kind of commitment to Canada over the longer term. So they're all going to be looking at what's going to happen after September 8th, what might happen in the fallout of the midterms, what will happen on January 1, what could conceivably happen on January 20th, 2029 if there's a new U.S. administration. These companies are automakers. They're not policy factories. They want to make cars and sell cars, and they don't want to be doing all of this.
I'm sure they don't, but here we are. Ontario Premier Doug Ford also weighed in a little earlier on this. Let's just listen to part of what he said, and then I'll ask you about it.
Now the choice is, Do we keep buying American vehicles? And that's very personal to people. So, where we can, let's try to buy Canadian. But they'll have multiple auto plants closed down if that's the case. He says he wants to attack the auto part manufacturers. Maybe he just doesn't understand how parts go back and forth 8 times. It would actually shut down your auto plants in the U.S.
What do you make of the Premier's comments there?
Well, he's right to a degree, but it needs to be taken to one more step. And I mean, none of this is easy. And we don't know where this is all going to shake out. But one thing that Canada should learn, its policymakers should learn, and its automakers should learn, is that we can't rely on the north-south axis that has evolved over the past 60 years since the advent of the Auto Pact in 1965. We need to be, and this is the unintended consequences that the president probably didn't think about this morning, but this throws Canada and Ontario, if they want to hang on to some level of production going forward, into relationships with Europe and relationships with China, and deepening those relationships. And maybe we should be looking at how can we facilitate that. And none of that's easy. It's not. There's no guarantees, but there's absolutely zero guarantees in terms of counting, at least for the next couple of years, the U.S. as the primary market.
Greg, thank you. Greg Mordew is an associate professor at McMaster University and a former general manager at Toyota Motor Manufacturing Canada. Thank you. The Prime Minister's decision to break away from trade talks with the U.S. looks to have a lot of support in the eyes of Canadians. There's a new survey that suggests the vast majority of people say taking a hard line with Washington is the right decision, despite concerns for what that could mean for people's jobs. The CBC's Marianne Demain has the story.
This new Angus Reid polling finds that majority of Canadians support Prime Minister Mark Carney walking away from negotiations. When we look at the number, it found that 76% agree with ending trade talks. It polled nearly 1,500 people across all 343 federal ridings in this country, with a margin of error plus or minus 2%. It also found that 1 in 8 Canadians, that's 13%, say they're concerned about losing their job. 25% are anxious about that as well. Shashi Kurl is the president of the Angus Reid Institute and explains what this all means.
Well, now you've got 3/4 of Canadians who say that the Carney government was right to walk away from trade talks on Friday night. So that is a pretty strong endorsement. And again, it really proves and demonstrates that sense of resolve and strength, and we're not going to be rolled over, wasn't just a theoretical thing that dissolved or dissipated when the crisis hit. Canadians are still very much in that, okay, we can get through this space.
The poll also finds that there is strong support for Prime Minister Mark Carney's plan to match those 50% tariffs dollar for dollar, with 62% in support. Marianne Demain, CBC News, Toronto.
The U.S. president is threatening to escalate his trade war with Canada and piling on additional auto and steel tariffs, which he says could kick in January 1st. Trump didn't offer specifics when he included steel in that list of products to be tariffed at 50%. Canadian steel has already been subject to a 50% rate since last year. This comes as Canadians are already grappling with the impact new tariffs could have as the trade war shows no signs of reprieve anytime soon.
Have a restaurant, and you know, we got to look for the deal, for sales. If you want to survive and stuff like that, you got to buy everything Canadian.
So we should impose more tariffs on the States. I always buy Canadian, so even for the last year, only Canadian stuff. I never went to the States. Last year I went to Hawaii and never again to the States.
I'm a small business owner, and I think that it's really important for us to support each other. It was a small portion of my business, but it did affect my bottom line. But at the end of the day, again, I'm just a proud Canadian, and I want to be supportive of our economy.
You're looking live at Ottawa and Washington. Donald Trump is escalating his rhetoric against Canada. The U.S. president is threatening new 50% tariffs on Canadian cars, trucks, and steel, and he has some strong words for the Ontario Premier. The latest is just ahead here on CBC News Network. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. A new week and a new reality. once unimaginable, a trade war with the United States is fully in effect and appears to be escalating. And today, Donald Trump and Ontario Premier Doug Ford are trading insults after Ford made a rather colorful invitation to Trump on a local radio program. This afternoon, while Doug Ford was speaking at an event in Hamilton, Trump posted this on Truth Social. Lots of bluster from Doug Ford, who is the Premier of the Canadian province of Ontario, but who is better known as the less charismatic, intelligent, and overall unimpressive brother of the late, great Rob Ford. America has been carrying Canada for decades, but no longer. It's where they get all of their money, and because of their current bad leadership, primarily Governor Carney and his flunky, Ford, they will not be allowed to keep taking advantage of the United States. And it's all because of their failed policies and inept leadership. The days of ripping off our farmers and other businesses are over. The CBC's Michelle Song is at the Ontario Legislature with the latest from Ford and how it all got started.
Doubled down in his response against Donald Trump in his announcement today. He says everything is on the table. He is weighing all options in this trade dispute. He mentioned withholding critical minerals, energy, possibly an energy surcharge against certain U.S. states. He says he wants to target red states in particular, so these are Republican states. And in Hamilton, he also announced a plan to broaden an existing financing program for Ontario businesses that are particularly hit by tariffs. He says that this program will be expanded immediately and more people will be eligible to apply to it. The Premier says that he is also considering cutting back on taxes, lowering costs. He's trying to focus on making it more affordable for Ontarians as we are being hit with these tariffs. But he says he wants all provinces to really come together and take a Team Canada approach. He called on certain provinces to come to the table and to be unified in a united front. But when he was speaking to media earlier today, before he hit the podium, he had some choice words for the president after the president threatened to increase steel and auto tariffs by 50% as of January 1st. He responded directly to those threats.
Well, he can kiss my ass as far as I'm concerned. We're going to go at him full steam. And we buy 400% more cars than anyone in the world. Maybe I have an idea. We'll get Danielle Smith on board so the cars that they're manufacturing won't be able to fill up because we'll be controlling the oil and the gas going down there. And maybe what we should be doing is charging him triple on the oil, triple on the potash, on the uranium, on our metals.
And the U.S. president had a few choice words for Doug Ford. What was Ford's response?
Right, Andrew, I do want to say, though, that that clip is from News Talk 1010, a local radio show here in Ontario. But Ford did say that he does not want to go back and forth with the president. He called the president a loser, and he said, bring it on. So anything that he says is coming his way, he's going to take from the president. So he is going to respond strongly to whatever comes his way.
Good. You know something? I've been in this game a lot longer than he has. I got skin on me like an alligator. And you think an insult from him hurts me? Well, bring it on, buddy. I'm ready. Bring it on. You know something? I've dealt with guys like you my whole life. And guess what? Y'all become losers because you're a loser.
So, Andrew, the Premier and the Prime Minister say that they're taking on a Build Canada Stronger approach, creating a more resilient economy, a more diverse economy, getting diverse trade partners from all across the world. And Ford has also said that he is trying to create an environment that attracts more investments to Ontario, particularly in the nuclear energy sectors and clean energy sector. He says he also wants to put pressure on big box stores like Walmart, Loblaws, to carry more Canadian products, to buy Canadian, and encourage that for Canadians across the country.
Michelle, thank you. That is the CBC's Michelle Song at the Ontario Legislature in Toronto. The Prime Minister is looking for a course correction from the U.S. before any trade talks resume. Mark Carney says Canada is well equipped to withstand the pressure of U.S. tariffs. Carney says the government is ready with supports, and he says Canada will only return to the negotiating table when the U.S. shows, in his words, the right attitude.
An attitude at the negotiation table that Canada is a subsidiary of the United States. The Canadian industry is going to be disadvantaged relative to American industry, that we're going to set up terms so that over time, Canadian industry is going to face constant headwinds. That's not something we're going to accept. And that's before you get to constraints on our ability to do what the rest of the world wants, which is to sign trade deals with Canada. And that's before the very fundamental issues on culture.
The increasingly personal jabs between the U.S. and Canadian leaders is adding a new edge to the trade war. The CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian has more on how this could impact ongoing negotiations.
This has caused a bit more of a kerfuffle now between the U.S. and Canada. Nothing as colorful as the behind of Ontario's premier. But this weekend, Carney talked about how the U.S. was trying to make it so that they would no longer be required to post in bilingual capacity on products sold in Canada, right? English and French. And he alluded to the U.S. not being happy with cultural protections for Canada's communications or cultural industries. Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, shot back and said that he is not targeting the French language. Carney was asked about that today, and he didn't really get into details in his answer about whether or not labeling requirements were being targeted. He only focused on the discoverability aspect of streaming platforms, that is to say, how easy or difficult it could be to find French programs on U.S. streaming giants like Netflix or others like Disney+. Carney did say, though, that he is looking forward to an environment where a deal is possible again. Let's take a listen to that bit of his news conference.
There is a mutually beneficial deal possible here, but it has to be one that respects Canada's sovereignty, that respects our independence, that uses our complementary strengths to build something better, not tear apart for short-term gain.
As for where this idea of retaliation goes to, how far it might go, lots of questions still on that front. Doug Ford said he's talking to Danielle Smith later today, and that's probably about his idea that he wants to cut off oil and gas to the U.S. I'm not sure Alberta's premier may be on board with that. She's frequently voiced objections to those kinds of ideas in the past, but it does kind of feel like a brand new world right now.
The CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian in Ottawa. Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre is in Windsor, Ontario today. The border city is expecting to be hit hard by these new Trump tariffs. Poilievre is calling on the government to ease the fallout by reducing taxes at the pump and eliminating Canada's industrial carbon tax.
Now the failure to get the promised good trade deal and the rising tariffs on our industry make many of you anxious about your future. We know that there are specialized tariffs that are targeting the molding business. You're now paying tariff not just on the steel, but anything that includes the steel. And even the steel that you remove from your products that don't even go across the border are now tariffed. All of the tariffs are worse today than they were a year and a half ago. And with these many failures, many of our working people are paying the price. But I'm here to say that we as Conservatives are going to continue to fight for you. Fight for an affordable cost of living, fight for your jobs, and to fight for our economy. I'll go through those issues very quickly. Number one, we need to lower the cost of living by lowering the cost of government. Right now, we're pushing the government to take all taxes off gas until Canada Day of next year. That'll save you 25 cents a liter, $20 a fill up, and $1,000 by next summer. It would also make it more affordable to ship parts in and final product out of your facility. It would allow our small businesses to compete. It would allow truckers to bring groceries more affordably to our grocery stores. We also need to get rid of the industrial carbon tax, which is driving up the cost of Canadian-made steel. We should not put, Trump's tariffs are bad enough. Carney's carbon tax makes it even worse. We have to get rid of all carbon taxes on all goods if we want to be able to compete and keep our jobs.
Poilievre has also called on Prime Minister Mark Carney to reconvene Parliament to share details regarding the rejected U.S. trade proposal. So as the trade fight with the U.S. intensifies, buying Canadian has taken on new meaning for many shoppers. Let's bring in Valerie Crisp. She's the founder of Common Goods, an online marketplace connecting Canadians with Canadian products and brands. And Valerie, thank you for coming in and talking about this. So tell us, first of all, what inspired you to start an all-Canadian e-commerce business?
Yeah, so actually it was a situation very similar to the one we find ourselves in today. About 18 months ago, when the first round of tariffs were being implemented, there was a huge swell online of Canadians looking to shop Canadian. And my background is in e-commerce and product search. And I thought I could solve this problem with the marketplace. And I just wanted to validate, would Canadians actually come? So I put up a TikTok, and within a week, I had 10,000 customers on a wait list, and that was enough validation to put the first version of Common Goods out about a year ago.
Wow. Okay. So it's been a year. So you opened your business in response to the trade war. How has the business changed since you launched last year? Because it felt as though there was like a big kind of build up to the beginning of the 51st state rhetoric, the annexation rhetoric, the trade war. Then it kind of maybe died down, and now it's sort of ramped up again.
What we've actually seen is that sentiment does kind of balloon and then ebb and flow with the news. However, the rate at which customers are going to actually transact and buy Canadian is about how convenient we can make that for them. So we know that labeling at the grocery store, for instance, helps customers buy Canadian when you make it easy for them to make a choice. And that's what countermeasures.ca is all about, whether you're searching on Google or in a chat with your friends, you should be able to find the default is Canadian, and that's what we're trying to do.
And what about, I don't know if you had a chance to kind of look at what's happened over the last few days, but have you?
Oh, 100%. The traffic to our website is up 300%, so about 3 times the number of typical traffic, and our sales are similarly in concert with that.
Wow, so 300% since the Canadian side walked away from the table since the talks broke down just in the last...
Yeah, it's been a really crazy weekend.
Wow, okay, so is it hard to keep up with that, or...?
It's very exciting, actually. We knew that these moments would continue to come just given the nature of the news cycle, and so we've been prepared. Our vendors have been very much prepared and really leaning into the Buy Canadian movement.
So can you give us a couple of examples or like where people are kind of like, you know, they go to your website and they kind of try and find out, you know, what are some of the basics or the more popular kind of products that people are looking for in terms of trying to get a Canadian product?
Yeah, apparel is a very big category for us, especially since the Bay went out of business. You know, Canadians are looking for a go-to source of Canadian apparel, and the #1 filter used on our site is Made in Canada. And so we really help to facilitate maybe a simple T-shirt for your everyday wardrobe. We have a great vendor out from BC on Vancouver Island called Kindred Coast. They mill the fabric in Canada, they knit and sew everything in Canada, and they retail their T-shirts for about $40. So that's a really compelling offering for a Canadian who's trying to shop Canadian in ways that are everyday and long-lasting.
What have you heard from some of these businesses that have clearly benefited from you creating this marketplace, right?
They're very grateful that their Canadianness can win where the customer is shopping. So whether that's us helping them get discovered online, they really appreciate that our shared resources, you know, all of these brands coming together in one place, is sort of greater than the sum of our parts in helping Canadians find them.
How does this moment, you said it's up 300%, how does this moment compare to the 18 months ago when you started this up?
Well, 18 months ago, we didn't have much to sell yet, so it was a lot of enthusiasm and not a lot to actually implement yet. Now it's very exciting to see Canadians put their money where their hearts are. And so, yeah, the growth pace is kind of exponential now because we have the infrastructure built and we're just ready and waiting for Canada to join us.
All right, and so and it's Common Goods. Is that's where they go online?
Yes, commongoods.ca.
Commongoods.ca. Simple. Thank you, Valerie Crisp, founder of Common Goods, an online marketplace connecting Canadians with Canadian products and brands. Just ahead, leaders are calling for cool heads amid suspended trade talks with the U.S. We'll get reaction coming up on CBC News Network. Our top story this hour, the escalating trade war between the U.S. and Canada. We heard from the Prime Minister on the issue earlier today, and premiers across this country are vowing to stand firm with the federal government. The CBC's Darren McCaffrey has the latest reaction and joins me in studio. So, Darren, what are we hearing from the premiers?
Well, we're hearing a lot, unsurprisingly. Maybe not quite as colourful as Doug Ford from Ontario, but we're definitely having lots of reactions from those premiers. And of course, we have to remember that different provinces are affected in different ways by some of these tariffs. Some are exposed a lot more than others, most notably, of course, BC, British Columbia, where we know they will have a big impact of those tariffs. Around 15% of the exports from that province will be affected, particularly when it comes to lumber and the electronics industry. And so it's maybe not a surprise. We heard a little earlier on CNN from David Eby talking about why he thought it was a good idea to say no to that deal on Friday and also to take action with counter tariffs coming into force next month.
Frankly, I feel sorry for Americans right now that they have a president that is so disinterested in their cost of living concerns and is making them a global pariah. I think other countries are watching Canada's response, and we hope, I hope, we'll be following along. At some point, the rest of the world will say enough. In terms of hitting your number one customer with a 50% tariff and expecting that we wouldn't do the same is bizarre.
And what has been interesting over the weekend is that we've seen a pretty broad consensus when it comes to backing that decision by Mark Carney. Look at what Scott Moe had to say as well. He said the Prime Minister had made the right decision to not accept an unfair and unreliable deal, and we support the Prime Minister's decision to enact dollar-for-dollar counter-tariffs on targeted US products. And then we move on to Alberta and Premier Smith, because this is really, really interesting. Not necessarily taking the same line, expressing deep disappointment that they were not able to reach this agreement, saying Alberta has always advocated for a tariff-free relationship and continue to do so, and that no one benefits from a trade war, and also asking for those negotiations to start again. And why that's interesting, of course, Alberta has got big exports when it comes to oil to the United States. And that's why it was interesting listening to Doug Ford earlier talking about trying to work with Alberta, maybe to exert pressure on the United States. Well, Premier Smith wants to do that or not is another question. You know, premiers seem to be suggesting that energy should be on the table, and that is a big question whether Alberta agrees with that or not.
And now there's a renewed plea now to buy Canadian as the trade war escalates. It was interesting to speak to the owner of an e-commerce website who says traffic to her website, Common Goods, has gone up 300% in just the last few days. What can you tell us about that? Buy Canadian push.
Yeah, it's been really interesting for me talking to lots of Canadians over the last couple of days who, you know, are very, very much, it seems, committed to this idea of continuing to buy Canadian where they can. Now, certain people will talk about cost and that difficult choice sometimes when they go to places like the supermarket. The cost is definitely still a factor, but at least in principle, they want to buy a Canadian. And that's definitely the message from lots of premiers today, trying to encourage people to buy Canadian when they can. Let's listen to Susan Holt, who also supported, of course, that decision of the Prime Minister, the Premier of New Brunswick.
That means walking away from a bad deal and taking action. New Brunswickers have already shown fierce loyalty to our province and to the incredible products that we produce. And now is the time for us to double down. Every dollar we spend supporting New Brunswick businesses helps keep someone in our province working and helps strengthen our economy.
And that was also a message we got from Rob Lance, who's the Premier of Prince Edward Island, saying, where we spend our hard-earned money matters, the choices add up. All I would add to that is, while people do, I think, on the whole, want to buy Canadian, again, sometimes that choice can be quite difficult, given where we are with the cost of living for lots of people struggling across Canada at the same time too.
Darren, thank you. The CBC's Darren McCaffrey. So we've heard plenty from politicians here and in the U.S. We're also hearing a lot about this from you. The CBC's Brett Ruskin has been reading and listening to those responses and has more from Halifax.
Lots of response already from the decision by Canada's negotiating team to walk away from the negotiating table. We heard via email from Tina, who wrote to us saying that she 100% agrees with Mark Carney's decision to leave the trade talks and that Canada is known as a global partner, a reliable partner, and that we will be fine in the long run. Now we take a look at what other folks are saying, whether or not they support Mark Carney's decision, the negotiating team's decision to leave the table. Here's what a few folks had to say about that.
Cost of living is extremely out of control, but I still think that in order for us to survive long term, we have to have the right plan in place and make sure we're doing it in a reasonable, managed way, rather than a knee-jerk reaction to whatever Trump is spouting off in the news.
If he continues that way and we knuckle under and give in to him, then they're going to be doing great and we're going to be doing poor.
Yes, we need to make good economic decisions with our trading partners, but if they're not going to deal equitably with us, why should we kowtow to them?
So lots of support there for Prime Minister Mark Carney and the negotiating team, with many folks saying that they would prefer no deal instead of a bad deal for Canada. Now, what do Canadians think we should do now? Well, more retaliation than capitulation, with different talks, different thoughts about what we should do with liquor sales, what we should do with energy sales as well. We heard from Blair, who was saying that we should put markups, increase the price of energy for Americans, and then that would eventually have them come to their senses, says Blair. That's something that we've seen and heard a lot of from viewers, from folks who spoke to CBC. Here are a few of them now.
The simple thing like putting the liquor back on the shelves, I don't agree with that. I think that, you know, we should play just the same kind of hardball as he's trying to play with us.
The U.S. needs to be put in line a little bit, and that Canada is in a place right now where we're able to do that.
So lots of response still coming in from viewers across the country, sharing their thoughts on, again, Mark Carney and the negotiating team's decision to walk away from the table for the time being, with, again, people, for the most part, saying, you know, keep those elbows up until we can have a fair deal for both sides. Brett Ruskin, CBC News, Halifax.
Just ahead, former Alberta Premier Alison Redford weighs in on Donald Trump's trade war and how Canada should respond. That's coming up on CBC News Network. We're taking you to Calgary. Jobs Minister Patty Hajdu is taking questions from reporters after making an announcement. Let's listen.
Hi, Noah Brennan from Post Media. I was just going to ask the minister if you could give any specifics about what's coming in terms of your government's support for workers and employers most impacted by the recent tariffs.
Stay tuned. Very soon. I can't talk about it today, but there will be an announcement in very short order.
And what would your response be to Trump's comments that he made on social media, I believe this morning, calling Canada entitled, one of the worst countries in the world to deal with in terms of trade, and that the U.S. doesn't need Canada?
Well, look, I'm not going to comment about, I'd be commenting all day long, every day, if I was going to comment on what people say on Twitter. But what I am going to comment on is the determination that I've seen of Canadians and of Canadian leaders all across this country. You've got a bunch of extraordinary leaders in this room. There are political leaders. We've seen premiers stand up and band together. We've seen local level leaders stand up for their own industries. We've seen employers stand up for their industries. We've seen workforces come together. This is a time where Canadians are essentially saying, we are Canadians. We are going to be the masters of our own destiny. And we're going to stand up for each other. We're going to stand up for our industries. We're going to find new markets, and we're going to build big. And we started that work 18 months ago, as you know, with Prime Minister Carney in terms of diversifying our partnerships across the world, finding new markets for Canadian products, and investing in ourselves in a way that is paying fruit, paying dividends as we see right now. And I couldn't be prouder to call myself a Canadian.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is just, what would your government need to see from the U.S. in terms of its attitude towards Canada to come back to the negotiating table?
Well, I think the Prime Minister made a comment about this today, and he basically said there needs to be an attitude of respect, and I think we need to be able to sit down together in a respectful way and talk through terms in a way that we can be sure are real. And so, look, I am not one of the negotiators, but I have confidence in the negotiators. We have extremely skilled negotiators at that table. And we're not going to wait around. We're going to continue, as I said, to do the things we need to do, investing in our own capacity, investing in the infrastructure that we need, investing in our businesses, and investing in opportunities to make sure that the world can get more of Canada, which clearly they want.
Great. Thank you.
Adam McVicker with Global News here in Calgary. Ontario Premier Doug Ford said he's been speaking to the Prime Minister about areas to put pain on the U.S. in response to the increased levies. Is that kind of the goal of these retaliatory measures here?
Look, I think the levies are there to say that we're going to stand up for Canadian businesses, and so that work will happen. The Prime Minister has been working very closely with premiers across the country, bilaterally, in First Ministers' meetings, and this work has been happening lockstep together. So I'll leave that in the hands of the folks that are working through the tariffs right now. Ultimately, like I said, nobody wants to apply a tariff. There's an implication of financial pain for us as well, but we do need to stand up for our Canadian companies and make sure that people are incentivized to choose Canadian whenever possible. That hasn't really been too hard to incentivize Canadians, and I would say again that we're so grateful. I'm so grateful as a Canadian that the Canadian population, that people are standing up for their friends, their neighbors, their communities. But ultimately, we want to be clear that it's Canadian companies that come first, it's Canadian businesses that come first, and we're going to fight for them.
And obviously, we are here in Alberta, Canada's energy heartland. Is oil and gas, is using that as leverage, is that on the table at this point in these discussions?
I don't have a comment about that right now. Honestly, I think from our perspective, we are an energy superpower, as you know, and we are becoming even more so every single day. There have been announcements, as you know, as recently as last week in Newfoundland with Churchill Falls, the ability to power ourselves, to power our industries, and to be able to sell that power to countries that need it is a clear focus of our government.
Patty Hajdu, the Minister of Jobs, speaking moments ago in Calgary, saying we are going to be talking about the trade war. We're going to be the masters of our own destiny. We're diversifying our trade with new markets. that nobody wants to apply counter tariffs, as the government has said it will do on September 8th, but we need to stand up for Canadian companies. She was also asked if oil and gas should be used as leverage, and she didn't comment on that. So as Canada's trade fight with the U.S. deepens, attention is turning to what comes next and how much leverage Canada has moving forward. Let's bring in Alison Redford to help us make sense of it all. She is in Calgary and is a former Premier of Alberta. Appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Nice to be with you. Thanks.
So let's start with that one, because that was the last question to Patty Hajdu. Should oil and gas be used as leverage in this trade war with the United States?
Well, I think the most important thing is what we saw the Prime Minister and the federal government say on Saturday and through today. Other premiers have said this too. We have to be united. We have to be Team Canada, and we have to be a Canadian energy powerhouse, which includes all of the energy and all of the natural resources that we have. And clearly, oil and gas has to be on the table. And the other thing we know, not that I'm involved in negotiations, but it's the sort of thing that drives the president. So I think it's really important for us, especially at this stage, so quickly after negotiations have stopped, to be able to signal to the United States that we're united on that front. And that's really important for Canada.
So you think Alberta, I'll be more specific, Alberta oil and gas, I know you're trying to say it might maybe electricity from Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, but that Alberta oil and gas should be on the table in this trade war?
Well, I think it's a Canadian resource, and if we're going to have a dollar for dollar consequence to the trade discussion or war or dialogue that's going to go on, that has to be part of it. And I think that in any negotiating position, if you're negotiating with someone and they don't feel that you're putting your strongest position forward, then you look weak. And the reality is that Alberta has always had oil and gas. It's always been a benefit for Canada. It's been a benefit for our province. We've certainly been able to rely on Canadian support for things like the recent pipeline discussion, which gets us off to the West Coast. But I think that the converse to that is we have to be prepared to understand and to connect to the fact that it's a Canadian resource and it has to be part of this discussion. It can't be separate.
Could putting oil and gas on the table fuel, pardon the pun, fuel the separatist movement in Alberta ahead of an October referendum?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's obviously the situation, isn't it? That in some ways it's going to be something where we've said that it's important to be part of Canada, those of us that believe in a strong Canada, and other people that want Alberta to look separately or to try to connect to the United States aren't going to like that position. And ironically, this is what we're dealing with. This is exactly why we have these sorts of discussions in Canada. And at this point in time, it certainly is not too fine a point to put on it. That's true. Ontario industry is going to suffer. Quebec industry is going to suffer very directly because of the discussions that the U.S. have raised and the terms that they've set on these tariffs. We don't get impacted exactly the same way. And we have to understand that and appreciate that. So we either are Team Canada or we're not. And I guess in Alberta in the next week or so, we'll start to see more people maybe paying attention to the referendum and thinking about it that way. But I think this will energize the debate in Alberta about the referendum.
I want to play something that Ontario's Premier Doug Ford said a little earlier today. It's getting to what we've been talking about, part of his appeal for unity. Let's listen and I'll ask you about it.
We're putting teams together across Canada to make sure we're all on the same page. As for the electricity, everything's on the table. Critical minerals, everything's on the table. But I can't do this alone, folks. I need every premier playing on Team Canada. And I'm confident that every single premier will be part of Team Canada.
Are you seeing unity right now from specifically Alberta Premier Danielle Smith?
Well, I think it's building. I mean, the Premier's always felt that it was important to have that dialogue. Of course, it's important to have dialogue. But I think at the very beginning of a situation like this, the most important thing is for us to look united as Canadians and for there not to be any gaps between us. And as Premier Ford said, they're going to put a lot on the table. I think Alberta has to do that too if we want to really see this as a Canada-U.S. negotiation, which I think we should.
With the U.S. president, he called Doug Ford a flunky today. Doug Ford called him a loser and a tyrant. and said some other used other insulting, colorful language. But the U.S. president also said that a lot of oil and gas goes through from Alberta through parts of the United States and back into Ontario. I mean, it sounds like a veiled threat in terms of the escalation of this trade war. What do you make of that?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of this back and forth. The name calling is unfortunate. I'm sure glad our Prime Minister isn't getting involved in that. And I think we're very lucky to have him leading this charge right now. I think that if you start talking about the quid pro quo, that's exactly what a tariff war is about. I mean, just last week we heard President Trump talking about how he was prepared to start opening up with respect to Keystone, which of course has always been important to Alberta. Keystone matters not just to Alberta and Canada, but it also matters to all those refineries on the Gulf Coast. So there is a close relationship and a partnership, and our energy economies are very closely tied. So part of what he's saying might be true, but there's also tremendous benefit that the United States gets from the exports that we make to them, or the import of oil and gas, not just in terms of use, but in terms of how their industry works. And they are tightly connected, and a break in that will make a difference for both of us, and it will hurt the United States as well.
I want to take you back to Saturday. The Prime Minister was speaking with reporters and was asked if pushback from the premiers was a factor in ending the talks in Washington. Let's just listen to what he said.
The short answer is no. So just to give you that perspective. And this is an important but, the dialogue with the premiers in the last few days, over the course of the last 18 months, and the partnership that we've established with the premiers is crucial, fundamentally important.
Now, Doug Ford seems to suggest that maybe he said, I'm not going to be able to sell this deal, and that, maybe he was kind of trying to take credit for saying, we can't sell this. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that the Prime Minister has done a really good job in terms of leading premiers through this and understanding the premiers have their own political pressures and may have different points of view. I think it's just common sense. If anyone's sitting down to have a discussion with someone that doesn't have the same point of view, you're stronger when you know that you're a united team. And I think the Prime Minister's done a very good job of uniting that team. And I think that we can have a lot of confidence going forward on that. I don't think that we're dealing with a situation where Alberta at this point is saying they don't want to be part of that. But I don't think Albertans should consider themselves to be an exception. We are Canadians. We are affected by an economic impact through tariffs. We can contribute to what the Canadian negotiating position is. And I think most Albertans want to do that.
Thank you. Good to speak to you. Former Alberta Premier Alison Redford in Calgary.
Mike
The already fraught cross-border relationship between Canada and the United States is seeing officials on both sides ramp up the rhetoric. Earlier today, Donald Trump threatened additional levies in the new year if Canada doesn't back down on its threats of retaliatory tariffs. Members of Trump's inner circle addressed the rapidly deteriorating trade relationship today as well, including a supposed Freudian slip by the vice president.
We have to remember, Canada is a state. Sorry, Freudian slip. That was actually an accident. They apply ridiculous tariffs and other non-tariff duties on Maine products coming into Canada, and they don't expect Maine or anybody else to fight back. We're sick of that.
I think he would like Canada to come to the table and negotiate in good faith. They were offered quite a good deal last week. They chose to reject it. Unfortunately, Prime Minister Carney rose to power on an anti-American, anti-Trump platform.
The CBC's Katie Nicholson has been tracking the latest today from our Washington bureau. She has more on the cross-border mudslinging.
You may recall that was a term that Donald Trump, the U.S. president, used in describing former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And so he has invoked that same burn now, sort of demoting him to a governor. So what does that tell us about the relationship and maybe the lack of respect currently between the Trump administration and Canada right now? And then, of course, you have Ontario Premier Doug Ford, who has been quite pugilistic in his words today, at one point telling private radio that the U.S. president could kiss his, I don't need to fill that in for you. And we got more of that flavor from Doug Ford this afternoon. He periodically referred to the U.S. president as a loser. He talked of himself, Premier Ford, as having alligator skin, and said, kind of come at me. He called the U.S. president a schoolyard bully. And he also suggested that Democrats and independents should how they should vote in the upcoming midterms. He suggested that the U.S. president might not even last his full 2 years should the House and the Senate go to the Democrats. So some, again, fighting words coming from the Ontario Premier after this sort of slew of increasingly escalatory posts from the U.S. president, including one this morning in which he appeared to float a new 50% tariff on autos and steel starting in January of 2027, but that 50% number is already in play. So we did reach out to the White House for clarity as to what it is the U.S. president means by that, as well as to the U.S. trade representative. So far, we've not heard back on that.
CBC's Katie Nicholson from Washington. You're watching CBC News Network. We're back in a moment.
For Canadians
From the start of hostilities many months ago and again today, Ontario Premier Doug Ford has been quite vocal in his criticism of U.S. President Donald Trump and in his support of a unified Canadian response to Trump's aggressive trade tactics. Ford maintained that message track during an event in Hamilton this afternoon.
We're putting teams together across Canada to make sure we're all on the same page. As for the electricity, everything's on the table. Critical minerals, everything's on the table. But I can't do this alone, folks. I need every premier playing on Team Canada. And I'm confident that every single premier will be part of Team Canada.
The CBC's Catherine Cullen is the host of The House on CBC Radio. As she tells us, it's been a wild couple of days for U.S.-Canada relations, and it may take a while before cooler heads prevail.
Well, I mean, I think one thing we need to do is just zoom out only a tiny bit and think about how far we've come in less than a week, right? It was last Wednesday, I believe, that the U.S. president was suggesting that, in fact, there already was a deal. Canadian negotiators going in and out of meetings with the U.S. trade representative, where the Canadian team was prepared, by all accounts, to take on a certain amount of U.S. tariffs and working towards a deal that would, in some ways, I think, potentially further enmesh Canada with the United States. The deal falls apart. We now know from the comments we're hearing from Premier sort of post facto that Ontario's Doug Ford, for instance, says he wasn't ready to support that deal. But certainly things did come apart. And I think particularly over the course of today, Andrew, I mean, it is so stunning, right? You seem a little bit speechless. I know I felt that way as well, right? You look at the new threat of 50% tariffs or up to 50% tariffs on autos from Donald Trump, but also this post that he put up in the last few hours where he talks about Doug Ford as the less charismatic, intelligent, and overall unimpressive brother of the late, great Rob Ford. So invoking the Premier's late brother. The USA will always be far bigger, richer, and stronger than Canada. Without the United States, Canada couldn't survive. There's that Governor Carney reference. And right in the middle there, someone should get these clowns to fall in line or the consequences for Canada will be far worse, all caps, exclamation mark. Add to that Doug Ford's comments about his posterior, which I certainly didn't have on my bingo card today, the amount of real estate that was available there. And even what the Prime Minister was saying earlier about the relationship with Russia and the United States and Canada, like saying we're looking for reliable trading partners. We found them almost everywhere except the U.S. and Russia. I mean, China is not on that list. Canada is developing a closer relationship with China, but Russia is and the United States is. I think it's just worth taking a minute to see how far things are falling. And also this challenge of this is still an incredibly important economic relationship for Canada. This kind of finger pointing and name calling is ultimately not beneficial. I know Doug Ford was saying we still want Fortress North America, about a man that he called a loser 2 minutes beforehand. We're in really tricky territory.
CBC's Catherine Cullen in Ottawa, and you can bet there will be lots of smart trade talk on The House. Catch that on CBC Radio on Saturday at 9 a.m. Returning now to more provincial reaction to the collapse of trade talks between Canada and the U.S. The failed negotiations are expected to hit Quebec hard. But the Premier says she's focusing on building the province's economy. Christine Fréchette made the comment alongside the PM during today's announcement of the largest single shipbuilding contract in Quebec's history. The CBC's Gloria Enriquez is in Lévis, Quebec, with the latest.
After the United States imposed additional 50% tariffs on a variety of Canadian goods, Quebec Premier Christine Fréchette says the province won't be bullied and it will stand up for itself by relying on its own resources.
In a very unstable world, we know that Quebec and Canada have to build here. We have to develop our resources, our expertise to reinforce our industrial capacity.
Her comments were made as Quebec's Davie Shipyard has been granted an $11 billion contract to build 6 icebreaker ships. An announcement Fréchette says takes on a whole new meaning after trade talks broke and the province is facing job losses. It's expected to create nearly 5,000 new jobs here in Lévis, Quebec. Prime Minister Carney says that's what Canada should be focusing on, building a strong country. These ships, he says, will help strengthen local trade by ensuring the maritime movement of nearly $40 billion worth of goods each year.
Today, we are launching the largest shipbuilding contract in Quebec's history. No matter the headwinds, the work of building Canada strong goes on uninterrupted. No matter the circumstances, Canadians will take charge of building our future.
As counter tariffs on the United States are being discussed, Fréchette says she still isn't thinking of using Quebec's energy as a retaliatory measure. However, as trade talks have entered a new phase, she says she isn't excluding anything. Gloria Enriquez, CBC News, Lévis, Quebec.
You're looking live at Ottawa and Washington. Donald Trump is threatening new 50% tariffs on Canadian cars, trucks, and steel. The latest is just ahead on Power and Politics with JP Tasker, who will sit down with Canada-U.S. Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc. I'm Andrew Nichols. Thanks for watching.
Hi there, this is Power and Politics. I'm JP Tasker in Ottawa. The United States issues Canada a new 50% tariff threat, just days after trade talks crashed and burned.
Americans go to the negotiation table first with the right attitude towards our industries and a true partnership. Of course, we'll come to the negotiating table. But an attitude at the negotiation table that Canada is a subsidiary of the United States, that's not something we're going to accept.
Just ahead, why Canada walked away from that negotiating table in the first place. Canada-U.S. Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc is standing by. And next hour, the Conservative call to reconvene Parliament. We'll ask the party's Canada-U.S. relations critic what they want to know about that failed deal. Plus,
I think that we need to send a message loud and clear to the Prime Minister of Canada. Stop taking advantage of America. It's over. We expect fairness in our trade policy.
U.S. officials try to stick the blame on Canada, but the consensus among Canadians is loud and clear. Coming up, fresh poll numbers on how this country feels about Carney ditching trade talks. Plus, reaction from lawmakers south of the border to this escalating trade war. And
you know, your own people, President Trump, don't even like you. This guy's a loser. He's going to be a loser. I have more courage, more brains in my baby toe than he has in his whole body.
a feud is brewing between Ontario and Washington as Premier Ford says energy should be on the table as Canada considers retaliation. Just ahead, the Premier of New Brunswick and Quebec's Minister of International Relations with their take on Canada's next steps in this trade war. We have a lot to get to. Power and Politics starts right now. U.S. President Donald Trump says Canada is ripping off the United States and is threatening even more tariffs, posting online that tariffs on Canadian automobiles and car parts will increase to 50% on January 1st. Now that's on top of the 50% tariffs that came into effect on Friday night. But with the trade talks currently off, the Trump administration is pointing their fingers at Canada.
And what happened at the very end is they came in with a bunch of unreasonable last-minute demands. I frankly thought we had a deal. I think that we should have a deal. It's over. We expect fairness in our trade policy.
I think he would like Canada to come to the table and negotiate in good faith. They were offered quite a good deal last week. They chose to reject it.
In the last hours, I think there were things that the Canadians just, they wanted more. We offered them the best access to the United States of any country in the world.
Let's talk to the person leading Canada's side of the talks. Dominic LeBlanc is the minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade. Nice to see you, Minister. Thanks for coming on.
Hi, JP. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. So, Minister, you heard Dominic, you heard President Trump there say today that Canada is among the worst nations in the world to deal with. He says we're entitled, and he says as a result, he's going to hit us with some more tariffs on cars and trucks in the new year, 50% up from the current 25. What do you say to the president as he considers inflicting even more economic pain on this country?
So, JP, we have consistently decided that we're not going to respond to some of those sort of personal comments that either Mr. Trump or some of his cabinet secretaries make. We're going to remain focused on the Canadian economy and doing what we can do to protect the Canadian economy in the face of these unjustified tariffs. This all started, JP, remember, about fentanyl and border security. All of those issues were being addressed, have been addressed. Then it moved to a whole series of other questions. This administration has decided that it wants to fundamentally change the trading relationship with its most important trading partners. The Prime Minister said that clearly months ago, that we accept that the Americans are going to have a different focus in these trading relationships. And our job is to focus on what we can control, to do what is necessary to protect Canadian workers and businesses from these tariff threats. You're going to see further measures announced this week. The Prime Minister was clear on the weekend that we're going to take responsibility for protecting industries and workers. It's not their fault that Mr. Trump decided to add 50% tariffs on $28 billion of Canadian exports to the United States on the weekend. We saw, you're right, he made further threats today. We'll see over the next number of months what that looks like. But Canadians should know that we always had a plan to protect our industries and our businesses in the event there was no deal. So we're working on those measures as we're on the air tonight.
I know you don't want to dwell on the personal side of all this, but the president had some pretty personal attacks today for leaders in this country. He's again calling the prime minister governor. He called Premier Doug Ford a flunky. He said he's less impressive than his late brother, Rob Ford. The premier, in turn, called Trump a loser. He called him the king of bankruptcies. What do you make of this war of words, and are you concerned that this could really stymie any chance of ever getting to a deal with the Americans?
So honestly, JP, we're not going to spend a lot of time commenting on who said what about whom. Canadians expect us to be firmly focused on what I said earlier, protecting the economy, protecting Canadian jobs. I think the Prime Minister said it well earlier today at an important defense procurement announcement around icebreakers in Quebec. If the Americans say they want to come back to a negotiating table with a real offer that is in the economic interest of Canada, that doesn't affect Canadian sovereignty, that gives us an opportunity to build with them a competitive North American economy, not as a branch plant of the U.S. economy, but as a proud sovereign country that's the best customer of the United States and can add value to North American competitiveness, sure. But we're not going to wait around for the phone to ring or wait around for a text message from somebody. We always had Plan A, JP, which was what we ran on in the last election, was to build a more resilient, competitive Canadian economy, to diversify our trading relationships. I'm going to Nunavut later this week for a meeting of internal trade ministers from all the provinces and territories to continue the work of removing barriers to real free trade in Canada. Those are things that we can control, that we can work on. And the Prime Minister's been clear with the whole government. We need to double down on that focus that we never lost and not be distracted by somebody's post on a U.S. social media network.
Do you expect the Americans to come back to the table first? Is that how this is going to play out? Canada is not willing to meet them face to face to try and hash out a deal until the Americans come calling. Do I have that right?
Again, who calls whom? We're not wasting time on that, JP. These negotiations were interrupted less than 72 hours ago. We are doubling down on the work that Canadians expect us to do. But we're not going to go back to a negotiating table unless we have a reliable sense that the fundamental position of the U.S. government is that we can have economically competitive sectors of our economy as important as automobiles, aluminum, steel, forest products. Unless there's a deal visible that puts us in an economically viable position in those sectors, we're not going to rush back to Washington.
Minister, can you pull back the curtain for us a bit and tell us why things fell apart? Because you were speaking to the media on Thursday. As you will remember, you said you were very close to a deal, and then the next day the Prime Minister told you walk away from that negotiating table. What happened in those intervening hours? Tell me why this deal was derailed, and maybe reveal what was so bad about it in terms of Canada's sovereignty. Speak to what was in the final text of this deal that had you concerned about the sovereignty of this country.
Yeah, so, and JP, I understand why you're asking the questions. We're not going to talk about particular versions of the text. We respect the commitments we make to the United States and to other trading partners around those kind of details. But you're right. We believed on Wednesday and Thursday that we were close to a deal that would have brought significant relief in the 232 sectoral tariffs to make Canada and Canadian businesses competitive and commercially viable by reducing those tariffs. On Friday, the Prime Minister, I think, in his comments on Saturday, used examples of the kind of things that during the day Friday suddenly appeared in the conversations or in various exchanges of documents that we thought had been resolved. So use the automobile example. We had always talked about the vehicle manufacturing sector in Canada as including medium and heavy-duty trucks. Those are the Ford F-250, F-350. They're the heavy-duty Silverado trucks that are made by GM and Ford in Canada. We obviously weren't going to accept tariff reductions on a basket of vehicles that didn't include those important production lines. We had discussed the importance of including Canadian parts in the calculation of what is the content of those vehicles. In the end, if those were not attainable, that is one example of where, in the Prime Minister's judgment, we didn't have an agreement that was in the economic interest of Canada. But you have to be careful. Steel and aluminum derivative products, another example. It's tens of billions of dollars for the Canadian economy. The tariff treatment of those products can't be any less than other trading partners. We have a big trade surplus with the United States in that area. So why would we ever accept to agree to a tariff structure that was not commercially viable for them? Those are two examples. You asked about sovereignty. The Americans started discussing at the end Canada's ability to enter into other free trade agreements with other trading partners, a key priority of Mr. Carney and the Canadian government, something we've done a lot of work on, made very considerable progress over the last number of months. So the idea that the United States would have a word to say in the sovereign decision of Canada to enter into a free trade agreement with another reliable trading partner obviously wasn't something that we were prepared to consider. So it was the cumulative total of a series of things that, as I say, started showing up in the conversations at the end that made the Prime Minister conclude, and properly so, that we didn't have in front of us an agreement that was in the economic interest of the whole country.
So you were negotiating with the USTR, the U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, but also Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. And the Prime Minister said that while the Canadian team was quite unified, there was a lot of unity among you and the folks you were working with, the Americans were not. How did Mr. Lutnick stymie this process? Tell me how his interventions led to the failure of these trade talks.
So again, you're speaking in absolute terms, JP. We haven't ascribed one particular person responsibility on the American side. What the Prime Minister said, I think you said we were quite united. We were completely united in the sense that Madame Charette and I had clear instructions from the Prime Minister. There were multiple discussions with him a day in those last days. His Chief of Staff joined us for the last couple of days. There was zero incoherence or lack of unity on the Canadian side of the table. You're right, we've seen the speculation as to who intervened with President Trump or on the other side of the table. Our discussions with Mr. Greer, the trade representative, Ambassador Greer, were always professional. There was nothing personal in those discussions. He was representing the American interest. We represented the Canadian interest. Ultimately, there's one decision maker in the United States. It's Mr. Trump. Did some of his other cabinet secretaries intervene? That honestly is something that the American side can explain. Our work, daily, hourly work, was with Mr. Greer and the deputy U.S. trade representative who worked with Madame Charette. I've seen the speculation, and Mr. Lutnick has publicly said some things about his view of the Canadian auto industry, obviously, which for us weren't compatible with having a Canadian and North American integrated auto industry that brings the competitiveness to the North American economy that we thought the Americans wanted.
Mr. Ford in Ontario here was quite relieved that you didn't sign this deal, the deal that was on the table even before some of these last-minute changes we've been talking about. He said it was a bad deal and that accepting any level of tariffs on steel, aluminum, or autos, in particular, that would have potentially hobbled the industry here was not a good idea. It was a non-starter. Chrystia Freeland, frankly, said something similar, your former cabinet member. What do you say to those people who say accepting any level of tariffs on our goods sets a terrible precedent and that Canada should hold out for zero?
So we have worked collaboratively with all of the provincial and territorial governments. We had a number of meetings with the premiers last week, including again on Saturday. But the Prime Minister has also been clear, JP, The United States is imposing tariffs on all of its trading partners in violation of the CUSMA agreement that Mr. Trump himself signed and negotiated 7 years ago. They are applying tariffs across the board. If we are amongst the most integrated trading partner in those sectors, steel, aluminum, automobiles, softwood lumber, obviously critical for the Canadian economy as well, we have to be in a position where the tariffs charged to Canadian exports to the United States give us the best tariff treatment of other trading partners, put us in the best position as compared to other trading partners. I don't think it was realistic in those sectors to get to zero tariffs in the short term. President Trump has made that decision in violation of these trading agreements. Canada was negotiating in good faith to give us an agreement that ultimately wasn't there, that would have given us the best tariff treatment as compared to other trading partners, that would have been, for those sectors of the economy, something that was economically and commercially very significant. Absent that, obviously we weren't interested in an arrangement or in an agreement. We thought at some points last week that we may be able to reach that outcome, which would have put Canadian businesses in those sectors in a competitive and economically advantageous position. Ultimately, if the Americans weren't prepared to negotiate that arrangement, then Canada took its responsibilities.
Premier Ford is counseling the Prime Minister to levy retaliatory tariffs on American goods coming from essentially politically sensitive parts of the United States to inflict not only economic pain on the U.S. and President Trump, but also some political pain on the Republican Party as well. Is the government considering that sort of maneuver, given that the U.S. midterms are just 10 weeks away? Will you take this opportunity to punish the GOP?
So again, JP, I appreciate it's Monday evening. I think the Prime Minister and some of my cabinet colleagues may be announcing in the next day or so details of those measures. As much as I love being on your program, to scoop my boss the night before an announcement that he might make doesn't feel like something positive for me. And that work is ongoing in the sense those decisions are being made by the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, JP, in real time. I participated with François-Philippe Champagne, my cabinet colleague, the Finance Minister, in a meeting earlier this afternoon with all of the provincial and territorial finance ministers. So we're going to do that work on a serious basis. That very much is Mr. Carney's approach to these kind of decisions. He said on Saturday that one of the basic elements that needs to be considered is how do we protect industries in those sectors that now face these 50% Section 338 tariffs on top of the basket of other tariffs. How do we put in place measures that best protect the workers and the businesses in these sectors? So if it's steel and aluminum derivative products, if it's automobiles, if it's steel and aluminum, if it's softwood lumber, those are the kind of decisions that will be announced in the coming hours. But I think it's important also to note, JP, that the measures, the counter tariffs are one part of the work, and those measures may evolve over the coming months as the United States makes other decisions. So it's sort of not frozen in time, but there will also be important measures to support businesses and workers who are now facing this headwind through absolutely no fault of their own. This is a decision made by President Trump. So they expect their governments, Canadians do, plural, provincial, federal, and territorial governments to work together to put in place the supports, as Mr. Carney said, as the Prime Minister said on Saturday, that won't be short-term, that will endure at least the end of this Trump presidency. And that's what we'll have to say in the coming hours.
I really only have a few seconds left here, Minister. I want to ask you about something the Prime Minister said on Saturday. And he said, when you're attacked, you're at war. Is that your assessment? Do you agree with the Prime Minister? Is Canada at war with the United States right now?
We're in a trade dispute, a trade war with the United States. It's something that they started. We were respecting our obligations under the CUSMA agreement. We wish they would return to that level of respect. But Canadians are proud and expect governments to stand up when we're attacked economically. And that's exactly what we will be doing over the next number of days and weeks. The Canadians should have no illusion that we were always prepared for a circumstance where there was no deal. And you're going to see in the coming hours the beginning of what that response looks like.
All right, let's leave it there. Thank you so much, Minister of Canada-U.S. Trade, Dominic LeBlanc. Appreciate you making time for us, sir.
Thank you, JP. Have a great evening.
You too. Take care. As we've discussed, U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened more tariffs on Canada after trade talks fell apart over the weekend. Speaking to reporters today, Prime Minister Mark Carney blamed the U.S. attitude for collapse of the negotiations.
An attitude at the negotiation table that Canada is a subsidiary of the United States. The Canadian industry is going to be disadvantaged relative to American industry. That we're going to set up terms so that over time, Canadian industry is going to face constant headwinds. That's not something we're going to accept. And that's before you get to constraints on our ability to do what the rest of the world wants, which is to sign trade deals with Canada. And that's before the very fundamental issues on culture.
New Brunswick Premier Susan Holt joins me now. Nice to see you, Premier. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me, JP.
So President Trump is hitting back at Canada again over these failed trade negotiations today, threatening to impose a 50% tariff on Canadian cars and auto parts effective January 1st. Of course, that's up from the current 25%. And he says Canada is ripping off the United States and the Americans don't need anything from our country. What do you say to the president?
Well, I think the president has grossly underestimated the impact of Canadian products on the American economy and how our two countries have been integrated. We provide them with serious amounts of energy products. Certainly here in New Brunswick, we provide them with the wood that they use to build their homes. We process their lobsters. We provide them with blueberries and electricity and gas for their cars and for their fighter jets. And I think he'll learn very quickly that the U.S. really needs Canada.
Do you think the Prime Minister made the right call to walk away from the negotiating table on Friday? You know, a deal was coming together, one that could have delivered some tariff relief for hard-hit sectors in this country, including lumber. I know that's very important for New Brunswick. Now we're facing potentially even higher tariffs for longer. Do you think it was the right call to step back and call these talks off?
I do. New Brunswickers were clear with us that they didn't want to see the kind of compromises made that the U.S. was looking for in the end, because questions about who we trade with in Canada are our decisions and our decisions alone. Questions about our language and our culture and our identity, things that New Brunswickers hold very dear. Those aren't things you negotiate with at a table. We're looking for a partner that respects the value of the kind of products that we produce in New Brunswick, and natural resources, as you mentioned, in the forestry sector, that's one. And so it wasn't about getting a deal at all costs. It was about getting the best deal possible for New Brunswickers, and what the U.S. was offering wasn't it.
You heard directly from the Prime Minister on Saturday. You had that First Minister's meeting after the talks fell apart. Can you kind of peel back the curtain for us and give us some insight into how the Prime Minister was in that conversation? How did he seem to you? What did he say? How is he feeling after such a monumental decision, really, to take a step back?
Well, I think we're all feeling a bit of the same thing, right? There was a sense that we were close to what looked like a good deal in the middle of the week. And I think we had some almost surprise that we were there. We were all a little surprised that we had reached a point that looked like a deal we could all get behind. And then maybe no surprise that we're back to our usual frustration with this president, who has been threatening tariffs for nearly 2 years now, since he first came into office, and sometimes put them on and sometimes not, and then changed the plan. I think the Prime Minister said it well when he said they sign agreements in pencil. It's like negotiating on quickstand. So the fact that they threw in untenable elements to negotiation at the very 11th hour, I think was frustrating for everybody.
The Prime Minister also said that Canada is effectively at war with the United States, right? We're at least in economic war because of these economic broadsides the president has launched against us, trying to cripple some of our critical industries. Do you think Mark Carney was right to say what we're going through is akin to war? That's a pretty strong statement.
Well, I would say we've been in a trade war with the U.S. now for a number of months. They have been hitting us with tariffs on our steel, on our auto, on our softwood lumber, on a whole variety of products that Canadians make and that Americans rely upon. They've been hitting us in a way that is unjustified and in past cases illegal. And so we have to go to battle for our province, for our country. And thankfully, we're doing it with a lot of allies because countries around the world have shown that New Brunswick has what the world wants, Canada has what the world wants, the critical minerals, the agricultural products, the energy products that the world is looking for. And with the kind of allies that we have at our sides and the new trade relationships that we're building, I think that we are well positioned for this fight.
Canada is preparing dollar-for-dollar tariffs, right, to hit back at what you call unjustified tariffs. I think a lot of folks in this country would call it unjustified. And Premier Ford has also floated perhaps another creative solution to this, and that's hitting some American goods that come from politically sensitive parts of the U.S. With the midterms there looming, I think they're just 10 weeks away. New Brunswick, of course, borders Maine, which is a swing state. They have a Senate race underway now. Do you think that Canada should target Maine? Is that an effective way to send a message?
Well, we have been looking for those points of vulnerability with the U.S. for the last year and a half. You might remember the first time we had this conversation as Canada was planning out retaliatory tariffs against the first threat and doing exactly that, figuring out what are the things that they hold near and dear, what are the places where we can apply leverage, whether to a particular senator or congressperson or governor that we thought would have influence or impact with this president, which is why we did things like take U.S. alcohol off the shelf here in New Brunswick that has proven to be a significant irritant for the Americans and something that got us back to the negotiating table. So look, here in New Brunswick, we love our neighbors in Maine. They're like family to us. We're very integrated with the people of Maine and our economies. In fact, there's a pipe that runs between where you were recently, Edmundston and Madawaska, over to the Madawaska Maine side, where a company literally has operations on both sides of the border, moving pulp through that pipe. And so we are looking for every tool and every path to getting back to the free and fair trade and the good neighborly relationships that we've had with the U.S. over generations. And so I hope the good people of Maine don't become a pawn in this chess game. But at the end of the day, my job is to look after New Brunswickers and Canadians, and we'll do what it takes.
U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance was actually in Brewer, Maine today, and he was asked by local press about this, as you might imagine, because it is such a significant issue for that state, given how much cross-border trade there is. And he said that, I'll put this to you, he says that Canada treats Chinese goods more fairly than goods from Maine. If I'm being charitable, and I'm really not in a charitable mood, but if I'm being charitable, that is what seems to me like a gross misrepresentation of what actually happens in terms of cross-border trade between New Brunswick and Maine, for example. How do you fight back against this narrative that is being pushed by the Trump administration? They are floating ideas that are, frankly, nowhere close to reality.
Well, that's the nub of it, JP. How do you fight back against an institution and a presidency that is nowhere close to reality when they're using misinformation and a misrepresentation of the facts and the relationship? Look, the people of Maine and the people of New Brunswick, there is an event every year where between St. Stephen and Calais, they walk to the middle of the bridge with flags and cake to celebrate the relationship together. And we exchange and do a lot of different things. We have an island, Campobello, that is literally has a bridge to the U.S. and a boat to New Brunswick, and we all live in harmony and share services and supports for each other. And what this president is doing to the long-standing relationship between Canada and the U.S. is not based in reality at all. And so how do you negotiate in that environment? I think you do what the Prime Minister has been doing and what New Brunswick has been doing. You go out into the world, you find your allies and your friends, and you build up your independence and your sovereignty so that we are in a better position to live without a dependence and ties to the U.S. than we were yesterday.
New Brunswick, I think, is the most trade-exposed province in Confederation, if I have my facts right. And, you know, all this tariff uncertainty, of course, it's a nightmare for business to navigate, right? They have to deal with tariffs, the retaliatory tariffs, higher tariff rates, who knows what's coming. What exactly do you need from Ottawa to help prop up some of the industries that will be suffering as a result of this trade war, especially now that it seems to be escalating?
Yeah, that's a great question because you've nailed it, JP. Businesses need certainty, and they haven't had much certainty with this U.S. president over the last nearly 2 years. So they need to know the rules today are the rules tomorrow, and they're looking to our province, our provincial government, and the feds for support. So the sooner we can get clarity on what that $25 billion of support looks like, the better. The sooner we can be specific about what the retaliatory tariffs look like and where they'll be applied, the better. And then our team is ready to be flexible and to provide the right supports at the right time to help our businesses get through this, because there are going to be a number of New Brunswick businesses impacted. There is a risk to a number of workers in the U.S. We've had estimates anywhere between 500 and 1,600 jobs impacted. And so we're going to be there, and the feds have committed to being there. I think businesses need clarity on what that looks like and how they can access it as we move to this next stage in this trade war.
Well, let's leave it there. Susan Holt, Premier of New Brunswick, nice to see you. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks very much, JP.
Prime Minister Mark Carney has said he would be willing to return to the negotiating table with the United States once they have the right attitude. Carney said talks broke down when the U.S. began asking for too much, including demands that would have affected Canada's ability to protect its culture and the French language.
For the Americans, questions around the French language or the Quebec culture, the Francophone culture, the Canadian culture, these are irritants. But here in Quebec, here in Canada, these are rights. These are fundamental rights.
Christopher Skeet is Quebec's Minister of International Relations, and he joins me now. Nice to see you, Minister. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
So Canada is going to hit back at the U.S. with dollar-for-dollar tariffs. The Prime Minister said today that Ottawa is drawing up the list of goods that will be affected with the provinces. Which American products in particular should be targeted, Minister? What does Quebec want to see on the list of goods facing retaliatory tariffs?
Well, right now we're subject to a lot of tariffs in the aluminum sector and derivatives from there. So, of course, what we're doing right now is we're consolidating our ecosystem. We've met with them on a couple of occasions, and right now with the Minister for the Economy, they're drawing up the exact HS codes that are going to be the most impactful. From our perspective, we don't want a dollar for dollar or a tit for tat necessarily. What we want is targeted measures to make sure we don't harm ourselves in the process of trying to respond to the U.S. So that list is still being drawn up as we speak.
The Prime Minister said today that these countermeasures are not necessarily designed to hurt the Americans per se, but as what you're saying, kind of level the playing field, help Canadian businesses that are now facing much higher tariffs thanks to what Trump has done over the last few days. Having heard that, though, would you like to see Canada target Republican states, goods that are coming from the so-called red states, to send not only an economic message, but a political one as well?
Well, you know, as Minister for International Relations, I've been to a lot of these red states. A lot of them signed declarations of friendship with Quebec. And so, you know, we really have to distinguish between the executive branch, the president's office, and Americans in general. I would be reluctant to target Americans because I don't think that they're in full control of what their president is doing. And I would want to mostly send a message and especially protect our economy. I think our priority with this retaliation should be protecting Canadian workers, Quebec workers, and also our ecosystems and our sectors that are really being targeted by these tariffs. So I'm not really into the revenge mantra. I really just want to protect our industries.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford is into the revenge mantra, if you will, and he has floated withholding Canadian energy products from the U.S. market. He says maybe we should be thinking about cutting off electricity exports to the States, withholding critical minerals. Do you think that's the right approach? Is it a step too far? I mean, many Canadians support, frankly, a more aggressive approach to this American hostility.
we have a lot of tools in our toolbox, and so we should explore every single option that we have. But as I said, my priority is not so much to get into the emotional debate that's going on right now. I think we need to be very deliberate in the actions that we pose. Is it helping our industries? Is it helping our workers? Are we protecting our economy? Is it helping us diversify our economy faster? These are the type of lucid questions we need to be asking ourselves, and we should try to avoid getting into the mud with the president. In the end, we export a lot to the United States, and the worst thing that we can do is make steps that amplify the problem that we're in right now. And so I'd be about protecting our economy and our workers. That should be our focus all the time.
President Trump is lashing out in very personal terms, saying today that Mark Carney is a governor, Doug Ford is a flunky, he's less charismatic, less intelligent than his late brother, Rob Ford. Ford in turn is calling Trump a loser, he's the king of bankruptcies. Are you worried about this kind of rhetoric? It does seem like things are getting pretty ugly.
That's not the Quebec style. The Quebec style is to be pragmatic and offer stability at a time when stability is really in high demand. We want to be a reliable partner, and so I don't think this helps anybody, and I don't think you win by trying to outshout Donald Trump. I think it's a strategy that is probably not a winner. I would suggest we focus on what Canadians and what Quebecers want us to focus on. They want us to protect their jobs. They want us to make sure that we have markets for their products, and especially want us to contribute every day to make sure that we protect our wallets in this world that's becoming increasingly unstable. And so Quebec's international philosophy has always been to be a reliable, predictable, pragmatic partner.
The Prime Minister said one reason why he walked away from these talks with the Americans is because the U.S. was intent on changing parts of the deal, as he said, that related to the French language. The Americans took issue with, taking some funds from the U.S. tech giants to give to cultural programming. The Prime Minister seemed quite outraged by this sort of interference. How are you feeling knowing that French is caught up in these talks?
Well, from our perspective, it was a red line from the Premier's perspective. Premier Frechette said very clearly that supply management was a red line and culture and language was a red line. I'm happy that the federal government really stood tall on those issues. But one question I would ask your listeners, because I know some people might not agree with that positioning, is culture a product like any other? Is it a consumable like a vehicle is? I don't think that our culture is a consumable, and it shouldn't be treated like the way we treat any other good. And so from my perspective, I think what we have in Canada, what we have in Quebec is special, and we certainly don't want to be homogenized or assimilated to American culture, which is fine for them. But I think we want to protect what makes us different, and I think that to stand on that principle is an important stance, and I think it's going to serve us well in the future.
Your Premier says many companies are essentially in survival mode right now. Given that there are these tariffs coming in, perhaps they could go higher if we're to believe the president's threats. Do you have any regrets about the Prime Minister's decision to walk away from the negotiating table, given that, it wasn't a perfect deal? Obviously, we were talking about the French language issue. There are certainly some sovereignty issues at play here, but it would have delivered some relief for some of those hard-hit sectors.
For now. I mean, right, so essentially what the Americans were asking us was, hey, create a North American perimeter and block all outside goods while applying my tariffs to your friends with whom you have trade agreements. Oh, and by the way, I'm still going to charge you a tariff to access my market. That seems like a lose-lose in the medium term. But yeah, I would have offered predictability for the short term, but I'm not sure how starving our industries, ruining our international reputation, and reneging on a lot of our policies internationally is a win in the long term. So I think we have to be very deliberate about the actions that we take now, and especially not be too emotional about these issues that occupy us, which can be kind of scary. And so we have to be deliberate. We have to be very circumspect about how we do things and make sure that we do them for the right reason. So I would support what we did, because a lot of what was being asked was not stuff that we were willing to give up.
What's interesting about the president's latest threat today, he's saying he's going to put 50% tariffs on Canadian auto parts, which would be a new addition to the tariff list. What's interesting about this latest threat is that he says that will come into effect on January 1st, 2027. That's still a relatively long way away, right? What does that tell you? He's not necessarily slapping more tariffs on us today. Does that signal that there maybe is an opening to get back to the table with Mr. Trump?
My interpretation of what's going on in American media today is that there's a lot of backlash and a lot of disappointment that Donald Trump wasn't able to sign a deal with Canada. I think there's a lot of people in the United States that just don't understand how you can be the only country in the world that doesn't get along with Canada. And I think that speaks volumes about his positioning. And so my hope is that by putting a deadline in January, he's trying to have us at the table. And you know what? I think it's a good thing if we're talking and if we can move on these issues. But I think he understands now that there are some issues that we're just not going to be flexible on. And I think that's also a good thing. So let's try to make a deal for what it's worth. And we should try to get the predictability that our ecosystems and the economy are looking for. And if that protects our workers and our people and our entrepreneurs, I think we should try to look at it.
All right, let's see over there. Christopher Skeet, Quebec's Minister of International Relations. Nice to see you, sir. Thanks for coming on.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford called the U.S. president a dictator, a loser, and a tyrant today, threatening to hit back hard against Trump's latest tariffs. The president, in turn, called Ford a flunky. The Power Panel is coming up next on the war of words between the two leaders and the state of Canada-U.S. trade relationships.
Healthy
Days after the collapse of trade talks, the United States is once again threatening Canada with new tariffs. President Donald Trump took to Truth Social, writing on January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts and steel will be increased to 50%. This escalation comes as Canada prepares its retaliation against 50% U.S. tariffs that took effect over the weekend. But the Prime Minister Mark Carney says this new threat is far from surprising.
But what message does that send to the workers? in Michigan and Ohio and Kentucky and Alabama who rely on Canadian demand. We're their largest customer for automobiles. The president is doing what we not just suspected, but we had confirmed through the terms that they were offering. Instead of a quick change to the terms in the automobile industry, they were putting on the table terms that gradually would have that impact, and we wouldn't accept that. So it's very revealing that this is where they go.
On Saturday, Carney said trade talks were suspended because the U.S. asked too much and offered too little. Today, U.S. officials are laying blame on Canada.
And in the last hours, I think there were things that the Canadians just, they wanted more. We offered them the best access to the United States of any country in the world. They wanted more. I don't know if it was political for them. It certainly doesn't make economic sense.
Prime Minister Carney rose to power on an anti-American, anti-Trump platform. And I think one has to ask oneself, is he trying to benefit himself, the Liberal Party, or the Canadian people?
We know that Canada allows itself to be used as a backdoor for Chinese goods. It's insanity. And what we've said to Canada is stop it.
Is it the right decision for Canada to walk away from those negotiations with the U.S.? Let's bring in the power panel to talk about all this. Vandana Cutter was an advisor to former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And here with me in studio, Kate Harrison is a conservative political analyst, and Rob Russo is the Canada correspondent for The Economist. Rob, we'll start with you. Do you think the Prime Minister made the right call? Should he have walked away?
I don't think he could have signed that deal and come back to Canada if he'd gone there to sign it with anything but there would be a political price on his head, effectively. I'm struck by a number of things, though. I think the most important thing the Prime Minister said today was that there is still a deal to be had there. He said on Saturday that the window is open. And I think it's a signal to a lot of the people, including some of the people around him who might be cheering, that it wouldn't be necessarily the best strategy to have Rome burn, that Canada, under this government, does want a deal, not a deal at any price, but does want a deal. And it suggests that there are people, and this interim period before we retaliate is going to be used, at least by the Canadian side, I think also by the U.S. side as well, as a time to figure out exactly where common ground is, whether or not they can come back there. Because let's go back to Friday afternoon. A few scant hours before midnight, we had the extraordinary sight of the minister responsible for negotiating this deal and the USTR, Jameson Greer, on a sun-splashed landing outside USTR, exchanging jocularities, shaking hands, speaking French. There was a handshake deal. Something happened in the few hours between that moment and midnight when Canada walked away. That's for another a book. There's probably a book in it. What has to be determined now is whether or not they can get to a yes somehow, and if not, what price are Canadians and Americans prepared to pay for what is an escalating and a raging trade war?
Yeah, Kate, to Rob's point, I mean, there was some sort of deal, right? There was some sort of deal in place. It wasn't final, but there was a deal that would have delivered some tariff relief for some of the hard-hit sectors. It was all fine and dandy until, if we're to believe the Prime Minister's version of events, there were some last-minute maneuvers, right? There were some poison pills, if you will, inserted into this deal, especially as it relates to autos. Do you think that, do you think it was the right call? Should we have stepped back? Should we could have delivered relief, right, to autos and steel, and lumber was potentially going down to zero in terms of the 232 tariffs. Do you think it was the right call, given what you know the government has said was buried in this deal at the last minute?
I think the key there is given what we know, and the challenge is that we really don't know much. We have a lot of conjecture from the U.S. side, a lot of discussions about what may or may not have been included coming from them, some from the Canadian side, seeming to contradict one another. In particular, the discussion around Quebec culture and language, is that in fact about the digital streaming tax? Those are not necessarily the same thing. So I think that it's premature to say whether or not it was the right decision or the wrong decision to walk away. Having an absence of information and not having the details around that deal. I think the Prime Minister is operating from a trust deficit, particularly on details around these things because of how he treated the Gordie Howe Bridge and because he was loose with the facts about what that was going to mean for the Canadian side. So particularly when you're operating from that kind of a deficit, transparency is owed. And yes, it is exceptional and it is unprecedented to talk about these negotiating parameters in public. This is a very unprecedented situation, and so if there is a time for transparency, it is now.
Vandana, we know something about the deal, right? Because our sources were talking to us and they were relaying some of the things that were being negotiated, including slashing some of the tariffs on lumber, slashing the tariffs on steel and aluminum, although maybe putting in some quotas. But there was an acceptance by Canada to have some sort of tariffs on products. And we heard from Chrystia Freeland and Steve Verhoeven, who is Canada's former chief negotiator, as it was he was in that role during the CUSMA talks. They were very critical of the idea of accepting tariffs on critical sectors. They did not like that Carney and LeBlanc were even considering having some tariffs on steel, aluminum, autos, and lumber. The Prime Minister might have had a different political problem if he went ahead with a deal like that.
Yeah, I think, it was very interesting how it folded out because as things were happening, as media was sharing or James and Greer was sharing information, before when they still had a deal, I had friends calling me who aren't in the political sphere saying, is this really a good deal? Like, I feel like we're not getting anything. And I think that actually reflects a lot of Canadians. I think while they can accept a certain amount of tariffs, and I think given that every other economic partner of the U.S. has accepted a form of tariff, they want to get something from it. They want to know it's not just tariffs all for nothing, but what are we getting in response? Now, when I see the U.S. and how they're responding to this, that tells me a little bit they're worried about their credibility down in the U.S. And I say that because in the U.S., they don't really talk about Canada. Like, we focus a lot on the U.S., but they don't feel the same way about us. And to have some senior people talk about it makes me think that they're worried about the credibility given their midterms, and whether that we've had governors from California, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a lot of key Democratic primary nominees talking about this and making it a wet issue that could be quite problematic for the administration. So at this moment, I think while Canadians could accept tariffs to a point, I think they didn't see enough from that based on what they know and what they've been hearing. But it also gave me a sense that a lot of Canadians wanted to fight more and wanted to get more from the relationship from the U.S., who was, a longtime ally.
Rob, we have Shachi Kurl on from the Angus Reid Institute. She's going to be on the program later today, but we were looking at some of her polling numbers earlier, and she found that 3/4 of Canadians, so 75% of people that she polled, believe that Mr. Carney did the right thing by hitting the pause button, by taking a step back. I hear Kate talking about the trust deficit. There are some questions about the Gordie Howe Bridge and whatnot, but it seems like Canadians kind of trust the Prime Minister to do what he's got to do. Does that give him some breathing room here? Does that help him? That must put some wind in his sails.
That's the unknown. Canadians are clearly outraged. They have been outraged, really, since Donald Trump, before he was inaugurated the second time. Not only are they outraged, they're mobilized. They are doing everything they can to avoid going to the United States. Buying U.S. goods is verboten for a lot of people. And they have decided, it seems, for now, that they are prepared to endure pain. And they equate that pain with the cost of being Canadian. I work for a magazine called The Economist. There isn't a single economist who doesn't believe that it's a bad idea to respond to tariffs with your own tariffs. It's since Joan Robinson in 1937, I think they've believed that if somebody rolls boulders into their harbor, you shouldn't necessarily do the same thing. Economists don't stand for election. Politicians do. Canadians have decided for now that the price that they would have to pay is worth the price, worth the burden in order to hang on to their sovereignty and independence.
Yeah, Kate, actually in that poll, we get conflicting numbers because 70%, I think it was, are worried. They're worried about
90%.
Is it 90%?
They're worried about the cost.
I think it was 68% on another figure, but whatever. People are worried. Like they know that there will be a price to pay for retaliatory tariffs. They know countermeasures are not, the be-all, end-all. There will be a price to pay in this country, and yet they're kind of chomping at the bit for something to happen, right? To punish the Americans, to hit back. What do you make of that? It's a tricky situation to navigate, really.
Yes, but the responsibility of politicians is to rise above emotion and look at the logic and the facts when making decisions that impact the economy, particularly one as fundamental as this relationship. There is near unanimity that Donald Trump is not doing things that are in Canada's interest, and that he's not a good faith negotiating partner. That's not really up for debate. What is up for debate is what Canada's response is going to be. We need to do better than the name calling and the rhetoric, and we need to do better than the absence of information that we have, because what we are talking about, JP, is a transformative moment in this relationship. Yeah. Donald Trump is not here forever. There's reporting that we're going to be in this for the long haul. We are making assumptions about how the Democrats might treat the trade approach, that somehow we will go back to a time that I think we are probably never returning to. So yeah, in the heat of the moment, you can understand why Canadians are emotional, but our politicians need to do better than just pouring gasoline on those fires.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people over the last few days saying, just wait till 2028. You know, things might change. We don't know if the Democrats are going to win.
They had the opportunity to do that with the last round of CUSMA, or last round of USMCA. They didn't take it. I don't know that some of the states that are up for grabs in the midterms are necessarily going to say, yeah, tariff-free auto necessarily makes sense. So again, it comes back to hope being a strategy here, and we need more than just a piecemeal approach and a day-by-day approach.
Vandana, what do you think the government should do with these retaliatory measures? I've asked a number of people today, should we target red states? Should we go after the Republican Party in places where they're strong? Nobody's really all that keen about that except for Premier Doug Ford out of Ontario here. How would you structure this retaliatory package?
I mean, I would structure where it would hurt them economically. I wouldn't necessarily focus on red states specifically, because there are innocent people, we have to remember, get caught up in all this. You know, but anything that would make their voters or sectors understand that, you know, getting a deal with Canada is going to be very important to put the pressure on the administration is where it would go. If it looks, it's a hard place to go, because you can't look overly punitive. That could work in favor of Donald Trump, but you also have to make sure it hurts enough that you know, Democrats or opposition or even Republicans who disagree with this notion can say that this is hurting our sectors and we better get back to the deal. And I think that's also why, you know, perhaps President Trump has given some space to January, right, to see how that plays out, to give him some space to perhaps get back to the table at some points. But how I would structure it is a place where they can feel the economic pain, but I wouldn't make it too political the way Premier Ford's saying.
We're going to pivot and talk about that bad relationship between Premier Doug Ford and Donald Trump. This morning, while on Toronto radio station News Talk 1010, Doug Ford was asked about this latest tariff threat from the U.S. Take a listen.
Well, he can kiss my ass as far as I'm concerned. We're going to go at him full steam. And we buy 400% more cars than anyone in the world. Maybe I have an idea. We'll get Danielle Smith on board, so the cars that they're manufacturing won't be able to fill up, because we'll be controlling the oil and the gas going down there. And maybe what we should be doing is charging him triple on the oil, triple on the potash, on the uranium, on our metals.
This energy threat seemed to catch the attention of the U.S. president, who not too long after that interview posted on Truth Social saying lots of bluster from Doug Ford, who is the premier of the Canadian province of Ontario, but who is better known as the less charismatic, intelligent, and overall unimpressive brother of the late, great Rob Ford. Trump went on to say, without the United States, Canada couldn't survive. It's where they get all of their money, and because of their current bad leadership, primarily Governor Carney and his flunky Ford, they will not be allowed to take advantage of the United States. Now, this was posted in the middle of a press conference while Ford was taking questions. Ford was asked about these jabs from the president, and things got personal.
I don't respond to a dictator like President Trump, a bully like President Trump. He's the type of guy in school that would take your lunch money one day, take your toque off your head the next day, and then steal your running shoes. I'm not going to take any advice off a guy that's the king of bankruptcies. You know, your own people, President Trump, don't even like you. And they're going to speak loud and clear when it comes to the midterms. And if I was allowed to, I'd be down there door knocking. I've dealt with guys like you my whole life. And guess what? You all become losers because you're a loser. I have more courage, more brains in my baby toe than he has in his whole body. I've been in this game a lot longer than he has. I got skin on me like an alligator. And you think an insult from him hurts me? Well, bring it on, buddy. I'm ready. Bring it on. I have a lot of real estate on my ass, so he has a lot of room to kiss my ass.
Rob, it's getting quite ugly.
Yeah, inviting the President of the United States to I guess post a peck on his posterior was not on my bingo card this morning.
No,
in any normal world, in the normal world, if we weren't in the parallel universe, they would probably be kindred spirits. We have two unusually flaxen-haired populist conservatives who are very good at articulating complex things in very simple ways that connect with people. Sure. The question we have to ask ourselves, again, is what is the aim here? Is the aim to come to an agreement, or is the aim to torch the relationship? And I don't know that either one of the men in that exchange were trying to move towards a negotiating table. We have to remember, however, Ontario bears the disproportionate burden of these tariffs. There is an existential threat to the industrial base of Ontario. That's an existential political threat to Doug Ford and his Conservative government as well. We have to keep that in mind when we think about the emotion coming from Doug Ford.
Kate, do you think Premier Ford is hurting or helping the Canadian cause with rhetoric like that?
I mean, you're dealing with a really thin-skinned person in the White House. I don't think name-calling, to Rob's point, is how you get back to the table. And it seems to me that a number of premiers, not just Premier Ford, but a number of premiers are prioritizing the political high and the dopamine hit of hitting back against Donald Trump over what might be in the best interest of their province. There's something else that I think the premiers in particular need to be very careful about doing, and that's putting on the table for countermeasures or threats around energy supply, assets and resources for which they do not control. If Danielle Smith had suggested publicly that removal of the French language, packaging, labeling requirements, anything really to do with Quebec cultural sovereignty was on the table and something that the Prime Minister should consider, premiers would rightly be outraged. I think it is irresponsible to ask Danielle Smith and Scott Moe to leverage their own energy assets without considering what's those in your own province. That's how you have more division in this country, and not how you try to get back to the table and approach things in a unified manner.
And they've repeatedly ruled it out, right? Like, this is not the first time Ford has floated this idea, and they say that's just not, it's not going to work. It's a non-starter for us. Vandana, what do you think the Prime Minister's office thinks of this heated rhetoric from Doug Ford? Do you think that they're cheering him on? They're happy about him going toe-to-toe with Trump and saying he's a loser and the king of bankruptcies, or are they quite concerned about the prospect of Ford again poking the bear?
I mean, concerned, I wouldn't say, because they're focused on like what is next right now. But I don't think they're cheering him on. Like, I don't think they're going to see this as helpful. I think, you know, Doug Ford has had a number of political issues that have come up that have hurt his polling numbers. But he was really strong when he first came out as Captain Canada when the tariffs first came arise. So I think he's trying to pull that again. I did think he went a step too far, and, you know, we know what has happened when he put his ad up as well. So while fighting the Americans on the trade pieces and the economy is fine, and I think Canadians want to do that, and while he may feel like he's speaking the way Ontarians feel, most Ontarians don't have a mic that can get to Donald Trump in that same way. And there's impact there. So anything that makes it difficult for Canada and the U.S. to come together as allies again, or to find ways to work together given the economy. I get, you know, the auto sector is a huge piece of this, but at the same time, going that far, I think, to this president can do something that can damage relations. So I don't think anyone's cheering it on. You know, I don't think that is helpful. And I do agree with Kate's point that bringing in resources from other provinces isn't going to help the Federation. I think you know, premiers are united right now, but if they start mudslinging and trying to point their sector over someone else's sector, you know, that's not going to help Prime Minister Carney to get a final answer to this in the end.
Let's turn now to the Conservative reaction to the collapsing trade talks. Pierre Poilievre has called on the Prime Minister to reconvene Parliament. He says he wants details of the rejected deal and answers about how Canadians will be affected by retaliation. Poilievre wrote, "We must put the national interest first. The failure to secure a durable trade agreement, together with escalating tariffs, now threatens deeper economic pain." Rob, what do you make of this? They want Parliament to come back. They want to debate what's going on with this thing. They want to see the text of the deal that didn't materialize. Do you think that that's a good idea? Is that helpful? Should they be spilling these sort of details in public?
Ask me the question on the 8th of September. I'm reminded of my father and listening to him negotiate a deal for his first car when he came to Canada. His first new car was a 1968 Chevy Impala, two-door with 3 kids in the back piled in there. But he wasn't going to tell the dealer that he was prepared to pay a little bit more for power steering or for a more fuel-efficient engine. He couldn't do that while they were still talking. So doing that in the middle of negotiations, not a good idea. However, if he is going to go ahead with retaliatory tariffs, if we are in an escalating trade war that is going to cost more money, it is the responsibility of the Prime Minister at that point, I believe, to call Parliament back early, have a full debate, detail what was in the agreement that went wrong, what we were prepared to give up, what we were prepared or what we were pressing the Americans for as well. A complete airing. At that point, we are in a national crisis, and I think it would behoove any Prime Minister to have a full airing and full debate in Parliament at that point.
Okay, Kate, talk to me about this.
Yeah.
Why is it necessary?
The Prime Minister invoked war on Saturday. He used wartime language. If we are in a trade war with America, Parliament should be immediately recalled. It is important and critical for parliamentarians to have all of the information before them to make a determination on whether or not this is a good deal or a bad deal, but also in terms, to Rob's point, of the counter response. When we issued stimulus spending in COVID and relief packages during COVID, Parliament was recalled and they had a vote and a say on those measures. We are talking about something that would bring significant economic harm, and it's critical that parliamentarians get together and talk about what that looks like. I also think it's important, JP, that we not look at this exclusively through the lens of relief and stimulus spending. There are transformative things that Canada can do for its economy to help generate economic growth. We can look at removing the industrial carbon tax. We can look at speeding up the 12 MPO projects that are in the pipeline. If this is more than a short-term political hit, we need to be talking about those things as well. The Prime Minister has the power and the ability to be advancing those items as well, as opposed to just looking at this as taxpayer bailouts. And the last point I'll make is Parliament should be recalled before the by-elections, because there is an element of that playing into all of this. Again, we need the full details of this before voters go to the polls, so that, again, any suggestion that this is being ratcheted up to try and drum up Canadian public opinion support can be dismissed. I think it's important for the Prime Minister to come forward with those details and recall Parliament so that that suggestion cannot be credibly made.
Vandana, what do you make of that?
I don't think Parliament is an effective communications tool to the public. I think it's an effective political tool that can be used, which tells me that I feel that the Leader of the Opposition is trying to get into the narrative of what's happening in the trade war, because there's not a space for him otherwise, right? If he wants to meet Prime Minister Carney, he can ask for time with him. He can ask for a meeting. I think there's a lot of space for a multi-partisan conversation about this that can be helped, that can be done appropriately, that I don't think you need the theater of Parliament to come back for. I don't think that's going to be useful. I think right now, a time when Parliament came back, when there was a minority government, that makes sense. The current Minister Carney has a majority government, and in the time that it takes to make deals happen, to think about what the next step, to think of appropriate supports for the Canadian economy, he needs to do that now. And bringing together Parliament, I don't think is the most effective use of his ability to bring relief to Canadians. On big things, I mean, that is what Prime Minister Carney has been doing. He hasn't just been solely focused on the U.S. He's been focused on new economic partnerships. He's been focused on getting Canada to the culture of building big projects faster and trying to focus on that. We've had the highest amount of FDI and creating a number of jobs and focusing on how do we strengthen our economy that even if all things go back, let's say it does, that just in case this happens again, and we don't know what's going to happen with the midterms, we don't know what's going to happen with the next election, or where the Republican Party or the Democrat Party is going to go, what inoculates us from the future of any of this happening?
All right, let's leave it there. Thank you so much to the Power panel, Vandana Cutter, Kate Harrison, and Rob Russo. Smart thoughts, as always. Thank you so much. There's still lots more to come on Power and Politics. Just ahead, what would it take to get Canada back to the negotiating table? We'll ask one of the people who was in the room. Canada-U.S. Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc is next. Plus, the Conservatives are calling for MPs to be brought back to Ottawa in light of the failed trade deal. We'll talk to the party's Canada-U.S. relations critic about that. And how do Canadians feel about the Prime Minister's decision to walk away from the talks? We'll look at some fresh poll numbers. Stay right there. U.S. President Donald Trump says Canada is ripping off the United States, and now he is threatening even more tariffs, posting online that tariffs on Canadian automobiles and car parts will increase to 50% on January 1st. Now that's on top of the 50% tariffs that came into effect on Friday night. But with trade talks currently off, the Trump administration is pointing their fingers at Canada.
And what happened at the very end is they came in with a bunch of unreasonable last-minute demands. I frankly thought we had a deal. I think that we should have a deal. It's over. We expect fairness in our trade policy.
I think he would like Canada to come to the table and negotiate in good faith. They were offered quite a good deal last week. They chose to reject it.
In the last hours, I think there were things that the Canadians just, they wanted more. We offered them the best access to the United States of any country in the world.
Earlier, I spoke to the person leading Canada's side of the talks, Minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade, Dominic LeBlanc.
Hi, JP. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. So, Minister, you heard Dominic, you heard President Trump there say today that Canada is among the worst nations in the world to deal with. He says we're entitled, and he says as a result, he's going to hit us with some more tariffs on cars and trucks in the new year, 50% up from the current 25%. What do you say to the president as he considers inflicting even more economic pain on this country?
So, JP, we have consistently decided that we're not going to respond to some of those sort of personal comments that either Mr. Trump or some of his cabinet secretaries make. We're going to remain focused on the Canadian economy and doing what we can do to protect the Canadian economy in the face of these unjustified tariffs. This all started, JP, remember, about fentanyl and border security. All of those issues were being addressed, have been addressed. Then it moved to a whole series of other questions. This administration has decided that it wants to fundamentally change the trading relationship with its most important trading partners. The Prime Minister said that clearly months ago, that we accept that the Americans are going to have a different focus in these trading relationships. And our job is to focus on what we can control, to do what is necessary to protect Canadian workers and businesses from these tariff threats. You're going to see further measures announced this week. The Prime Minister was clear on the weekend that we're going to take responsibility for protecting industries and workers. It's not their fault that Mr. Trump decided to add 50% tariffs on $28 billion of Canadian exports to the United States on the weekend. We saw, you're right, he made further threats today. We'll see over the next number of months what that looks like. But Canadians should know that we always had a plan to protect our industries and our businesses in the event there was no deal. So we're working on those measures as we're on the air tonight.
Do you expect the Americans to come back to the table first? Is that how this is going to play out? Canada is not willing to meet them face to face to try and hash out a deal until the Americans come calling. Do I have that right?
Again, who calls whom? We're not wasting time on that, JP. These negotiations were interrupted less than 72 hours ago. We are doubling down on the work that Canadians expect us to do. But we're not going to go back to a negotiating table unless we have a reliable sense that the fundamental position of the U.S. government is that we can have economically competitive sectors of our economy as important as automobiles, aluminum, steel, forest products. Unless there's a deal visible that puts us in an economically viable position in those sectors, we're not going to rush back to Washington.
Minister, can you pull back the curtain for us a bit and tell us why things fell apart? Because you were speaking to the media on Thursday. As you will remember, you said you were very close to a deal, and then the next day the Prime Minister told you walk away from that negotiating table. What happened in those intervening hours? Tell me why this deal was derailed, and maybe reveal what was so bad about it in terms of Canada's sovereignty. Speak to what was in the final text of this deal that had you concerned about the sovereignty of this country.
Yeah, so, and JP, I understand why you're asking the questions. We're not going to talk about particular versions of the text. We respect the commitments we make to the United States and to other trading partners around those kind of details. But you're right. We believed on Wednesday and Thursday that we were close to a deal that would have brought significant relief in the 232 sectoral tariffs to make Canada and Canadian businesses competitive and commercially viable by reducing those tariffs. On Friday, the Prime Minister, I think, in his comments on Saturday, used examples of the kind of things that during the day Friday suddenly appeared in the conversations or in various exchanges of documents that we thought had been resolved. So use the automobile example. We had always talked about the vehicle manufacturing sector in Canada as including medium and heavy-duty trucks. Those are the Ford F-250, F-350. They're the heavy-duty Silverado trucks that are made by GM and Ford in Canada. We obviously weren't going to accept tariff reductions on a basket of vehicles that didn't include those important production lines. We had discussed the importance of including Canadian parts in the calculation of what is the content of those vehicles. In the end, if those were not attainable, that is one example of where, in the Prime Minister's judgment, we didn't have an agreement that was in the economic interest of Canada. But you have to be careful. Steel and aluminum derivative products, another example. It's tens of billions of dollars for the Canadian economy. The tariff treatment of those products can't be any less than other trading partners. We have a big trade surplus with the United States in that area. So why would we ever accept to agree to a tariff structure that was not commercially viable for them? Those are two examples. You asked about sovereignty. The Americans started discussing at the end Canada's ability to enter into other free trade agreements with other trading partners, a key priority of Mr. Carney and the Canadian government, something we've done a lot of work on, made very considerable progress over the last number of months. So the idea that the United States would have a word to say in the sovereign decision of Canada to enter into a free trade agreement with another reliable trading partner obviously wasn't something that we were prepared to consider. So it was the cumulative total of a series of things that, as I say, started showing up in the conversations at the end that made the Prime Minister conclude, and properly so, that we didn't have in front of us an agreement that was in the economic interest of the whole country.
Mr. Ford in Ontario here was quite relieved that you didn't sign this deal, the deal that was on the table even before some of these last-minute changes we've been talking about. He said it was a bad deal and that accepting any level of tariffs on steel, aluminum, or autos, in particular, that would have potentially hobbled the industry here was not a good idea. It was a non-starter. Chrystia Freeland, frankly, said something similar, your former cabinet member. What do you say to those people who say accepting any level of tariffs on our goods sets a terrible precedent and that Canada should hold out for zero?
So we have worked collaboratively with all of the provincial and territorial governments. We had a number of meetings with the premiers last week, including again on Saturday. But the Prime Minister has also been clear, JP, the United States is imposing tariffs on all of its trading partners in violation of the CUSMA agreement that Mr. Trump himself signed and negotiated 7 years ago. They are applying tariffs across the board. If we are amongst the most integrated trading partner in those sectors, steel, aluminum, automobiles, softwood lumber, obviously critical for the Canadian economy as well, we have to be in a position where the tariffs charged to Canadian exports to the United States give us the best tariff treatment of other trading partners, put us in the best position as compared to other trading partners. I don't think it was realistic in those sectors to get to zero tariffs in the short term. President Trump has made that decision in violation of these trading agreements. Canada was negotiating in good faith to give us an agreement that ultimately wasn't there, that would have given us the best tariff treatment as compared to other trading partners, that would have been, for those sectors of the economy, something that was economically and commercially very significant. Absent that, obviously we weren't interested in an arrangement or in an agreement. We thought at some points last week that we may be able to reach that outcome, which would have put Canadian businesses in those sectors in a competitive and economically advantageous position. Ultimately, if the Americans weren't prepared to negotiate that arrangement, then Canada took its responsibilities.
Premier Ford is counseling the Prime Minister to levy retaliatory tariffs on American goods coming from essentially politically sensitive parts of the United States to inflict not only economic pain on the U.S. and President Trump, but also some political pain on the Republican Party as well. Is the government considering that sort of maneuver, given that the U.S. midterms are just 10 weeks away? Will you take this opportunity to punish the GOP?
So again, JP, I appreciate it's Monday evening. I think the Prime Minister and some of my cabinet colleagues may be announcing in the next day or so details of those measures. As much as I love being on your program, to scoop my boss the night before an announcement that he might make doesn't feel like something positive for me. And that work is ongoing in the sense those decisions are being made by the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, JP, in real time. I participated with François-Philippe Champagne, my cabinet colleague, the Finance Minister, in a meeting earlier this afternoon with all of the provincial and territorial finance ministers. So we're going to do that work on a serious basis. That very much is Mr. Carney's approach to these kind of decisions. He said on Saturday that one of the basic elements that needs to be considered is how do we protect industries in those sectors that now face these 50% Section 338 tariffs on top of the basket of other tariffs. How do we put in place measures that best protect the workers and the businesses in these sectors? So if it's steel and aluminum derivative products, if it's automobiles, if it's steel and aluminum, if it's softwood lumber, those are the kind of decisions that will be announced in the coming hours. But I think it's important also to note, JP, that the measures, the counter tariffs are one part of the work, and those measures may evolve over the coming months as the United States makes other decisions. So it's sort of not frozen in time, but there will also be important measures to support businesses and workers who are now facing this headwind through absolutely no fault of their own. This is a decision made by President Trump. So they expect their governments, Canadians do, plural, provincial, federal, and territorial governments, to work together to put in place the supports, as Mr. Carney said, as the Prime Minister said on Saturday, that won't be short term, that will endure at least the end of this Trump presidency. And that's what we'll have to say in the coming hours.
I really only have a few seconds left here, Minister. I want to ask you about something the Prime Minister said on Saturday. And he said, when you're attacked, you're at war. Is that your assessment? Do you agree with the Prime Minister? Is Canada at war with the United States right now?
We're in a trade dispute, a trade war with the United States. It's something that they started. We were respecting our obligations under the CUSMA agreement. We wish they would return to that level of respect. But Canadians are proud and expect governments to stand up when we're attacked economically. And that's exactly what we will be doing over the next number of days and weeks. The Canadians should have no illusion that we were always prepared for a circumstance where there was no deal. And you're going to see in the coming hours the beginning of what that response looks like.
All right, let's leave it there. Thank you so much, Minister of Canada-U.S. Trade, Dominic LeBlanc. Appreciate you making time for us, sir.
Thank you, JP. Have a great evening.
You too. Conservatives want answers from the government after U.S. trade talks collapsed this weekend. Opposition leader Pierre Poilievre has called on Prime Minister Carney to bring MPs back to Ottawa. Writing in a letter, we must put the national interest first. The failure to secure a durable trade agreement together with escalating tariffs now threatens deeper economic pain. That is why I write to ask you to reconvene Parliament without delay. I'm joined by Alberta MP and Conservative critic for Canada-U.S. relations, Chevaloy Majumdar. Nice to see you, sir. Thanks for coming in.
Nice to see you, too.
So your leader, Pierre Poilievre, I just read part of the letter that he sent to Carney over the, I guess it was last night. He calls the bilateral trade negotiations a failure. Who's to blame, do you think, for this failure? Is it the Canadian negotiators, or is it the Americans?
We're confident the Canadian negotiators were professional in what they did. We know that the Prime Minister and his cabinet have to deal with a very tough and unpredictable negotiation. We know that the stakes are high for this country. But it's really hard to answer your question without actually getting a complete, transparent exhibition of what was proposed And we're not asking for trade secrets to be disclosed. We're just saying what was on the table that the Americans already know, that the Canadians already know, and what was the actual decision points to walk away from the negotiation. All we've had is a press conference and some leaks here and there, but that's not, I think, to Mr. Poilievre's point, serving the national interest, which is a full conversation around what was on the table and how do we deal with it.
Is there not a risk in showing our cards? Is there not a risk in showing the Americans?
Yeah, and we're not asking
exactly
for that. We're not asking for them to tip their hand on any future negotiating position. We just want to understand exactly. The Prime Minister's talked about the deal. He's talked about certain aspects of the deal. He hasn't talked comprehensively about what were the reasons he left. He's welcome to table that and let Canadians judge for themselves. And the reason I say this is on Saturday he promised dollar-for-dollar counter tariffs across the economy, which would have been a massive cost to both countries. Today, just hours ago, he's proposing, well, maybe something more targeted. Well, we can't take measure of what his prescription or his solutions are unless we understand exactly what the stakes were that he walked away from and what the cost will be for the Canadians that have to bear the price of his decision.
On those retaliatory measures, we heard, of course, we're planning to fight back. There will be something in place, as you say. One of your caucus colleagues, Jamil Javani, who has a close relationship with J.D. Vance, the U.S. Vice President, said that dollar-for-dollar tariffs would be an overreaction and that it would only accelerate the conflict with the Americans. Do you think that that's a fair assessment, that going dollar for dollar, going toe-to-toe with Trump on tariffs would be a mistake?
It's a big debate, and it's one that's worth having, and I'm grateful for Mr. Javani's contribution to it. The Prime Minister today walked back dollar-for-dollar counter tariffs, describing that it was an overreach in his own position. Look, we have three major decisions in this country that Parliament was elected to deal with. We have the decision around our relationship with the United States, which can only be explained by the deal that the Prime Minister abandoned. We have a decision around the true cost to Canadians and what we will do to respond in making sure that the families who in today and yesterday are really anxious, hundreds of thousands of people who are losing their jobs and may not be able to plan for the future. And we have a decision on what are we doing to right now unlock the potential of this country, build the resilience we must, the resilience that the Prime Minister has dawdled on for over a year and a half, and provide the immediate relief for our country in the road ahead. These are three big things. They're certainly parliamentary and worthy of a national conversation, of a debate on empirical grounds rather than on the hints of light that the Prime Minister provides from behind the curtain.
Javani also said that Prime Minister Mark Carney and Ontario Premier Doug Ford have put their political self-interest ahead of Canadian workers. So he seems to be suggesting that there's no deal with the Americans because it's not in the political interest of the Prime Minister to reach one. What do you say to that? Do you think that there is no deal because Mr. Carney's trying to capitalize on this politically? I mean, that is quite an accusation, right? It's a serious accusation, essentially accusing the Prime Minister of sacrificing the Canadian economy to improve his own poll numbers. Is that something that you feel like is happening here?
The issue we have is with the Prime Minister's capability to be transparent. We've watched him walk back counter-terrorism in the past through a discreet disclosure on a distant government website that was ultimately picked up by somebody. Yeah. We watched the Prime Minister not describe the deal around the bad Gordie Howe Bridge deal. Yep. We don't know how many tens or hundreds of millions are now being siphoned into an American fund on the other side of the border for priorities that we cannot decide. And so I think there's a lot of good reasons to say, listen, Prime Minister, you negotiated in good faith. You had a conversation with the country in good faith. So in good faith, continue by disclosing the deal and releasing the deal to Parliament. Let Canadians judge for themselves exactly what the decision point you made was. Was it political? Was it principled? We'd like to think it's principled. We'd like to think it's for the national interest. But there's only one way to know.
President Trump today called Doug Ford, he called him out by name. He called him a flunky. He says he's less impressive than his late brother, Rob Ford. The premier, in turn, called Trump a loser. He called him the king of bankruptcies. He told him to kiss his arse. Do you think that Premier Ford is hurting or helping the cause here? He's getting quite feisty. It's very personal. Ford is not holding back in what he thinks of the president, the person that the Canadian negotiators need to get on side if we're ever going to get a deal. Do you approve of what Doug Ford is doing when he uses this sort of language?
I know that the stakes for the negotiations today are massive for the future of our country and particularly for the people of Ontario. They deserve serious leaders stepping up to deal with serious issues. And I also know that in the inception of all of this, when NAFTA was first negotiated, that Prime Minister Brian Mulroney was capable of wrangling the premiers, reading them in, and defining what is the role of the federal government, where the Prime Minister has latitude on foreign affairs, and what is the role of provincial leaders to ensure that the best deal can be accomplished for Team Canada. All of the chaos we've seen on the Canadian side, to me, is something that I ascribe to how the Prime Minister has managed the entire negotiation. He has not been transparent with the premiers across the board with the deals that he has had to work with. He's not been transparent with Parliament. He's not been transparent with industry. He has not been holding technical briefings with the press or with experts, even under NDA, so that they can at least inform their positions and their opinions. And so the resulted chaos that you see is principally because the Prime Minister has failed to show the kind of leadership, the transformational negotiation that he promised.
The Prime Minister has briefed the premiers, though, right? I mean, there was a First Minister's meeting as things were looking good, as a deal was coming together. He immediately met with the premiers right after things fell apart. So there certainly has been some dialogue. Maybe there should be more. Do you think, though, he should be using that time to rein in Doug Ford? Is that what you think needs to happen here? Do you think the Prime Minister needs to put his foot down when it comes to Ford using this sort of rhetoric?
It depends on whether he thinks that rhetoric is helpful to him or not, you know. And I think it's easy for us to try and opine on the play-to-play and the personalities that are involved, and that's not necessarily constructive for the country. Pierre Poilievre wants us to stay focused on the national interest, to rise to the occasion that the country requires, which is a strong and constructive opposition. Our country is not so brittle that we can't afford a debate. But we also need to approach the debate with the seriousness that the people whose families and livelihoods are on the line deserve.
Do you think we can ever reach a deal with President Trump? I mean, this is someone who is still trotting out this 51st state rhetoric. He's being very personal in his criticisms of our leaders. He's calling Mark Carney governor again today. He's talking down our troops and our armed forces. He's lying in many instances about the trading relationship. He's falsifying statistics when it comes to cross-border trade. Do you really think we can broker a deal with someone like this?
Canadians are sick and tired of being treated as a punching bag by President Trump. Time and time again, we know that we're up against a very tough and unpredictable negotiator. We know that every international economic and security arrangement around the world is being renegotiated. I would argue principally because of the rise of Beijing and the threat that it poses to our supply chains, our energy, our investment and technology for the world. The world needs to readjust in this period of disruption caused by Beijing. But that being said, I know that the Conservatives over a year and a half ago were ready to make big decisions on unleashing our resources, repealing anti-development legislation, finding ways to fast-track projects around critical minerals and energy resources that we know the United States and the world needs, rebuilding our manufacturing base for autos and for defense production, like big catalytic decisions that would have built the strength of this country up. Yep. And we need to make those decisions independent of what Washington or what the world does. We need to build a country that has a self-confidence to be able to navigate a world that is disrupted. And I think our country has to come to the realization that we don't have the luxury that many other countries around the world have not enjoyed as well. We're now in a neighborhood that's tough, and we're certainly up to the task of standing up for this country and its sovereignty.
All right, let's leave it there. Thank you so much, Conservative Canada-U.S. relations critic Shivaloy Majumdar. Nice to see you, sir. Thanks for coming in.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Okay. How do Canadians feel about Ottawa's decision to suspend trade talks and walk away from a deal? Pollster Shachi Kurl brings us fresh numbers after the break. Stay with us.
Expect
brand new poll suggests Canadians are overwhelmingly in favor of Prime Minister Mark Carney's decision to call off trade negotiations late Friday night. New numbers from the Angus Reid Institute suggest 3/4 of Canadians think the Prime Minister made the right choice to walk away from the negotiating table. For more on this, I'm joined now by the president of the Angus Reid Institute and longtime friend of the show, of course, Shachi Kurl. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Love to have you in person. That's a nice treat for us. And you guys work fast. You already have some data on how Canadians feel about this decision to walk away from the negotiating table. Tell me what you've heard so far.
Yeah, what were you doing on Saturday night?
I was here, actually.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a weekend for all of us. We really wanted to get the first take, that initial reaction. And the initial reaction really demonstrates to me that elbows up mentality that we've been seeing for the better part of 18 months wasn't just theoretical, that Canadians are still very much in that mode when you've got 3/4, 76% of Canadians saying it was the right decision to walk away. When 69%, almost 7 in 10 Canadians tell us that Prime Minister Carney showed strength by making the decision that he did. It's a pretty strong endorsement, and it does show, and I think I used the word resolve in that headline, it shows that Canadians have some mettle and some resolve around this that didn't just disintegrate when the stuff hit the fan.
Yeah, so how are Canadians, you mentioned this, but how are they assessing the Prime Minister personally? Because he's been out front on this, he's been the main messenger.
Right.
If we're to believe his timeline of events, it was his call to walk away from the negotiating table. How are Canadians feeling about the Prime Minister's handling of this file?
Well, it certainly shows that he's operating from a place of strength and with some mandate at the moment in terms of the way Canadians are viewing it. So we've watched his trend line, both on approval and on performance on this particular issue, go up and down and up and down. It was down about a year ago, and then, not a lot was going on, and then it started to trend back up. But again, I would say that 70% saying that, yes, this was a show of strength, that he's handled the crisis well. Those are pretty strong endorsements.
The Prime Minister, of course, has promised to hit back at the Americans and levy dollar-for-dollar tariffs on U.S. goods that are coming into this country. It's a policy choice, obviously, designed to punish the Americans, but there could be some effects on our country as well, right? Things could be more expensive here in Canada as a result. How do people feel about the prospect of counter tariffs on American goods?
Sure, and that's a whole other narrative. So you've got the surface level feelings, and then you've got the undercurrents. And the undercurrents are one of apprehension, unease, sort of a creeping dread. The fact that 2 in 5 Canadians are telling us that they're worried about the loss of their own job, and about just over 10% say that they're really worried about that. Most naturally, those are folks in the most affected sectors. So that tells us things are, this isn't just like, yeah, sure, it's fine, stick it to them. We know that this is going to hurt. From a consumer perspective, 90% of Canadians saying that they expect this to hit their wallets in terms of the costs of goods and services. So there is a pain point, a pretty strong pain point that Canadians are bracing for and expecting.
Do you notice a partisan divide in any of these data points? I mean, I'm sure Liberal voters in particular are lining up behind the Prime Minister, but how do Conservatives, NDP, Bloc voters feel about the decision to walk away, the decision not to take a deal like the one the Americans were offering? Are you noticing some sort of split in these numbers?
Well, I think the political numbers are really important within the context of the regional numbers. So let's unpack both. So on the political level, yes, this is a power and politics show. We're going to talk domestic politics. You're absolutely right. Nearly all Liberal voters are like, yes, this was the right choice. But so do NDP voters say that. A significant, I think a majority of Bloc voters also saying that. What's really interesting about the Conservative vote is they're evenly divided. So just over 40% say it was the right decision, but just over 40% say it was the wrong decision. But when you earn a split with Conservative voters, and you're not the same party, it's not that government has earned a win. If half of opposition voters are lining up behind you. So that creates all kinds of challenges for the opposition leader, who is really kind of, any opposition leader in this situation would be struggling to find a coherent and grabby line of attack or of criticism on this. But it's especially challenging for Pierre Poilievre, because no matter what he says, he's going to lose half his base on this based on where they are today. The regional story is also so important, JP, because it's rare that we see Canadians coast to coast to coast saying that they are behind the Prime Minister, behind the government's decision, behind negotiators' decision to walk away. You have like low points of about 60% in Alberta. It's a little bit lower in Saskatchewan, maybe not surprisingly, given that those are the conservative heartlands. But again, majorities everywhere. It also really makes it super important and interesting as to how the premiers are going to continue to react and respond. Because when big segments of their own populations are saying, no, this was the right decision, they don't have a lot of room to go rogue off of the Team Canada approach. And we're going to have more data on that, I think, tomorrow.
Have you ever seen such support for something like this? Like, I mean, you're counting like kind of strong support across party lines, across provinces, every region of the country kind of lining up behind the Prime Minister's decision here. Can you remember an issue where there has been that much support for one single decision like this?
Yeah, people have asked me that, and it's an anomaly. It's same, and it's different. So the same is the crisis aspect of this. In times of crisis, whether it's 9/11, whether it's COVID was almost 7 years ago. What is that even? Or whether it's this. In times of crisis, we do see people pull together, and we see them pull behind the leadership of the day, whether it's premiers, municipal leaders, or the Prime Minister or the government of the day. But what also happens is that the longer a crisis goes on and becomes normalized, you start to see people pulling apart, and those regular divisions come through. What is an anomaly with this is the level of consistency, and I'll come back to where I started, the level of consistency that Canadians have had around saying we want to take a hard line, a hard approach on this. Again, it's not theoretical, it's not just emotional. This is where they are.
Yeah. Okay, let's leave it there. Shachi Kurl, president of the Angus Reid Institute. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, JP.
Canada's ambassador to the U.S. says trade talks didn't collapse over any specific issue, but over several little details. We'll have more on that next. The Prime Minister and President were sending positive signals of a trade deal last week. So what led to Canada saying no deal? Bloomberg's senior White House reporter got a rare chance to speak to Canada's ambassador in Washington, who says talks fell apart over the fine print. Bloomberg's Josh Wingrove joins me now from Washington. Hi, Josh. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
So what insight did you...
busy few days.
I know. We've been working a lot, my friend, and I appreciate you making time for us.
Yes.
Your old friends back up in Canada. What insights do you learn from Ambassador Wiseman when you had a chance to speak to him?
Yeah, I think they are being kind of guarded, as we've seen in the last 72 hours, over what they want to say. And by they, I mean both sides. You know, they've been sort of hesitant, Jameson Greer, Dominic LeBlanc, in really kind of getting into it about what the deals were or weren't at the time. And so every inch we can sort of move the ball, I think is helping sort of expand public understanding of this. And what Ambassador Wiseman said is, look, there wasn't one thing that derailed this. There was a series of things where the Canadians felt that when it was put in text before them, that the text did not match the sort of more top-line verbal agreement. So, for instance, one we had identified as a major deal breaker, and the CBC and others have reported on, is that dispute over medium and heavy-duty vehicles that would have in particular basically targeted a GM plant and a Ford plant in Canada. That was a major sticking point, including in the final hours on Friday. Wiseman saying there were other points as well that really led to this being complicated. He also talked a little bit about some of the other elements that Prime Minister Carney spoke about on Saturday, one of them being the demands on French language concessions. Ambassador Wiseman saying that was related to sort of Netflix-type content disputes and funding that U.S.-based streamers either will or will not have to provide to support French language production in Canada. Ambassador Greer today telling CNBC that was not, that sort of they were basically describing it as a smaller issue than the Prime Minister described it. So there's a difference of views there. And then also Ambassador Wiseman signaling that when Prime Minister Carney said, hey, look, they wanted to constrain us from being able to do other trade deals, that sounded to a lot of observers like a China thing, including whether maybe that auto quota that Carney and Xi agreed on maybe on the table. Wiseman saying it wasn't related to any one country, including China, and was a more broad thing than that. And we've seen subsequently, of course, in the Prime Minister's comments talk about, his anticipation of the trade talks with Europe and whatnot. So this is, bad. For lack of a better phrase, right? This was not just one or two issues where maybe they'll get back to the table. There are no signs of that right now. Our sourcing is that there are no talks scheduled. No one really expects them for quite some time. There's a bit of an airing of grievances bordering on bad blood in some cases, and it's just not clear when either country, and certainly obviously both of them would need to agree, would feel an incentive really to sit down and renegotiate or resume negotiations. So it's a moving target a little bit right now, but it's a sudden shift. I think everyone still is a little surprised. The reports on Friday that they were expecting a deal, by all accounts, were accurate. This is something that fell apart in the sort of final hours, not over the course of weeks.
Yeah, on the bad blood issue, we've been reporting here at CBC that U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick was not necessarily thrilled with some of the terms that had been negotiated over the last week, and that he, we don't really know. It's not exactly clear what his role was in stymieing this, if it was his role or what, but certainly he wasn't thrilled with some of the terms that had been agreed to by Jameson Greer, the USTR, and Dominic LeBlanc, our Canada-U.S. Relations Minister. Did that come up in your conversation with Wiseman?
I asked him about it. He declined to speak about it, as did Prime Minister Carney, but the signals from the Canadians are clear that they felt they were dealing with Greer and that not everyone was singing from the same song sheet. That is partly by design, right? The thing that Canada wanted from these trade deals, from this deal, fundamentally, was relief of the so-called Section 232 tariffs. Those are the tariffs on steel, aluminum, one of the tariffs on lumber, as well as the tariffs on automobiles. And those are all under commerce. So that's a bit of a weird system from the Canadian perspective that way, where you're dealing with Jameson Greer. His literal title is U.S. Trade Representative, and yet the thing you want is controlled by a guy in another building, and that's Howard Lutnick in the Commerce Department. And we just published a story on this. Lutnick is either being viewed kind of as a hero or as a villain, depending on who you talk to. From the Canadian perspective and others, he did intervene more heavily in the final hours, including, we understand, speaking directly with Prime Minister Carney, and pushing in particular against what he viewed as going too far on Section 232 relief for Canada. But on the flip side, he has supporters in the U.S. because the metals industry, the American steel and aluminum producers, were in a tizzy in the final days since the outlines of this deal became clear and were lobbying the administration to back off from it. And they sort of found a champion in Howard Lutnick, who's sort of always been aligned with that on this issue. So Lutnick, our understanding, he was involved more heavily at the end. And depending on who you talk to, that was either, a death knell of some sort for the deal, in a good way or a bad way. It's sort of an eye of the beholder thing. So Lutnick was there. He was at the center of it. But if you wanted the thing to fall apart, you feel happy about it. And if you didn't want it to fall apart, then he's the one you blame.
Josh, I only have about 30 seconds left, but give us a sense of what the American reaction has been today. There's a lot of politicians weighing in on what happened over the weekend.
We're seeing more outcry from Republican lawmakers than we typically do, not only to this, but the president's announcement on Friday that he's going to waive tariffs on beef imports. That is angering Republicans who very rarely, if ever, speak out against the president. Susan Collins in Maine has spoken out against these tariffs. Vice President Vance campaigned there today. She did not go to that event, and he defended the tariffs. So there is division forming in key swing states. Remember, the polls look very bad for President Trump. Democrats would need to flip a net of at least 4 Senate seats to control the Senate. That looked very unlikely, 6 months or so ago. Now it seems to be coming into focus because so many of these seats are exposed to trade fights, whether with Canada or otherwise. Of course, Maine on the border, Michigan, ground zero for that, but other states like Iowa and Ohio, which have either big Canada trade or a big farmer sort of agriculture nexus to them. So the trade file is merging with the political file for Donald Trump, and we're seeing more Republican pushback. That's very rare in Washington these days.
All right, let's leave it there. Bloomberg's Josh Wingrove. Thanks so much, Josh. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Take care. Keep up the great reporting. We appreciate it up here, my friend. I'm JP Tasker. Thank you so much for watching Power in Politics. Hanomansing Tonight is next on CBC News Network. Stay with us.
Donald Trump is threatening another escalation in the trade war. Today, he said he'll impose 50% tariffs on Canadian vehicles and auto parts starting in the new year.
There is a mutually beneficial deal possible here, but it has to be one that respects Canada's sovereignty.
Also today, the fight is getting personal, too.
We're going to fight with everything we have. I have more courage, more brains in my baby toe than he has in his whole body.
Behind the insults, we'll tell you what Ottawa is saying will come next. U.S. President Donald Trump came out swinging today after initially posting a muted reaction to the collapse of the trade talks with Canada. In a post to his Truth Social account, Trump said he'd double the tariff on Canadian cars, trucks, auto parts, and steel from 25% to 50% on New Year's Day. They would follow the 50% levies imposed on Friday of $28 billion worth of Canadian goods. The Prime Minister reacting to Trump's new threat this afternoon.
It's not a surprise for us that the U.S. would take some form of reprisal to our response to their unjustified tariff, which was on top of other unjustified tariffs. That's not a surprise. But what message does that send to the workers in Michigan and Ohio and Kentucky and Alabama who rely on Canadian demand? We're their largest customer for automobiles.
JP Tasker is hosting Power Politics this week, and he is, of course, in Ottawa. JP, you talked to Canada's point man in the negotiations, Canada-U.S. Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc. How did he say Canada plans to retaliate?
Well, huge swaths of the Canadian economy are being pummeled as of Saturday by 50% tariffs, things that are going to be very tricky in some sectors in this country. Right? $28 billion worth of goods are now going to get a lot more expensive, and there's going to be job losses, and there's going to be businesses that don't make it through this trade war. So what is Canada prepared to do about it? We're going to hit back. We're going to retaliate against some American products that are coming into this country to send a message to the president. We're not happy with paying a 50% tariff on a long list of goods, everything from hockey sticks to lumber, wood products, essential grapefruit oils, you name it. And so I asked Dominic LeBlanc, the Canada-U.S. Trade Minister, what exactly does Canada have planned? When do we expect to see some of those tariffs be announced? And what kind of pain could the Americans face as a result of what Mr. Carney has up his sleeve? Let's listen to what he told me just a short while ago.
If it's steel and aluminum derivative products, if it's automobiles, if it's steel and aluminum, if it's softwood lumber, those are the kind of decisions that will be announced in the coming hours. So they expect their governments, Canadians do, plural, provincial, federal and territorial governments, to work together to put in place the supports, as Mr. Carney said, as the Prime Minister said on Saturday, that won't be short term, that will endure at least the end of this Trump presidency. And that's what we'll have to say in the coming hours.
In the coming hours. So we're actually expecting it could come as soon as tomorrow, Ian. We could get the list of retaliatory measures that Ottawa has been working on with the provinces in the hours since that trade deal collapsed. You might have heard Ontario Premier Doug Ford today say that he would like the federal government to go after red states, some Republican strongholds in the United States, to make them pay not only economically but politically for Mr. Trump's tariffs on our goods. I'm told that that's not necessarily the focus, that they're not going to, focus in on states where Republicans are in control. They really are going to try and stick to those sectors that are facing tariffs in the U.S. So things like steel, dairy, appliances, agricultural equipment, pulp and paper, electronics, things that could be, in theory, easily made in this country so that the economic pain is not too much. Because, of course, there's a cost to bear in this country for putting retaliatory tariffs in place on American goods coming in. The government wants to reduce the potential impact on Canada, businesses here, and really target those things that can be made in this country as they send a message to President Trump. If you come for us, we're going to come for you and what you're sending into this country.
Yeah, and just so that it's clear for people, those retaliatory tariffs would be kind of a wall to try to make imports into Canada from the United States in those sectors more difficult, or if it's as much as 50%, virtually impossible. So, yeah, we'll wait and see, as you say, maybe as early as tomorrow morning, what some of those are. What did Minister LeBlanc say about getting back to the table?
Well, there is so much bad blood, right, between Canada and the U.S. They were so close to potentially getting a deal on Friday. I mean, President Trump was out earlier in the week last week saying, we've got a deal. Things are looking good. President Trump, was already touting something that wasn't finalized. Prime Minister Carney said, yes, there's been significant progress. And then everything fell apart. They walked away from the table rather dramatically. So I asked Dominic LeBlanc, how do you get back to the table? How can you actually start to piece this thing together again after, really some dramatic war of words over the weekend? Here's what he told me.
If the Americans say they want to come back to a negotiating table with a real offer that is in the economic interest of Canada, that doesn't affect Canadian sovereignty, that gives us an opportunity to build with them a competitive North American economy, not as a branch plant of the U.S. economy, but as a proud sovereign country that's the best customer of the United States and can add value to North American competitiveness, sure. But we're not going to wait around for the phone to ring or wait around for a text message from somebody.
So LeBlanc essentially confirming there that the ball is in the Americans' court, that Canada is not going to go cap in hand asking them to come back to the negotiating table. And that aligns with what the Prime Minister said to reporters earlier today. He says he's going to go back to the table when the Americans have the right attitude, if they show up with the right attitude. And he feels like at this point, that's not what he's seeing from the president.
JP Tasker in Ottawa, thank you so much.
Thanks, Ian.
The Conservative Party leader, Pierre Poilievre, was in Windsor, Ontario today. The border city is expected to be hit hard by the new tariffs. Poilievre is calling on the government to ease the fallout by reducing taxes on fuel and eliminating Canada's industrial carbon tax.
All of the tariffs are worse today than they were a year and a half ago. And with these many failures, many of our working people are paying the price. But I'm here to say that we as Conservatives are going to continue to fight for you. Fight for an affordable cost of living, fight for your jobs, and to fight for our economy.
Poilievre wants Prime Minister Carney to recall Parliament and release the details that were in the trade agreement that Carney rejected. So political reaction continues on both sides of the Canada-U.S. border following the rejection of the trade deal and Trump's latest threat of new tariffs. Following his Truth Social posts Monday in which he threatened 50% tariffs on Canadian automobiles, car parts, and steel, the U.S. president got into a war of words with one Canadian premier in particular. Well, for more on the reaction, Katie Nicholson joins us from Washington. And Katie, Donald Trump is taking aim specifically at Ontario Premier Doug Ford. Take us through what he's been saying.
Yeah, and perhaps this was provoked a bit this morning. There was some reporting around the Ontario Premier making a comment on private radio, essentially saying that the U.S. president could kiss his so that may have gotten down to the White House. Of course, they have sort of had fisticuffs, verbal fisticuffs before throughout this trade dispute. But today, the U.S. president posted this on his Truth Social about Doug Ford, saying lots of bluster from Doug Ford, who is the premier of the Canadian province of Ontario, but who is better known as the less charismatic, intelligent, and overall unimpressive brother of the late, great Rob Ford. Without the United States, Canada shouldn't survive or couldn't survive. It's where they get all of their money, and because of their current bad leadership, primarily Governor Carney and his flunky Ford, they will not be allowed to keep taking advantage of the United States. So, Ian, just to note there, the deterioration of the language now indicative perhaps of the fraying relations between the two sides. Governor, of course, that dig, invoking the idea that Canada is merely a 51st U.S. state as opposed to a sovereign country. It was something that he had trotted out when Prime Minister Trudeau was in office, as a way to sort of slap him down as well. And Ford had been pretty pugilistic earlier today, and he was asked about those comments. He said he didn't want to take on Trump necessarily on that post, but he did call Trump a bully. He also encouraged Democratic Americans, independent voters, to essentially take over the House and the Senate in the upcoming midterms.
Yeah, and you know what, people can read that whole statement that Trump posted. And, you know, I got to say, in my long time as a reporter, I don't ever remember seeing an American president using that kind of rhetoric about anybody, much less a Canadian premier. We are hearing from other American politicians today. Katie, take us through that.
Yeah, so Jamieson Greer, the U.S. Trade Representative, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, they were out today. They were asked about the trade fight. Bessent was asked whether Trump was still focused on making Canada the 51st state, and Bessent essentially gave a reply that sidestepped that question, but indicated he would like to see the Canadians come back to the bargaining table and negotiate, as he put it, in good faith. Of course, the Canadians would say that they were negotiating in good faith, and it was the Americans who sort of moved the goalposts at the end. And of course, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, he was in Maine today. Obviously a state with tight sort of trade relations with Canada. And he made what may have been a little gaffe or may have been intentional. Here's what J.D. Vance had to say.
I would not expect that from Canada. We have to remember, Canada is a state. Sorry, Freudian slip. That was actually an accident. Canada is a country that has underinvested in its military that quite literally would get invaded by a foreign country were it not for the umbrella of protection provided by the United States of America.
So that didn't sit well with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, a Democrat. Here's what he posted when he saw that clip. He said, "This is yet another slap in the face to one of our nation's strongest allies and trading partners. And it's more than just petty, embarrassing name-calling. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's chaotic approach is jacking up prices on Pennsylvanians and hurting our economy." Shapiro, of course, one of a slew of Democratic governors who are now speaking out as the trade war escalates and as the talks have frayed, and it doesn't appear that anybody is getting back to the table, certainly not with the language the way it is right now between the parties. There are a slew as well of Democratic representatives, presidential hopefuls, and senators who have been sort of speaking out on X, posting their discontent and really doing their best to tie Donald Trump's tariffs to the affordability crisis that many Americans are feeling and inflation, all of this, something that allows them to make quite a bit of political hay heading into the midterms just 10 weeks away.
Katie Nicholson in Washington, thanks.
You're welcome.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford said his sights directly on Trump, calling him a dictator before offering some other choice words of his own.
No, I don't respond to a dictator like President Trump. A bully like President Trump. As I said before, he's the type of guy in school that would take your lunch money one day, take your toque off your head the next day, and then steal your running shoes. But I'm not going to take any advice off a guy that's the king of bankruptcies. And he's actually tariffing his own people, taxing his own.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford also pledged to help businesses hit by the latest round of U.S. tariffs. And he backed the Prime Minister's plan to impose dollar-for-dollar counter tariffs against the U.S. The CBC's Sean Jeffords joins us now from Hamilton with more on this. And, you know, a lot of people, Sean, might be intimidated by being insulted by Donald Trump. Not Doug Ford.
No, Ian, not Doug Ford, and not today, not after the last week of tense trade negotiations between Canada and the U.S. And Ontario Premier Doug Ford was announcing, as you said, a tariff relief package after those talks fell apart. It's an extension of a program that had been in place in Ontario during the first round of tariffs that Donald Trump put in place. And Premier Doug Ford was announcing that he was going to extend that today. And while he was announcing that here in this Hamilton neighborhood, U.S. President Donald Trump posted to social media attacking Ford personally, talking rather about his brother, former Toronto Mayor, the late Rob Ford, comparing the two, saying that the Premier is the less intelligent and less charismatic of the two, insulting the Premier, saying that he is a flunky of Prime Minister Carney, and saying that someone in Canada needed to ensure that he fell in line. Now, as you mentioned, Ian, Premier Doug Ford was asked about it and did not mince words. Let's hear from him.
You know something? I've been in this game a lot longer than he has. I got skin on me like an alligator. And you think an insult from him hurts me? Well, bring it on, buddy. I'm ready. Bring it on. You know something? I've dealt with guys like you my whole life. And guess what? You all become losers because you're a loser.
So, Ian, this is the first time that U.S. President Donald Trump has singled Premier Ford out personally, but it's not the first time that he's been on Trump's radar. You'll remember, of course, Ontario placed electricity surcharges on 3 U.S. states last year after Trump imposed his tariffs the first time. Now, those electricity surcharges were quickly pulled off the table after the U.S. Invited Ontario up to have a meeting, frankly, with Trade Representative Howard Lutnick, or Commerce Secretary, rather, Howard Lutnick. And then, of course, there was the anti-tariff ad that Ontario ran featuring the voice of Ronald Reagan. That also angered Trump and was effectively, Trump said, the reason why talks broke down between Canada and the U.S. last fall.
Yeah, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, Ford certainly knows how to get under Trump's skin. The Premier also talking today about hitting back at the United States.
That's right, Ian. So the Premier said once again that those electricity surcharges are back on the table. He talked about potentially escalating them to cutting off electricity to New York, Michigan, and Minnesota, the states that buy electricity from Ontario. Now, he's also urging his fellow premiers to take a united front, and that some of them who have stronger cards to play in this fight should step up and do that. Let's hear from Premier Ford on that.
I cannot speak for other premiers, but a couple premiers have a lot of power to protect Canada, massive power. And I can't speak for them, but we need everyone to be on Team Canada and throw everything in the kitchen sink at them, no matter if it's electricity, if it's fuel, again, if it's potash or uranium. We need to have everything on the table, but we need a buy-in from coast to coast to coast.
So, Ian, of course, the Premier is referring to Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe and Alberta Premier Danielle Smith. Ford said that he was going to be having a conversation today with Premier Smith about the trade war and was encouraging her to stand united with the rest of the premiers and Scott Moe as well in Saskatchewan. Now, the Premier was also asked today whether he was optimistic about whether there could be a trade deal reached even at this point with this impasse that came about on Friday. He says he is still optimistic, although less so than he was, say, a number of weeks ago.
Sean Jeffords in Hamilton, thank you.
Thanks, Ian.
Okay, let's bring in someone who's been hit hard by this newest wave of tariffs. Ossie Podolsky is a third-generation honey farmer in Manitoba. Ossie, thank you very much for joining us again. We spoke on Cross Country Checkup yesterday. For people who didn't see that, explain to us in pre-tariff times how much of your farm's output went down to the States.
Typically, we sold 90% of our crop every season to the U.S., which was anywhere from 500,000 to 1 million pounds, depending on the season.
And so now a 50% tariff on that honey. Is there anybody in the States that's going to import your honey with a 50% tariff?
No, especially since the onus goes on the exporter. We are the ones who brunt that cost, and it's just non-viable to ship really with any tariff at all.
So I know one of the things you did smartly is move as much honey as you could down to the States before those tariffs came into effect on Friday. But now that pipeline basically is shut down. So how much storage capacity do you have? How long can you keep storing honey when you're not sending most of your product to where you'd like to?
Honey has an infinite shelf life so long as the moisture is low enough, so it doesn't spoil. The issue comes down to cash flow. We take care of livestock, and we need to be able to feed and care for the bees or they die.
So what's your plan?
Currently, try and fill a couple Canadian contracts we have, and there's been huge outcry from Canadians looking for honey. So we're trying to set up a web store and try and do retail sales or direct-to-customer sales.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that for a second. I got an email earlier today from somebody who was watching Cross Country Checkup, I think on CBC News Network yesterday, or maybe listening on the radio, and he said he called your farm, and whoever answered the phone said there's been a huge amount of an increase in interest from Canadian customers, so you guys are kind of trying to set up online sales. Tell me about that.
The outreach and support from Canadians has just been overwhelming. We've primarily been a bulk supplier, never really been direct to consumer. So to see that Canadians care is just fantastic.
We're looking at, or just were a moment ago, looking at some pictures of your farm. Tell us a little bit about the history of it.
My grandpa got into bees back in 1954, and it's been a family business ever since. This is all we know. We live and breathe bees. It's our passion. It's my legacy.
What is it about your area in Manitoba that makes it conducive to raising bees and producing honey?
Not just our area, but we're in good agricultural cropland and a variety of forage, different floral sources. So it does give us a little bit of an advantage in the U.S. market when we had some niche and specialty prairie honeys that customers would look for.
So you are hoping, and so far it's happening a little bit, and I think it's true for other honey producers as well, hoping that you can increase your sales within Canada, that the Canadians kind of seek out honey. But listen, beyond that, obviously with 90% of your product going down to the United States, that was important for you. How are you feeling about the next few months?
Very distraught and disappointed, but right now I'm just overwhelmed with, I guess, joy and just seeing people reaching out. It's unbelievable to see how much Canadians care.
Well, that is a nice note to end this interview on. We'll check in with you again, and hopefully the news will continue to, well, not continue to be, but hopefully there'll be some good news for you and the other people who produce honey in Canada. Ossie Podolsky is a third-generation honey farmer in Manitoba. Thank you so much for speaking with us. And tonight's question for those of you who are watching, if you're a small business owner, what are your concerns? How is the Canada-U.S. tariff dispute going to affect you? Does it affect you? Let us know by emailing askhano@cbc.ca, and Sarah and I will talk about some of the responses later in the program. And next. As this trade fight gets louder, what does it mean for our economy and your job prospects? Peter Armstrong cuts through the noise on CBC News Network. And some developing news on this trade war. The federal government will announce the new countermeasures tomorrow in response to Trump's tariffs. New supports for Canadians are also expected with the announcement. Federal Ministers Champagne, Joly, Haydu, and Solomon are set to take part. Just days ago, Canada and the U.S. looked close to a deal. Now the two countries seem to be locked in a bitter trade war with talk of new 50% tariffs and threats of additional measures. Senior business correspondent Peter Armstrong joins us now. And Peter, how has the economic picture in this country changed?
It's been a head-spinning few days, hasn't it? The prospects, not just for a deal that would have staved off these tariffs, but that would have injected some much-needed certainty into the economy. But also the bigger thing that I think would have emerged from that round of talks, had they been successful, was what seemed like the promise that they would get back to the table around the bigger, broader issue of renewing and extending the CUSMA agreement. And that, Ian, I think is sort of the most important piece of all of this, that trying to keep that intact amidst all of this has been job number one. And the risks that is now sort of in question more than it was before certainly injects even more uncertainty. You know, we've seen reports from the Canadian American Business Council along with Oxford Economics that found the undoing of CUSMA would lead to hundreds of thousands of jobs lost, 200,000 some in the United States, 100,000 some here in Canada, Mexico as well. So the landscape has shifted. Now, has it really shifted in the terms of will the economy grow less now as a result of this? You know, we're talking about 5% of Canadian exports. You know, where these hit, they'll hit hard, but it's going to shave off like a half point in GDP. It's the broader thing is the uncertainty, and it's the uncertainty that has weighed on the economy through the first half of this trade war. It's the uncertainty that will weigh through whatever this part of the trade war is. And it's, you know, if you're a business, you just spoke to that honey producer. Imagine thinking, do I buy a new truck or invest in my business? He certainly isn't right now. And you scale that out across an economy, and that makes a major, major difference.
Yeah, 90% of his exports went to the United States. He says, in his case, 50% tariff means that's going to go down to zero.
Yep.
And yes, as our audience heard, he's hoping that more Canadians buy more honey from him and the other producers. But can they make up that 90% of his output? I don't know. He's just got to hope that that's the case. What else do you want to tell us, Peter, about the economy?
Well, I would like, if I could, to riff on the news that you just broke. What we're going to get from the government tomorrow is going to be very nuanced. It's going to be really important to sort of get it right. You know, they talk about dollar for dollar, and then the Prime Minister sort of backed off that a little bit today, saying, look, that's going to be difficult, and he's right. What they're going to try to do tomorrow is to pin down a response that has some kind of an impact in the United States that doesn't hurt Canadians. Because remember, much as the American tariffs are a tax on Americans, they pay it. It's bad for them. These counter tariffs are going to be a tax on us. You and I and Canadian businesses and Canadian consumers are going to pay those. So finding a way that can exercise some leverage against the U.S. without hurting the Canadian economy is going to require a really deft hand. It's going to be very specific. It's going to be very targeted. And I think Canadian consumers are going to have to look at what they can do, because it's the booze bans and the tourism boycott that's really having an impact in the United States. And that's got nothing to do with the feds. That's all being done at the grassroots level.
All right, Peter Armstrong, always nice to have you on the program. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, and back to that developing news, Canada announcing at least some of its retaliatory action tomorrow. So what might all of this look like? And where are we now in this trade war? Let's bring in a couple of trade experts, one from each side of the border. Barry Appleton, former advisor to BC and Ontario on the North American Free Trade Agreement, remember NAFTA, and an international trade lawyer and policy strategist. He's in Toronto. And Ryan Majerus is a former U.S. trade official and now an international trade partner at King & Spalding. He joins us from Virginia. Welcome to both of you. And Barry, I want to start with you. So we're waiting to see exactly what those retaliatory tariffs from Canada are going to be. Do you have any sense of what they might look like?
It's very hard to tell, because the problem foundationally is this. Dollar for dollar is math, it's not strategy. And strategy is to identify where it's going to have the biggest impact. We've seen this already with respect to the booze ban, right? We didn't expect it was going to have such a big impact, but it did. There are other areas that can have oversized impact. They don't need to be about the dollar figure, they need to be about the impact figure. That's doing this smart. That's what I'm looking for tomorrow.
Ryan, on the day that Trump threatened to raise vehicle tariffs from 25% to 50%, the Prime Minister said that Canada will only come back to the negotiating table when the U.S. has, quote, the right attitude and a true partnership. What do you think of the Prime Minister's rhetoric?
So when we had the freeze happen on Friday, we were nearing a deal. Both sides had made pretty substantive concessions based on the reporting. And I think at the end of the day, you just had something happen that final day where there wasn't a genuine meeting of the minds. Each side kind of had assumptions about the agreement that were incorrect. So look, at the end of the day, I think both countries are better off finding a way to get back to the table. It may be a few weeks from now, but this was far more of a substantive negotiation, both on the U.S. and the Canadian side, than I anticipated.
Yeah, but still, I mean, you're talking, did you say maybe weeks? That's going to create a shudder among some of the people watching right now. Barry, now, it's been a few days since the 50% tariffs on a variety of imports kicked in, and now Trump is looking to raise the auto and steel levies again. So, Barry, how would you begin to negotiate under these threats?
Well, first of all, I think you need to try to dial down the anger. So one of the things that's really important is to be respectful. And you can have disagreements, but try to be respectful in the conversation. Otherwise, you get people in the United States getting angry, just like Canadians have been getting angry, and we don't want that. That's very unhelpful. The second thing is that we need to be able to bring this to not just this agreement, but into the CUSMA renegotiation. And that's a bigger story and a bigger thing. Now, part of the problem is that the objectives of the United States are broader than just tariffs. So tariffs are just one part of it, and that's what we saw in this negotiation, and it kind of threw it off the rails. There is a desire to control what the allies, not just Canada, but especially Canada, will do with certain things, such as digital economy, such as what we do with sort of a common rule of origin with respect to China. And these are things that were in the original CUSMA about China. So it's understandable why the United States thought they could get it, because we did it before. It was a bad part. We shouldn't have done that, but that's why they're getting there. The problem is it threw the talks into disarray. We got to walk that back if we're ever going to make any progress here.
Yeah, and so, Ryan, let me talk to you about that rhetoric that Barry mentioned. And for people who maybe haven't been watching the social media posts that have been going back and forth, Trump referred to Canadian leaders as a bunch of clowns. That's just part of a post that he put up. Ontario's Doug Ford, the Premier, said, among other things, that Trump can kiss his fill in the blank. Ryan, I just wonder, you've been around negotiating tables before, I assume, as a trade official. Given the Trump administration, do you think the words matter here?
So I would just impress upon both sides that avoiding a cycle of escalation is really critical here. The more that happens, the less likely the parties will come to the table. And I agree, you need to look at this from a near-term and a long-term perspective. The near-term issue is the parties were very close to a deal with respect to these tariffs. I think there is daylight between them to get to a deal. But this really is the opening salvo to get to the more formal USMCA negotiations. And at this stage, the longer this goes on, the more separated the US and Mexico discussions get from the US and Canada discussions, which is really problematic.
So Ryan has talked about how long it might be before the two sides get back to the table. Barry, let's finish with this. What's your sense? I mean, none of us knows, of course, but what's your sense of when negotiations might resume?
I think months. I see no exit or on-ramp here. That's the biggest problem we have. Everybody thought there was going to be a deal. They thought that it might be costly, but they thought there was going to be a deal. The fact that there isn't a deal and there isn't a clear process. So Ryan is totally right. If we could get the daylight between the two sides, that would make sense. But there's other things going on. And my sense is that the Trump administration actually thinks that they were successful by applying those 338 tariffs, that they got Canada to the table, that pressure makes diamonds, and the answer is more pressure. So I expect to see more tariffs, not just the 50% one that they announced now, but additional ones and non-tariff barriers, like we had with the Gordie Howe Bridge, like we've had with Bombardier, things that will disrupt, things that will aggravate, to see if they can get under our skin. And we have a smaller economy. And so now Canadians have to decide, are they prepared to pay the price to keep their own sovereignty? I actually think they will, but this is the real moment. This is the moment of truth for Canada on this issue. It's really tough, but I don't think it's going to be quick. So that's the one area where I think Ryan's aspirational that we can get there, and I agree. If it was up to me and Ryan, we'd have a deal tonight, but it's not.
Yeah, I just got a word from our control room. I have to leave it here because we got other stuff we have to go to, but it's sure been nice to hear your perspectives. Barry Appleton, former advisor to BC and Ontario on NAFTA, and Brian Majerus, former U.S. trade official. Thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Alberta Premier Danielle Smith has called for Canadian and American negotiators to return to the table and work out a deal that's, quote, more fair. We'll hear about the political tightrope Smith has been walking as she prepares to meet with her cabinet. You're watching CBC News Network.
There is a mutually beneficial deal possible here, but it has to be one that respects Canada's sovereignty, that respects our independence, that uses our complementary strengths to build something better, not tear apart for short-term gain.
The Prime Minister laying out Canada's aspirations for a trade deal with the United States, but neither side has plans to return to the negotiating table. Okay, each province has a role in Canada's reaction to all of this, and let's focus right now on Alberta. We're joined by CBC's Julia Wong. Julia, oil and gas back in the news, as some people suggest it is a bargaining chip that ought to be put on the table by Canada. What are you hearing in Alberta on that?
Yeah, there are a lot of different opinions about whether energy should be used as a bargaining chip. You know, whether there should be some type of export tax placed on Canadian energy going down to the United States, or whether Canada should perhaps turn off the taps, if you will, when it comes to sending energy down south of the border. What we've been hearing is that there's no consensus, essentially. The idea of energy being used as a bargaining chip has been floating around ever since trade talks began, ever since things really started to escalate and those tensions really presented themselves. But what we've seen is, again, that there's no unified consensus. Of course, you can imagine that some people looking at the situation would say, if the U.S. is going to hurt Canada in these types of ways, what can Canada do to retaliate? What can Canada do to show that it is serious during these trade talks? And all eyes and fingers point to energy. With Alberta being the largest source of crude oil for the United States, this province sending the vast majority of crude oil south of the border. But even former Alberta politicians from different political parties do not agree. Take a listen.
It's quite easy to negotiate with somebody else's poker chips, which is what Doug Ford is doing. So the impact of either putting an export tax or a surcharge on Canadian energy would not hurt the Ontario economy the way that it would hurt Alberta's.
Well, I think it's a Canadian resource, and if we're going to have a dollar for dollar consequence to the trade discussion or war or dialogue that's going to go on, that has to be part of it. And I think that in any negotiating position, if you're negotiating with someone and they don't feel that you're putting your strongest position forward, then you look weak.
And so for viewers, just in case they didn't know, that was Darren Billis, a former NDP cabinet minister, as well as Alison Redford, a former progressive conservative premier. Now, one expert who we talked to said that Trump has never actually followed through with the threat of a tariff on Canadian energy, proving just how much the United States needs our resources.
And what about the Premier, Danielle Smith? Any talk about using oil as a bargaining chip or maybe putting an export tax on energy?
So Danielle Smith has been pretty clear today and also many times in the past that using energy as a bargaining chip during these trade talks is a complete non-starter. That was obviously brought up again today after those comments from Ontario Premier Doug Ford. And she did put out a statement in response to his comments saying that U.S. tariffs are harmful. And she offered her support, Alberta's support, to Ford on working together to strengthen the Canadian economy. And then this line in particular struck out to me in her statement. She said that cutting off Alberta energy exports to the United States would be extremely harmful to Canadians, not just Albertans, but to Canadians, and is not a viable option. Now, one political science expert who we spoke to said that Smith is juggling a few different things politically, in particular, the referendum on a referendum when it comes to separatism that is set to take place this fall.
If she moves, too far in terms of appearing to be weak in her approach to standing up for Canada vis-a-vis the U.S., that's a problem. On the other hand, she has to worry about the separatist wing. And so whatever she does in terms of these trade negotiations, whatever she accepts in terms of a Team Canada approach, could strengthen the separatists.
So that's what Smith is seeing on the political level provincially. Federally, we've heard Prime Minister Mark Carney say that he doesn't see value in using energy as a bargaining chip, adding that it's important for Canada to be a reliable supplier. What we also heard from Smythe, that political science expert who you just saw there, she said that what Carney is doing is that he likely wants to avoid inflaming the situation when it comes to that referendum on separatism coming up this fall, saying that separatists could point to Ottawa, if energy is used as a bargaining chip, to say that Ottawa is trying to harm and destroy Alberta's economy.
This is a complex issue between Canada and the States, and then, of course, the competing interests right across the country. CBC's Julie Wong outside the legislature in Edmonton. Thank you. In light of this trade war, we'd like to know if you run a small or medium-sized business, what are your concerns? How is the Canada-U.S. tariff dispute likely to affect you? How is it affecting you already? You can email us, askhano@cbc.ca, and we'll be discussing that topic later in the hour. Next, coming up, we'll speak with a political analyst about how the tariffs on Canadian goods are going over with the American public. We're live in Vancouver on CBC News Network.
No matter what President Trump sends our way, we'll have your backs. We will be there for you to protect your jobs and paychecks and stand up for Canada. The Prime Minister has my full support in this decision to walk away from a bad deal that would have hurt Canadian workers and undermined Canadian sovereignty.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford promising provincial support for businesses and workers affected by this latest round of U.S. tariffs. He also backed Prime Minister Mark Carney's plan to impose dollar-for-dollar counter tariffs against the United States and suggested Canada use its electricity and resources as leverage in the trade war. He went on to call President Trump a dictator and the king of bankruptcies. Now, with U.S. midterm elections just weeks away, we want to take a look at how politics south of the border may affect this trade war. Daniel DeRocher is an international trade reporter at Politico, and he joins us now. Tell us how this trade war is playing out politically in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the president's tariffs more generally, voters really aren't happy with them. A majority of Americans say that they're not in favor of tariffs. And there's a general kind of souring sentiment toward the economy as a whole. The president was clear that one of his main ambitions upon taking office was to lower prices. And Americans are just frustrated that inflation has relatively been the same over the past year and a half. And policies like this aren't actually working to bring down prices. And instead, they're kind of exacerbating them. And so it's just inflaming the larger political tensions at hand.
I mean, we never know what's going to happen until the voting actually begins, but is there any sense of whether tariffs and really higher oil prices, higher gas prices because of the conflict in the Middle East, if that's actually going to motivate voters to stay away from Republicans during the midterms?
Yeah, obviously we won't know until the ballots are actually counted. That said, I mean, it is appearing in Democrats' favor that they'll have a strong chance either definitely in taking the House and potentially in taking the Senate. I think the thing to keep in mind here is obviously that these are congressional elections, right? We're not voting for a president. And so individual district by district, state by state races are going to be more important here. The balance of the Senate, if Democrats are successful enough, if they do get momentum, they could potentially take over the Senate. And so there are a couple of states, Maine and Michigan, potentially New Hampshire, that are on the border with Canada where these issues are even more pressing than for the rest of the country. And so I think that as we move forward, those are going to be the states where we're going to be paying the closest attention to what the economic impact is and whether or not it's shifting the balance in those races.
And, you know, here in Canada, we're very curious to find out tomorrow what the retaliatory tariffs will be and whether they will be directed towards places where maybe the Republicans are politically vulnerable. Some people are suggesting that may be part of the strategy. I saw a poll today saying that Trump's approval has fallen to the lowest of its presidency, I think 33%, and which made me think a couple of things. First of all, that still means 1 in 3 Americans approve of what the president is doing, and you think of all the controversies he's waded through, so I find that interesting. But that figure, so forget about the individual races, in the House and Senate for a moment, but when the president's approval rating is down to 33%, how does that factor in?
Yeah, the president generally loses support in the midterm elections or loses seats in Congress during the midterm elections. And having such a low approval rating will only exacerbate that. It is interesting to see where these measures are targeted. I know, places that largely supported the president, like Florida and Texas, have come up. Already, a state that voted for President Trump, Kentucky, is being hurt by the liquor ban, right? The Kentucky bourbon industry has really been struggling over the past year and a half in being able to sell their alcohol to Canada and has lost a significant market share there. So it will be interesting to see how that all plays out. At the same time, the president generally doesn't really believe in polls and has made that clear. And so he's been clear on this tariff agenda all along. He's been consistent that he really likes tariffs, regardless of the backlash Well, we've seen the administration kind of gently tune things back. He's made his threats bigger and bolder than ever. And in some ways, with voters, just the prospect of a tariff can be as impactful as the tariff itself. And so he still is certainly leaning in here, even if it might have political ramifications.
This is going to be one of the most interesting and important midterm elections for Canadians. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Daniel DeRocher, international trade reporter at Politico. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for having me.
And we continue to gather reaction to this latest chapter in the Canada-U.S. trade war. Next hour, an American senator joins us to discuss what it's like dealing with this issue in Congress, plus more comments from Canadians who are united against the Trump administration.
I'm a small business owner, and I think that it's really important for us to support each other. So, yeah, buy Canadian. That's all I can say.
We have a restaurant, and you know, we got to look for the deal, for sales. If you want to survive and stuff like that, you got to buy everything Canadian. That's basically what it is.
I think as soon as you know, the current American government swaps out in elections, I think it might go back to normal. I hope.
It's like a long-term relationship gone wrong. It is, right? And it takes long to accept that things have changed.
The fact that someone tries to tell us who we can trade with is just insane. How can you possibly make a deal with a country like that?
an attitude at the negotiation table that Canada is a subsidiary of the United States, that Canadian industry is going to be disadvantaged relative to American industry, that we're going to set up terms so that over time Canadian industry is going to face constant headwinds. That's not something we're going to accept.
Prime Minister Mark Carney says trade talks could resume with the United States, but only under certain conditions. Donald Trump today announcing plans to increase levies against Canadian autos and steel to 50% in the new year. We have much more coming up in the second hour of the program. And I want to remind you of our question tonight. In light of this trade war, we'd like to know if you run a small or medium-sized business, what are your concerns? How is this tariff dispute affecting you? Email us, askhano@cbc.ca. Back in just a moment with Hour 2. Some breaking news this evening on the trade front. CBC News has learned more about how Canada plans to strike back. Ottawa announcing countermeasures tomorrow, along with new supports for Canadians affected by tariffs.
When the Americans go to the negotiation table first with the right attitude towards our industries and a true partnership, of course we'll come to the negotiating table.
This as Donald Trump threatens to raise tariffs on Canadian cars and auto parts to 50% in January.
He says he doesn't need Canada. I'd love to see, he wants to take our auto sector. I'd love to see him run cars without any oil.
Doug Ford firing back at the U.S. president after Trump took aim at Ontario's premier. But behind the insults, new tariffs are in place, retaliation is coming, and still no clear path back to the negotiating table. Well, the U.S. president came out swinging today after initially posting a muted reaction to the collapse of trade talks with Canada. In a post to his Truth Social account, Trump said he'd double the tariff on Canadian cars, trucks, and auto parts and steel from the current 25% to 50% on New Year's Day. That would follow the 50% levies imposed on Friday on $28 billion worth of Canadian goods. Canada plans to announce how it will respond tomorrow. The Prime Minister reacting to Trump's new threat this afternoon.
It's not a surprise for us that the U.S. would take some form of reprisal to our response to their unjustified tariff, which was on top of other unjustified tariffs. That's not a surprise. But what message does that send to the workers in Michigan and Ohio and Kentucky and Alabama who rely on Canadian demand? We're their largest customer for automobiles.
JP Tasker is hosting Power Politics this week, and he is, of course, in Ottawa. JP, you talked to Canada's point man in the negotiations, Canada-U.S. Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc. How did he say Canada plans to retaliate?
Well, huge swaths of the Canadian economy are being pummeled as of Saturday by 50% tariffs, things that are going to be very tricky in some sectors in this country. Right? $28 billion worth of goods are now going to get a lot more expensive, and there's going to be job losses, and there's going to be businesses that don't make it through this trade war. So what is Canada prepared to do about it? We're going to hit back. We're going to retaliate against some American products that are coming into this country to send a message to the president. We're not happy with paying a 50% tariff on a long list of goods, everything from hockey sticks to lumber, wood products, essential grapefruit oils, you name it. And so I asked Dominic LeBlanc, the Canada-U.S. Trade Minister, what exactly does Canada have planned? When do we expect to see some of those tariffs be announced? And what kind of pain could the Americans face as a result of what Mr. Carney has up his sleeve? Let's listen to what he told me just a short while ago.
If it's steel and aluminum derivative products, if it's automobiles, if it's steel and aluminum, if it's softwood lumber, those are the kind of decisions that will be announced in the coming hours. So they expect their governments, Canadians do, plural, provincial, federal and territorial governments, to work together to put in place the supports, as Mr. Carney said, as the Prime Minister said on Saturday, that won't be short term, that will endure at least the end of this Trump presidency. And that's what we'll have to say in the coming hours.
You might have heard Ontario Premier Doug Ford today say that he would like the federal government to go after red states, some Republican strongholds in the United States, to make them pay not only economically but politically for Mr. Trump's tariffs on our goods. I'm told that that's not necessarily the focus, that they're not going to, focus in on states where Republicans are in control. They really are going to try and stick to those sectors that are facing tariffs in the U.S. So things like steel, dairy, appliances, agricultural equipment, pulp and paper, electronics, things that could be, in theory, easily made in this country so that the economic pain is not too much. Because, of course, there's a cost to bear in this country for putting retaliatory tariffs in place on American goods coming in. The government wants to reduce the potential impact on Canada, businesses here, and really target those things that can be made in this country as they send a message to President Trump. If you come for us, we're going to come for you and what you're sending into this country.
Yeah, and just so that it's clear for people, those retaliatory tariffs would be kind of a wall to try to make imports into Canada from the United States in those sectors more difficult, or if it's as much as 50%, virtually impossible. So, we'll wait and see, as you say, maybe as early as tomorrow morning, what some of those are. What did Minister LeBlanc say about getting back to the table?
Well, there is so much bad blood, right, between Canada and the U.S. They were so close to potentially getting a deal on Friday. I mean, President Trump was out earlier in the week last week saying we've got a deal. Things are looking good. President Trump, was already touting something that wasn't finalized. Prime Minister Carney said, yes, there's been significant progress, and then everything fell apart. They walked away from the table rather dramatically. So I asked Dominic LeBlanc, how do you get back to the table? How can you actually start to piece this thing together again after, really some dramatic war of words over the weekend? Here's what he told me.
If the Americans say they want to come back to a negotiating table with a real offer that is in the economic interest of Canada, that doesn't affect Canadian sovereignty, that gives us an opportunity to build with them a competitive North American economy, not as a branch plant of the U.S. economy, but as a proud sovereign country that's the best customer of the United States and can add value to North American competitiveness, sure. But we're not going to wait around for the phone to ring or wait around for a text message from somebody.
So LeBlanc essentially confirming there that the ball is in the Americans' court, that Canada is not going to go cap in hand asking them to come back to the negotiating table. And that aligns with what the Prime Minister said to reporters earlier today. He says he's going to go back to the table when the Americans have the right attitude, if they show up with the right attitude. And he feels like at this point, that's not what he's seeing from the president.
JP Tasker in Ottawa, thank you so much.
Thanks, Ian.
Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre was in Windsor, Ontario today. The border city is expecting to be hit hard by the new tariffs. Poilievre is calling on the government to ease the fallout by reducing taxes on fuel and eliminating Canada's industrial carbon tax.
All of the tariffs are worse today than they were a year and a half ago. And with these many failures, many of our working people are paying the price. But I'm here to say that we as Conservatives are going to continue to fight for you. Fight for an affordable cost of living, fight for your jobs, and to fight for our economy.
Poilievre wants Prime Minister Carney to recall Parliament and release the details that were in the trade agreement that was rejected. Political reaction continues on both sides of the Canada-U.S. border, and Trump's latest threat of new tariffs is provoking a lot of that reaction. Following his Truth Social post today in which he threatened 50% tariffs on Canadian automobiles, car parts and steel, Trump got into a war of words with one Canadian premier in particular. Well, for more on the reaction, Katie Nicholson joins us from Washington. And Katie, Donald Trump is taking aim specifically at Ontario Premier Doug Ford. Take us through what he's been saying.
Yeah, and perhaps this was provoked a bit this morning. There was some reporting around the Ontario Premier making a comment on private radio, essentially saying that the U.S. president could kiss his. So that may have gotten down to the White House. Of course, they have sort of had fisticuffs, verbal fisticuffs before throughout this trade dispute. But today, the U.S. president posted this on his Truth Social about Doug Ford, saying lots of bluster from Doug Ford, who is the premier of the Canadian province of Ontario, but who is better known as the less charismatic, intelligent, and overall unimpressive brother of the late, great Rob Ford. Without the United States, Canada shouldn't survive or couldn't survive. It's where they get all of their money, and because of their current bad leadership, primarily Governor Carney and his flunky Ford, they will not be allowed to keep taking advantage of the United States. So, Ian, just to note there, the deterioration of the language now indicative perhaps of the fraying relations between the two sides. Governor, of course, that dig, invoking the idea that Canada is merely a 51st U.S. state as opposed to a sovereign country. It was something that he had trotted out when Prime Minister Trudeau was in office, as a way to sort of slap him down as well. And Ford had been pretty pugilistic earlier today, and he was asked about those comments. He said he didn't want to take on Trump necessarily on that post, but he did call Trump a bully. He also encouraged Democratic Americans, independent voters, to essentially take over the House and the Senate in the upcoming midterms.
Yeah, and you know what, people can read that whole statement that Trump posted. And, you know, I got to say, in my long time as a reporter, I don't ever remember seeing an American president using that kind of rhetoric about anybody, much less a Canadian premier. We are hearing from other American politicians today. Katie, take us through that.
Yeah, so Jamieson Greer, the U.S. Trade Representative, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, they were out today. They were asked about the trade fight. Bessent was asked whether Trump was still focused on making Canada the 51st state, and Bessent essentially gave a reply that sidestepped that question, but indicated he would like to see the Canadians come back to the bargaining table and negotiate, as he put it, in good faith. Of course, the Canadians would say that they were negotiating in good faith, and it was the Americans who sort of moved the goalposts at the end. And of course, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, he was in Maine today. Obviously a state with tight sort of trade relations with Canada. And he made what may have been a little gaffe or may have been intentional. Here's what J.D. Vance had to say.
I would not expect that from Canada. We have to remember, Canada is a state. Sorry, Freudian slip. That was actually an accident. Canada is a country that has underinvested in its military that quite literally would get invaded by a foreign country were it not for the umbrella of protection provided by the United States of America.
So that didn't sit well with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, a Democrat. Here's what he posted when he saw that clip. He said, "This is yet another slap in the face to one of our nation's strongest allies and trading partners, and it's more than just petty, embarrassing name-calling. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's chaotic approach is jacking up prices on Pennsylvanians and hurting our economy." Shapiro, of course, one of a slew of Democratic governors who are now speaking out as the trade war escalates and as the talks have frayed, and it doesn't appear that anybody is getting back to the table, certainly not with the language the way it is right now between the parties. There are a slew as well of Democratic representatives, presidential hopefuls, and senators who have been sort of speaking out on X, posting their discontent and really doing their best to tie Donald Trump's tariffs to the affordability crisis that many Americans are feeling and inflation, all of this, something that allows them to make quite a bit of political hay heading into the midterms just 10 weeks away.
Katie Nicholson in Washington, thanks.
You're welcome.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford set his sights directly on President Trump, calling him a dictator, offering some other choice words.
No, I don't respond to a dictator like President Trump, a bully like President Trump. As I said before, he's the type of guy in school that would take your lunch money one day, take your toque off your head the next day, and then steal your running shoes. But I'm not going to take any advice off a guy that's the king of bankruptcies. And he's actually tariffing his own people, taxing his own people.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford also pledged to help businesses hit by the latest round of U.S. tariffs, and he backed the Prime Minister's plan to impose dollar-for-dollar counter tariffs against the U.S. The CBC's Sean Jeffords joins us now from Hamilton with more on this. And, you know, a lot of people, Sean, might be intimidated by being insulted by Donald Trump. Not Doug Ford.
No, Ian, not Doug Ford, and not today, not after the last week of tense trade negotiations between Canada and the U.S. And Ontario Premier Doug Ford was announcing, as you said, a tariff relief package after those talks fell apart. It's an extension of a program that had been in place in Ontario during the first round of tariffs that Donald Trump put in place. And Premier Doug Ford was announcing that he was going to extend that today. And while he was announcing that here in this Hamilton neighborhood, U.S. President Donald Trump posted to social media attacking Ford personally, talking rather about his brother, former Toronto Mayor, the late Rob Ford, comparing the two, saying that the Premier is the less intelligent and less charismatic of the two, insulting the Premier, saying that he is a flunky of Prime Minister Carney, and saying that someone in Canada needed to ensure that he fell in line. Now, as you mentioned, Ian, Premier Doug Ford was asked about it and did not mince words. Let's hear from him.
You know something? I've been in this game a lot longer than he has. I got skin on me like an alligator. And you think an insult from him hurts me? Well, bring it on, buddy. I'm ready. Bring it on. You know something? I've dealt with guys like you my whole life. And guess what? You all become losers because you're a loser.
So, Ian, this is the first time that U.S. President Donald Trump has singled Premier Ford out personally, but it's not the first time that he's been on Trump's radar. You'll remember, of course, Ontario placed electricity surcharges on 3 U.S. states last year after Trump imposed his tariffs the first time. Now, those electricity surcharges were quickly pulled off the table after the U.S. Invited Ontario up to have a meeting, frankly, with Trade Representative Howard Lutnick, or Commerce Secretary, rather, Howard Lutnick. And then, of course, there was the anti-tariff ad that Ontario ran featuring the voice of Ronald Reagan. That also angered Trump and was effectively, Trump said, the reason why talks broke down between Canada and the U.S. last fall.
Yeah, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, Ford certainly knows how to get under Trump's skin. The Premier also talking today about hitting back at the United States.
That's right, Ian. So the Premier said once again that those electricity surcharges are back on the table. He talked about potentially escalating them to cutting off electricity to New York, Michigan, and Minnesota, the states that buy electricity from Ontario. Now, he's also urging his fellow premiers to take a united front, and that some of them who have stronger cards to play in this fight should step up and do that. Let's hear from Premier Ford on that.
I cannot speak for other premiers, but a couple premiers have a lot of power to protect Canada, massive power. And I can't speak for them, but we need everyone to be on Team Canada and throw everything in the kitchen sink at them, no matter if it's electricity, if it's fuel, again, if it's potash or uranium. We need to have everything on the table, but we need a buy-in from coast to coast to coast.
So, Ian, of course, the Premier is referring to Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe and Alberta Premier Danielle Smith. Ford said that he was going to be having a conversation today with Premier Smith about the trade war and was encouraging her to stand united with the rest of the premiers and Scott Moe as well in Saskatchewan. Now, the Premier was also asked today whether he was optimistic about whether there could be a trade deal reached even at this point with this impasse that came about on Friday. He says he is still optimistic, although less so than he was, say, a number of weeks ago.
Sean Jeffords in Hamilton, thank you.
Thanks, Ian.
Coming up, we'll hear from a U.S. Senator who says Trump has gone on an economic rampage with this latest round of tariffs. The senator's perspective just ahead on CBC News Network.
No matter what President Trump sends our way, we'll have your backs. We will be there for you to protect your jobs and paychecks and stand up for Canada. The Prime Minister has my full support in this decision to walk away from a bad deal that would have hurt Canadian workers and undermined Canadian sovereignty.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford promising provincial support for businesses and workers affected by the U.S. tariffs. He also backed the Prime Minister's plan to impose dollar-for-dollar counter tariffs against the U.S. And he suggested Canada use its electricity and resources as leverage in the trade war. He went on to call Trump a dictator and the king of bankruptcies. Throughout this trade war, there have been prominent U.S. politicians who have stood with Canada and against Trump's punitive tariffs. And let's check in now with one of them. Peter Welch is a Democratic senator for Vermont, a border state that, in good times, relies on Canadian tourism and business. And he joins us now from Norwich, Vermont. Senator, thanks for joining us. How are you feeling about the state of the trade war right now?
Terrible. I mean, this is a president we have who's on an economic rampage that is extraordinarily destructive, and it's destructive on both sides of the border. Nothing good will come out of this. Now, what I do want to say is that I have great admiration that Prime Minister Carney and the Canadian people have stood up to the bullying of Donald Trump. Bottom line here, we need my Senate Republicans to stand up to that bullying as well. Trump does not have authority to do this. None of us support it, including Republican colleagues, and it's going to do great harm to people in Canada and to people in the United States.
So something that puzzles a lot of us here north of the border, maybe you can help us understand it, if it can be understood. It seems like there are reasonable centrist Republicans out there in the Senate, for example, who understand the importance of freer trade between Canada and the United States, but they seem quite intimidated by Trump into silence or acquiescence. So what's your take on that?
Well, they are. And the fact is they are capitulating to the bullying. I mean, Trump is a vengeful guy, and he does things in a willful way. They're not grounded in an economic policy or agenda. And he thinks he can get away with it by just pushing his weight around. And my Republican colleagues have to accept the reality that Trump's policies are hurting the people they represent just as much as they are hurting Vermonters. Also, really, this is on us in the Senate. The president doesn't have authority under our Constitution to unilaterally impose tariffs. He literally doesn't have that authority. And the silence by my Republican colleagues means he's getting away with doing something that is illegal and also very destructive. So what Prime Minister Carney did, standing up to a bully, is what my Republican colleagues in the Senate have to do, stand up to that bully, because what he is doing is hurting us, not just you.
Based on private conversations you may be having, whether it's in hallways or on the phone, do you have any sense that there may be some Republicans, especially with the midterms looming, who might break ranks on this and support freer trade?
Well, the midterms are the big question, because the next verdict is going to be provided by the American people. And all the signs are that they're sick of this. These tariffs are going to lead to higher costs for our farmers, total chaos for our manufacturers. The auto industry is going to be on the ropes on both sides of the border. And that has an impact on my Republican colleagues, because those voters are going to have a say in what kind of changes we'll make in Congress. But, you know, the bottom line here is the Trump policy on the economy is not one that's based on achieving certain goals other than satisfying Donald Trump's desire to throw his weight around. There are no economists who say this trade war has anything good that can come out of it, just harm. But the major agenda for Trump is to show who's boss. And what has happened here is very significant. Canada and its prime minister have said no to this bully. And we're going to need more of that. But in doing that, all of us are probably going to experience a fair amount of pain that is completely avoidable.
Saying no to the bullies, but also pushing back. Our prime minister is vowing, as you know, to bring in dollar-for-dollar retaliatory tariffs. What do you think of that strategy?
He's got to do it. You know, I'm against the trade war. Canada is against the trade war. We had an agreement, the USMCA, the Canada-Mexico trade agreement, that President Trump himself bragged was the best trade agreement ever. So we have been enjoying very good economic relations with Canada. So this trade war is going to hurt. It was started by Trump. How is it that a country that's been attacked with a trade war can't respond? Now, it's going to hurt us. I saw Doug Ford is saying that they'll raise electricity prices or cut off electricity. That would be very, very hard for us here in Vermont. So I don't want that to happen, but the way it can not happen is by President Trump stopping this unilateral, this arbitrary, and this pointless trade war.
I know some Canadians who would love to return to Vermont, but they don't want to do it currently while the trade war is going on. I hope they have a reason to change their travel plans soon. Peter Welch, Democratic Senator from Vermont, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alberta Premier Danielle Smith has called for Canadian and American negotiators to return to the table and work out a deal that's, quote, more fair. We'll hear about the political tightrope Smith has been walking as she prepares to meet her cabinet. This is CBC News Network.
So crazy.
There is a mutually beneficial deal possible here, but it has to be one that respects Canada's sovereignty, that respects our independence, that uses our complementary strengths to build something better, not tear apart for short-term gain.
Prime Minister laying out the principles for a trade deal with the United States, but right now neither side has plans to return to the negotiating table. Each province has a role in Canada's reaction to all of this, and let's focus right now on Alberta. We're joined by CBC's Julia Wong. Julia, oil and gas back in the news, as some people suggest it is a bargaining chip that ought to be put on the table by Canada. What are you hearing in Alberta on that?
Yeah, there are a lot of different opinions about whether energy should be used as a bargaining chip, whether there should be some type of export tax placed on Canadian energy going down to the United States, or whether Canada should perhaps turn off the taps, if you will, when it comes to sending energy down south of the border. What we've been hearing is that there's no consensus, essentially. The idea of energy being used as a bargaining chip has been floating around ever since trade talks began, ever since things really started to escalate and those tensions really presented themselves. But what we've seen is, again, that there's no unified consensus. Of course, you can imagine that some people looking at the situation would say, if the U.S. is going to hurt Canada in these types of ways, what can Canada do to retaliate? What can Canada do to show that it is serious during these trade talks? And all eyes and fingers point to energy. With Alberta being the largest source of crude oil for the United States, this province sending the vast majority of crude oil south of the border. But even former Alberta politicians from different political parties do not agree. Take a listen.
It's quite easy to negotiate with somebody else's poker chips, which is what Doug Ford is doing. So the impact of either putting an export tax or a surcharge on Canadian energy would not hurt the Ontario economy the way that it would hurt Alberta's.
Well, I think it's a Canadian resource, and if we're going to have a dollar for dollar consequence to the trade discussion or war or dialogue that's going to go on, that has to be part of it. And I think that in any negotiating position, if you're negotiating with someone and they don't feel that you're putting your strongest position forward, then you look weak.
And so for viewers, just in case they didn't know, that was Darren Billis, a former NDP cabinet minister, as well as Alison Redford, a former progressive conservative premier. Now, one expert who we talked to said that Trump has never actually followed through with the threat of a tariff on Canadian energy, proving just how much the United States needs our resources.
And what about the Premier, Danielle Smith? Any talk about using oil as a bargaining chip or maybe putting an export tax on energy?
So Danielle Smith has been pretty clear today and also many times in the past that using energy as a bargaining chip during these trade talks is a complete non-starter. That was obviously brought up again today after those comments from Ontario Premier Doug Ford. And she did put out a statement in response to his comments saying that U.S. tariffs are harmful. And she offered her support, Alberta's support, to Ford on working together to strengthen the Canadian economy. And then this line in particular struck out to me in her statement. She said that cutting off Alberta energy exports to the United States would be extremely harmful to Canadians, not just Albertans, but to Canadians, and is not a viable option. Now, one political science expert who we spoke to said that Smith is juggling a few different things politically, in particular, the referendum on a referendum when it comes to separatism that is set to take place this fall.
If she moves, too far in terms of appearing to be weak in her approach to standing up for Canada vis-a-vis the U.S., that's a problem. On the other hand, she has to worry about the separatist wing. And so whatever she does in terms of these trade negotiations, whatever she accepts in terms of a Team Canada approach, could strengthen the separatists.
So that's what Smith is seeing on the political level provincially. Federally, we've heard Prime Minister Mark Carney say that he doesn't see value in using energy as a bargaining chip, adding that it's important for Canada to be a reliable supplier. What we also heard from Smythe, that political science expert who you just saw there, she said that what Carney is doing is that he likely wants to avoid inflaming the situation when it comes to that referendum on separatism coming up this fall, saying that separatists could point to Ottawa if energy is used as a bargaining chip to say that Ottawa is trying to harm and destroy Alberta's economy.
This is a complex issue between Canada and the States, and then, of course, the competing interests right across the country. CBC's Julie Wong outside the legislature in Edmonton. Thank you. A provincial election call is expected in Quebec any day now. Coming up, we'll take a look at how political candidates there are reacting to the failed trade talks. This is CBC News Network. As we look live at Parliament Hill, we know what's on the agenda tomorrow. The government plans to announce which U.S. sectors it will target with 50% tariffs in retaliation for the levies, also 50%, placed on billions of dollars worth of Canadian goods last Friday. Today, Trump threatened yet another round of tariffs on cars and trucks and steel, doubling from 25 to 50% January 1st. In Quebec, a provincial election call is expected any day now. The CBC's Autefeuille Powidar looks at how the party leaders are responding to the failed tariff deal.
For Quebec, the latest escalation in trade war is hitting hard some of the province's most important industries. Quebec is expected to be among the provinces hardest hit, with industries such as aluminum, dairy, and lumber particularly exposed. The CAQ government says it's already putting financial support in place for businesses affected by the tariffs. 2 new programs are aimed at companies in the manufacturing and primary sectors facing financial difficulties, including loans of up to $150,000 for some smaller businesses. Premier Christine Fréchette says protecting Quebec workers and businesses is her priority. And today, she had a message for Washington.
Certains veulent peut-être nous imposer leurs règles, des règles qui ne sont pas les nôtres. Mais on le sait, on ne cédera pas aux menaces.
But Quebec's political parties aren't all on the same page when it comes to how to respond. Quebec Solidaire wants the province to prepare for what it calls the next attacks from Trump's administration, including a proposed Trump provision to anticipate the economic fallout.
Une provision d'1 milliard de dollars par année pendant 2 ans pour les secteurs touchés.
The Liberals are also talking about using Quebec's economic weight as leverage.
Alors au Québec, on a un levier de négociation très important avec Hydro-Québec, entre autres, avec toutes nos sources énergétiques.
But the Conservatives have a very different prescription. Éric Duhaime says Quebec should reduce barriers to trade with Canada and cut taxes to help businesses weather the tariffs.
On dénonce aujourd'hui les tarifs de Trump, mais on est les pires à imposer des tarifs à nos voisins et à notre principal partenaire économique qui est le Canada.
One Quebec leader has so far stayed out of the debate. CBC has reached out to Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon and the PQ party and has not received a response. Autefeuille Powidar, CBC News, Montreal.
There are concerns a renewed trade war could make life even more expensive here in Canada. Coming up, we'll speak with a financial counselor about the impact tariffs could have on your finances. We're live in Vancouver on CBC News Network.
eyes on the prize, I say passionate. I got the sauce like Diana, vision like medicine. They say patience is a virtue, so I went around the world and back again. Now NSL be on the map, no more imagining, it's happening.
An attitude at the negotiation table that Canada is a subsidiary of the United States. The Canadian industry is going to be disadvantaged relative to American industry. That we're going to set up terms so that over time, Canadian industry is going to face constant headwinds. That's not something we're going to accept.
The Prime Minister says if and when trade talks resume with the United States, well, they will at some point, it has to be under certain conditions. Donald Trump today announced he plans to increase levies against Canadian vehicles and steel from 25% to 50% in the new year. Carney walked away from a proposed deal Friday. He said it was made clear that the U.S. wants to destroy Canada's large industries, including steel, aluminum, and autos. So are you worried about how these new tariffs will affect your finances? Will this change your financial planning? Let's bring in Rubina Ahmed Haq, a personal finance columnist, and she's in Oakville, Ontario. Nice to have you on the program, Rubina. Have you seen impacts, or are you expecting to see impacts on households from these tariffs?
Absolutely. And we are already feeling it because we have been in these negotiations for more than 18 months now. And Canadians have seen it happening at the grocery store when they buy household items, that things are getting more expensive. Now, as we grapple with the fact that things could get even more expensive, what are we actually looking at? What could actually get more in price? So products that we buy from the United States, like winter fruits and vegetables, we could expect those to get more expensive. Household items like furniture that we import, if we put tariffs on those, that could get more expensive. The Bank of Canada's own estimate says that we could see a spike in prices by up to 6% in the next month or so on everyday items that we buy. So this is definitely going to have inflationary pressures on Canadian goods, and also less variety because we won't be buying as much from the U.S. if it's too expensive to do so.
Yeah, it's complex, right? Because on the one hand, tariffs will, that Canada imposes on American imports will make the prices in Canada go up. But also, there are a lot of Canadians who are willing to pay more to avoid American products. So either way, I'm not hearing of people saying that costs are going to go down. I do hear comments about emergency funds. Talk to us about that.
So an emergency fund is always a good idea. We learned that during the pandemic, that those households that had funds set aside for an emergency just fared better, whether it be their mental health, their physical health, their financial health for sure, because they were able to say with confidence that they could still pay their mortgage and pay for their kids and their household expenses and still drive their car and put gas in it. All those things didn't feel impossible because they had this money set aside. Now, often the question I get is, what does an emergency fund look like? So the general rule is 3 to 6 months of expenses. So whatever your home costs to run, you have to come up with that number by doing the math yourself. You should have about 3 to 6 months of those expenses. If you work in a contract job, you're freelance, or you maybe run your own business, I would recommend 6 to 9 months because your jobs are more precarious and not as likely they're not as safe as maybe a job that's 9 to 5 where you know, even if you were laid off, you'd still get EI. If that's not the case for you, you need an even bigger emergency fund just to feel comfortable about what's happening right now in the economy.
I'm sure some people that are listening to that going, are you kidding me? With inflation the way it is, with the cost, how am I going to possibly set aside enough money to cover me over with this, or cover me with this emergency fund? But you're saying if it's at all possible, it's important to try to do.
Absolutely. So say your life costs $5,000 a month to run. It is a big ask to say, 3 months, even $15,000, just have it sitting there waiting for an unexpected event to occur. But what I say is that it's not necessarily about getting to that ultimate number. It's just about starting that emergency fund. So just like you save into your RRSP, your kids' education fund, maybe you have some money in your TFSA for short or medium-term goals, you also want to be putting some money aside from each paycheck into an emergency emergency fund, money that can easily be accessed. So oftentimes people choose high interest savings accounts because at least you're getting some return on that money, but you don't want it locked into the markets or into some asset that would take a while to sell and get and settle. You want it to be able to access it very quickly, but it's about starting it and knowing that you are doing that good work of just building that emergency fund, because you're not going to have an emergency every year. It's going to happen hopefully, once in a while. And so by the time that comes, you'll have a decent amount of money in there to rely on.
All right, Rubina Ahmed-Haq, always nice to speak with you, personal finance columnist. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ossie Podolsky is a third-generation honey farmer in Manitoba whose business, Podolsky Honey Farms, has been hit hard by the newest wave of tariffs. I spoke to him last hour. See that. Explain to us, in pre-tariff times, how much of your farm's output went down to the States?
Typically, we sold 90% of our crop every season to the U.S., which was anywhere from 500,000 to 1 million pounds, depending on the season.
And so now a 50% tariff on that honey. Is there anybody in the States that's going to import your honey with a 50% tariff?
No, especially since the onus goes on the exporter. We are the ones who brunt that cost, and it's just non-viable to ship really with any tariff at all.
So I know one of the things you did smartly is move as much honey as you could down to the States before those tariffs came into effect on Friday. But now that pipeline basically is shut down. So how much storage capacity do you have? How long can you keep storing honey when you're not sending most of your product to where you'd like to?
Honey has an infinite shelf life so long as the moisture is low enough, so it doesn't spoil. The issue comes down to cash flow. We take care of livestock, and we need to be able to feed and care for the bees, or they die.
So what's your plan?
Currently, try and fill a couple Canadian contracts we have, and there's been huge outcry from Canadians looking for honey. So we're trying to set up a web store and try and do retail sales or direct-to-customer sales.
Part of our conversation with third-generation honey farmer Ossie Podolsky on the program. And over the last couple of hours, we've been asking Canadian business owners how their practices are changing because of the latest trade action. Sarah has been looking through the emails. It's not just business owners who have been getting in touch with us, so we'll hear from her on CBC News Network.